The Hermetic tradition presents a dualistic view of human beings characterized by an inherent tension between the material and the spiritual. Despite these internal frictions, all sources share a fundamental emphasis on the soul's journey toward divine unity. This progression of the soul is often described as an ascent through planetary spheres. Throughout these texts, there is a consistent acknowledgement that the physical body acts as a limitation on spiritual progress. Specific interpretations of the human form vary significantly across different texts. The Asclepius presents a positive view of the human condition and offers a celebratory perspective on both the body and sexual union. Roelof Broek emphasizes a negative evaluation of the body and expresses a critical view regarding procreation. These differing attitudes highlight how even core elements of human existence are viewed through different lenses within the tradition. Scholars also diverge on whether this dualism is an objective reality or a subjective limitation. Wouter J. Hanegraaff argues that the dualistic framework is actually a product of limited human consciousness, while the Corpus Hermeticum maintains a clear distinction between material and spiritual realms. The role of the body in Hermetic theurgy remains a subject of ongoing debate among different traditions. For instance, while the Asclepius allows for the use of material substances within rituals, Iamblichus emphasizes a complete detachment from materiality during these sacred acts. Hermes served as the chief divine messenger, tasked with the vital responsibility of transmitting messages from the gods directly to humanity. In this capacity, he was understood to embody the very principle of logos, representing both reason and speech. The performance of the Hermeticists' fall is conducted with the blessing of God. Within this sacred framework, Hermes functions as a mystagogue during visionary experiences, specifically appearing in NHCV 6 to guide the seeker. Initiation within these traditions is described through the use of prayers and hymns. This spiritual authority is further evidenced by various magical texts specifically attributed to Hermes, as well as a papyrus containing the art of Eudoxus, which identifies itself as oracles of Hermes. Number 7 has no title and begins directly with the words, "This is the prayer that they spoke." In this context, Hermes was prepared for his characteristic function during the Hellenistic period as the Logos, or the Word. The Lycaonians recognized the Apostle Paul as Hermes come down to earth because he was the chief speaker. This mirrors how Thoth called things into being merely by the sound of his voice. Magical spells addressed to Hermes often aim to induce the god to appear in a dream. The use of hymns to Hermes in the magical papyri is indicative of his image within this broader magical milieu. After completing his task, Hermes returned to the celestial abode of the gods. This return marks the conclusion of his divine intervention in the earthly realm. Esmet Sr., who served as a priest of Isis, identified his role by stating that he acted as lord of writing divine words. This highlights the authoritative nature of such roles during this period. The genre of instructions and philosophical hermetica reached its highest degree of integration and coherence, specifically during the New Kingdom. Within these texts, we find moral guidance, such as the exhortation in the Instruction of Amenemope, which tells the reader, "Do not lie down in fear of tomorrow." In another tradition of magical practice, Setni and Naneferkapta engaged in a dramatic magical duel that unfolded during a game of drafts. The first spell allows the reciter to charm a vast array of elements, including the sky, the earth, the netherworld, and both the mountains and the waters. The Egyptians believed that words and spells possessed the inherent power to bind or loose divine forces. This belief is exemplified in lines 494 through 611 of P. Louvre 3391, which contains a specific formula designed to persuade Helios to obey whatever commands the magician issues. In these traditions, Hermes was believed to be capable of abrogating the very decrees of destiny. He describes knowledge of the stars as a necessary preparatory exercise for the soul in SH Volume 1. Hermes tells readers to obey God's laws perfectly while seeking out wisdom and knowledge. Although his teachings on the way are explained more clearly in books for an educated audience, episteme is still ultimately based on reason. The most fervent prayer for a hermetist is for a good nous, one strong enough to repel the assaults of both the world and the flesh. The text further specifies that this immortalization can be performed 3 times a year. The entire dialogue of CH1 is pitched at an unusually exalted level, where instruction is conveyed through the aid of visions rather than simple prose. Similarly, CHRX presents itself as a component within a larger didactic sequence. Alchemy eventually comes fully of age during the 4th century, marking a significant era for these developing spiritual practices. Hermes' account regarding the irrational punishments of matter gradually shifts into an almost incantatory manner, where he describes the noetic vision brought by this power in short, ecstatic phrases. This specific path is known as the Way of Hermes, which must be clearly distinguished from other routes to the divine realm. To this journey, CH 1.29 mentions a separate path known as the Way of Death. While many technical texts associated with Hermes were produced by working magicians and horoscope casters, some practitioners of technical Hermetism adopted a much wider view of their vocation. A practical illustration of the fusion between technical and philosophical Hermetism can be seen in the mingling of divine breath, fire, and other unknown substances. This process is mirrored by a priest who described being subjected to an unendurable torment. The priest further recounted being overpowered and pierced through with the sword before being dismembered in accordance with the rule of harmony. He described his bones and flesh finally being burned with fire, though Hermetists speak with greater unanimity regarding the actual encounter with God. In a striking shift toward internal discipline, Hermes speaks in on the inner life and condemns the use of magic. He asserts that the spiritual man need not use magic to rectify anything, but should instead allow necessity to work in accordance with her own nature and judgment. The goal for such a practitioner is that the spiritual man will eventually see God and be received into the realm of light. Without this internal alignment, Hermes calls people mindless, describing them only as marchers swept along in the procession of fate. The context regarding these theurgical hermetica includes specific references to the Way of Hermes. This path remains distinct from other traditions, even as we consider that according to Seleucus, the innumerable writings of Hermes number 20,000 during one specific invocation. A god appeared rather than a daemon, to the astonishment of those present. This event stands out against other hermetic material in on apparatus and furnaces, which is more mythological or symbolic in tone. Zosimus exhorts Theurgy that by taking control of herself, she will summon the divine to come to her. As one of the most influential exponents of alchemy in her day, she is urged by Zosimus to perform these sacrifices until her soul is perfected. Longinianus associates Hermes with the ancient divinatory techniques used by Etruscan priests. This connection underscores his role as an astrologer, a reputation so widespread that it reached far beyond Egypt's borders during the Ptolemaic period. In these traditions, Hermes described the ascent of the soul in explicitly theurgical terms. These technical and philosophical writings are frequently referred to as Iamblichus, or sacred discourses. Hermes is described as being pregnant with the power itself, serving as its source in an immediate sense. Consequently, these philosophical texts functioned as protreptic works, offering a direct exhortation to set out on the way of Hermes, calls upon people to be sober and cease being intoxicated by senseless sleep. He asks why they have surrendered themselves to death when they possess the power to partake of immortality. He commands people to repent and rid themselves of the light, which is actually darkness. Even so, some individuals abused Hermes and stood aloof because they had already committed themselves to the way of death. Hermes raised these people up and became a guide for mankind, teaching them the doctrine of salvation while sowing words of wisdom within them. He nourishes this community following the way of immortality with ambrosial water, a tradition whose specific chain of transmission has been outlined in depth by Anna van den Kerkhove. Memphis was well known for its alchemy as well as its magic. Within this tradition, the Great Paris Magical Papyrus contains a ritual for immortalization that is similar to some of the initiatory hermetica. Oracle collections sometimes attribute to Hermes pronouncements concocted from gospel commonplaces. Despite this, Hermetists created a common mode of spiritual discourse within their scattered circles. Hermes was considered to belong in the company of the universally recognized wise. In this spiritual formation, sayings were not supplanted by treatises, but continued to play a significant role. Didymus the Blind invoked Hermes in his De Trinitate. Furthermore, the best-known collection of oracles is the Theosophia Tubingensis, which is dated between 474 and 508. Augustine states that Hermes's teachings correspond to the teaching of the truth. However, we know from historical records that the unity of the way of Hermes was not put into practice as far as we can currently determine. Thessalus reports that his soul constantly foretold to him that he would speak with the gods. When this occurred, the priest demanded of Thessalus whether he intended to converse with a dead man's soul or with a god. Hermes serves as the god who presides over rational discourse. The propagation of Hermetic teachings and rituals is explicitly defined as a tradition characterized by an act of handing over from one generation to the next. The groups of the Way of Hermes were gathered round a holy teacher to receive wisdom first spoken by the divine sage Hermes. Within this discourse, authorship sets specific parameters for which statements it is possible to utter as truth. The designation of Hermetism aligns with Kevin Van Bladel's view, identifying it as a specific ritual tradition. This is evidenced in the papyrus text where Thoth, the thrice greatest and lord of Hermopolis, has come to provide a breathing document written with his own fingers so that your bay spirit may breathe forever. The purpose of this divine writing is for the recipient to regain the form they had on earth among the living. This restoration is made possible because you are divine together with the bay spirits of the gods. While Karl Popper's conception of tradition is quite wide, comprising anything that constitutes a given in society like wearing a watch on one's left wrist, Hermetism remains a literate, educated and sophisticated tradition. A practitioner is defined as one who adheres specifically to the ritual tradition of the Way of Hermes. The narrative of these teaching activities by Hermes is set in a primordial time, as both The and Osiris are members of Manetho's first dynasty of gods. This era contrasts with the reign of Ptolemy III Euergetus, who began his rule by campaigning vigorously in Syria. In this period of disorder, war becomes the foremost hallmark, as human rulers force their subjects to make war upon each other. The KK identifies this cycle of conflict, specifically as a defining characteristic of such disordered times. Robert K. Rittner notes that ritual experts within the temples wielded magical power known as Heka, applying it across temple, royal, and private contexts. Diodorus describes Hermes in this sphere as a counselor and sacred scribe of Osiris, who invented language, letters, divine rites, sacrifices, astronomy, and music. Among the many arts attributed to Hermes is the invention of law. He refers to himself as the planet Mercury, a detail that demonstrates the fluid borders between the human figure of Hermes, his status as a god, and his planetary counterpart. Hermes is also recognized as the artisan of the bodies of humankind. In the Anthropogony of KK, he declared a willingness to aid those who belong to him, stating that he will forever be of assistance to the mortal life of humans born under his signs. Hermes serves as the patron god of letters and sacred matters, holding a position that allows him to lead the way on the path of Theurgy according to Iamblichus. He is credited with teaching Isis and Osiris how to execute their civilizing efforts across the world. In the Egyptian tongue, the demiurgic intellect is called Ammon. When this same intellect becomes productive of goods, it is referred to as Osiris. Other Hermetica identify the Logos as serving as the creative instrument of the Demiurge. Furthermore, astrologers cited Hermes as a primary authority when referring to the theory of royal souls. Some commentators interpret the command to multiply as a curse spoken by God, drawing a parallel to that of the rulers in On the Origin of the World. In contrast, those who follow the way of immortality are imagined as a community whom Hermes teaches how to be saved. The term can also be used to describe the Roman College of Augurs. In a broader sense, it refers to the practice of taking omens from the flight and cries of birds. Jean-Pierre Mahet has shown how the lifestyle described in various wisdom texts closely aligns with the specific path of Hermes. Building on this, Van den Kerkhove points out in La Voix d'Hermès that these instructions have a distinct ritual element to them. In Seer 1452, the historical record describes Hermes as the teacher of all wisdom and the leader of words. This confirms his role in providing the foundational discourse for human understanding. Following his instruction, Hermes went out to proclaim the virtues of reverence and knowledge. He delivered a diatribe calling for the ignorant to sober up and convert, declaring, "I let you discern knowledge of his might." After performing good deeds upon the earth, the speaker reflects on these actions. This spiritual progression takes place in contexts such as the Chamber of Darkness, which refers to an actual room within the House of Life found in individual temples. Once initiated, we must assume that the candidate can now act as a master and receive new applicants who wish to set out on the way of Hermes. This transmission is vital because Hermes and those he taught provided humankind with the gifts of civilization to save them from their savage state. Because they made civilized life possible, Hermes and his fellow culture heroes are considered saviors. His message is therefore beneficial for humanity at large, ensuring that all things will be moved and all shall be made glad, so long as Hermes guides. Hep, Apotel, Epit, 306.19-20 specifies that Hermes is to be observed when someone is about to enter a ship or travel on a journey. This protective presence extends into the spiritual realm, where the exhortation to take Hermes' hand and be led by him signifies that the reader or listener should find an actual Hermetic teacher. The Astrology of Iamblichus states that the saving power of God has permeated every place. To facilitate this reach, a text such as Ch7 could be used as an aide-memoire for public exhortation by a Hermetic preacher. In the Mysteries at Eleusis, the Hierophant is dressed up to represent the Demiurge. This ritual representation aligns with Hermes' enigmatic speech in Ch3 These, sections 1 and 2. Hermes described people who, after being immersed in the mixing bowl, were able to comprehend all things in their mind. However, he warns that the presence of many could profane the discourse. Hermes performs the secret hymn of the rebirth by means of his powers in sections 17 through 20 of Ch13. Both Sh4, 1 and Ch13, 1 refer to a promise made earlier by Hermes to expand on his teaching in the Genikoi. The more precise manner or method of salvation now follows in Ch13, where Hermes explains the teaching and method of rebirth. This tradition is linked to the Traditio Mystica, which is referred to several times in the Hermetica, most elaborately in Sh36. In the Mithras liturgy, the performer must maintain purity for 3 days, a requirement that may imply a period of sexual abstinence. This physical preparation stands in contrast to what Hermes explains in the Perfect Discourse regarding human desire. He tells his disciples that desire necessarily persists because human beings consist of matter and must partake of material nourishment. Within Ch6 2, temper is described as a form of matter that transforms into courage when it creates a condition corresponding to the thought of the soul. This internal alchemy leads Hermes to use the relatively uncommon word diaphrazo in his request for him to show plainly the method of rebirth. The participle used here functions in an instrumental sense, indicating that it is by perceiving the vision within himself that Hermes has drawn out of himself. Hermes states clearly that he can no longer be seen with the physical eyes. A close parallel to this transition is found in Sh30:44, where the spirit of reproach known as Momus calls Hermes Genesiorgos. In this capacity, Hermes is identified as the Son of God who draws souls out from the realm of fatality by illuminating their mind. Van den Kerkhove points out in his research on ritual practices and Hermetic texts that the concept of euphemia has 2 meanings. It refers to both speaking auspiciously and keeping quiet to avoid saying anything ominous. However, in the Hermetica, it is mostly used to reprimand a student for being irreverent. On the other hand, Hermes is much more direct when he acts as a Genesiorgos. While the passage does not contain a traditional invocation, the notion of stages reveals that these invocations follow a fixed ritual pattern. This structure connects to Searle's article How Performatives Work when discussing how speech acts function within this framework. Within this structural context, Hermes invokes the remaining powers as virtues instead of divine names, shifting the focus toward internal qualities by calling upon the power of continence using the first-person singular present indicative active tense. He then exhorts Tat to receive this power through an aorist subjunctive construction, stating that incontinence has been repulsed once it is received. The ritual continues as Hermes invokes the power of perseverance in the present first-person singular, leading to a stage where justice is described as the very basis of justice itself. Justice is said to have expelled injustice without any formal judgment, meaning it does not need to be summoned individually, while the 7th power brought forth in this sequence is truth. Once it departs, deceit flees away. Hermes possesses a special authorization to perform these illocutionary acts because he is identified as the Genesiorgos of rebirth. This role grants him a particular authority regarding utterances, given his status as the patron god of the word itself. The mechanics of this divine speech mirror legal procedures, just as an attorney calling on a witness normally compels that witness to move to the stand. Hermes' declaration makes the power present in the narrative universe. In the god's arrival ritual, a deity is petitioned for an oracle using the phrase, "I call to you, O Thoth, the hearing ear, everything." During this specific rite, the gods are asked to speak through a boy for a limited period for divinatory purposes. This connection to divine speech is further reflected in the prayer of thanksgiving, which contains the phrase, "We have known you, O womb of all Fusios, nature." The same prayer of thanksgiving also includes a profound acknowledgement of origin. It contains the phrase, "We have known you, O eternal permanence of the Father who conceives." The components of a traditional religious hymn are frequently categorized as invocatio, pars epica, and precatio. Alternatively, scholar Jan Martin Bremer identifies these distinct sections as invocation, argument, and petition. During the Hellenistic era, a secondary section was commonly inserted following the initial invocation to describe the universal omnipotence of the deity. However, the Hermetic hymn of rebirth does not strictly adhere to this standard Greek scheme of invocation, argument, and request. The Hermetic hymn of rebirth utilizes a unique twofold invocation. It first addresses the cosmic elements and the cosmic deity before turning to the divine powers residing within Hermes, which are considered identical to those governing the cosmos. The bilingual Leiden papyrus, designated as PGM 12, preserves a specific invocation that commands heaven, earth, and the underworld to open. This is followed by an appeal to the 10 powers, through which the hidden Amun makes himself manifest. The text continues with a command for the internal powers to sing hymns to the One and the All. While 9 of these are present, perseverance is notably missing from the list, likely due to an oversight by either the author or a copyist. The powers in the hymn praise God, who is identified as both the energy of Hermes's powers and the power of his energies. Because this deity remains immaterial, Hermes instructs against offering any material sacrifices to him. Alternatively, we can ask God to accept an offering through the Logos. This is expressed in the phrase, "Receive the all through me," by means of Logos as a logikethisia. In the Hermetic ritual community, the term logikethisia is used as a technical term. This specific phrase also shows up in the prayer of thanksgiving, which can likely be seen as another example of this same kind of offering. In the Theologomena Arithmeticae, the decad is identified as both universe, ion, all, and memory. During the process of rebirth, a candidate is filled with 10 powers. To facilitate this transformation, a genies Yorgos is needed to act as a midwife of rebirth who can call the powers down for you. Hermes emphasizes that this must be done with purpose, stating, "Not aimlessly, my son." The oral tradition is extolled by the statement, "It is sufficient that each of us has charge of it, I who speak and you who listen." Hermes remains explicit that the tradition of rebirth can only properly be transmitted through this spoken word. In describing his unique status, Hermes reveals himself as the genies Yorgos of rebirth, a complex role that has not been fully explained in previous accounts. He explains that he was the one impregnated by the powers through an act of spiritual procreation. The mechanics of this process involve Hermes's power receiving spirit from another source, specifically identified as the fountain bubbling with life in the Ennead. Consequently, Hermes confirms that he has given birth to power through this divine lineage. Hermes identifies this specific progression as the order of the tradition, asserting that his promise was made according to humanity. He provides further detail regarding these circumstances, clarifying how he received spirit from a power in the past, which established his foundational role within the tradition. While these spiritual processes are taking place, scholar François Dalmas compares how the Canopus Decree and the Memphis Decree express their ideas. "I am Neferuben Hofi, whose word is truth." The speaker requests that Thoth supply their needs of bread and beer while asking him to guard their mouth in speaking. There is a profound desire expressed for having Thoth behind them tomorrow, an aspiration rooted in the belief that Thoth is personally present to each of his worshippers. He actively directs their speech as they navigate their path. The text includes a quotation from Ench, as cited in Shaw, Theurgy, and the Soul. Within this context, Hermes asks God to give them through the Spirit, that they might see the shape of the image that has no deficiency. Following the invocation and a ritual embrace, Hermes, or Tat, exclaims to rejoice over this. He declares that already from them the power which is light has come to us. Just as physical rain makes plants grow, the powers born by Hermes emit spiritual rain as energies that make souls grow. This sequence of ritual speech concludes with 2 nomina barbara interspersed with 6 lines of voces magicae. The invocation and its parallels with nomina in PGM I and the 13, as well as specific gems, suggest a strong association with Horus. More specifically, these connections indicate that this particular power was linked to the figures of Horus, the scarab, and the Ouroboros. The heptagram represents the 7 vowels which are recited multiple times throughout the main spell. To perform this correctly, the ritualist must begin in the top left corner while facing east. As the ritualist moves, the number of vowels increases by increments of 1. These 7 vowels are uttered ritually toward the 4 cardinal directions, and then directed toward earth, air, and heaven. PGM 13 contains a phrase describing a hidden name that is unutterable and cannot be spoken by a human mouth. Because of this, one of the chief attractions of the Greek language for magicians was its utility in ensuring the correct pronunciations of magical names. The power, which is light, does not originate from Hermes himself. Nevertheless, Hermes declares that the power which is light has arrived. The teaching of Hermes as the king of counsel, guide and father of all, establishes his role as a central figure in spiritual instruction. In the Poimandres, it is said that he sowed logoi of wisdom into his followers, leading them to acknowledge that they received life only when made wise by him. Hermes stated in the Corpus Hermeticum that he would help those who are born again in his signs. This supports a broader way of Hermes, which consists of teachings concerning the human, cosmos and God, alongside ritual practices of initiation and ascent. The outline of this way of spiritual progress encompasses both theoretical knowledge and practical rites for ascension. It is likely that the practice of Hermetism foreshadows the later development of Theurgical Platonism. The notion of reverence in silence may derive from Pythagoras, who reportedly wrote for young men to come and revere all these things in silence. Within wisdom literature, this ideal often served as pragmatic advice not to speak out of turn, resonating with the way of Thoth and the specific path of Hermes. A magical spell invokes Hermes as fetuses do to the wombs of women, a phrasing found in PGM 8. 2 and 3, where he is escorted by 8 guards. During such states, his bodily senses are suppressed like those in sleep, while his anoia revolves around true existence and his dianoia soars high. The regular practice for members of the Hermetic community would consist primarily of instruction and exhortations. However, a complex tension exists regarding magic. Hermes inveighed against its use by stating that it is not fitting for the spiritual man who knows himself to correct anything by magic, even if deemed good, nor to use force against fate. In the fragment of Zosimus, Hermes assumes that magic specifically counteracts the work of fate on the physical body. The term magic itself is used here as a translation for Greek mageia or the Egyptian Heka. Isis, in the Kore Cosmo, explicitly says that magic acts as a cure for the soul. This shows that Hermeticists were aware that certain names could be used to push back against fate, probably during specific magical rituals. Anna van den Kerkhove has pointed out that a formal ritual framework also exists within Hermeticism. The mystical numerology and the specific composition of hymns represent what is perhaps the closest development of arithmetic, music, and geometry found in the Hermetica. Another possibility is that Hermeticists purposely avoided using the word magic, simply because practicing it was illegal at the time. This complex relationship with ritual power is explored further in Rouel's work, Hermes Trismegistus, Le Livre Sacré sur le Décan. Among the wide range of divine names invoked within the magical papyri, Hermes and Thoth stand out as 2 of the most commonly used. The specific spell is performed inside a room where Thessalos has positioned a throne to serve as a ritual focus. During this process, the operator assumes a divine role by first uttering the 7 vowels in the guise of Thoth, who takes the form of a baboon. The operator then claims that my name is Soul of Darkness, I am the one who is born from heaven. With eyes closed before a lamp, they recite a light-bringing spell 7 times, followed by a light-retaining spell intended to prevent the fire from going out. Once the eyes are opened, the God-bringing spell is spoken 3 times to make the God appear and speak directly to the operator. If that light appears as a vault, the practitioner must close their eyes again and utter the light-bringing spell 3 more times. Should the light appear as a vault once more upon opening the eyes after that second sequence, the instructions dictate closing them again and repeating the light-bringing spell for another 3 times. Notably, there is no mention of a bowl being used anywhere in this description of the ritual. The ritual takes place sometime during the day, though it is possible that a vessel is implied in the description of these actions. To begin the proceedings, the operator uses palm fibers from a male date palm and burns male frankincense after uttering the formula 7 times. Following these initial steps, the operator makes a libation of wine, beer, honey, or milk from a black cow onto grapevine wood. The formula is then uttered 7 times into the ear of the medium after these offerings are completed. This specific spell shares similarities with the procedure of Thessalos, where a priest speaks names over the head of a medium to induce a vision. However, while that rite occurred in the darkness of a chamber, the present ritual is performed in the open air. The spell found in PGM to 891 serves a different purpose, intended specifically to wake the medium from his trance. In another context, Hermes induces a state of mania through silence and philosophical exposition. This stands in contrast to the Mithras liturgy, which is a spell bridging the gap between Hermetism and magical divinations. The operator carries a heavy responsibility during these rites because he must vouch for the medium. This necessity arises from the belief that the operator will be judged on behalf of the person in the trance. According to PGM through 742, if one intends to show someone a vision, they must first judge whether that person is worthy as a human being. This judgment takes place by using the space as if the individual were being judged over them in the state of apathenatism. Festugier noted that the term oikos katharos might refer to a room in a temple, but in this specific context it probably refers to a hut constructed for the occasion. Despite these ritual details, Hermes declines to speak about certain subjects out of fear that his divine discourse might be profaned. The book The Mithras Liturgy by Betts discusses the passage found in PGM through 792, highlighting a distinction in practice. Unlike the way of Hermes, which requires a lengthy period of instruction and spiritual exercises, there is nothing in the Mithras liturgy that necessitates such an extensive preparation. In demotic vessel divination, the operator utters a prayer softly over the head of a medium who is lying on his stomach. The operator then recites the first prayer of the spell for the medium, continuing to say successive things as an initiate in a soft voice so that he may not hear. During these proceedings, the visionary utters a self-representation stating, "I am a star wandering about with you and shining forth out of the deep Thuth." While some testimonies also mention streams of air, they consistently speak to a tripartite cosmology. Understanding these ancient texts requires a practice of hermeneutics, which means listening to what they have to tell us. This involves an active encounter of subjectivities and a true conversation between the reader and the text. The art of hermeneutics also requires bringing prior assumptions and prejudiced opinions into a new environment where they can be challenged. Ultimately, it is about talking with the text and allowing it to talk back with us. A specific procedure involving reshuffling in a circular arrangement serves as a heuristic device within this practice. Furthermore, the text describes how God sent a herald to announce that humans should immerse themselves in the bowl. The presence of the Thebes cache provides physical evidence for Hermetic ritual activity within the city of Thebes. This archaeological context supports part 2 of our inquiry into the specific ritual traditions of the Way of Hermes, a path those seeking this particular brand of salvation would embark upon. In these rites, a spiritual master assuming the role of Hermes guides the initiate through the planetary spheres. This progression is achieved by chanting vowels and uttering specific nomina barbara to navigate the celestial layers. Hermes indicates that a new law will be directed at reverent and good people, specifically those in danger who were discussed earlier by him. While the tradition of Hermes presents itself as reaching back to primeval times, it functions as an invented tradition. To do this, Hermes has been training his faculty of attention, or prosoche, to stay focused on what is truly real and remain in the present moment. Through these efforts, he has reached an advanced level of practice known as ecstasis, which is a state of ecstasy. Van den Kerkhove suggests that a passage describing baptism in a crater or mixing bowl might reflect an actual Hermetic baptismal rite, or perhaps the sharing of a ceremonial drink. This ritual context is rooted in Hermes's long history of practicing meditative techniques known as Manetho to discipline both his mind and body. Intense visions or hallucinations can give rise to an overwhelming sense of reality that remains in the subject's memory long after the event concludes. The text specifically refers to ecstatic visions and auditions of a type that were well known, experienced, and deeply appreciated within Hermetic milieux. Even while navigating these states, Hermes uses conventional terms for thinking or intellectual reflection, specifically anoia and dianoia. He expresses a deep desire to hear the answers to his questions as he encounters the voice of light, which is identified as the subtle, intelligent pneuma. The two questions Hermes had asked have been answered noetically through direct vision and audition. It is this very revelation that tortures him, keeping the fire that burns him burning even hotter. Hermes eventually returns to his senses with a clear understanding of what he has to do. This clarity comes after Poimandres joins with the powers of the Ennead. Hermes' silence became pregnant with good, a state where his very stillness held potential for profound spiritual fruit. From this quietude, his uttering of words gave birth to good things, establishing speech as a generative force in the sacred tradition. Hermes takes to the streets as a preacher, calling on people to wake up from their ignorance and see the light. He urges them to go against the grain to reach the haven of salvation and find a guide to the gates of knowledge, or gnosis. Hermes asks for the strength not to fail in his understanding of the divine essence. He embraces this opposing force, declaring with conviction that he is moving toward life and light, according to Diotima, the good and the true manifest, as beauty to the lover of wisdom. This is reflected in Hermes' vision, which includes a limitless expanse of a lovable, clear, and friendly light. The word energies appears more frequently than modern translations suggest. This highlights that spiritual praxis and transformation were central to the way of Hermes. Transformative experiences within the way of Hermes were often described as beginning unexpectedly and spontaneously. These moments would occur even while teachers were providing lectures or engaging in the types of discussions found throughout the Hermetic treatises. Hermetic practice was fundamentally centered on intimate encounters between teachers and their pupils. These meetings in Hermetic communities were likely concluded with a prayer of thanksgiving or praise, where devotees would face east during morning prayers and west while praying at sunset. It appears that Hermes had been speaking about divinity in his general discourses, specifically within a treatise title that speaks of a conversation held. This lack of distinction is not a result of deliberate vagueness from Hermes. Rather, it stems from the fact that what the rebirth is all about simply cannot be taught through words alone. At this outburst in his teaching, one imagines Hermes heaving a deep sigh and throwing up his hands. During the 12th dynasty between 1991 and 1783 BCE, a temple was built here for Renenutet. This goddess of harvest, birth, and good fortune would later be known in Greek as Hermuthis. The Hermetica claimed to have discovered a specific method to approach the good. Within this framework, Hermes possesses the power to make things of beauty, a concept discussed in Hanegraaff's Esotericism and the Academy. No verbal summoning is mentioned for the fifth power, as it remains distinct within the ritual sequence. Hermes breaks his silence to hail the arrival of the generative or life-carrying healing forces, which are known as true logoi spermatikoi. Hermes mentions 9 of the 10 powers by name. It is likely that poor perseverance was either forgotten or overlooked by a scribe, yet the remaining powers in Hermes are shouting that they praise the all. The 10 powers respond to Hermes' call by hymning the divine source of all that is. In turn, Hermes invites these powers to sing with him, leading them into a state where they are now singing in all things. The text captures a moment of palpable fear on Hermes' part during a discussion regarding death, where he suggests that irreverence serves as its own punishment. He poses the rhetorical question of what fire could produce flames greater than those ignited by such lack of reverence. Hermes' prayer is distinguished from normal speech, representing instead the beauty of the soul through a step-by-step formation that has been received. As this ritual progresses, the total number of powers invoked at each step expands in direct proportion to the increasing number of vowels. When these various powers are lined up one after another, they sound forth praises for the entity by whom they were brought forth. Hermes then turns his prayer directly toward the ultimate unbegotten source itself, requesting that it send down its power or dunamis to grant wisdom. The human voices from below function by carrying pneumatic energy from the cosmos upward toward the hypercosmic levels. Consequently, for the power that is light is already descending from them to us. The gift of divine pneuma makes it possible for Hermes to speak, moving him from a prior state of pure forgetfulness into a condition of true wakefulness. This transition allows the nous to respond to Tat's plea by speaking through the mouth of Hermes himself. In the Ogdoad and the Ennead, this dynamic requires Hermes to give vocal expression to whatever wells up in him directly from the source. Hermes maintains that it is right before God to keep silent about what remains hidden. The ceremony concludes in a spirit of Eusebia, which stands as the supreme hermetic virtue. This structure reflects the broader genre of spiritual hermetica, defined by inspirational narratives regarding the ideal teacher, student, discussion, message proceedings, and rewards. Hermeneutics within this tradition emphasizes mediation and communication, rather than rupture or revolution, mirroring the nature of Thoth, who possessed a powerful trick up his sleeve, much like Hermes, the trickster. As a master of liminality, he effortlessly crosses boundaries that many believe can never be crossed. Recognized as the first Hermes, Thoth inscribed stelae in the land of Theurgy using hieroglyphic letters and the sacred tongue. The PGM provides a specific recipe for ritual. Take 28 leaves from a pithy laurel tree, along with virgin earth, wormwood seed, wheat meal, and calf's snout herb, which are pounded together with the liquid of an ibis egg to form a uniform dough. This dough is then shaped into a figure of Hermes wearing a mantle while the moon is ascending. Such practices relate back to broader philosophical inquiries, such as those by Frances Yates. She quoted the formulation regarding the dignity of man, interpreted as the great miracle and a supreme magical operator, 16 times in her book. Hermes is instructed to hold a herald's staff, a symbolic gesture that emphasizes his primary role as a messenger. This imagery reinforces the text's identification of Hermes as the Lord of the world and the founder of the words of speech, titles that underscore his absolute authority over language and communication. In another passage, Hermes is described as the pleader of justice's cause, highlighting a deep association with moral and legal order. The spell attributed to him grants functions spanning cosmology, language, justice, death, divination, and healing, reflecting an expansive range of divine powers. Interestingly, the word magic or magia appears only once in the Greek and Latin Hermetica, indicating its limited use within these specific texts. The technical Hermetica typically promoted a practical deliverance from everyday misfortunes such as disease, poverty, and social conflict. Zoroaster arrogantly claims that all evils of fate, both specific and universal, can be averted through the magic of embodied speech. Hermes challenges this assertion by stating that a spiritually self-aware individual does not require magic, even if it is considered beneficial. Instead, they should allow necessity to unfold naturally. During a ritual passage, the initiate declares that they have received life from Hermes because he made them wise, expressing profound gratitude for spiritual enlightenment. The same initiate offers further praise to him in this moment of recognition. The text PGM addresses the elementary powers of spirit, fire, water, and earth with mystical noises. It invokes these elemental forces through specific mystical vocalizations, demonstrating a direct ritual engagement with the fundamental components of the cosmos. In his De Harmonia Mundi, published in 1525, Francesco Giorgi made great and influential use of Hermes. However, these Hermetic writings should be regarded as a purely literary phenomenon rather than liturgies for a confraternity of initiates. The movement foreshadowed a lively career for Hermes in the world of Islam. Some Stoics conceptualized Logos Hermes not merely as a functional tool for the universe, but as both a cosmological utility and a demiurgic creator. This perspective aligns with teachings from Valentinus around 140, where he and his followers taught that the highest divine principle, defined by depth and silence, developed into a pleroma of 30 aeons. Within this drama of creation, Thoth acquired a leading role as a demiurge. He presided over the sacred rituals, texts, formulae, and magic arts that were so closely related to one another. The divine powers that bind this closely knit structure together are sometimes called energies. Alternatively, these same divine powers may also be spoken of in terms of light. Magicians claimed they could manipulate these divine powers by exploiting the sympathetic links between material substances and their corresponding energies. To do so, however, a magician needed to acquire and demonstrate knowledge of the divine realm to possess the power known as suvayas. This specific power was required to compel higher beings into acquiescence. Furthermore, a magician's potential power was considered to be unlimited, certainly equivalent to that of the gods themselves. These practices and systems have been achieved in different groupings, including technical, astrological, and philosophical categories. Alchemy was established as the art by which base metals were supposed to be transmuted into silver and gold. In a related spiritual framework, Zoroaster claimed that philosophers could avert all evils of fate through the acquisition of knowledge and magical virtue. Proclus continued this tradition by stating, "Let us celebrate him as with a hymn," while enumerating the manifold works of the Creator. Porphyry identified the oracular Chaldaica as his principal source for these theurgic doctrines. Porphyry claimed that theurgy could prepare the soul to receive spirits and angels, and even to see gods. However, he denied that these practices had any effect on the higher or intellectual soul. Theurgy is almost as independent of the moral qualities of its practitioner as the spells of the vulgar magician. Yet, Porphyry notes in Riga 4 that those purified by theurgic art cannot return to the Father. The divinatory element in theurgy is described as a work not human but divine and supernatural, sent down from heaven above. In this same vein, Egyptian theology recommends rising up through priestly hieratic theurgy toward higher and more universal levels situated above fate, while the underlying theology of the Chaldean oracles provides the intellectual justification for these specific ritual prescriptions. The celestial element is enticed into the image through repeated celestial rites. This process serves as a method of drawing down higher powers into a specific form or representation. Amun corresponds to the Theban cosmogony, as he brings creation to light from what is hidden. From this source, the demiurgic logos has emerged from the ruler of everything. The demiurgic logos is subsequently placed in authority over that which has been created by the ruler of everything. This establishes a clear hierarchy within the cosmogony, defining how power flows from the ultimate source to the structured world. The great demon is described as an overseer and a terrible judge of the dead who rules over the souls of man. By contrast, certain traditions expect people to create earthly gods and secure their continued presence on earth through the art of making gods, a process explained as invoking or summoning demons and the souls of angels to descend from above and inhabit physical statues. Festugière notes that creating the soul is similar to how mercury is produced in alchemy. In this kind of spiritual chemistry, mercury plays a major role. When it's positioned correctly, it produces great men who achieve fame for their sacred work. The celestial element is kept in happiness through these rites to endure its long sojourn among humankind. This practice finds historical resonance with Theon, an eminent mathematician and astrologer who took a significant interest in the various techniques of divination. A fragment attributed to Hippocrates contains the phrase regarding discerning the power of the god through the intervals of fate. This concept relates back to chronological complexities, such as recorded in the Canopus decree, which documents Oya-Jata's unsuccessful attempt to introduce a leap day every 4th year. The term Genes Yorgos first appears in the Wisdom of Solomon to designate the creator of the world. However, Numenius employs this same term as a designation for lower souls that are specifically concerned with generation. The anthropogony described by KK outlines a process where souls are created specifically to join in the creative work of the monarch god. In this framework, nature acts as the counsel of God. Upon receiving the demiurgical logos, she begets both the elements and these souls as her offspring. Philosophy is described elsewhere as an art belonging exclusively to prophets. Regarding rebirth, Hannah Graf claims that this promise was originally made in the Genikoi. Within human existence, the descent and joining together of divine powers serves to mirror the process of divine birth. This connection is further explored in the Book of Thoth, which mentions a specific way of Thoth that leads candidates to see heaven and hidden divine secrets. The successful performance of any conventional act intended to summon a superhuman being will always produce that actual being. Through ritual communication, these culturally postulated entities gain their perceived presence in the world. The lepers are portrayed as soiling the ritual purity required to behold the gods. This underscores a strict requirement for sanctity during these sacred encounters. While there are 10 distinct divine powers, they are in fact also one. In chapter 13 of the Hermetica, life, light, and justice represent 3 of these 10 powers. While injustice is identified as one of the Avengers, the specific formula for these actions is found within both the god's arrival rituals and the vessel inquiry rites. These divinatory practices rely on a combination of divine names alongside deliberate ritual gestures and physical objects. The invocation of cosmic forces in the Great Paris Magical Papyrus functions similarly to a hymn. In contrast, the London Leiden Papyrus includes a specific call to the Mistress of the Spirits and issues a command for the primal heaven to open. The PGM V46D calls upon Ion Iawo Wei, known as the Lord of the Spirits. This serves a broader purpose where humans must receive the seminal outflowing from God above to facilitate the birth of a new human. During its reascent in the cosmogony, the pneumatic logos draws fire and air up toward the heights. This movement is punctuated by Tat's declaration to God, the Genarch of Genesiorgia sending Logikai Thesiai. Michael Sellis describes avenging demons who restrain wicked souls during their ascent by binding them and suffocating them. In a related cosmological framework, it is said that the craftsman of the universe transferred the light from his chest to the thoughts of the gods. The power to see God is ritually invoked from above by a master. In practice, chanting the vowels is associated in the magical papyri with summoning the cosmic god. The common inclusion of an Ouroboros symbolizes the eternal circuit of the universe. Within this sacred space, the ritualist is instructed to finally look up into the air and the heavens. Astronomy is mentioned as the primary art that arithmetic, music, and geometry serve as auxiliaries to. The remainder of the invocation praises God's creative and ruling power. Leconomancy serves as a method of divination involving a bowl filled with liquids such as water, oil, milk, or various combinations thereof. This practice fits within Richard Gordon's broader classification of divination, which encompasses dreams, vessels, lamps, and direct vision. To successfully persuade a god to appear, the operator must project a divine status during the ritual. Johnston identifies the Theurgy of the Chaldean oracles as containing what is known as the earliest ritual for ascent. The primary purpose of this specific prayer is to achieve rebirth as an immortal being capable of ascending. In a similar vein, the ML functions as a spell designed to obtain divine epiphanies where the visionary invokes a god to transport them to the celestial pole. Macrobius says that the cosmic hymarmene was actively managed by spiritual intermediaries called daimones. In this context, Iamblichus argued that an initiate should use Theurgy to rise up and achieve a divine rebirth. The description of the process involves 10 divine energies and 12 tormentors linked specifically to the zodiac. Furthermore, the imagination is defined by its capacity to store images so that it functions as a kind of cosmic memory. The ultimate task of human souls was to help give birth in beauty to divine goodness and truth. This creative participation serves as the final objective within these complex ritual systems. Other sources attribute the rain miracle to Julian, who was known as a Chaldean Theurge. In a different context, the type of alchemy Abu Abdullah b. al-Ji-Allah mentioned implied the kind of miraculous powers usually associated with the Awiyah. Thoth was associated with writing, wisdom, science, and the spirit of invention. The practice of contemplation endowed them with dignity, piety, and a feeling of security. Constant contact with divine knowledge and inspiration encourages a life of wisdom as the priests cultivated continence and steadfastness. The priests made justice and hatred of greed the ruling principles of their lives. They kept their hands always inside their habit, maintaining a disciplined presence. The priest's labors surpassed the capacity of a man of average strength. Their hard and unceasing labor attests to their endurance in these sacred tasks. The process of cultural coexistence is often called interpretatio graeca. In some contexts, the adretology is offered in return for the healing of the dedicant's eyes. God freely bestows some of his own power on the initiate, a process mediated through a spiritual instructor. Meanwhile, those who aspire to impose a new world order invoke democracy as their slogan. Apuleius described a popular view of magic defined as achieving union through speech with the immortal gods. This perspective suggests that there is no fundamental difference in principle or practice between traditional religion and what later generations have come to call magic. Pliny the Elder stated that magic has embraced 3 other arts which hold supreme dominion over the human mind. He also noted that these practices originally arose from medicine and advanced by adopting the disguise of a higher and holier system. The 5th treatise focuses on books concerning education and the art of sacrifice. This specific work is composed of 10 books in total. Ritual purity was considered essential to the success of any magician. Furthermore, the rite is specifically designed to be followed by a lone operative who can insert his own name and the specific subject of his enquiry at appropriate points. The entire process may be summarized as one of ascent, rebirth, vision, and communication. The first logos or prayer is intended to invoke the assistance of God's power for the rest of the rite, while the second and third prayers are offered as the vision intensifies. Astrologers saw themselves as men of religion and clothed their teachings in the language of sacred cult. Its exponents tended to allow some margin for free will, and even for religious cults, or at least its vocabulary. The rite is referred to as a rite of immortalization. Within its structure, the operative begins by addressing the god in the usual hectoring manner. The drama in the text is an essential part of the initiation itself, far from being merely a literary form, as seen in some more exclusively didactic treatises examined earlier. This dramatic element remains fundamental to the process. The direct result of this purification is the construction of the logos. Theurgy insisted on the swearing of oaths by members of her circles, reflecting a broader worldview where late pagans regarded all aspects of their lives as being subject to divine power. Within this framework, each group adopts the manner of cult appropriate to it. The first group prefers material rites and offerings, whereas a second, very small group leads the incorporeal intellectual life of the Theurgists. Porphyry made his attempt to reconcile conventional religion and philosophy through the medium of theurgy. However, he also attacked theurgy in his Epistola ad Annabonum. The priest described casting away the coarseness of the body to become a consecrated priest by necessity. This mirrors the perspective of Zosimus of Panopolis, who describes procedures of conventional alchemy as strictly preparatory to the purification and perfection of the soul. The New Coptic treatise preserves extended sequences of vowels and cryptic divine names within initiatory prayers. These specific uses of vowels and nomina sacra may have originated as an Egyptian cultic practice, while similar vowel sequences in Buddhist texts might be used in conjunction with yoga breathing exercises. Porphyry acknowledged in his De Regressu Anime that theurgy could serve as a possible means for purifying the spiritual soul. However, he maintained a sharp distinction between different types of souls, asserting that while the spiritual soul relies on ritual, the intellectual soul is capable of attaining vision of the unity beyond plurality without it. Within Porphyry's framework, theurgy represents no more than a possible first step in the soul's return to its source. Because of this view, he positioned it as a partial and inadequate alternative to virtue and philosophy, which he regarded as superior paths for spiritual ascent. Theurgy and magic both depended for their success on the manipulation of a shared network of universal sympathy, serving as a common mechanism in their respective practices. Despite these differences in application, Porphyry conceded that theurgy was an intuition planted within us before we ever learned to judge or choose, suggesting it has an innate, pre-rational foundation. The Oracles of Chaldea 110 discusses the concept of joining action to sacred word, explicitly highlighting the performative dimension of ritual. This practice underscores how the physical act and the spoken word work in tandem. While Porphyry attempted to confine the field of action for theurgists to the lower soul, Iamblichus observed that it had actually come to embrace the very highest levels of mystical union. As a result, at these higher levels of ascent, techniques become wholly spiritualized and transcend material ritual. The demiurgic nous, serving as the master of truth and wisdom, is identified by different names depending on its specific activities. In the language of the Egyptians, it is called Amun when leading the invisible power of hidden words into the light, while it is known as Ptah when executing all things unerringly and artfully. Besides these main identities, the demiurgic nous has other names that correspond to its different powers. The prophet Bitis passed down a specific name for God that reaches across the entire world. CHXM combines two distinct approaches to ritual practice within this framework. Here, the Teurgy fulfills a comparable function to conventional ritual by serving as a superior form of sacrifice. The most familiar method for invoking the gods among the general population was through traditional sacrifices. In contrast, instruction and initiation were characterized as group experiences rather than solitary ones. While the relationship between philosophy and theurgy has been previously addressed, certain distinctions in practice remain clear. For instance, it is considered sacrilege to burn incense or similar items when praying directly to God. The pinax serves as a distillation of a current that persisted within later paganism within this tradition, Nihilus was saluted by others as a fellow priest and the glory of his profession. To understand the connection between memory and ritual, one must look at how tradition is sustained. Cultural memory is maintained through cultural formation involving texts, rites, and monuments, alongside institutional communication such as recitation, practice, and observance. In these systems, either a philosopher safely dead could be pronounced to have taught with divine authority. This dynamic is rooted in the way tradition functions as ideas or practices handed over from the past and remembered collectively in the present. These movements were unified by a core conviction that salvation comes through knowledge. While some individuals chose a life of dedicated spiritual gnosis to pursue this path, hundreds of others instead became rhetors or lawyers who navigated the world of affairs with a forte for practical matters. Sacred texts are integral to ritual coherence, which places tradition firmly within the grasp of ritual studies as a field of academic inquiry. Catherine Bell argues that the very power of ritual lies in the prestige of this tradition rather than just its immediate actions. The first person who convinced the people to use written laws was a man both lofty in spirit and the most altruistic in his way of life of anyone in memory. Furthermore, Kroll discusses these teachings within Die Lehren. A reformed or reconstructed tradition might serve the same sociological and intellectual functions as those that came before it. This is evident in many texts extolling the profession of scribe as the most excellent one, highlighting a specific cultural valuation. Ptolemy III's royal nomenclature implies a program of restoration through these temporal markers. By contrast, some priests reduce the lengthy reigns of gods by recalculating those years as months or seasons to fit different frameworks. The Jubilees should be celebrated after each of the 25 units of 1461 years. This specific time frame is significant because the sum of 84 years and 1,377 years equals exactly 1461 years. The laws and arts characteristic of present civilization were set down during the Heroic Age, a period defined by the establishment of foundational societal structures. During this era, however, Seth's reign was marked by a distinct atmosphere, where the mighty brutalized the weak as a defining feature of his rule. In the KK, this dynamic of strength against weakness escalated to an extreme degree. The strong killed the powerless by burning them alive even in the sanctuaries and threw those corpses into the inner sanctums. This demon is associated with avenging justice known as Dike Timoros. It was appointed to punish humans who err on earth because they are unable to see the divine. The ultimate goal of Theurgy is ascent. In the Holy Land, humans are born and raised upon the heart. The revelation serves as a narrative framework for the myth of how wisdom from the primordial age was rediscovered and transmitted to a group of worthy recipients. Following the way of Thoth involves both ethical conduct and divine service, though it is not merely a designation for good behavior. Egypt competes and triumphs in the fields of giving birth, putting in order, and educating. The remaining 5 professions belong specifically to the sphere of religion, encompassing seers, root cutters, prophets, augurs, and sacrificers. Within this framework, following the way of God entails serving the deity with reverence. Anna van den Kerkhove considers that the poimandras portrays a ritual investiture intended to enable one to become a spiritual master. This process requires specific expertise, as even the root cutter needs ritual knowledge of which gods to invoke when cutting plants and how to produce the sacred incense known as kaifi. Regarding Acts chapter 24 verse 14, the text mentions worshipping the god of our ancestors according to the way which they call a sect. The labor has put forth shoots not to be despised. Evidence of these traditions persists in Christian use found in Acts chapters 9, 18, 19, 23, 22, and 24. Path suggests that the way of Thoth may be synonymous with pursuing a formal priesthood within the specific cult of the deity. This connection raises the possibility that following such a way is not merely an abstract spiritual practice, but a structured commitment to religious office. In his commentary on the Gospel of John, Augustine notes that philosophers of his time boldly told people they had to follow their specific sects and teachings to live a blessed life. However, according to the gospel message, only a heart that has faith in its own eventual return and understands why it was born in the first place has the power to truly immerse itself. The sentences of SHKI may have functioned as preparatory material for rituals of rebirth and ascent, serving as foundational steps in an initiatory process. By memorizing these sentences, practitioners engaged in spiritual exercises designed to contrast imperishability and immovability with perishability and movability, reinforcing the tension between transient and eternal states. The one who acts according to reason will be in harmony with providence. Having seen him, an individual is empowered to become blessed through a transformation that hinges on direct visionary experience. The key serves as a preparation for receiving the power to see God, positioning it as a critical stage in the journey toward divine vision. The text functions as an idealized representation of a ritual, abstracting its components into a model that transcends specific historical contexts. It is with good reason that the treatise is commonly labeled initiatory, because it reflects such structured engagement with spiritual transformation. An initiatory ritual can be analyzed through the tripartite structure suggested by Arnold van Gennep and Victor Turner, which identifies stages of separation, liminality, and incorporation. The use of both verbs and nouns in the treatise is significant here, because this vocabulary points to a clear idea of a fixed ritual emphasizing continuity and tradition. The first Eucharist marks the final integration. This sequence completes the movement from preparation to spiritual transformation through structured action. A period of purificatory preparations was very common before rituals in the ancient world, establishing a necessary state of readiness for sacred action. Within the initiation rite, proper specific acts, such as baptism, undressing, and exorcism, serve as distinct acts of separation from the mundane. Einar Thomason explored these dynamics in his article titled Becoming a Different Person, Baptism as an Initiation Ritual. His work underscores how these structured actions facilitate the transition into a new state of being. The narrative of chapter 13 reflects an actually performed ritual, highlighting the peculiar illocutionary force of the verb I call upon. Antonio Orbi notes that this meaning is closer to the Teleas Yorgos of Proclus than to Numenius or Origen, though Clement and Origen later adopted the term Gines Yorgos. In her work Pratiques Rituels, Anna van den Kerchove suggests that specific exhortations are intended for Tat to react during the expulsion of Avengers and the subsequent summoning of powers. This process is linked to a deeper cosmology where the creative holy word descended in response to an inarticulate cry found in chapter 1. This same creative holy word is also identified as a son of God, and its joining together during rebirth serves as an allusion to the articulation of the creative logos in cosmogony. Valentinianism provides a parallel where ritual mirrors protology by utilizing these similar terms. The invocation of continence corresponds to Austin's notion of a speech act, where the performative quality of the utterance aligns with the illocutionary force inherent in ritual language. This specific statement invoking continence possesses little propositional content and is not an exhortation. Instead, it focuses on the direct address of power through a vocative. The temporal adverb now adds to the illocutionary force of the invocation of perseverance, reinforcing the immediacy of the performative act. This falls into a category where calling, invoking, or summoning constitutes the first type of illocutionary force, which includes the direct address of powers within the ritual framework. A third type of illocutionary force involves propositional utterances that describe the arrival of the powers or make predications about them, narrating the unfolding of divine realities. Within this framework, the imperative to see the unfolding effects of the advent of justice indicates an ongoing process, emphasizing the dynamic nature of the ritual's performative outcomes. The invocations are concluded with the appearance of truth, marking the culmination of the ritual's performative sequence. Tambaya's work discusses parallelism enlisting within the context of ritual, highlighting how these enumerative structures in the text may serve to reinforce the overall performative coherence of the invocation. Illocutionary acts rely on established conventions, requiring generally agreed-upon conditions for their specific functions to occur. In this context, the primary illocutionary point of an utterance is intended to direct the power being invoked so that it appears. The invocation serves to catch the attention of a deity, though it does not actually constitute the presence of that deity. Instead, the effect of calling upon a god, angel, or demon is wholly psychological and remains implicit within the very act of summoning. These invocations typically involve specific naming and praising of the deity. For example, the London Leiden papyrus, known as PGM-14, contains an invocation asking for the earth, underworld, and primeval waters to open. Similar invocations of opening heaven, earth, and the underworld are also found within mortuary literature. Furthermore, the formula say as magic is present in chapter 13. The Mithras liturgy affords a privileged point of comparison for these practices. This so-called liturgy demonstrates that rituals of rebirth were actually performed by the practitioners. At its root, this practice concerns religious awe, which must be shown toward everything pertaining to the gods. Regarding specific injunctions within these texts, they do not refer to a recommendation to commit suicide. The text to the ablution of Sethos establishes a clear association between renewal and rebirth through the process of purification. This theme continues on a papyrus roll, where the teaching of Amenemhet I appears alongside a prayer dedicated to Thoth. Shmun, also known as Hermopolis, is designated specifically as the holy city of Thoth. Within these sacred contexts, pleading before judges serves as a common thread linking the court of law, funerary beliefs, and initiatory rites. The hymnic prayer found in the Visionary Ascent deviates from the standard threefold Greek pattern consisting of invocation, argument, and petition. Instead, it focuses on a third petition, asking that God receive an offering of speech to grant salvation and wisdom. Vowels and nomina function as part of an invocation required to bring down a pneumatic spirit of light. These elements, alongside parallels with nomina in PGMI and 13 and various gems, suggest this power was likely associated with Horus the Scarab. Charles-Émile Rouelle also writes about how the 7 vowels are used. During the ritual, the practitioner is told to face each of the 4 cardinal directions one by one. The rite must be performed at specific times of day, namely sunrise, midday, or sunset. Finally, the embrace is said to trigger the coming of the power that is light. In chapter 4 of 9, the term arche is used specifically to describe the starting point of what can be known. Before reaching outward visions, the seeker must first go inward through introspection. This progression leads toward a visionary ascent, which serves as an initiation into the role of spiritual master. The oath invoked within these rites calls upon the elements and the 7 Osiarch, including the demiurgical spirit residing in them. It further reaches toward the unbegotten, self-begotten, and begotten gods. Once a candidate was deemed sufficiently mature, they would undergo the formal initiatory rite of rebirth. Several ritual parallels exist for both the rite of rebirth and the visionary ascent. During these actions, an anagogic lightness is ritually invoked from above to secure the vision. Furthermore, the language used by spiritual brothers instructed by a father points toward voluntary associations, which were typically formalized through specific charters and rituals. The word aletheia can be translated as truth, but it can also mean truthfully when used in the context of letting us embrace one another truthfully. This rebirth happens during baptism, which is also called the bridal chamber. In this space, the ritual embrace mirrors the love that holds the cosmos together, a force that creates light. Religion is defined as an institution consisting of culturally patterned interaction with culturally postulated superhuman beings. If religion is viewed as such an institution, then magic consists of specific rituals performed within or on the fringes of that structure. Jan Assmann has described the procession of priests as expressing a textual community that carries the core literature deemed authoritative. Within this framework, it is stated that magic nourishes the soul. In an excerpt from Cherimon preserved in Porphyry's On Abstinence, being a priest is portrayed as a contemplative way of life. This existence is characterized by ascetic practice, ritual purity, and close proximity to the divine. In these traditions, philosophy refers to the highest form of religious devotion. This pure philosophy incorporates the arts, specifically arithmetic, music, and geometry. The terms mysticism and theurgy are often associated with magic in the scholarly literature of ancient religions. Mysticism, specifically, is a contemplative practice aiming to attain unity with the object contemplated. Mysticism becomes religious if it includes some form of communication with superhuman beings in its practice. Furthermore, magic is considered to fall under mysticism if it involves contemplative practice and the idea that the practitioner or his client should become one with the being invoked. Initiatory rituals ensure a corporate identity for the group, establishing a shared sense of belonging through common action. The term theurgy serves as an apologetic designation used to protect certain Neoplatonist philosophers from being accused of practicing magic. While it has made significant headway in studies regarding Jewish mysticism, its core objective remains a union with God. This distinguishes it from common magic rites which often delve into erotic fixations or fishing spells. Philosophy, magic, and medicine are all placed under the purview of the prophet. Here, magic is specifically categorized as a remedy for the soul rather than for the body, positioning it on par with philosophical study. The notion of purity remains operative throughout the entire ritual process. This includes ensuring that the phylactery has nomina written with myrrh as a specific requirement for the sacred action. The arrival of the god often manifests as an incubation rite, where several nomina are invoked, most notably Ptah and the soul of darkness. To prepare for this, the operator must maintain a state of purification for 3 days. Access to specific names within the context of a magic rite is strictly reserved for those who are initiated. To facilitate this, the high priest prepares a pure room along with all other necessary items required for the inquiry. Forced to fend for themselves, these priests made use of their reputation as supreme sages and magicians. By leveraging this status, they were able to carve out a niche for themselves as religious entrepreneurs. Rittner explained the vox magica as imi, which translates to Ammon comes. This suggests that theurgic practice is either ecstatic or autoptic, involving an encounter where the priest was accustomed to being present to direct the interaction between the medium and the god. This procedure mirrors the lamp divination found in PGM to 1114, though that specific practice is instead used to receive an oracle. To prepare for such encounters, both the operator and the medium must undergo purification for a number of days, abstaining from meat, bathing, and probably sexual intercourse. The introductory prayer mentions the sacred fire Kaifi, a detail that aligns with passages in PGM to 792, stating that using this practice often leads to great amazement. Within these rites, the participants are asked for rebirth, specifically through the phrase, "in order that I may be born again in thought." Long before the Greco-Roman period began, priests had already served as established ritual experts for their communities. These figures were not merely writers of texts, but active participants who engaged in initiatory rituals, composed hymns, and led religious gatherings. The craftsmanship required for these complex rituals was often transmitted directly from father to son. To enhance the spiritual weight of their discourse, practitioners utilized a narrative setting within the temple to provide an aura of the sacred around every teaching. The teachings in the PD are portrayed as inspired and holy communications. A primary example is the rite of the opening of the mouth, which serves the vital purpose of making a god present locally. Despite these specialized roles, Section 86 of the regulations expressly permitted laymen to officiate in ceremonies. In this capacity, they were expected to convey the boons of divination and healing directly to lay worshippers. Oracular processions continued to be practiced at least into the 4th century. These activities defined a sect characterized by a high level of spiritual integration and a deep agreement on shared beliefs and practices. One specific type of association was known as the Way of Thoth. This path encompassed an expansive scope of concerns, notably including God, creation, the world, and the Demiurge. The tradition further detailed concepts such as the decans, justice, providence, necessity, fate, free will, time, being, life, and the soul. It also addressed reincarnation, energies, matter, the body, procreation, secrecy, nous, logos, and reverence. Philosophical theories in antiquity served 2 primary functions. They were either put explicitly at the service of spiritual practice or taken as objects of intellectual exercises. The central type of exercise in meditation consisted in training the mind's ability to stay in the present moment without allowing its inner peace to be disturbed by bodily sensations, interior images, or emotional states. The Greek version of meditation, called Manetho, was about practicing deep, focused mental work. These techniques weren't learned from books. Instead, they were passed down directly from teacher to student by word of mouth. The practice was concerned with healing the sicknesses of the soul caused by powerful destructive forces such as insatiability, greed, wrath, grief, lust for wealth, craving for glory and honors, or the drive to excel and dominate others. Those who choose to make the attempt will need to prepare themselves by sustained spiritual practice on a firm foundation of knowledge and faith. God tells people to have children, multiply, and understand that desire is what leads to death. but by refining our spirits, we can turn our intellect into courage and self-discipline. Public sacrifices were performed under her direction or at her suggestion. By giving birth to true virtue and nourishing it, a person allows themselves to become a friend of divinity. The anonymous dialogue of the philosophers and Cleopatra contains references to the alchemical vessel as an instrument of purification and healing. In this cosmological framework, the demiurgic nous puts everything into motion, starting the cosmic planetary machinery. Becoming's essence is life and death, while its energies are defined by quality and quantity. To be capable of knowing him, to wish it and hope for it, is the straight and easy path that leads directly to the good. Those whose lives are governed by an attitude of reverence will naturally be inspired to emulate the essential virtues of goodness and truthfulness. If a human being could become immortal, it would be through giving birth to true virtue and nourishing it. In terms of Plato's Symposium as well as Iamblichus and Theurgy, difficult as it may be for the soul to do its work under conditions of embodiment, that is what we are asked to do. Our task is to give birth in beauty by channeling divine truth and goodness into the world. Formal ritual or ceremonial acts played an important and perhaps crucial role in the candidate's progress from ignorance to spiritual rebirth and deification. These performances carry a symbolic character rather than serving as tools that deliberately induce transformative experiences. Transformative experiences occurred because the candidate had reached a point in training and internal development where such an experience became possible. Success in the transformative process is understood to be a divine gift, which practitioners seek by doing all that was necessary to make it possible for them to receive. Practitioners probably opened their sessions with a prayer for divine inspiration or a moment of meditative silence to center themselves. A large part of the actual practice would be done at home in the form of meditative exercises focused on calming the bodily passions. Under the 12 torments, others more numerous use the prison of the body to torment the inner person through his sense perceptions. However, these divine powers are cleansing the individual so that the logos may take shape in them. The power of self-control has arrived and driven out intemperance, while the seat of justice has arrived and driven out injustice. The author suggests that the process of summoning powers is procedural rather than strictly verbal or ritual. The process of spiritual healing involves a specific dynamic where the pupil makes himself receptive. In this state, the master then summons the powers to facilitate the transformation. When facing difficulties, practitioners would seek advice from the elders about how to deal with problems or obstacles they were encountering in their daily practice. Examples of prayers used for thanksgiving or praise include the logos teleos and chv. It is considered a sacrilege to use burned offerings while praying to the divine source itself. Instead, the logos allows practitioners to make themselves interpreters of the divinity. The author draws a parallel between the summoning of divine powers and the way a surgeon removes cancer, though he clarifies that surgery is strictly a technical procedure rather than a ritual act. In this framework, healing energies manifest in 2 clusters, one of which consists of a septenary of positive energies linked to 7 chief virtues. When the practitioner sends up their entire heart, soul, and power, the source is expected to respond by sending down its own luminous spirit, known as pneuma. This interaction culminates in a long series of 15 omegas sealed by the word zozozoth. This process is completed by the arrival of truth. This spiritual completion can occur spontaneously, or it may be induced artificially through specific spiritual techniques that practitioners often interpret as instances of clairvoyance. The experience is awe-inspiring, a true occasion of fear and trembling. Within this tradition, the term can mean writer or scribe, teacher or lord and master. Thoth presented the art of writing as a beneficial drug for curing forgetfulness. He described writing specifically as a drug of memory and wisdom. Spoken words require speakers and listeners to be physically present in a specific location during a limited period of time. Because of this, active participation in spiritual practice was necessary to receive spiritual power. The task for human beings was to incarnate or embody divine beauty, goodness, and truth. The priestly process involves drawing down noetic powers into material statues to make them alive. References confirm that logos was understood as active divine energy, the fertile power of life itself that had to be transmitted through the human voice. Conversely, the full machinery of suppression was turned against pagan religion. Surawadi stated that whoso questions the truth of this should engage in mystical disciplines and service to those visionaries. He believed that diligent spiritual practice was required, including the cultivation of moral virtues, fasting, reduction of sleep, an invocation of divine names known as dhikr. The sciences of the folk led towards practices of renunciation as a primary path towards spiritual discipline. Within this framework, understanding logos as an active energy is believed to bring practitioners into immediate contact with a stream of luminous, fertile power. This stream of luminous, fertile power originated from the light of lights and has been carried and kept alive by practitioners from one generation to the next. Jacques Derrida insists on the revolutionary violence inherent in this takeover. Thoth invented a drug of memory and wisdom, while Copenhaver's Magic and the Dignity of Man discusses various misinterpretations of Pico's Oratio. There should really be no room for disparaging terminologies such as magic understood in the way the Romans did. The history of reception can be defined as a history of creative reimagination. This is seen in how attendants of the sacred birds hatched, reared, venerated, and eventually mummified them for burial in urns. It was conventional to attribute theological wisdom to one of the sacred peoples of the East. Specific characters were used, such as magic symbols followed by to give victory, strength, and influence to the wearer. Zosimos did not mean to exclude all physical operations from the work of the spirit. Indeed, his own alchemy blends indistinctly into instructions for practical piety. The Hermetica function by joining pious homilies together with rigorous academic exercises. Wilhelm Kroll identified the quest for salvation as the grand theme that unifies these various treatises. In practice, this occurs during the second ritual passage where the initiate says, "You are the one who exists with the Spirit." The internal structure of these works is further defined by this pursuit. For that reason, Kroll's observation highlights how salvation serves as the overarching thread connecting diverse spiritual and intellectual content. Hermetic teachings are characterized by their evolution over time. While some sources suggest that these texts originated as early as the 1st century BCE, other scholars place the earliest records in the late 1st century CE. A major point of scholarly disagreement concerns the extent of Egyptian religious influence on these writings. Some researchers argue for a dominant Egyptian influence, while others contend that the texts maintain a more Greek philosophical orientation. Interpretations of Hermetic texts within early Christian thought vary significantly across different sources. Some scholars choose to emphasize their prophetic and syncretistic nature, while others focus primarily on their philosophical or theological significance. The figure of Hermes Trismegistus holds profound historical and theological significance within these traditions. In the context of early Christian thought, he is specifically noted for his relationship with Asclepius. Hermes Trismegistus stands as the great spiritual intermediary between God and mankind, embodying the role of the Theos Anna, or divine man. The creation myth within this specific book draws inspiration from Genesis to establish its cosmological foundation. Augustine suggests that Hermes is compelled by a divine influence to reveal the past errors committed by his forefathers. However, this doctrine remains complex and polarized, described as being part divine and part diabolical. Chapter 13 focuses specifically on the spiritual rebirth of Tat. He is identified as both the son and the pupil of Hermes, marking a significant transition in his divine essence. Tat serves as a syncretistic appropriation of both Greek and Egyptian deities. This knowledge was passed down through the teacher-disciple relationship, where the shepherd of men appears to a disciple to engage in an apocalyptic discourse. During this encounter, the teacher speaks of man's destiny as a return to God. The book concludes with the disciple offering a hymn to God the Father, mirroring an emphasis on mankind's spiritual journey under a divine guide that is also paralleled by John. Some late 2nd or 3rd century fragments preserved in Vienna contain parts of at least 2 discourses of Hermes to Tat. The first of the triad, number 6, serves as an initiatory dialogue between Hermes and Tat. Notably, the Scholium in Vaticanus 951 has already entered the text itself and lost its superscription. Under the guidance of his father, Tat eventually experiences union with the whole of creation. This reflects how Hermetic mystagogues initiated their pupils into a visionary experience of unification with the divine. Such spiritual insights are echoed in other Gnostic traditions. For instance, in the Book of Thomas, the Savior Jesus states that he who does not know himself knows nothing. The same text from the Book of Thomas further asserts that he who knows himself has also acquired knowledge about the depth of the all. While these themes appear consistent, authentic texts confirm that every Gnostic teacher actually taught his own unique brand of Gnostic religion. For example, Plotinus strictly accepted only 3 levels of being: the one, mind, and soul. Different traditions offer distinct identifications for the divine. In the Holy Book of the Great Invisible Spirit, specifically sections 3.2 and IV2, the real savior is identified as Seth. To properly understand Hermetism, one must view its technical and philosophical books as enshrining related aspects of man's attempt to understand himself, the world around him, and God. The work known as CHX may be relatively late because it purports to be an epitome of the general discourses of Hermes to Tat. Hermes Trismegistus possesses a profound mastery over reality, knowing all that is hidden both under the heavenly vault and beneath the earth. Within this tradition, Tat emerges as a figure unique to the Hermetica. The name Tat may be derived from Toni, which translates to shepherd according to the scholar Heian Chen. The Syriac text clarifies that this dialogue occurs between Hermes and a questioner identified as Tat. These two figures are understood to have been conversing in the desert, where the fruit of their contemplation of God was knowledge. It is important to distinguish that instructions and philosophical Hermetica do not aspire to the status of divine emanations. A personal relationship between a goddess and her worshipper is made prominent in the opening lines of an inscription. In this narrative, Setni saw the beautiful Tabubu and longed to make love to her. Setni offered Tabubu 10 pieces of gold as a gift. She received him in a fragrant and elegant upper room, yet Setni heard the dogs and cats eating his children's flesh while he drank with her. The instruction of Amenemope highlights a sharp contrast between the divine and the human, noting that while God is always perfect, man is always flawed. Mahe views these detached references to the gods in the text as an early foreshadowing of the complex Hermetic God. A shared thread between the instructions and the Hermetica is the understanding of the wise man as one who allows his heart to be opened to divine or paternal guidance. However, it is notable that the underlying assumptions in the instructions are far more anthropocentric than those found in the Hermetica. The initiate demands his oracle as he hovers on the point of death. During this moment, the operative impresses the god with his knowledge of names and attributes before beholding the youthful and beautiful god Helios. The initiation process is structured into 2 distinct phases. The first phase emphasizes self-knowledge, while the second moves toward the knowledge of God. Dualist texts offer spiritual insight and describe what it actually feels like to meditate. These writings stress that the soul's greatest virtue is knowledge, or VY, because anyone who possesses knowledge is inherently good. The initiation could not be completed except through the direct interaction of master and pupil. This dynamic ensures that the transmission of secret wisdom remains a personal, guided encounter. In more initiatory tracts, the spiritual teacher is transformed into something resembling a personification of divine intellect. As Hermes takes on his accustomed role of master, he becomes one with Nous during the course of Tat's initiation. Tat asked Hermes to uphold his promise from the preceding general discourses, specifically requesting an explanation of the doctrine of the 36 decans. Because of Tat's young age, Hermes did not transmit the full discipline of his doctrine or the whole of his contemplation before his own ascension to heaven. This limitation led Tat to complain that Hermes had spoken too enigmatically about God during their previous exchanges, a restriction framed against a cosmic reality where souls disobey the Creator by straying from their appointed tasks. Hermes goes as far as to assert in CHX Mem that the mysteries of the Spirit are not taught, but rather we are reminded of them by God whenever he wishes. In CHIve, Hermes asks Tat a daunting question about the sheer scale of their journey, pointing out just how many heavenly bodies they have to pass through and how many choirs of demons exist along the way. He describes navigating these troops of demons alongside cosmic connections known as Ovvixia and various star paths that allow them to speed toward the one and alone. The answer must lie in the central aspiration of the Hermetist to attain knowledge of God. Therefore I said to him, "Are you a spirit?" In CHXM, the initiation described purges Tat of his vices at a stroke and simultaneously brings him to perceive his true divine self while knowing God. This actual purging of mortal weaknesses is accomplished by the powers of God themselves. Divine power manifests itself in the form of light, appearing at first only to Hermes alone. Tat is overwhelmed by this exaltation and is gradually caught up in the vision, moving from an empathetic experience to a direct one. Tat is brought into a state of perfect repose, balance and clarity of vision. For the first time, he perceives his inalienable kinship with the divine world. Overwhelmed by the sight, Tat calls him Father, Aeon of the Aeons, and Great Divine Spirit. This occurs as one settles at the core of divinity to acquire its very attributes. The current within later paganism saw the true nature of man as divine. This perspective reinforces the idea that the initiation and illumination of the adept was always intended to be the work of his spiritual teacher. The Hermetica themselves make clear that this process of initiation and illumination is the specific work of a spiritual teacher. Hermes' command that the dialogue be committed to writing his possible exhortation to Tat to teach others, and Tat's reluctant acceptance of being but one of many spiritual sons fathered by Hermes all point in the same direction. Hermes gives Tat instructions for a ritual that are almost exactly the same as those in the final passage of the Asclepius. In the Potmandres, once the day's teaching is finished and the sun begins to set, the teacher tells his disciples to give thanks to God. In Chci Atetai, speaks of universal sympathy and explains how the incorporeal world is reflected in the realm of matter. He concludes by observing that worship should be directed towards statues because they contain forms from the intelligible world. A perfected philosopher who has beheld the one may be superior even to the lesser gods. Such an individual does not disdain to describe himself in terms of the traditional divine hierarchy, acknowledging his elevated status within that framework. Zosimus criticizes those who conceal their wisdom for jealousy, vanity, and mean-spiritedness. This stands in contrast to figures like the Platonist Proclus, who addressed a thrice daily act of worship to the sun, just as any ordinary member of his co-religionists would. An oracle attributed to Apollo states that only 3 figures achieved the divine vision: the Egyptian Hermes, Moses, and Apollonius of Tyana. In this process, the disciple is initially asked to alienate himself from his body and the physical world before being reintegrated with them after the initiatory rite of rebirth. The Ogdoad reveals that the Ennead also emphasizes the importance of studying the books of Hermes in general, specifically warning against divulging their contents on pain of terrible penalties. This secrecy underscores a core principle where the ultimate revelation of divine knowledge can occur only through the personal intercourse of master and pupil. The limitations of this path are seen in Thessalus, who failed to rise above mundane preoccupations even after obtaining the apparition he sought. During his journey, the student asked the god about the book of Nechepso, yet Thessalus's Levantine lack of reserve was almost his undoing. Zosimus of Panopolis exhorts Theurgy to save souls and lead them towards the vision of the divine, reflecting how the spiritual teacher was the focus of everything in Gnostic circles. To understand the fullness of the pagan Hermes, one must consider broader horizons beyond these specific movements. The progression of this spiritual pedagogy eventually sees a shift in perspective. Pedagogical dualism will ultimately give way to a monistic teaching centered on the one God who is all. These individuals were chosen by Providence, the queen of all things, to receive this sacred transmission. One soul derives from the primary intelligible and partakes of the power of the Demiurge. This specific teaching regarding 2 souls is probably taken from Timaeus 41-2. Hermes Trismegistus was believed to have received divine revelations and become divine himself, assuming a status that allowed him to bridge worlds. In the 10th chapter of the Key, Hermes provides specific instructions to his son Tat regarding the vision of the good. The earthly spirit Momus blames Hermes for making humans carefree, nosy, and venturesome in their behavior. In response to these human failings, the creator stated there is already another emanation of his nature who will serve as a holy overseer. The sun rises so close that it confuses the Chaldeans, making it impossible for them to observe clearly. At the same time, the god Harnabashanis is in charge of philosophy. The expression regarding being a beholder of gods is conceptually close to the 5th chapter, section 5. Following this revelation, Nechepsos gained the ability to walk in heaven among its beings. A similar ambiguity exists within the nature of Manilius, where it is stated that priests are brought to knowledge by the god of heaven. In a different vein, Hermes received a gift of bees from a muse who gathered flowers. The text further identifies a third kind of being described as both demonic and divine. In section 68, Hermes passes on this divine nature to the priests, assuming a Promethean aspect in his role of transmitting the knowledge of the divine fire to humanity. In Discourses 8 and 9, Tat is said to have spiritual brothers. This connection highlights his place within a wider community of seekers as he continues his development. The disciple Tat is presented as having already accepted the message of Hermes, demonstrating a clear sense of faith, despite not yet understanding why he was born into this existence. He stands at a crossroads where he has yet to make the final choice between pursuing false bodily pleasures or committing to true divine contemplation. To progress, Tat must unlearn the fundamental notion that his true self is identical to his physical body. At this stage of his development, he does not possess deep knowledge, but is actively encouraged to seize it through spiritual practice. Thoth demonstrates his beneficence toward those who follow his path by enriching them and guiding their hearts. This process begins with the basic teaching stage, which consists primarily of self-knowledge. The text mentions a tripartition of souls categorized as divine, human, and animal-like. Gilles Quispel suggests that the Hermetic saying regarding these three states may be the original source for the tripartite anthropologies found in Teach. Tage Peterson has shown through research that ignorance is actually the main evil rather than the body itself. Amidst this realization, Tat exclaims that he too wants to be immersed in the mixing bowl full of nous. Hermes explains that he has adjusted his description of God so that Tat can understand it at his present level of understanding. While Tat does not receive mind in the course of this dialogue, he is given the expectation that he will attain it if he sticks to the way. The top three levels of the scheme are hypostases of God. Hermes declares that he will not begrudge Tat this knowledge, noting it might indeed be the most important treatise of them all. This introduction is quite similar to the one found in chapter 13. It maintains a consistent structure within the broader Hermetic teachings provided to the disciple. Hermes encourages Tat to hate his body and consider all material existence as a calamity. The purpose of the meditation on truth is for Tat to see everything on earth for what it truly is. If Tat were to consider the image with the eyes of the heart, it would draw him towards itself. However, at this stage, Tat has yet to gain the capacity to see with those internal eyes. Tat learned that he is potentially immortal if he stops loving the body. To achieve this, Hermes told Tat that he had to become a stranger to the world before undergoing the rebirth. The visionary ascent itself does not seem to have been practiced at this stage of the way of Hermes. Only after the disciple has been reborn and rendered divine is he able to see God. The present speech focuses on Tat, as he serves as the epitome of the Genekoi given to him. Through his journey, the disciple has gained profound knowledge of himself, realizing that he is essentially divine. Tat has gained a deeper understanding of the world, recognizing it as something neither good nor true, while his mind's eye was almost made into an object of worship, deified in other words, but not quite. He remains on the threshold of full perception. He has been filled with a good and most beautiful vision, though it currently exists only as a fleeting glimpse. This vision is destined to fully illuminate his soul and mind, drawing them up through the body as he looks forward to the rebirth. Tat stands now filled with the powers of God. This state is specifically detailed in sections 8 through 10 of CH. Tat notes that Hermes spoke enigmatically regarding divinity in the former treatise. In sacred writings, specifically section 6 of SH23, Tat is identified as the son, successor, and inheritor of his teachings. During his descent from the mountain with Hermes, Tat claims that he became a suppliant after they had talked together. Although the exact methods are not specified, Tat has already been told obscurely that rebirth is necessary for his salvation. While there is nothing inherently secret in what Hermes teaches, it is the personal experience Tat undergoes that remains shrouded in silence. Consequently, Tat declares he has fortified himself against the deception of the world and stands ready to have his deficiencies filled by the transmission of rebirth. Tat explicitly declares his vision of himself existing within the all and in mind as detailed in sections 11 and 13 of chapter 13. This profound realization follows a general scheme where he receives the powers of God during sections 8 through 11. In chapter 13, Tat is instructed to cleanse himself from the irrational avengers of matter before the divine powers can enter into him. Despite this spiritual preparation, he remains ignorant about which womb a human is born from or what kind of seed they carry. According to the body, Tat is foreign to his father Hermes, yet he knows that his true self is no longer of the body. He demonstrates a clear understanding of his own ontological status as being foreign to the world. His inquiry regarding the womb and seed reveals that Tat is already familiar with Hermetic teachings concerning the true human being, specifically His remark that one reborn from the seed of the true good possesses no part of their noetic essence aligns perfectly with what is known about the Genikoi. Tat experiences a natural frustration when Hermes blithely informs him that the one who is born again will be wholly different from his present state. In response, Tat pleads with Hermes not to refuse him and asks for the specific method of rebirth. In the key, Hermes had already told Tat about the dreamlike visions their ancestors, Uranus and Cronus, went through. When it comes to these experiences in Corpus Hermeticum 1395, Gries argues that the passage is describing an ecstasy for Tat. This goes against what Gerard van Moorsel and Troger say, as they have different interpretations of those specific lines. Hermes accepts Tat's request for initiation, but admits he is uncertain how to translate his explanation into words. In response to this uncertainty, Tat finds himself perplexed and shaken by Hermes' enigmatic answers, feeling as though he has descended into a state of divine madness and mania, where he can no longer even see himself. He remains frustrated in his attempt to follow the teaching, because he relies too heavily on his physical senses to interpret a reality that transcends them, finding his senses barred from grasping his father's discourse. While some interpretations suggest Tat might be using humor in this reaction, he is actually brought to a state of speechlessness and gripped by a fear that he might actually be powerless. Nevertheless, Hermes remains firm in wanting the disciple to take leave of his senses. Within the same chapter 13, Tat is eventually granted the power to see with the eyes of his mind. However, he interjects a question regarding the identity of the one effectuating rebirth, specifically asking who serves as the Genesiorgos of rebirth. The moment Hermes identifies himself as that very Genisouros, Tat is stupefied and rendered speechless. This revelation may also relate to section 4, where Hermes identifies himself as the Son of God and the one human. Tat is visibly surprised to see Hermes physically standing in front of him at this moment. Faced with this direct presence, Tat poses the ultimate inquiry. What, then, is truth? The answer provided by Hermes to what is truth arrives as an apophatic string of alpha privatives, defining the essence by what it is not rather than what it is. This teaching holds that truth cannot be described through material terms like shape, color, or size, a concept Tat should have been well acquainted with. Indeed, Tat claims to have already mastered the Genikoi, where this specific doctrine is located. Hermes poses a challenging question, asking how Tat can possibly understand something that is not dry or moist, not tightly bound and not slipping away, but known only by power and force. He explains that the process of rebirth will make Tat divine, granting him the necessary capacity to finally comprehend God. Tat questions whether he is currently powerless because he does not yet understand this rebirth in God. Hermes denies that Tat lacks power and instead provides a fourfold recipe to achieve it. Though Gries notes that the exhortations to Tat in chapter 13 are surprising, given that other parts of the treatise claim God does all things. The disciple is dependent upon divine ascent in order to ascend to these higher states. To facilitate this movement toward rebirth, Hermes encourages Tat to actively use his own willpower as a means of proceeding forward. Tat faces deep frustration in his attempt to perceive the true being of Hermes through physical senses, finding them inadequate for such a spiritual encounter. To move forward, he is instructed to cleanse himself from the influence of the avengers of matter. In this moment of crisis, Tat finally admits to his ignorance. This admission marks the point where Hermes has successfully broken down Tat's old persona. By enumerating these specific avengers, Tat's initial ignorance begins to be alleviated. He proclaims that he has successfully estranged himself from the deceptions of the world and expresses confidence that he has mastered all the Genikoi. With the old self dismantled, Hermes can now begin the work of recreating Tat as a divine human. Having been deconstructed by these revelations, Tat stands ready to be reassembled by the divine powers invoked by Hermes. Hermes and Tat engaged in a dialogue defined by intense reverence, even as Tat became increasingly agitated during their exchange. This spiritual friction marks the moment where Tat undergoes an experience reported to be his soul, leaving his body to achieve visionary power. The divine birth is described as a result of Tat leaving his bodily senses behind, a transition through which he becomes both a logos and a god and son of God, making him equivalent to the demiurgic now mentioned in chapter 1. Hermes questions if Tat is ignorant that he has been born a god and the son of the One. Just as Hermes himself was, these powers make Tat able to see, providing what could very well be labeled a power to see God. As knowledge enters into Tat, it annuls his ignorance entirely. Hermes embraces him and bids him rejoice that they have received the luminous power, a state in which Tat has recognized himself as composed of these very powers. Tat comes to experience directly the rebirth. Hermes expresses his wish for Tat to issue from himself into an immortal body, though he instructs him that the process of rebirth is still unfolding, as Tat must observe the effects of the good. Tat is no longer a stranger to the world, having successfully been separated from his body. He was told that self-knowledge required him to hate his physical form so that he would be able to truly love himself. By freeing himself from the bodily senses, Tat can now rejoice in a new immaterial body consisting of divine powers. He exclaims that he has been made unswerving by God and is no longer visible to physical eyes alone. Tat has now been reunited with the cosmos, a new divine status where Ion also plays a significant role in chapter 13. His self-predication aligns closely with the aretalogies of the Ion, similar to those found on the statue base, set up for Ion at Eleusis. A parallel to Tat's omnipresence can be found in an utterance of Thoth on a stela in Dendera. The difference in the portrayal of cosmic pantomorphism is ultimately due to Tat's radical shift in consciousness. Tat exclaims these words as his perception undergoes a permanent shift. He now views himself subspecie aeternitatis, seeing from the perspective of eternity rather than through the lens of time. Having previously made himself a stranger to the world, Tat now identifies with the nous of the world. This identification allows him to pervade everything as part of a universal consciousness. This ability is specifically identified as the theoptic dynamis. In chapter 10, Tat states that the eye of his mind was nearly deified by the speech of Hermes. Tat asks if the new body he has received, which consists of divine powers, can ever be dissolved. Hermes immediately chides him for asking such a question. "Father, I see the all and myself in the nous." Hermes Trismegistus sings the secret hymn of the rebirth to Tat, a revelation distinct from the hymn of the Ogdoad. This specific hymn was only permitted to be heard by Tat now, as it remained hidden until the completion of the all. Tat claims he has become illuminated by this hymn of praise, although he was already enlightened before. This experience suggests a renewed or deepened spiritual awakening, as he affirms his status as one who is reborn. Tat asks permission to sing a hymn of his own because he desires to participate in the act of praise. He expresses a personal and volitional engagement with divine worship, stating that he too wishes to send praise to God from his own heart. Hermes agrees to Tat's hymn, though he shows some hesitation which reflects a cautious acknowledgement of Tat's spiritual authority. However, Hermes quickly corrects him, noting that Tat should have referred to the noetic cosmos instead of his own cosmos to emphasize alignment with the cosmic nouseon. Hermes expresses gratitude to the highest God for illuminating him with the light that permits him to see God. This highlights a direct relationship with the divine, echoing a theological emphasis found in both treatises where humans are blamed for their own godlessness and receive providential care only when they become reverent. The treatise describes a threshold in the spiritual formation of Tat during this period. It marks a specific point where his development reaches a new stage within the broader narrative of his initiation. Tat gives his own short hymn of praise, offering words that see the identities of his father Hermes and God the Father blending somewhat together. He declares, "God, you are Father, you are Lord, you are mind." He continues his devotion by saying, "Receive from me logikai as you want." He adds that for when you wish it, everything is completed. Despite these words, the praise of Tat is not very impressive. This represents the only real individual contribution from a disciple in the dialogues with Hermes, aside from what appears in Disc 8 through 9. Otherwise, the role of the disciples is to passively soak up whatever seeds of wisdom the master imparts. The author moves Mahe's section 3c, Prayer of the Disciple to Hermes Divinized, into section 3b. In other works, Tat always plays the role of Hermes' son and acts as the main character. Tat expresses a desire to hear the hymn that Hermes promised he would receive upon reaching the Ogdoad. However, it is clarified that Tat has not actually arrived at the Ogdoad yet. Mahe argues that the preamble only mentions the other spiritual children of Hermes. On the other hand, Valentassus completely misinterprets a specific sentence, reading it as if Tat were playing a female role in a spiritual encounter with Hermes, acting as the male. The concept of Tat's thought or pami is to be brought up now that understanding resides within him. He was reborn as a tenfold power in the work on the rebirth. Tat's initial estrangement from the world permits him to free himself from his material body. This liberation allows him to merge with Aeon, which is the mind of the All. The worshipper desires the water of Thoth, a substance central to the rituals practiced by his followers. For the scribe, receiving this water is synonymous with being initiated into these mysteries and undergoing a formal rite. Tat is instructed to honor and recognize his spiritual brothers, a directive that defines how he relates to other initiates. These brothers have already undergone the same rebirth as Tat, indicating they share this profound experience of transformation. After leaving his body behind, Tat's soul begins an upward ascent toward an unspecified destination. This movement is followed by the words of Nicotheus, who describes a father surpassing every perfect being and revealing the invisible triple power. Right after this description, either Hermes or Tat starts telling a story about a vision they saw. In early interpretations, Mehe attributed most of these lines to Tat, but the only ones that are definitely from Hermes are the parts where he speaks directly to Tat. Hermes did not mention any power in Tat because if he had previously disclosed it, Tat would hardly be amazed by its revelation now. While Hermes achieved this vision on his own in Chapter 1, he now assists his son Tat. However, those who attain more of the vision of divine beauty often fall asleep like the ancestors of Hermes and Tat, Uranus and Cronus. The passage in Disc 8-9 is closer to the second visionary experience in the Poimandras than to the rebirth itself. When Tat asks how this is done, he is rebuffed. Tat is able to see progressively more of the vision as he gains power in the rebirth and ascends beyond the cosmos in Disc 8-9. The luminous power sent down to Hermes and Tat is identical both to imperishable wisdom and the answer to their prayer. Tat exclaims that he has found the beginning of the power above all the powers, the one that has no beginning. He has grasped this beginning of the vision of the power, which now draws him up. Tat affirms that he also sees the nous that moves his soul. This mind which moves the soul of Tat is functionally identical to Poimandras and the power which is light. Tat reaches a point where discursive reasoning is no longer sufficient to lead his soul any further into the mysteries. He declares that he understands the nous, Hermes, as one who cannot be interpreted because he keeps to himself. Through this understanding, Tat recognizes that Hermes is actually the divine mind itself rather than the logos commonly assumed in Greco-Roman paganism. He praises his father as the provider of life, lord of citizens everywhere, and a providential protector who acts as Ion of Ions and the great divine spirit. Tat sees him as the one who holds all the powers of the Ennead and creates through the spirit. Mehe suggests that this deity is the unbegotten god living within the Decad. Tat addresses his father Hermes as the Lord of the universe, pleading with him not to be deprived of the vision of the Ogdoad and Ennead. This specific vision represents the ultimate goal that Tat has sought to achieve. In a moment of profound devotion, Tat sang hymns directed to the creator within the Ogdoad. By doing so, he attained a new status, being elevated above the realm of astral fatality into the very heart of the Ogdoad. The structure of these mysteries suggests outer and inner grades of initiation, corresponding to different levels of insight gained. Much like the mysteries of Mithras, in a fragment from John of Stoby, Hermes advises Tat to practice reverence as the means to eventually reach the truth. Even at the very consummation of Tat's spiritual progress, temples, astrology, and magical invocations continue to play a central part. This rebirth renders the initiate, like God, creating the necessary prerequisite for the visionary ascent required to see God. The theoretical Hermetica stresses the importance of observing the stars as part of this practice. Mehe points out a similarity between these eternal books and the later praise of Tat, suggesting that his honors should also be recorded in those same everlasting books. Through this transformation, Tat has become Hermes himself, attaining the status of a spiritual master. He carries Hermes' name written inside of him, and is now able to sing a hymn by himself following his initiation. Tat is now at rest, finally shielded from the disturbances of fate and the demons that enforce its decrees. This state signifies that he has found what he was searching for, marking the full completion of the way of immortality. Hermes commanded Tat to erect a votive stela in his temple in Diospolis, under a specific astronomical conjunction. He was further told to place a protective spell on the stela to shield it from the gaze of the uninitiated. Zosimos of Panopolis suggests that a spiritual person should allow things to happen according to nature and judgment. More pointedly, he claims that such a person should seek themselves and know God. Thessalos befriended a certain high priest who identified himself as an expert on vessel divination. During their meeting, the priest asked if Thessalos wanted to see a god or a ghost. Thessalos was separated from his body and soul by the strange vision that had been forced upon him by someone else. This kind of experience is more typical of those induced by another person during mediumistic vessel and lamp divinations. The priest was visibly upset by Thessalos's request for a direct, face-to-face vision of the god. Tat, as the boy medium, exclaims that the result of inducing mania is that divine powers descend and become visible to the boy medium. This process allows for a direct encounter with the sacred. Festugier pointed out that Sharaman's account of the priestly way of life is highly idealized, placing heavy emphasis on personal purity rather than the specific rites themselves. This narrative divides priests into those who engage in true philosophizing and those who perform the same rites with less accuracy and self-control. A hierarchy of human beings exists based on their level of insight and proximity to the divine. This ranking applies exclusively to those humans equipped with knowledge who are identified as the divine people. Within this framework, Asclepius brings in Tat and Ammon to partake in the teaching. Thessalos felt himself be freed of both body and soul during his vision as a ruler god descended upon him. In Discourses 8 and 9, a deity appears specifically to bring the visionary toward their final revelation. The visionary ascent described in the ML differs from Discourses 8 and 9 because it utilizes the vision as a means to obtain a divination. However, in both Immortalization and On the Rebirth, the divinity invoked descends to the visionary rather than moving in the opposite direction. The credit for the discovery of making gods is attributed to the ancestors of Hermes and his disciples, as recorded in Asclepius 37. Within these texts we find reflections of direct dialogues between Hermes and his son Tat. Haramon further notes that being in close proximity with the divine bestows a form of institutional charisma upon the individual. The author agrees with Mahé's idea that Tau Auchchi refers to one's life rather than their soul, a point backed up by its Latin equivalent. This distinction is important in the second stage of the way of Hermes' pedagogical dualism, where candidates are taught that the material world contains no truth at all. Because bodily senses are easily infected by daimons, they are considered unreliable for true perception. For aspiring pupils, the account of how Tat achieved spiritual rebirth and had his spiritual eyes opened was a vital piece of instruction. Furthermore, the description of Tat finally ascending to the noumenal realms under Hermes' guidance was regarded as the authentic experience. Hermes perceives all things through his own nous, understanding himself to be divine light, gazing at divine light. Under this framework, the human is permitted to learn the essence of the seven governors and participate in their nature. Salomon describes a specific internal vision where he sees a shape like his own in himself and then fell in love with her. Hermes expresses a profound shock at the notion that those who remain ignorant are deprived of immortality, crying out in disbelief about the fate of the ignorant. This stands in contrast to figures like Socrates, who was deeply aware of his own ignorance and remained eager for instruction because he recognized his own lack of knowledge. According to the Socratic tradition, a true lover of wisdom must stand aside from the busy doings of mankind in order to be born into or emerge into the place of divinity. While our default assumption is that Diotima refers to a mystical experience here, the initial response to such divine encounters is captured by the verb thaumazein and its cognates. These terms refer specifically to noetic experiences of astonishment and wonder. Hermes instructs Asclepius to contemplate the beauty of something visible as a way to move toward ultimate gnosis of the invisible divinity, emphasizing that visible creation serves as a stepping stone to the ineffable. The author of Chapter 6 is particularly determined to hammer this point home. Hermes later responds affirmatively to Tat regarding his noetic vision of light, noting that it did not dazzle the eye like normal sunlight, and thus validating its non-physical nature. Hermes describes seeing an immaterial vision that came to him only by the mercy of God. This suggests that something radical occurred within Hermes, a transformation initiated not by his own agency, but as a direct gift from the divine. Hermes' statement carries a profound impact on Tat, providing him with the sudden clarity needed to understand why Hermes had been unable to answer his previous questions. Tat realizes that this spiritual rebirth occurs on a level of perception entirely inaccessible to his physical senses. Tat recognizes that his sense of touch is useless for this experience, and even his hearing cannot transmit the actual meaning behind Hermes' words. As these revelations sink in, Tat begins to feel very strange and declares that he does not see himself anymore. Tat claims he is no longer in his normal mind, using terms that confirm a condition of altered or frenzied consciousness. He expresses profound despair and feels deranged, believing all of his previous efforts have been in vain. He reaches a lowest point of disappointment and disillusionment, yet he remains blind to true reality, even within this newly acquired state of modified consciousness. This remark in chapter 13 appears to interrupt the broader description of Tat's state of mania. Evidently, Hermes's powers of perception have not been lessened, but expanded due to this altered state, as he remains quite capable of seeing Tat's physical body. However, Tat is disappointed to note that the size and features of Hermes appear exactly as they did before. Hermes reminds Tat of the fundamental difference between normal sense perception and true noetic perception. Van den Kerchove interprets Tat's subsequent speechlessness as a struggle to express himself coherently, noting that while Hermes remained relatively quiet, Tat had been doing most of the talking. Tat eventually asks Hermes if he is incapable of understanding the generation in God. In response, Hermes becomes active and begins giving Tat specific instructions. Hermes' first statement to Tat remains difficult to interpret with absolute certainty, but if we assume he means for him to withdraw into himself, then Tat is being asked to enter a state of deep meditative concentration. Within this space, Hermes promises that divine energies will eventually come to the disciple. To get these powers, Tat has to let divine energy into both his body and soul. Hermes tells him specifically to cleanse himself of the alogon timorion of matter, which seems to catch Tat off guard when he realizes that diamonds are actually inside his own physical form. While remaining in this state, while remaining in his meditative state, Tat mentally invites these powers to come and perform their work. Hermes commands him to remain completely silent during this time, reiterating the need for absolute silence to ensure that the divine work continues without interference. He warns that any speech might interrupt the ongoing process of God's mercy or compassionate care. As a result of this process, Tat's strictly material body is thoroughly cleansed of everything bad, leading him to eventually ask Hermes who it is that effectuates the rebirth described in chapter 13. Tat was reborn through a divine act of insemination, creating a new entity that lives inside his body until he dies. Because of this, Tat has become the Aiooan, reaching a state of noetic energy that flows through everything in existence. His consciousness is now saturated with noetic power, granting him access to modes of perception that remain entirely unavailable to unregenerate human beings. However, this heightened state does not mean he actually perceives God or experiences a sense of divine self-consciousness and self-knowledge. No longer hindered by the weights of passions and torments, Tat has been born onto a new level of being. Yet he remains a student who still has much to learn, as Hermes continues to provide him with new teachings while systematically correcting his mistakes. Within this spiritual framework, it is noted that some individuals possess a stronger natural talent for seeing internal imagery than others. This inherent capacity varies from person to person as they navigate these deeper layers of reality. Despite these warnings, the reality remains that Tat has been born as a divine entity and a child of the One. However, his internal ears have still not been opened even after this rebirth, meaning he does not yet hear the voices of the powers in the Ogdoad. While Tat's new body is endowed with God's own faculty of imaginal perception, he cannot hear the powers unless his consciousness leaves his physical body and gains access to the Ogdoad. For Hermes, however, being in that state means the ability to hear those voices is already taken for granted. Even though Tat has awakened and been reborn, he hasn't reached the end of Hermes' path yet. His consciousness is still rooted in the cosmos instead of the higher spheres or the Ogdoad. Because of this, Hermes leaves it up to Tat to decide whether to let go of his physical body, while Tat finally makes his second urgent request to Hermes, to hear and understand the Noasai. Hermes reprimands Tat for asking whether his new body is susceptible to dissolution, urging him to watch his language carefully. He warns that giving voice to what is impossible will cloud Tat's nous, a spiritual faculty of intellect and perception. The daimonic powers of the cosmos have no control over Tat anymore, as the passions no longer cloud his consciousness. He has truly become alive now, gaining a state where he is capable of perceiving all things within God's incorporeal imagination. Tat has not yet experienced the Ogdoad, let alone the Ennead, and he still has to hear the hymn of the powers. While Agathos Daimon gained the ability to see all things as they appear in God's own incorporeal imagination, this specific progression remains ahead for Tat. Hermes confirms that success depends entirely on Tat's human condition. It requires his ability to perceive each required step in his nous as he moves forward. Mahe doesn't give any clear proof for his idea that Tat is reborn in the Ogdoad and the Ennead. Instead, chapter 13 makes it pretty clear that Tat's rebirth actually takes place right here on Earth in an Egyptian desert. Tat is deeply impressed by the beauty of Hermes' words as they unfold in this sacred dialogue. He finds himself astonished by the profound implications of Hermes having given birth to a new spiritual life, recognizing that Hermes serves as far more than just a facilitator or midwife for this rebirth. In the light of this revelation, Hermes is perceived by Tat as his true spiritual father. This realization leads Tat to understand that Hermes must have granted rebirth to at least some, and perhaps even many, of the other pupils as well. Hermes emphasizes the importance for Tat to know his brothers and honor them properly. He reminds him that these other rebirthers have been instrumental in helping him make progress in wisdom, even if their roles were previously hidden. Tat reflects on his own past, noting that he used to raise questions which he now considers foolish and ignorant. He is instructed to think of himself again as a spiritual infant who must rely on the guidance of his older brethren. This explanation serves to restore Tat's confidence, helping him grasp just how much progress he has actually made. Hermes concludes by stating that when Tat finally understands the truth, he will find his brothers praying alongside him. Tat reports that his understanding is currently limited to the beauty imparted by the reborn brethren. He admits plainly that he understands nothing but the grace and aesthetic truth given to him by previous generations. In response, Hermes declares that Noesis will eventually come to Tat so that he can truly comprehend the mysteries. He offers a blessing of spiritual insight, stating that may the Noesis come to you and you will understand. Following Hermes' explanation, Tat experiences a breakthrough in his perception. He declares with certainty that he has understood my father, signaling the arrival of Noine. When his teacher told him, "I am you," Tat saw the Pege and gasped in utter amazement, saying that what he had seen was beyond words. He suggested instead that one should keep seeking oneself, and once they come to know God, simply let fate take its course. Tat's confidence seems to waver for a moment after Hermes responds. However, he then addresses his master with the honorific title Thrice Greatest for the first time. By using this specific honorific when addressing his master, Tat acknowledges a deeper reality. Hermes, the human teacher, remains just a vessel for the ultimate Enneadic divinity. We may assume they are standing face to face while holding one another by the shoulders with their eyes closed. In this intimate moment, Tat expresses gratitude to the divine in a short prayer to the source of light and life. Tat watches a fountain bubbling with life as his perspective undergoes a profound shift. Through this vision, he achieves true gnosis and self-knowledge, finally seeing who and what he truly is. Tat perceives the one who is endowed with all powers, and creates within the spirit a revelation that suggests his previous plea not to be deprived of this vision has finally been answered. In response, Hermes instructs Tat that it is fitting to never cease hymning the Father until the day he eventually leaves his body. From the bottom of his heart, Tat offers praise to the end of the universe and the beginning of all beginnings. He addresses this devotion to the immortal treasure that all humans seek, identifying it as the generative source of light and truth. Tat further identifies this essence as the sower of logos and source of life eternal, noting that not even a mystery discourse can ever truly speak of such a generative source. He declares himself to be the instrument of the spirit, where his nous serves as the plectrum. He explains that the generative source of life eternal uses him to make music, a striking emphasis on musicality within his prayer. Tat affirms that he sees himself and has received power from this source, stating that its love is what has made them alive. The series of omegas and vowels are of equal length because Tat's level of consciousness now equals that of the noetic powers. He experiences the Ogdoad and the Ennead because a stream of pneumatic energy has come down to ignite his own pneuma and illuminate his nous. Tat can now see the noetic light through direct perception, which is called emphutos gnosis. All we hear now is Tat's voice alone, singing the vowels at their correct pitches and likely holding them for a long time. The text instructs Tat to place the stelaes in the sanctuary of Hermes and tells him to write down what can never be written down. Hermes urges Tat to be cautious in wielding the power he has just received, concluding that all is now perfect since Tat promised to follow these instructions. Tat has reached a state of perfect self-sufficiency now that he is one with the nous in this unitive experience, which refers to the immediate noesis in NH 6. Tat concludes with a gesture of humility and gratitude. He speaks his final sentence, "You exist with the pneuma. Unless Poimandres himself chose to intervene in your solitude, you needed a human teacher." This final acknowledgement underscores the necessity of Hermes as an intermediary for Tat's transformation. The transition from physical and mathematical topics toward the contemplation of things divine marks a significant shift in inquiry. This movement is reflected in how Heidegger's existentialism served as the key for Jonas to unlock not just Gnostic sources, but even the whole epoch of the 1st century CE, including the Hermetica. Academic research also shows how deeply connected different cosmological views are. For example, it highlights how much Yeats owes to Garin's vision in certain passages, and how both of them rely on the work of Festugière. In the lineage of these spiritual traditions, Trismegistus is identified as the father of Tat. In this relationship, Tat serves as the representative of humanity. The mythical inventor of writing actively deludes Tat regarding the true nature and powers of his pharmacon. However, in a role similar to that played at the end of the Ogdoad and the Ennead, he eventually tells Tat to use the gift of writing to pass messages of spiritual liberation on to future generations. A sudden cloudburst shook the barbarians while heaven-sent rain eased the Roman thirst. Miraculously, the thunder of this same storm struck one group as it provided relief to the other. Dun Nun al-Misri from Akhmim was one of the most influential teachers during the early period of Sufism. He traveled extensively throughout the region and met his later student, Abu Muhammad Sal bin Abdullah al-Tustari, while on a pilgrimage to Mecca. In Corpus Hermeticum 17, Tat assumes the role of teacher, a position not assigned to Hermes Trismegistus in this specific dialogue. This shift reflects a deliberate strategy by the authors of the Hermetica to fully exploit multiple dramatis personae rather than assigning every treatise solely to the unimpeachably authoritative figure of Trismegistus. Hermes Trismegistus was often called the mysterious and the unknown, titles that underscore his enigmatic nature. He is associated with the moon, Selene, and Hecate, a connection that links him to themes of death and its mysterious aftermath. Most Greeks saw Hermes Trismegistus as a human being, rather than an Egyptian deity, which differed from more blended religious views. According to the Kore Kosmou, Hermes left behind a successor named Tat, along with Asclepius Emuths and several others who aren't mentioned by name. Hermes claims that those who read his books will think they are very simply and clearly written, when in fact they are unclear and hide the meaning of the words. He faced his work as a cooperative enterprise involving the direct inspiration and direction of the god. The instruction of Amenemope serves as an example of this tradition, with the latest instances of the instruction genre dating from the Roman period. In one dramatic sequence involving a game of drafts, Setne seizes the book and makes off with it following a magical duel. The books that circulate under the name of Hermes contain various Hermetic opinions and provide a vivid glimpse into an ideal Hermetic milieu with a memorably evangelistic streak. Zosimus found ample inspiration in this literature for both the technical and philosophical dimensions of his art. The Hermetica depict a setting where a teacher speaks privately with either one student or less often a small group. In the Kore Kosmou, we see that it was Hermes Trismegistus who instructed Isis, while others would throw themselves at his feet to be taught. J.P. Mahay compared the doctrine of the instructions to that of the philosophical Hermetica, pointing out how both texts depict an inspired spiritual teacher with a small circle of followers. For the Hermetists, this master-pupil relationship was just one link in a long chain known as the diadoche, or succession. Hermes instructs Tat to write an oath in the book, specifically to prevent readers from bringing the language into abuse or opposing the acts of fate. This is significant because a characteristic theme in the Hermetica is the idea of man as a blinded wanderer at the mercy of demons. Degen missed a crucial fact regarding these sources, failing to recognize that the Book of Zosimus is actually a translation of Galen. This distinction underscores the complex layering of authorship and transmission within the broader Hermetic tradition. Technical writings served as the earliest vehicle for establishing the reputation of Hermes Trismegistus. This is evidenced in the exposition, specifically NHC 11-2, where Hermes exhorts Tat to write a book for the temple at Diospolis using hieroglyphic characters. The title Trismegistus appears in one of the letters addressed to Serapion. Beyond these specific texts, Hermes Trismegistus also functioned as a prophet of Christ within various apologetical oracle anthologies. The lifestyle of Antoninus was modeled after the figures attributed to Hermes and his pupils, including Asclepius, Tat, and Ammon as described in the Asclepius. For those pursuing the way of Hermes toward its philosophical or spiritual culmination, there was an absolute necessity for a teacher. This master-pupil dynamic often involved almost hysterical devotion, as seen in the author's own relationships with their mentors Plotinus and Chrysanthius. However, unlike Mani's followers, Hermetists lacked a similar organizing or missionary zeal. The late Platonists esteemed an older Hellenistic figure known as Hermes Logios rather than Trismegistus. In contrast, Hegemony 13 discusses a different Hermes, the disciple sent by Mani to preach in Egypt. Evidence of individual admiration can be found in some manuscripts of the Scholia on the Phaedrus, which contain verses composed by an admiring reader. More recently, Cyril regarded Julian as one of Hermes's leading spiritual disciples. In a personal note regarding the research process, I'm especially thankful to Professor Maravela for sponsoring the application for my present project. The responsibility for any errors remaining is needless to say my own. The second and most well-known group of Hermetic writings consists of dialogues between Hermes Trismegistus and his primary disciples, including Tat, Asclepius, and Ammon. These specific treatises are attributed to either the master himself or his various pupils. Hermes Trismegistus outlines a philosophical way of life that modern scholars identify as the Way of Hermes. Over the last 3 decades, researchers have increasingly interpreted conflicting teachings within these texts as representing different stages of instruction along this path. Groups dedicated to the Way of Hermes were typically small, informal circles composed of literate individuals who were not usually considered learned. These communities devoted themselves to study, asceticism, and pious fellowship. Historical reception of these texts shows that Augustine read the Asclepius alone among all the Hermetica. This specific focus highlights how certain dialogues stood out to early influential thinkers. Scholarship on these figures is international, as shown by Zielinski's work, a Polish monograph titled Hermes Trismegistos, Studium z Clue Wospozawodnisi Kryzykijastwa. However, I will argue that the progress actually goes in the opposite direction. Michel Foucault argues that an author's name serves to characterize a certain mode of being rather than just identifying a person. Because of this, the specific authorial attribution to Hermes places distinct limits on what the actual writer can meaningfully produce within those texts. Umberto Eco suggests that this model author is actually a textual strategy emerging from the text itself. In this framework, an empirical reader of the Hermetica becomes a model reader if they choose to identify with the disciple of Hermes. Catherine Bell follows Hobsbawm's thinking, but views tradition as something constructed by ritual rather than invented. This perspective on construction helps clarify how these identities were maintained over time. The scholar Ray translates the latter epithet as thrice great and great, choosing to disregard the Esna parallel, despite citing Philippe Derchain and Maria Theresia Derchain-Ertel in his work. This highlights the varying scholarly interpretations of Hermes's titles. Historical records show that Pythagoras is not designated as the inventor of arithmetic, but only as one who advanced it. Furthermore, this Manilius cannot be identical to the homonymous astronomical writer. The imperial era author could then be a descendant of either the senator or his freedman. Meanwhile, Martin van den Bruijn identified the parents of second Hermes, Valens and Phoronis, as Shu and Tefnut. Philo of Byblos refers to Hermes Trismegistus as a counselor and scribe to him. In turn, Lactantius states in his instructions that Trismegistus is the author who claimed very few had perfect doctrine. Lactantius further notes that this same figure named Uranus, Saturn, and Mercury as his relatives. These claims illustrate the complex web of lineage and authority surrounding the Trismegistian persona. The first part of this text serves as an introduction where Hermes plays no active role at all. Historical mentions are sparse. For instance, Herodotus refers to the god only briefly in his writings. Diodorus Siculus reports that Menes was recognized as the first lawgiver. However, Menes claimed he did not originate these laws himself, but instead received them from Hermes. In Corpus Hermeticum's Exestine, Hermes appears as the teacher who frequently engaged in dialogue with both the author and Tat. The author of this specific work identifies two distinct impediments that hinder a full understanding of Hermes's writings. The books of Hermes are not arranged in the correct order, which complicates their study. This is notable because Asclepius reports that Hermes used to claim his book's organization was simple and clear, despite their actual complexity. Disciples often expound upon the teachings of their masters once they achieve mastery themselves. This process naturally leads to local variations in how the doctrine is presented and understood. It is surprising that Hermes is not granted any reign over philosophy within this framework. Nevertheless, he remains presented as the archetype that all who pursue these arts should emulate. Peterson works to programmatically minimize the dualistic interpretations of these texts. This approach seeks to smooth over certain polarized readings in favor of a more unified perspective. Hermes functions as a guide exclusively for those who have already accepted his message, specifically teaching them how to achieve salvation. The model reader for Corpus Hermeticum chapters 1 and 4 is someone who has embraced the primordial revelation but remains in the early stages of the way of Hermes. Unlike what Mahay and Fowden suggest, the way of Hermes doesn't move from monistic or pro-cosmic teachings toward dualism. Also, this particular episode isn't necessarily meant to be a model for Hermetic conversion, as that would have required specific people dedicated to preaching it. In chapter 13 and 15, the narrator of the first chapter is revealed to be Hermes himself, as he states that Poimandres transmitted nothing more than what was recorded. He asserts that this truth is something that cannot be taught because he has become one with the heavenly human, which is the archetypal human. Hermes speaks to Tat, saying, "Would that you had taken leave of yourself, my son, just like those who dream while asleep, only without sleeping." At this point, Tat objects by noting that his master's size and stature remain the same, a comment that fits more naturally with the end of section 3. Zosimus remarks that Hermes is called thrice greatest because he envisioned the created and the creator triadically. Scholars Krause and Lebib assigned this entire section to Hermes, a view later supported by Braschler, Dirksey and Parrott. Even though previous scholars all agreed on who wrote it, Mahay eventually changed his mind and attributed the entire passage to Hermes, with the exception of the first part. This shows there was a subtle debate about whether every single word of these instructions actually came from the master himself. The self-image of the author in Discourses 8 and 9 may reflect that of a member of the priestly class, who serves as a bearer of the tradition of Hermes Trismegistus. This perspective is reinforced by the fact that the author thinks sentence 15 makes better sense when spoken specifically by Hermes. In this structure, the master assumes the role of the paradigmatic spiritual guide known as Hermes Trismegistus. This creates a clear distinction for the Hermetist, who can conceive of reverent non-philosophers who are devoted to the creator god, and perhaps also to the traditional gods but do not follow the way of Hermes. The spiritual path is often non-linear, as a seeker could stop by several teachers and sample their wares before finding someone suitable. Once converted, however, pupils lived together with their teachers in close proximity. A lingering question remains whether Hermes actually wrote down the teaching of rebirth, or if he only shared it privately with Tat. Some technical details also suggest a specific order, as the author or scribe should have started with 1 omega before the alpha to reach 36. Most Hermetic texts portray these interactions as private dialogues between a master and his disciple. This is illustrated in works such as those titled De Diis Anima Libus, where the focus remains on this intimate transmission of knowledge. The dialogue between Hermes and his disciples is intentionally set in the past to predict the cultural dominance of Greek philosophy during the author's own present day. In this framework, religion emerges solely as a creation born from the scholar's study. Walter Burkert provides a significant example with the Orpheotelestai, who are priests existing without a formal community. Hermes serves as an exemplar for these figures, possessing several pupils including Tat, Asclepius, Ammon, and Isis. Following the model of the Orpheotelestai priests who lacked a community, these followers are those who refer to their god specifically as Hermes Trismegistus. Cumont describes this figure as a doctor of occult sciences. Within these teachings, Hermes prophesies that pure philosophy will eventually disappear from the future world. Plutarch stands as one of the very few classical authors who have provided us with writings concerning the practice of meditation. In contrast to these ancient reflections, almost all modern editors and translators follow Tiedemann in deleting the Greek phrase for God from certain passages. There's a sense of constant opposition throughout all Hermetic literature, which makes it feel like the world is viewed as a duality. However, in his analysis of these texts, Mahe pointed out a growing trend toward non-dualistic interpretations. In this spiritual framework, Hermes remains a stranger to color, touch, and size. Because of the nature of his experience, he cannot teach others about the specific event that happened to him. Despite these limitations on direct transmission, Hermes has given each of the pupils a new name. This act marks a transformation in their identity as they move through his guidance. The sole point in common between the popular and learned groups of Hermetica is that they all present themselves as revealed writings. While these two classes of writers agreed in ascribing what they wrote to Hermes, they agreed in nothing else. Ibn al-Kifti mentions that the Arabic translations of the dialogue between Hermes and his student Tati were considered messy and unfinished. This points to a broken chain of transmission for the original teachings, where Thoth was frequently compared to Hermes in his role as a guide for the souls of the dead. The broader Hermetic cast includes figures such as Agathodaimon, Asclepius, Ammon, and Tat. Within these texts, Hermes and his disciples behave like master and pupils dealing with scholastic problems rather than simple myths. Gadamer assumed a double role in this framework, acting simultaneously as the mediator like Hermes and the source of meaning like Ammon. Most manuscripts of all but the last two books carry specific ascriptions to Hermes Trismegistus. Mercurius Trismegistus earned the title Trismegistus because he was considered the greatest philosopher, the greatest priest, and the greatest king. In a modern philosophical context, Gadamer, as an avatar of Hermes, the promoter of hermeneutics, could not appear otherwise than as the Thoth of Derrida's imagination. Safransky's book Ein Meister aus Deutschland discusses the works of Galen, Adorno, and Heidegger. The author continued writing this work because friends and colleagues encouraged him, while Charles Schmidt was the one who first put the author in touch with Cambridge University Press. Hermes Trismegistus remains an enigma even today, existing as a mystery whose true nature is difficult to pin down. In many ways, he may be nothing more than a myth himself. Hermes Trismegistus was widely regarded as the ultimate source of all wisdom and knowledge. In this sense, both Christian Gnostics and Hermeticists shared a common structure involving a central figure who couriered divine, saving knowledge. The public dreams surrounding Hermes Trismegistus in late antiquity were substantial enough to sustain their own independent existence. This figure was easily identified with the Egyptian Thoth due to their strikingly similar characteristics. For the Greeks, Hermes served as a psychopompus, known specifically as the guide of souls. This dual nature allowed him to be perceived simultaneously as both God and man. Augustine expresses a certain diffidence regarding whether the two distinct Hermes figures are actually one and the same individual. He observes that while Hermes speaks as a friend to mockeries of demons, he does not clearly express the name of Christ. The thoughts and expressions attributed to Hermes often exhibit a remarkable coincidence with those of Philo. Furthermore, the Hermeticist's fall is framed not as an act of disobedience, but rather one rooted in love. Elizabeth de Giesser observes that Hermetic disciples learn to achieve salvation through gnosis by recognizing the Logos or Hermes Thoth within themselves. In this mythological framework, Hermes Trismegistus and the spiritual guides he inspired were viewed as incarnations of Hermes Thoth, who represented God's own Logos. In Nag Hammadi Codex 6, a pupil sees him who has the power of them all. The Hermetic writings aim to evoke similar experiences in their readers by providing these profound visions. The Hermetic milieu possessed a memorably evangelistic streak. Within this tradition, the teacher sends the disciple on an evangelistic mission to teach others, specifically directing them to lead people toward a path of light and righteousness in a dark world. John uses similar shepherd imagery and names to describe Jesus, creating striking parallels with the Hermetic tradition. Rudolf Bultmann observed that reading John chapter 3 feels like being transported into the world of Corpus Hermeticum 13 and the Asclepius. Not a single one of the Nag Hammadi writings completely fits the doctrines and schools described by the Church Fathers. However, while the Church valued its fathers, it never wholly lost esteem for Revelation's privileged individual interpreters. Much of this complexity is occluded by a narrow Greco-Roman perspective adopted by much modern scholarship. This focus often overlooks how Hermes Trismegistus was deeply associated with esoteric wisdom, while his identification with Thoth, the guide of souls and judge of the dead, contributed significantly to his popularity among ordinary people. Renaissance scholars viewed Hermes Trismegistus not merely as a historical figure, but as a semi-divine sage or even a full god. Because these texts were considered an authority that was not easily gainsaid, the concept of divine pseudonymity became a standard way to compensate for any editorial license taken by those preserving them. A scribal note inserted between items 7 and 8 reveals a complex history of transmission, where one scribe explains they hesitated to copy numerous discourses because the matter had been troublesome for previous recipients. While this specific scholium could never be mistaken for an integral part of the text, less conspicuous additions were often mistakenly woven into the narrative as original content. The scholar Isaac Casaubon is credited with fully exposing the delusion surrounding Hermes Trismegistus. His work provided a cue that has since been taken up by others to investigate who were the actual men and women behind the name of Hermes. The Stoics assigned Hermes a central role in their theology, positioning him simultaneously as both Logos and Demiurge. This theological framework was distinct from the story explaining the emergence of Hermes Trismegistus, which involved a relatively human figure recognized to be separate from the traditional messenger of the gods. The lineaments of Hermes Trismegistus are most clearly discerned in the Greek magical papyri rather than in the Hermetica. In these papyri, he is presented as a cosmic power and almighty world ruler who created heaven and earth while presiding over fate and justice. Despite his status as an almighty ruler, Hermes Trismegistus is also involved in the minutiae of his devotees' everyday existence. The magician often assumes a tone of intimacy, shading off into self-identification towards Hermes, asserting that I know you, Hermes, and you know me. The Greek magical papyri explicitly identify Hermes with Ga or Thoth. By contrast, Ammianus Marcellinus mentions Trismegistus alongside Apollonius of Tyana and Plotinus as an example of a human endowed with a particularly strong guardian spirit. When cited as one of a string of authorities by late antique writers, Hermes typically appears in the company of humans or at most heroic figures. This suggests a shift from his role as an independent cosmic power to that of a recognized figure within human history. The Hermetist preserves a sense of divine revelation within his doctrines, while simultaneously providing an air of historical reality to their presentation. The technical writings are studiously vague in this regard, typically portraying Trismegistus as a sage from a remote era who engaged in free conversation with the gods. While these texts occasionally describe him as a divine being, the ambiguity of a figure hovering between human and divine worlds served as a significant attraction for many. Hermes functioned as one such intermediary, becoming highly sought after in a world increasingly captivated by the transcendental qualities of the divine. Not everybody relished these types of ambiguities. Just as some found issues with what appeared to be a simplistic identification of Hermes with Thoth, an association that was eventually explained away by others, the tradition also features figures unique to the Hermetica. These distinct characters include Poimandres, Tat, and the priest Bitis. They appear alongside Hermes Trismegistus himself and Isis as specific figures unique to the Hermetic corpus. The specific choice of names used within these traditions might actually point toward a deeper level of internal reflection. This possibility is raised by an inquiry, asking whether such naming conventions instead serve to mirror the Hermetist's own particular self-awareness. The earliest examples of the instruction genre date back to the Old Kingdom. Consequently, a number of instructions and philosophical Hermetica reveal a particular reverence for Thoth, including the instruction of Amenemope, which contains the exhortation, "But there is failure before him." The script and language found in Esmet Senior's graffito do not suggest a living tradition of priestly learning. This stands in contrast to the native tradition, which regarded Thoth as a primary figure associated with divine knowledge. Demons are understood as personifications of sympathetic energies. For that reason, Ostanes and those who thought like him may have been pursuing genuine spiritual goals in good faith, even though the Hermetic and other treatises show little sign of personal religious feeling, characteristic of the period. Hieromon's account is distinguished by its tone rather than its factual content, suggesting a shift in how these narratives were presented to an audience. At the same time, Clement of Alexandria asserts that familiarity with such sacred characters had become the exclusive preserve of a minute elite. The variety found within the philosophical Hermetica is so vast that it imposes a specific methodological decision upon any student attempting to navigate its contents. This complexity is often navigated through the dialogue form, which serves primarily to emphasize the didactic intention of these works. The spiritual framework suggests that God bestows the power to see him only upon certain individuals, operating on the principle that he who has knowledge is good. In this system of thought, it follows naturally that he who has knowledge is also pious. A Hermetist who chooses to read the Poimandres will find it accessible not merely as a mythical statement, but simultaneously as a clear paradigm for his own spiritual quest. For such an individual, the pious man will know exactly where and what truth is located. To facilitate this, the process of initiation functions as an adventure for both the teacher and the initiate, where the teacher, having been there before, is uniquely positioned to explain what the pupil may hope to experience during their own journey. In this dynamic of guidance, the pupil holds no hope of following or developing further without the essential mediation provided by the teacher, a dependency that defines the structure of spiritual progression within these traditions. Ultimately, the physical presence of the master is considered indispensable for the pupil to arrive at his ultimate goal, highlighting a core pedagogical requirement where direct contact with the teacher facilitates spiritual progress. Through this knowledge, a pious man becomes still more pious in his devotion. However, it is noted that Zielinski exaggerates the significance of certain passages found in Ch. Igui 8 and Sigui 5. The stars served as milestones on the way of Hermes rather than acting as the axis upon which all revolves. This perspective is distinct from other cosmological models, emphasizing a journey guided by specific markers. The Hermetists were not characterized as austere ascetics, though their personal demands intensified as they moved toward spiritual perfection. This path led to an assimilation into the one God, making the practitioner most comparable to the divine man of late Platonism. The mystical journey is described through the imagery of a descent down 15 steps of darkness and an ascent up the steps of light. Within this sacred progression, it is stated that he who sacrifices is himself the sacrificial victim. The attainment of self-knowledge is best illustrated in Ch. Exem as a dialogue centered on Hermes's own attempts to expose the essential man beneath materiality. In this framework, he was not accorded special status because of death, which was becoming an increasing custom regardless of social standing. Zosimus of Panopolis recorded descriptions of his dreams and visions that have become subjects of significant discussion for Jung and his followers. Despite this interest, these specific accounts have been largely ignored by historians of late antiquity. For those seeking Christian Gnostic parallels, the work of Quispel in 1948 provides relevant context. However, Revelation as a whole suggests that the two distinct branches of Hermetic literature were easily separable. Zosimus attempted several times to ascend to the place of punishments, but consistently lost his way during these trials. During one such journey, he encountered a priest and a venerable white-haired Agathos daimon who served as his guide. As Zosimus slowly mounted the steps, he witnessed his guide being hurled into a cauldron. His final dream depicts the dismembering and sacrifice of another figure whose identity remains difficult to determine. Zosimus exhorted Theurgy to offer sacrifices specifically to those demons that repel and destroy them, rather than the ones that nourish and entice. This instruction is a specific reminiscence of his experience with the mixing bowl. The philosopher must remain sensitive to the personal significance of what happens to him by unavoidable necessity. To illustrate this, Proclus used the act of worshipping the sun as a simile for the encounter between the philosopher and the one Porphyry and his circle regarded their teacher as a philosopher sui generis, a unique figure of distinction. While it is difficult to locate precise debts in the text, one underlying truth remains clear. With the exception of the Asclepius, the Hermetica do not display an average interest in matters of cult. This suggests a focus on broader philosophical and mystical principles rather than specific ritualistic practices. Many individuals who read or heard of the Hermetica alluded to them in their own writings. Others, however, read these works without recording that fact for posterity. The text Dh Vi Op 3 states that those who worship idols are essentially worshipping images. In this context, Zosimus of Panopolis stands out as the only other ancient writer to allude to Bitis, specifically referring to a tablet that Bitis wrote. According to a third testimonium regarding his treatise, Bitis went even further along the road of dualism. Nevertheless, external testimonia remain overwhelmingly concerned with the teachings of Hermes. Allusions are frequently made to other encounters and lessons where the individual session is regarded as part of a larger sequence. In this same vein, there exists a parallel and supplementary literary tradition recording what passes between Hermes and his adepts, possessing its own unique sanctity. Keeping the doctrine secret serves as a matter of self-protection as well as an act of piety. This ensures that the sacred knowledge remains guarded from those who might misuse it. The names Thuthos and Adam are applied only to the visible outer mold of this reality. By contrast, the mimic claims to be the Son of God specifically in order to deceive those who encounter it. One version of the De Virtutibus Herbarum attributes its authorship to Harpocration. This work is notable for containing an autobiographical introduction, presented as a letter addressed to an emperor. Thessalus, however, grew overzealous and made a complete fool of himself in the eyes of his fellow students. To rectify this, or perhaps to achieve more, he induced an aged priest to arrange a longed-for vision. Thessalus and the priest fasted for 3 days in preparation for this event. Yet, the resulting vision itself can be explained as a priestly deceit rather than a genuine spiritual breakthrough. In another example of religious influence, the prophet Pacrates of Heliopolis was paid double because he made such a deep impression on Hadrian. This is different from people like Pancrates, who was seen as just your typical pagan holy man. While some followers sought a personal illumination capable of permanently transforming their lives, the adept began to view himself as part of a broader tradition or community. This sense of belonging was rooted in shared progression rather than just individual experience. The circle of adepts must remain small, ensuring that every member is intimately well known to one another. Within this inner group, the perfected adept assumes the teacher's burden, creating a path for others to eventually ascend the same steps he took to reach the truth. Zosimus alludes to the role of priests as guardians of alchemical learning, suggesting a structured preservation of esoteric secrets. In this context, the invocation of Hermes Trismegistus in certain letters is likely conventional, rather than a conscious allusion to the specific Hermetica. Cyril serves as our earliest authority for the so-called diexodic or logos addressed to Tat. However, these Synesian ambiguities were not to everyone's taste, highlighting a divide in how such complex spiritualities were received. Isidore stood out as one of the brother's more distinguished pupils. A spiritual teacher who circulated his compositions under the name of Hermes would not have felt he was perpetrating a deception, seeing it instead as a necessary vehicle for the truth. We cannot know how conscious were the literary and other allusions that adorn the texts at later stages of composition. Yet, if Hermes had not existed in some form, he would have had to be invented. Knowledge may be imparted suddenly by revelation to whomever the teacher deems worthy, as was the wont of certain Gnostics. This often involved a small group of teachers, known as the elect or the zealots, who took responsibility for instructing a much larger group of listeners. After the death of a spiritual teacher, centrifugal forces often asserted themselves within Gnostic circles, leading to structural shifts and a tendency for these communities to disintegrate on or even before the master's passing. The texts repeatedly emphasize a recurring structure of small, informal gatherings, where individuals who were literate but not typically considered learned would congregate around a holy teacher, highlighting the specific social dynamics of those seeking spiritual guidance. Furthermore, few of Plotinus's pupils in the inner circle went to him just for intellectual instruction. The intellectual elite of late antiquity were even less inclined to meet Trismegistus on his own terms. At the same time, some intellectuals within the Roman Empire did not wish to exercise political influence. The people involved in these circles were committed to making a living within the world of everyday affairs, yet they possessed enough education to read and engage with sacred texts. In turn, the Manichees preserved a distinct sense of close personal dependence between ordinary auditors and the electi. Students of Hermetism were hauled back none too ceremoniously into these structures, yet no one questioned Trismegistus's personal authorship of the Hermetica. This was bolstered by his high reputation as an exemplar of holiness, which stood prominently among pagans everywhere. The prominence of Trismegistus in the Theosophia serves as a complement, albeit a backhanded one, to his considerable reputation among pagans. This specific oracle is preserved in the Theosophia Tubingensis. Tertullian's knowledge of the Hermetica was actually second-hand information derived from Albinus. Even within oracle collections, there was a clear and insisted distinction between Logios and Trismegistus. Trismegistus served as a revered pagan divinity whose philosophical books held a narrower but potentially profounder appeal to his audience. This was part of a broader trend, as the popularity of Eastern sages was nothing new. This teaching gained significant popularity and informed the Hermetica, where Hermes Trismegistus often appears in a human form across many treatises. Reitzenstein described how communities were supposedly absorbed by other Hermes communities with surprising confidence. Lactantius assigned Trismegistus the first place in his discussion of divine testimonia regarding the idea that God is one. As disciples progressed, they were expected to become stronger and have less and less use for the material world. Other parts of the text make it clear that priests are meant to be part of this system. The author would like to thank Tuomas Rasimus, René Falkenberg, Hugo Lundhaug, Tilda Back-Halvgard, Dylan Burns, and Lance Janot for their contributions. The author also notes their own translations in the footnotes of each case. This ensures clarity regarding the specific source material used throughout the work. Maurice Halbwachs emphasized that the social dimension is a sine qua non of memory. Within this field, Jan and Aleida Assmann are two of the main figures who explore cultural memory, with Assmann specifically treating Moses as a primary figure in this category. Thoth Hermes functions primarily as a figure of cultural memory rather than communicative everyday memory. In the framework established by Assmann, these figures are conceived as fixed points of cultural memory from which groups and societies derive their cohesion by identifying with their shared store of memories. The name of Hermes Trismegistus creates an inherent relationship between all treatises ascribed to him. Because of his immense prestige, these texts demand a certain level of reverence from the reader, creating specific expectations and presuppositions before the content is even engaged. The early-stage teachings may be described as pedagogical dualism, where some texts are ascribed to disciples who then make frequent reference back to their teacher. This authorial attribution is significant because the name provides legitimacy and connects a specific treatise to other works of the same author, ultimately informing how the reader approaches the text. In 1995, Jan Assmann published an article titled Collective Memory and Cultural Identity in NGC 65, specifically on pages 125 through 333. This work builds upon the ideas of Maurice Halbwachs, who wrote that a person knows Christ by way of tradition. At the moment they think of Christ, they remember. Canon and tradition serve as the two primary subdivisions of cultural memory. However, because tradition became objectified as text, the actual necessity for rote memorization was removed. Adhesion to the myth of Hermes Trismegistus tends to point toward group formation. When viewed specifically as a figure of memory, this same adherence suggests that such myths serve as anchors for collective identity. An inscription from Esna provides linguistic evidence for these titles. It features three adjectives for great followed by a modifying adverb, yielding the phrase thrice greatest. The epithet known as the Great One of Five refers specifically to Thoth's cultic Hermopolitan title, while the name Trismegistus has been subject to various interpretations. Later Neoplatonists suggested it referred to Hermes knowing himself in his third incarnation. Similarly, according to H.C. Puech, both Emperor Julian and Hermias interpreted the epithet thrice greatest to mean that he had been reincarnated in Egypt 3 times, believing he recognized himself only during that third incarnation. Hermes Thoth is conceived of as an inventor of the arts and a civilizing hero, drawing parallels to Greek figures like Prometheus or Palamedes. However, it must be noted that the list in question has nothing to do with Hermes. Albert Baumgarten wrongly states that a specific passage serves as the earliest attestation of the epithet Trismegistus. In contrast, Syncellus later identifies Hermes Trismegistus with the second Hermes. This myth keeps coming up throughout the Hermetica, although Themis disagrees with some of the interpretations. He argues that they are actually a medicine of remembrance, or hypomneseos pharmakon. The dialogue between Phaedrus and Socrates is at this point quite jocular. This shift in tone is necessary because otherwise the fragment does not yield much sense. The combined reign of Bocchoris and his father Tefnacht did not amount to 44 years. Tacitus reinforces this historical ambiguity by pointing out that what happened in antiquity is unclear, noting only that the period between Ptolemy and Tiberius was less than 250 years. John Malalas reports that Hermes Trismegistus practiced philosophy there and was revered by those who encountered his teachings. In this context, a second Hermes was invented as a vizier of superhuman stature and figure who might have been considered a deified human. The social structure of the time is reflected in how manumitted slaves always assumed the names of their former masters. Within this framework, Hermes obliquely mentions ancestors who have achieved a beatific vision before returning to heaven, after placing a protective spell on his books. The later emanation of Osiris is described as an implacable judge of the living, appearing specifically as a terrible and avenging figure. Meanwhile, there remains uncertainty about whether Menes is to be identified with the man receiving the laws from Hermes. During the late period, the divine child was frequently identified with the ruler. These dynamics allow for a direct comparison of the characters explicitly mentioned in the two treatises. In the past, when order was reinstated after a period of chaos, the ancestors are identified as Pd, Hermes, Asclepius, Tat, and Ammon. Among these figures stands the King of Council, who is regarded as the father of all and guide, Hermes Trismegistus. There are among the Hellenes exceedingly wise men who have been born 3 times. Because he philosophized 3 times and came to know himself only on the 3rd occasion, Hermes is called Trismegistus. The kingly souls in SHXR5 and XX5 can explain a somewhat obscure reference in KK. Furthermore, Amenemhet III's cult is attested in Hawara, Medinet Madi, and Euhemeria. Kingsley and Van den Kerkhove do not see their own suggestions as excluding all the others. Their perspectives exist alongside these various historical and mythological interpretations. Sesostris III only nurtured him and gave him the name Virtue of the Brilliant Sun. This specific epithet, composed of 2 adjectives and 1 superlative, is linked to the eventual development of the thrice greatest title associated with Hermes. The Latin version of this text includes a further designation identifying him as treasurer of life. In this context, Amun is recognized as the giver of life and can also be identified with She. The monad shines forth from the one, acting as a self-father. This refers to Kmef, who is described by Heichten as the first mind who thinks himself into being. While some individuals recognize themselves in this process, others remained errant in darkness. The key expressly mentions 3 kinds of people as a result of these differing states. Hermes engraved his own premonitions from the heavenly stars, capturing celestial insights into permanent form. The visionary method employed by Nechepsos is comparable to that described in the Poimandres, particularly when noting the contrast between Amenhotep's approach and Nechepsos's technique. In both accounts, the method of achieving the vision remains similar, with the revealer descending only once the visionary's attention turns toward heaven. The papyrus clearly refers to the saying of sighs, connecting it to a wider tradition of passing down wisdom. In this text, only the Greeks and Italians are named. Everyone else is depicted as having just one specific skill while being generally lazy. Founders and lawgivers are identified specifically as truthful seers who, upon becoming human, attain an essential role of guidance and revelation. Because they are these truthful seers, Hermes instructs Tat to write a commemorative stela after his visionary ascent to preserve the experience for posterity. Spiritual advancement comes step by step and brings about understanding or noesis. This structured progression is emphasized in through 13, which states that Tat must remember each one of the steps promised during his initiation into the 8th and 9th realms. In the House of Life, Thoth is depicted sitting perched as an ibis on top of his scribal brush. This specific attribution to Hermes serves a vital function by securing the cohesiveness of diverse Hermetic doctrines. Not everyone received this message with an open heart, as some who heard Hermes' proclamation derided him and continued following the way of death. The text suggests that those who missed the point are not people of reason because they did not receive the gift of mind. These individuals who failed to grasp the proclamation possess sensations much like those of unreasoning animals. This terminology introduces a third kind of people defined by these animal-like senses. Evidence from elsewhere in the text makes it clear that Hermes is the psychopomp, with Iamb missed, 8.5 describing him as having led this path. However, the guide mentioned in Chapter 7 may refer only to the reader's own mind or rational soul. A personal demon is also described as a guide intended to free someone from fate. It is possible that Hermetic preachers of conversion appeared in front of smaller, educated circles to deliver these teachings. The settings for the admonitions found in chapters 1 and 4 are fundamentally mythical in nature. Despite this mythological backdrop, both chapters focus primarily on the pursuit of self-knowledge. This process of knowing oneself represents the very first stage on the way of Hermes. To progress, a disciple must undergo training to stop identifying with their physical body, which is why the text condemns the body so strictly. At this initial stage of development, the disciple still faces the necessity of affirming a personal choice. Making such an affirmation would mark them at this point as merely logikos or rational. A central element involves a preacher clarifying the distinct choice between a way of reverence and a way of knowledge. This distinction is reinforced by an emphasis on combining knowledge with faith or reverence. To solidify this instruction, the text provides a specific series of sayings that the disciple is expected to memorize. These repeated teachings ensure the core principles are ingrained in the student's mind. Certain portions of the tradition are presented as excerpts, specifically those found in SH5 and ad 8th. A unique reference to a discourse on the mountain appears nowhere else except within the title of Hermes Trismegistus to his son Tat, the secret discourse on the mountain, on the rebirth and the promise of silence. The specific sayings provided in these texts are intended as aides memoirs to support the broader teachings of Hermes. Within this framework, the teaching found in SH5 considers the decans to be true and eternal beings. In this system, knowledge is defined as the end of learning. Because logos is actually possessed by most people, it cannot be treated as a separate stage of the teaching, which would otherwise gradually yield to a Gnostic dualistic position. Hermes is not physically dead, but has reached a state where he is no longer attached to his body or its bodily senses, as he was before the vision. It is stated that the vision of God gradually draws upwards, or analke, the one who catches even a glimpse of him. Hanegraaff assumes that only Hermes was on the mountain when he received a revelation. From there, Poimandres states that the narrator of his treatise has now received everything he has to teach. The traditum is passed on by Hermes directly to his son Tat, though this tradition should not simply be seen as doctrinal. In the text, Tat reminds Hermes of a specific promise he was given in the Genikoi. This passage presents some hermeneutical problems, because our author may have picked up this saying on remembrance from another context to support his specific point. Regardless, Hermes considers himself to be an offspring of the true good. These elements reinforce the impression that we are dealing with a traditum restricted to those who show themselves worthy. Similar to literature containing self-predications like the Bakich gold tablets, the text mentions that kinship was often either biological or spiritual. It remains unclear here whether Hermes refers to his own mind, that of the demiurge or the self-begotten mind. This ambiguity highlights the complex layers of identity within these sacred transmissions. In Corpus Hermeticum 13, it is established that the Genesiorgos must be identified as Hermes rather than the demiurge. This distinction aligns with Iamblichus Mysterion 8.3, where the books of Hermes indicate that the primal object of intellection should be worshipped by silence alone. Tat is instructed not only to keep silent, but also to observe a reverent silence, a directive that fits squarely within the broader Hermetic tradition. Fowden notes in Egyptian Hermes that such requirements demonstrate there are distinct stages on the way of Hermes. A disciple must demonstrate their own willpower to succeed, a principle that intersects with the necessity of volition in the emancipation process. However, Griese's references in Note 261 do not actually support his claim that these exhortations to Tat are surprising. The process of emancipation from matter requires an active act of volition on the part of the disciple, highlighting the seeker's necessary role in their own liberation. Similarly, CH7.1 reserves the power to gaze up with the eyes of the heart, specifically for those who possess dynamis. The narrator describes a personal act of internalization, stating that he engraved the benefaction of Poimandres within himself. This mirrors the divine hypostasis of Logos noted by Griese in CHI, while also reflecting the period where the two men would have kept silent. In Corpus Hermeticum 16, the term pantomorphos is used as an impersonal adjective modifying idea. Notably, within these Hermetic texts, the forces are not perceived as purely evil entities. The 12 Avengers remain internally distinguishable figures, yet they act in unison as a single entity. These 12 are equated with the zodiac and constitute the tent that Hermes and Tat have passed through. Walter Bousset identified the figure in the Great Paris Magical Papyrus as Ion. Hermes claims that what he was seeking and has now found is the hymn of praise, which he previously said he had found on his own. The recipient of this praise is identified as God, Father, Lord, and Mind. Conversely, the disciples are rebuked if they overstep their boundaries in these sacred interactions. The rebirth of the candidate mirrors protology in its structure. This aligns with other traditions where followers of Epimenides say the soul-begetting number is 3, while in the mysteries of Isis, an individual mystes had to receive a dream from Isis for initiation. Hermes reminds Tat of the absolute need to keep silent about the tradition of rebirth. This instruction serves as a final safeguard for the esoteric knowledge shared between them. Jean-Pierre Mahe suggests that by leaving out the disciple's name, it shows that initiation is still open to many brothers. Although he isn't mentioned by name, he is identified as the son of Hermes. In both works, the student reaches a key point where they suddenly realize they are seeing themselves. This development aligns closely with the framework suggested by Mahe. Tat was given a share of its effect, though Hermes claims that this promise was strictly contingent on Tat remembering each step. Consequently, each individual candidate is meant to identify with Tat. Harnufis appears as a real enough person in these accounts, associated with the description of you great dome palm of 60 cubits. The translations for discourses 8 and 9 provided here are my own. It is not always easy to detect whether it is Hermes or Tat who is speaking during these exchanges. This difficulty arises from a profound ambiguity between the revealing light mind that descends upon the visionary and the mind of the visionary themselves. It seems that these two entities, the descending light mind and the individual's own consciousness, are in some sense identical or at least sympathetically related. This connection is underscored when Hermes commands to sing it, because he is nous, creating a blurring of the lines between Hermes and God. The second series contains only 3 iotas, which is likely a scribal mistake in the text. In addition to these textual nuances, Zosimus provides 2 corporeal senses. Notably, the latter serves as a close approximation of the nomina found in discourses 8 and 9, specifically zeta omega Xi, alpha theta, alpha zeta omega, and zeta omega zeta alpha zeta omega theta. Hermes commands Tat to erect a commemorative stela of turquoise within his temple in Diospolis. To further sanctify this space, Hermes instructs Tat to place 8 guardian statues around the stela, each specifically connected to the sun. Jan Assmann provides a translation of this entire passage in his work, Religion and Cultural Memory, 10 Studies. This specific text is referenced as the primary source for citing that translation. ASAL 12 contains a prophecy stating that no one after them will have a beloved simple one who is philosophy, which alone is frequent in the knowledge of divinity and holy religion. Learning also plays a central role in the portrayal of being a priest within an excerpt from Chaeremon preserved in Porphyry's On Abstinence. A school was founded on the reputation of the teacher, where the pupil is guided by the master to see both the Ogdoad and Ennead. In this lineage, a most advanced student might eventually step up to become the new master. If a successor failed to live up to his predecessor, the group could gradually dissolve. This scarcity is reflected in the fact that the true Bakoi are indeed few, even among those belonging to the philosophically educated elite. Humanistic scholarship depends on metaphor and metonymy to convey its deepest meanings. This is evident in the work Vert, Herb. 1. Prol. 12 written by Thessalos, which provides a framework for understanding these symbolic layers. Thessalos was instructed to keep himself pure for 3 days. While a narrative epilogue exists, it is only preserved in quite corrupt Latin translations today. The group behind Zosimus's fragment stays away from magic, which is a point Mahe brings up as being important. Also, Franz Cumont pointed out just how significant this particular story is for our overall understanding of Hermetism. Zosimus discusses Thoth and identifies him with the fleshly Adam. In this context, the divine sun is followed by those under his guidance, as they are drawn toward the light. A scarab that drives the sun is described as self-begotten. In this ritual process, the operator demonstrates knowledge of magic names written by Hermes Trismegistus in Heliopolis with hieroglyphic letters. The ritualist receives the vision himself during these proceedings. This direct experience underscores the personal nature of the revelation within the tradition. Hermes Thoth served as a vital figure of memory specifically for priestly scribal identity. This role is explicitly attributed to him, maintaining that the temple has not disappeared, but remains the place where priests philosophize. Analysis suggests that any parallel between the ML and CO is too weak to allow for a wholesale reconstruction of the Chaldean rite of ascent, using the ML as a blueprint. Furthermore, none could perhaps be symbolized by a vessel for either the operator or his medium to gaze at. The ascent pattern becomes much more pronounced in the immortalization. However, it is noted that the visionary there never penetrates the cosmic vault, but remains within the hebdomas. Producing such a direct vision was apparently difficult to achieve according to the evidence provided. To induce this state, Discipulus 8-9 utilizes vowels and nomina barbara as an explicit method. Thessalos functions more like a medium than a traditional practitioner in these accounts. During this process, the visionary observes specific visual elements, including a disc and a pipe. Thessalos was visibly moved by the vision itself. Following this self-presentation, a phrase from the material states that the sun disk will be expanded. The fact that an ideal might be transgressed in actual life does not lessen its importance for the self-definition and public perception of a group. This dynamic can be seen in the idealized self-representation of the priestly caste found in Fragment 10 of Sharaman, which provides an informative point of comparison with the Hermetica. The picture of the priest as a full-time purveyor of divine favors matches the social realities of the priesthoods under the Roman administration. Even so, humans have earthly duties which disciples of Hermes are warned not to neglect. Humans are not ignorant that they are the second image of God. Consequently, people who do not give the gods their dues are identified as temple thieves. Those who were deified while still alive, namely the ancestors of Hermes and his disciples, gave laws to their cities which were therefore named after them. Later in the treatise, Hermes speaks only of the reverent and irreverent people. The pure philosophers are identified as the same as the truly reverent people in the Apocalypse. This distinction is echoed elsewhere, such as when Servius comments on Virgil's Ennead 3.168. Lactantius quotes Hermes Trismegistus as saying that after the enumeration of evils, the Lord and Father and God and Creator of the first and only God will look upon what has happened. He will then take back the good from disorder. He cherishes those beneath him and is cherished by those above him. The inquiry into Hermes Trismegistus as a figure of memory is structured into 3 distinct parts. A number of Hermetica can be related with some certainty to the first and second stages of the pedagogical dualism found in the Way of Hermes. In terms of academic perspective, Burkert aligns with the views held by Brian Wilson and Arnaldo Momigliano regarding his understanding of sects. Furthermore, the epithet hypsistos is identified as being the same as Deus Summus Exuperantissimus in Ascale 41. Patres was given double rations as a reward, while Thessalos received payment from the priest for seeking out his specific experience. Despite these individual accounts, most literary sources are largely fictional or pseudepigraphic in nature. The priests strategically used the stereotype of Oriental sages to their advantage. This created a vision of an essential unity between humankind, the world, and God that was evocative enough for the fame of Hermes Trismegistus to long outlive the original texts. While individual pieces of this puzzle could be discounted as exoticizing fiction, modern scholars must acknowledge the limitations of their own intellectual horizons. If these scholars attempt to remove themselves from their situation and patterns of prejudice, they fall into a delusion of false objectivity and learn nothing. Plutarch focused on personal self-improvement by using the examples of powerful figures. His biographies were intended as a tool for readers to examine their own moral condition and strive for improvement. Scribes likely gave a pass to Ch. Threatine, most probably because the copyist failed to understand what he was reading. This lack of clarity stands in contrast to how aspiring pupils valued the account of a visionary meeting Poimandres face-to-face over mere theoretical discussions. Hermes Trismegistus had been reflecting on the things that truly are, keeping his mind soaring high while his senses were restrained. He turned away from the deceptive illusions of external reality to focus on deeper truths. An enormous being of immeasurable dimensions seemed to appear to Hermes Trismegistus. The being asked what he wanted to hear, see, and learn to understand by his nous. Hermes is granted 2 successive visions within the vision during this encounter. In the presence of the light, he spontaneously experiences feelings of love as the divine nous and logos appear external to him. Earlier scholars examining Corpus Hermeticum were often obsessed with identifying biblical influences within the text. However, Hermes Trismegistus operates through his nous to remember what was taught. Hermes reflects on the fact that all people possess nous. By closing his eyes, he achieves true vision, a state of perception so profound that others began to beg him for instruction. He became their guide and brought them the message of salvation. He is one who wants to be known, and is in fact known by those who are his. Plato often uses historical figures as his protagonists, casting young Socrates in the role of a respectful pupil while presenting Diotima as one who has already found wisdom rather than remaining a seeker of it. The human is considered a perfect image of divinity and has not yet fallen. In one specific scenario, this state manifests differently, making the human a narcissist who falls in love with the reflection of his own image. The authors share a consistent assumption that although not all humans will receive enlightenment, they all have the capacity to live virtuous lives. Von Fritz confirms Heidegger's point that Hellenistic philosophy replaced earlier frameworks in this context. Diotima encourages Socrates in his quest while telling him it might be beyond his reach. This dynamic mirrors a broader theme in Hermetic literature, which contrasts a small minority on the path with the great majority who have lost their way. Bousset saw chapters 3, 5, 8, 11, 14 and the Asclepius as optimistic, monistic or world-affirming. However, the distinction between dualism and monism is itself a reflection of dualistic thinking. Bull argued that showing occasional hostility toward the body is just evidence of a pedagogical dualism that only exists in the early stages of the Way of Hermes. Shaw and Plage take a similar approach to this idea. Klup's argument resonates strongly with the author's own argument regarding these philosophical structures. This is further illustrated by how, in dreams, images are taken as the original and are not recognized as images. The Hermetic author does not assume that images must be visible by definition. Castoriadis explains that the one is visible within the soul by means of a phantasm. Some of my words require special attention, so please try to understand what I'm about to say now. This direct instruction serves as a warning for Hermes to focus intensely on specific revelations from the teacher. The Hermetica utilize the analogy of a painting on no fewer than 3 different occasions. This recurring motif is significant because it underscores the text's specific methodological approach to epistemology and how human perception functions. Hermes responds by reminding his companion that any impression of physical stability is merely an optical delusion. He explains that a human's mortal body is actually subject to continuous change and transformation. Whenever they could make these spiritual occurrences happen, it would be considered an important event for them. Consequently, the pupils would take diligent notes to ensure they did not forget any key elements of these precious exchanges. As Hermes, Asclepius, Tat and Ammon leave the sanctuary, they start praying with their faces turned south. This final act of devotion marks the conclusion of their time within the sacred space. After Hermes tells Tat to stay quiet for the second time, Tat agrees and says he can do that now. As the story continues, Agathos Daimon shows up as Agathe Touché's male partner. Agathos Daimon is described with the title Great, Great and Most Great. This specific phrasing prefigures the well-known epitheton Trismegistos. The text asserts that no human is high-minded or lofty enough to behold something proper to the triad. Notably, the words in this specific fragment are attributed not to Hermes but directly to Agathos Daimon. The statement, "Get a hold of yourself," Trismegistus appears in HDV 3. It can be inferred that the intended speaker of this command is actually the nous. The author provides evidence of regret and sadness regarding the blindness and ignorance of the unenlightened multitudes. This perspective highlights a profound sorrow for those who remain in the dark. A dualistic consciousness leads us to imagine the triad as 3 vertical levels stacked on top of the cosmos. This structure brings to mind Parmenides in his notion that the source is superior. This assertion serves as a radical implication of Hermetic non-duality, pushing the boundaries of traditional understanding toward a unified reality. Hermes is revealing his true identity to his pupil in an event of considerable gravity. During this moment, Tat's words bring a smile to Hermes' face, because they contain a good pun that is appropriate for the occasion. The pupils have now become pneumatics, which are spiritual entities. While we do not actually know the specific name of Hermes' pupil in NH46, the text suggests that the brothers are physically present with Hermes and Tat. Hermes urges his pupil to keep a reverent silence about the vision, noting that the ceremony is not open to all pupils but only those who have already been reborn. However, he points out that neither good intentions nor the virtue of Eusbea will be enough. Even those with perfectly clear consciences and nothing to be ashamed of will still be unable to understand the mystery. The ideal devotee is instructed on how to proceed once they have reached their destination. They are told to write down what they have experienced after reaching the goal. Elsewhere in the Hermetica, the source is identified as both the One and the Good, frequently referred to simply as the One. A scribe mentioned having many other Hermetic texts in his possession, though he chose not to copy them. Themis argued that writing would introduce forgetfulness into the souls of those who learn it, claiming that people would begin to rely on external signs rather than their own internal memory. He stated further that while writing provides a mere appearance of wisdom, it fails to convey true reality. Thoth's perspective appears more optimistic and pragmatic. He focuses exclusively on the positive virtues of the pharmacon rather than its potential risks. Derrida notes that in this play of representation, the point of origin becomes ungraspable. For those following the lineage of Diotima and Iamblichus, it is important to recognize that viewing enlightenment as an escape from this world was a misconception. The specific identity of Hermes Trismegistus remains a matter of marginal importance to the author's concerns in this book. Instead, the focus shifts toward how these texts still possess a dimension of depth that is the mark of literary classics. The Kitab fi Zaghir and An-Nafs highlights how essential it is to truly understand yourself. The author argues that revisiting these texts can uncover new layers that were overlooked before, proving that they remain timeless classics. Modern readers often experience difficulties grasping the role of imagination because of post-Enlightenment assumptions. These perspectives were shaped by Kant and Fichte, who rediscovered Aristotle's insights on the subject after they had been obscured for centuries. A reductive view of imagination was subsequently re-established by Kant and then by Hegel, casting it as merely reproductive, recombinatory, deficient, illusory, deceptive, or suspect. In contrast, scholarly writing acts as a pharmacon of enchantment, inducing altered states of knowledge that fill the imagination with phantasmata. The late Charles Schmidt holds a place of primary debt for seeing parts of this work in its earliest form. Gratitude is also extended to nameless genii who rescued the author from ignorance or imprudence, as well as to his wife Kathleen and children, Gregory and Rebecca, whose chief virtue has been long-suffering patience. The numbers of actual survivals from the earliest Hermetic literature are less imposing, even though some pieces may date as early as the 4th century BCE. Despite this scarcity, a name that still charms the learned in our own time is Trismegistus. The message conveyed by these figures remains clear regarding the nature of devotion. It declares that idolatry and animal worship are doomed, asserting that the one God alone deserves worship. The title she held was initially a person's name rather than an abstract designation. In this context, Osiris reputedly received his revelation from Hermes, and may correspond to a specific historical figure of the 4th century. Hermes Trismegistus earned the epithet Trismegistus because of his praise for the Trinity, specifically stating that there is one divine nature within it. He was described as Mercurius Trismegistus, a figure who surpassed every philosopher in learning and keenness of mind. Mercurius Trismegistus was said to have surpassed every priest in sanctity of life and reverence for the divine. Reitzenstein maintained that Hermes serves as the universal god of revelation within this literature. Reitzenstein also argued that the logoi genikoi of Hermes to Tat serve as holy scriptures. While a much larger number of writings in the Hermetica emphasize the scholastic aspect, the essential character of both the popular and learned groups remains clear. Some bibliographical entries within these records contain abbreviations. This is especially common in cases involving articles published in conference collections or similar academic formats. Ammon stands as a significant divine figure across these lineages, appearing prominently in both Egyptian and Hermetic traditions. He is consistently linked to the concept of divine wisdom and serves as a primary conduit for the transmission of sacred knowledge. All sources converge on the fact that Hermes Trismegistus is closely associated with Thoth. This connection underscores how Hermetic teachings are deeply rooted in both Egyptian religious and intellectual traditions. These scholars also point to the translation of Thoth's teachings into Greek as a key development. However, they tend to focus on the spiritual and intellectual aspects of these works while downplaying material components. Fowden and Bull emphasize the legitimacy and importance of written texts within Hermeticism. They highlight these records as essential components of the tradition, particularly regarding the corpus hermeticum. A notable divergence emerges regarding the nature of writing itself. Hanegraaff presents it as a drug of reminding, suggesting that while it preserves memory, it may also lead to forgetfulness and deception. The tradition places immense importance on oral transmission and the specific dynamics of the teacher-student relationship. These elements are especially vital when considering the context of logos and how knowledge is passed from one generation to the next. Material elements in Hermetic theurgy receive more explicit discussion in other sources, specifically within pages 13 to 63 of the Greek Corpus Hermeticum. These references draw upon both the Asclepius and the PGM. The Egyptian religion took special hold of the Greek mind, creating a profound cultural resonance that lasted for centuries. This influence was amplified by the Greco-Egyptian Empire, which exercised considerable power over its rivals until it eventually fell to the Romans. Greek settlers living in Egypt began identifying Thoth as their own god Hermes. Because of this, modern scholars consider Hermes a Greco-Egyptian composite deity, viewing him as a byproduct of cultural fusion and even a political organism. Synesius asserted that the Egyptians made double images of Hermes. This highlights how Egypt's whole being was wrapped up with the rhythms of the divine world, where Egyptian gods were considered well-known throughout the Mediterranean. The religion surrounding the god Serapis stands as a prime example of this syncretism between Greek and Egyptian deities. Specifically, Serapis was constructed as a combination of the Egyptian gods, Osiris and Apsis, with the Greek gods Demeter and Dionysus. The Serapis cult represented an obvious and forced effort to suture the Greek and Egyptian worlds together. However, most Egyptians in the wider kingdom did not actually embrace this specific cult. Despite these external influences and cultural blending, the Egyptians kept their ancestral laws and added none other. They maintained a steadfast adherence to their original traditions, even as they interacted with the broader world. Religious belief remained a core element of Egyptian identity that proved especially resistant to fusion with imported Hellenism. The Greeks took the initiative in identifying their gods with native divinities, a process exemplified by the adaptation of Serapis. This deity was derived from the Memphite god Osor-Hapi, known to the Greeks as Osorapis. In regions with large Greek populations, immigrants were often happy to attach themselves to existing Egyptian cults. APF Kiesling lists the specific Egyptian cults attested in both Greek and Roman Memphis as evidence of this trend. Thoth was a powerful national god who maintained certain specialities and local associations, with the phases of the moon playing an important role in determining the rhythms of Egyptian national life. Despite these specific roles, Thoth continued to inspire strong popular devotion throughout both the Ptolemaic and Roman periods. The intermingling of Egyptian theology with Greek philosophy produced a divinity capable of being placed among the Dei Magni of the pagan pantheon. Initially, it seemed sufficient to equate the Greek god Hermes directly with the Egyptian god Thoth. The Greeks celebrated their god Hermes in a festival called the Hermaea, which coincided exactly with one of the major festivals of Thoth. This connection highlights how self-identification with a god is actually an authentically Egyptian trait. Egypt is described as the image of heaven and the focus of all celestial energies, serving as the temple of the whole world. To reach a mass audience that was often ignorant of Egyptian customs or impatient with complex theology, Isiac aretalogies were designed to present a goddess of universal appeal. During the Hellenistic period, Isis was frequently equated with Eleusinian Demeter as she became assimilated into Greek religious contexts. This enthusiasm for her worship spread throughout the wider Hellenistic world beyond Egypt, facilitating a transformation of her character in new cultural environments. The connection between Isis and Hermes is stated even more emphatically here than it appears in the Memphite text. In these records, Hermes asserts that Egyptian speech employs sounds full of energy, a specific characteristic he uses to distinguish their linguistic practices from those of the Greeks. The Hermetica identifies Horus as the son of Isis, a relationship that serves as a central pillar within their mythological framework. Within this syncretic landscape, SH Exvig designates the god of philosophy as Arnabishenis. This name is actually a Greek transcription of the Egyptian term for Horus of Letopolis, highlighting the deep linguistic blending between Egyptian and Hellenistic traditions. While these external influences were powerful, the native Egyptian tradition acted as a tempering force on the more fantastical elements of Isiac mythology. It allowed for a continuous evolution through reinterpretation rather than total replacement. The center of gravity for the aretalogies of Isis and Asclepius remains firmly rooted in Egypt. This cultural orientation is explicitly noted by assertions that the heart of these texts lies within the Egyptian sphere. The aretalogical portion of the text specifically highlights Isis's Egyptian origins and her deep-seated associations with that land. This section is distinguished by a dry, staccato, and repetitive style that feels more distinctly Egyptian than Greek. The Egyptians embraced many principles related to various essences and supernatural powers, showing a blended spiritual worldview. We see this in how Bitis explained Hermetic inscriptions to Ammon, which mirrors Isis explaining Hermetic inscriptions to Horus in the Kore Cosmo. The mythology of Isis and Osiris in the Kore Cosmo suggests that philosophy and magic should feed the soul. Within this spiritual framework, Osiris is known as the giver of blessings. These recurring motifs in the Hermetic tradition were incorporated into the Suranides, a collection of texts that preserved and disseminated these teachings throughout Egypt. The Greeks further engaged with this landscape by renaming Hermopolis after its most important divine patron. Hermopolis remained devoted to Hermes throughout the Ptolemaic and Roman periods, underscoring the city's enduring association with the god. Among the Greeks, Hermes was commonly considered the god of rational discourse, or logos, a role that reinforced his intellectual prestige. In the city of Sais, Plato describes how Solon heard the story of Atlantis. At the same time, Isocrates' contemporary dialogue, the Osiris, uses a fictional Egyptian narrative. The Athenian in the Laws offers praise for Egyptian educational policies regarding music and painting, attributing these achievements to Isis. This connection is further seen in the name Seriadic land, which stems from the association of Isis and Osiris with the dog star, also known as Sothis or Sirius. Reitzenstein identified that Isis originated from the land of Sirius. This geographical and mythological framework is bolstered by the Egyptian kingship ideology, which plays an important role in both cosmogonical and anthropogonical Hermetic myths. In the 6th century chronography by Johannes Malalas, a specific succession of rulers is recorded for Egypt. The text states that Sosis ruled after the death of Helios, and subsequently, Osiris took rule. Pet-Osiris served as the chief prophet of the twice-great Thoth. This same deity can be called the father of the Great of Five. The 365-day structure of the Egyptian calendar meant that the heliacal rising of Sothis occurred only once every 1461 years. During this era, when the gods reigned supreme, the first Hermes was likely perceived as a divine being known as Thoth. Diodorus Siculus also mentions Hermes several times in his accounts, specifically identifying him as a counselor to both Isis and Osiris. This complex mythological landscape is further clarified by the explanation that Cronus gave Egypt to Hermes after vanquishing Uranus. The majority of myth-tellers maintain that Cronus was the father of Zeus and Hera. Diodorus Siculus records that Horus, the son of Isis, was actually the last of the gods to hold sway over the world. A wide array of deities are credited with the founding of cities including Zeus, Helios, Hermes, Apollo, Pan, and Eileithyia. Regarding lineage, some myth-tellers claim that Cronus begot Osiris and Isis with Rhea. Even though that figure dates back to ancient times, the third Hermes, known as the son of Zeus and Maia, is definitely recognized as the Greek god. In a fascinating example of religious blending, the Nile is actually listed as the father of several other Egyptian gods, including Vulcan, Dionysos, the slayer of Nisa, and Athena of Sais in terms of celestial generation. Isis was identified with the moon and is said to have begot both dryness and moisture. The sun and moon together produced air, which was then identified as Athena. In the Kore Cosmo records, Isis tells Horus about a primordial celestial Hermes. In that same text, she also describes another Hermes who gave instructions to both her and her husband, Osiris. Zielinski points out that the Osiris narrative brings Hermes into the mysteries of Isis. The text also describes the great demon as being directly parallel to the Kore Cosmo. The Hermetic dialogues between Isis and Horus in SH 23 through 27 most clearly elucidate the relationship between heavenly gods, primordial gods, and earthly kings. In this framework, a later emanation of Osiris is described as a holy overseer of all that is done. In the Kore Cosmo, Isis tells Horus that this emanation is actually his father, Osiris. This second Osiris, along with Isis, is credited with civilizing savage humanity with help from Hermes. Additionally, Diodorus Siculus suggests that either Menes or Isis introduced cultivated foods. These gods appear to correspond both to the celestial and primeval gods described by Diodorus Siculus. This connection reinforces their role in the broader mythological landscape. The creator of the universe and artisan gave the greatest father, Osiris, and the greatest goddess, Isis, to the world in need. Together, they put an end to chaos and instituted peace, order, and religion within their Astrology. Van den Kerkhove talks about how Isis and Osiris founded the sanctuaries in La Voie d'Hermès. This lineage goes all the way back to a more mythical past of primordial gods, where Isis and Osiris are the ancestors guided by Hermes. These primordial gods include Ptah Hephaestus, Hermes, Osiris, Tat, and Asclepius. This assembly defines the ancient foundational figures of this mythological framework. The emanation of Osiris is to be understood specifically as his installment as king of the underworld. This role is intrinsically linked to a cycle where the birth of Osiris is associated with the seed of Horus, mirroring an ideology where every legitimate pharaonic king represents Horus. Osiris provided the essential gifts of civilization to humanity. He eventually ascended to mid-heaven and became a great demon, a transformation that occurs specifically when he leaves his body. Papa Tatanen stands as the primal god, serving as the king and unifier of Egypt, who originated the Heliopolitan Ennead. In a significant shift in power, Geb changes his mind and grants sole kingship to Horus, relegating Seth to the desert and foreign countries. The comparison involves several key figures including Hermes, Asclepius, Isis, and Osiris. To understand these deities properly, any concept of their series of emanations must be viewed through the lens of the doctrine of royal souls. Isis expounds this specific doctrine regarding royal souls in SH24, section 3.2. In that same text, she provides an emanatory cosmology as a direct response to a question posed by Horus. During her dialogue with Horus, Isis speaks in the first person. This exchange is imagined to take place in heaven, though it implies that Isis must have subsequently descended back down to earth at a later stage of world history. Isis and Osiris are said to have returned to heaven after successfully restoring the cult of the gods. However, the Kore Cosmu cuts off just as Isis is about to explain or recite the hymn she and Osiris sang during their ascent. Isis is identified as the same figure who instituted all of the civilizing arts. This role establishes her foundational influence over human culture and development. Jan Assmann notes that for the Egyptians, cosmogony is also cryptogony, suggesting a profound link between the creation of the universe and its political order. This intertwining is visible in the Memphite theology, which conflates Ptah and Horus with the historical memory of Menes. Osiris serves as the king of the dead, yet because he instituted pharaonic kingship, he is also recognized as a king of strength and might. Following him, Horus likewise holds the title of king of strength and might, indicating that his authority depends entirely on his legitimacy as Osiris's successor. The hieroglyphic sign representing Isis is a throne in SH26. Section 9, she explains the various kinds of kingships that emerge from the royal stratum of the world soul. Isamuthis, also known as Thermuthis, represents a serpentine version of Isis that developed from the snake goddess Ren-Nutet. This deity was eventually subsumed under the epithet. In a specific hymn, Isis appears as the spouse of Sobek. Meanwhile, the Heliopolitan theogony establishes Geb as the father of Isis. Ammon is identified as the Zeus of Greece and Asia, reflecting a broader cultural synthesis. Within this complex web of identities, if any figure is recognized as the mother goddess, she is probably Isis. The discovery of how to fabricate earthly gods is ascribed to a specific group of figures, including the homonymous ancestors of Hermes and Asclepius, as well as Isis and Osiris. Plutarch further interpreted Isis as representing nature itself. To elevate the one God who is all, various overlapping cosmogonies were integrated into a unified spiritual framework. In this context, those who write about nature hold that Isis specifically represents the nature of Ion. The nocturnal heaven is connected to this perfect black through a parallel found in PGM Zevon, 492 through 494 of a Greco-Coptic papyrus. Similarly, a passage in Book 11 of Apuleius's Metamorphoses connects the nocturnal sky to the black veil of Isis. In both texts adduced by Hylan, Isis is given the perfect black and acts as the revealer. The invocation in these works is astrological in nature, specifically asking Isis to move the bear. Elsa Oriel has suggested that Hycton could possibly be identified as the Egyptian god Heka. This deity is important because Heka represents both an individual god and the fundamental power that other Egyptian gods use when they create things. In a visionary dream, Isis appears to the narrator wearing a multicolored tunic beneath a cloak of deepest black that shines with a dark sheen. This specific imagery resonates throughout her mythology, where she is frequently described as dressed in black, an appearance shared by some of her high priests. Isis explains that while the climates of all other regions cloud human minds, the pure and undisturbed air of Egypt facilitates clarity. This spiritual geography is reinforced by Plutarch's references to Hermesian books describing Egyptian gods as the powers behind celestial bodies like the sun and Sirius. The kingship ideology of this era corresponds closely to a double pharaonic identity where the king is simultaneously viewed as the son of Osiris and Ra. Within this framework, Egypt serves as the heart of the cosmos, acting as the seat of intelligence and the vital spark. Philo of Byblos identifies Hermes Trismegistus with the Phoenician Tortos, whom the Egyptians recognized as Thoth. This lineage connects back to a world where both the Egyptian pharaoh and the Roman emperor are seen as essentially human figures, who nevertheless maintain a privileged relationship with the gods. The integration of Egyptian elements into the Hellenistic world is visible in formulas like Nun, great power, which uses Greek letters to transcribe ancient concepts. This synthesis continues through figures like Isis Neith, who was eventually equated with nature by the poet Manilius. Through these connections, the ruler eventually becomes identical to Ion, the cosmic deity. This transformation marks the ultimate fusion of temporal authority and eternal existence in the cosmopolitan Hellenistic mind. Historical records show that Aristotle referred to the worship of Isis in Apol Fr. 12.2, highlighting her widespread recognition even among Greek philosophers. In practice, initiates like Lucius underwent rigorous preparation for the cult of Isis and Osiris, including immersion, lustration, and 10 days of fasting before initiation. The subsequent teachings provide a basic theory of the 36 decans, which represents Egypt's main contribution to Hellenistic astrology. These celestial divisions were often accompanied by Greek hymns that related directly to the divinities being invoked. The cosmic ubiquity of Tat likely has its roots in these Egyptian associations. This synthesis is further evidenced by an Oxyrhynchus papyrus, P. Oxy, 1380, which contains a prose hymn to Isis apparently composed in Greek by an Egyptian. Thoth identifies himself with the fundamental elements of water, heaven, earth, and air. He also associates himself with Tatanen, which is the epithet of the Memphite creator god Taa. In certain mystical traditions like PGM XXV or 9, Thoth might also be identified as the guide of Isis. This role as an escort is further reflected in SHV3, where it is probable that Hermes serves as the psychopomp among two divine escorts. The term is also found in specific texts, such as the letter of Isis to Horus and PGM I 192 through 193. In a different cosmological framework, Eros is generated by individual souls as they emanate into the cosmos from the universal soul known as Aphrodite Aranios. Harpocrates, also known as Horus the Child, served as the Hellenistic patron god of silence. This connection to quietude is echoed in various liturgical and philosophical contexts where divine presence demands a hushed reverence. Greek religious sensibilities favored metric hymns as their primary mode of devotion, while non-Greeks maintained the tradition of prose for spiritual expression. Within these traditions, Egyptian hymns specifically emphasize a significant invocation involving the opening of heaven, earth, and the underworld. Regarding specific linguistic origins, Batiscombe Gunn argues that the Egyptian original of SHH-PRANK is what was intended. This connects to liturgical imagery found in SH331, where Isis describes pouring a sweet drink of ambrosia for souls who customarily receive it from the gods. In the Book of the Dead of Nefer-Uben-F, Osiris is depicted as having opened the heavenly water for the deceased. This specific role may correspond to Zeus Plutonius in Askel 27, which aligns with NHCV 75,17. Artemidorus's dreambook lists Cronus and Oceanus alongside Tethys, identifying the Titans and universal nature as the gods enveloping all others. In this visual landscape of divinity, both Isis and Nephthys are depicted holding an ankh. The ancient Egyptian concept regarding a divine language spoken by baboons provides a compelling mythological rationale for the appropriation of Greek vowels. This linguistic shift is significant because Hermetists identified their own logos, or nous, as the Egyptian Hermes. The Egyptian letters themselves are regarded as being full of nous and power. However, Betts introduces a third element, suggesting that the ML replaces traditional Egyptian divinities with abstract philosophical concepts. Diodorus credits both Isis and Hermes with instituting the sacred rites of Osiris. Furthermore, these two figures are identified as the ancestors who first discovered the art of making gods. Jan Assmann identifies strong resonances between the unknown god, known as the One Who Is All, from the Ramesside solar theology of Amun, and those found within Hermeticism. This suggests that Hermetism may have existed side by side with the cults of Isis and Osiris throughout the Mediterranean world. The astrology of Isis and Osiris endows a specific prophet destined to lay his hands upon the gods with magic and philosophy for the soul. Through this process, Egypt becomes an image of heaven and a temple for the entire world by conveying divine souls down from above. In the context of PD, the divine people are identified with the upper echelons of the Egyptian clergy. However, the author of this work no longer holds any faith in the human come-god king portrayed within the dialogues of Isis and Horus. Pancrates Epicus, a native Egyptian, composed poems commemorating Antinous for Emperor Hadrian. Yet, Egypt's religion ultimately came to epitomize the pagan idolatry that was rejected with horror by both Jews and Christians alike. Because of this rejection, Egypt's religion will no longer be believed in. By the late 3rd century, Roman control in Egypt had weakened significantly. This occurred as Sasanian power began to threaten from Persia. For some years, well into the reign of Ptolemy VI Philometor, Hor of Sebennytos, stayed near home in Temenisi. He resided there as a servant of that mighty goddess Isis. The local goddess Hermuthis merged with the universal Hellenistic goddess Isis, as demonstrated by 4 hymns in Greek composed by a certain Isidorus. These were inscribed at the outer gates of the temple complex early in the 1st century BCE. The first hymn shows how Hermuthis Isis could be linked to many different powerful goddesses worshipped by the Syrians, Lycians, Thracians, and Greeks. In this complicated mythology, Idris is identified as the 3rd Urani. Egypt was seen as a symbol of all the twisted temptations and delusions associated with the Orient and its irrational cults. On the other hand, the core teachings of Parmenides and Plato viewed Io as a unity where all points in time existed simultaneously. Thoth represents a radical inversion of Hermes, who was traditionally known as the mediator and messenger of the gods. In this shift, the place of Hermes as the communicator par excellence is taken over by a deity who erases mediation. There were 2 gods named Hermes in this context. Meanwhile, the god's bird still came to its banks in great plenty as local traditions persisted. Paganism did not simply vanish, least of all among the more Hellenized Egyptians. More often than not, the religious usages of Egypt, Rome, and Greece flowed easily into each other as cultural boundaries blurred. Greeks and Romans responded to this fluidity by finding Hellenic matches for the Egyptian deities. For instance, they identified Thoth with Hermes, Imhotep with Asclepius, and linked various figures to Zeus. Native Egyptian letters remained lively under the Ptolemies, but soon took on a distinct Greek coloration. However, while these cultural shifts occurred, Egypt's primary value to Roman and Byzantine emperors was primarily economic. During the reign of Decius, many believers were tortured and killed all over the empire, including across Egypt. This era saw Christian theology being shaped by Greek, Jewish, and Iranian influences that found a home in Egyptian soil. After Bolos, but before the Christian era, a number of alchemical treatises began to appear under names such as Hermes, Agathodaimon, and Isis. In this same spiritual landscape, they identified their prophet with both the Quranic Idris and the biblical Enoch. Later history saw Hunayn ibn Ishaq, who lived from 809 to 773, serve as a great translator of Greek and Syriac texts into Arabic. In these works, all Greek is transliterated with E and 5 representing Eta and Omega. The holy places of Hathor at Dendera, Chnum at Esna, Horus at Edfu, and the sites for Sobek and Haroeris at Kom Ombo still mark the stages of a spiritual journey as one travels along the narrowing valley toward Egypt's confines. This path leads to Isis at Philae, where these landmarks define the movement into the heart of Egyptian territory. Herodotus reports that the Egyptians deliberately avoided using Greek customs or those of any other people. Yet, despite this cultural resistance, the phenomenon of syncretism between Egyptian and Greek deities was not unknown. One clear example of such fusion is Helioserapis, a deity created from the merging of Helios and Serapis. Crucially, Ribsam fails to emphasize that many Greek gods were actually Egyptian divinities masquerading under their Greek equivalents. Evidence of this cultural blending appears in an exedra bearing images of famous Greek poets and philosophers like Pindar and Plato. Even so, Thoth was regarded as the moon god even during Egypt's most primitive periods. Thoth, the god who wrote the sacred texts for Egyptian temples, is hidden just beneath the surface of Hermes in the Kore. Because of this, stelae should be placed specifically in the temple of Thoth Hermes at Diospolis. The Kore Cosmo includes a list of myths about Isis and Osiris, which says that these two gods gave many blessings to humanity. Also, even though this period was heavily influenced by the Greeks, the Hermetica contains some non-Greek and non-Egyptian elements that you wouldn't normally expect to find in Ptolemaic or Roman Egypt. The Persian sage Ostanes died without a will, using poison to free his soul from his body. At the same time, the prophet Bittis found instructions written in hieroglyphics inside a sanctuary in Sais, Egypt. The Sime inscription provides evidence that Isis was buried in the Temenos of Hephaestus, also known as Ptah, at Memphis. In a different location, 4 hymns written by Isidore were carved onto the walls of the Temple of Isis in Narmuthis. Hieroglyphic text is located on the Gate of Hadrian within the island sanctuary of Isis at Philae. It is possible that some texts expounding Egyptian star lore were translated into Greek during this period. The priests of the Egyptian gods eventually became covert Pythagoreans, maintaining their secret traditions while navigating external influences. At Esna, adjacent panels depict Ptolemy 5-6 and the Emperor Decius performing sacrifices to the gods in exactly the same manner as 30 dynasties of pharaohs before them. Hermetism in Egypt is described as having made a point of living among the mountains, precipices, and trees. In classical records, Hermes was listed by Cicero as the last of the 5 Mercuries in the De Natura Deorum. The last lines of certain texts consciously reverse the praises of Isis and other cosmic divinities found in the Greco-Egyptian Eratologies. In a separate cultural shift, the gods of the Indians were outlawed. The best preserved list of the gods is the one provided by Syncellus from Panodorus. This remains a primary reference for understanding the hierarchy and names of the Egyptian pantheon. The Exeperta corruptly conflates Shu and Osiris as Sosin-Osiris. This linguistic error merges 2 distinct figures into a single, distorted identity within that specific text. The Exeperta also places Horus before Typhon in its sequence, establishing a specific order among these major figures within that particular narrative framework. The dynasties of gods and demigods correspond to the time of the Watchers and the Giants before the Flood. This suggests a chronological alignment between Egyptian mythology and older, pre-Diluvian traditions. Regarding Naucratis of Egypt, it is said that one of the ancient gods was born around there. This region holds significance as a site where divine origins were rooted. Josephus placed the Stela of Stone in the land of Ceres. This placement provides a specific geographic marker for where these significant inscriptions were situated. In his work on Isis and Osiris, Plutarch recounts how the chest drifted down the Nile. It eventually ended up near Byblos in Phoenicia, marking a significant geographical shift for these sacred remains. Plutarch further states that Osiris is called Sirios by the Greeks. This identification links the god of the underworld to specific stellar phenomena in their shared mythology. In Greek records, Sothis is known as the dog star, according to Plutarch. This name connects directly back to Egyptian traditions regarding their celestial observations. The Egyptians claimed that the ratio was discovered from the orbit of the divine luminaries. They linked these celestial movements to their understanding of cosmic proportions. Another whore from Thebes existed during the Ptolemaic or early Roman era, reflecting a period of continued religious evolution in Egypt. King lists derived from Manetho place Osiris, Isis, and Typhon in a sequence following Cronus. Within this specific lineage of rulers, Zeus and Hera are said to have begot Osiris, Isis, Typhon, Apollo, and Artemis. In the list provided by Manetho, Osiris and possibly Horus ruled for around 400 years. Diodorus admits that some myths state gods of later times ruled not less than 300 years. In other mythological strands, Argus served as the guardian of Io, who had been changed into a cow by Hera. Conversely, Eusebius does not provide any names for the gods situated between Horus and Bidis. Syncellus notes that within his list, Isis and Osiris retain their original Egyptian names even as they move through different cultural contexts. In a similar vein of cross-cultural identification, Plutarch's on Isis and Osiris attests to the linking of Cronus with Geb. Ptolemy III Euergetes erected a temple to Isis Sothis at Aswan, highlighting the continued worship of these figures. The Egyptians called the first minute of the first degree of the equinoctial sign of the zodiac, the ram. The constellation shown on the famous zodiac of Dendera, located in the temple of Hathor, is the same as the Egyptian start of the year during the heliacal rise of Sothis in Cancer. This celestial alignment connects deeply to their seasonal cycles. In Manetho's first dynasty of gods, both Ptah and Osiris are recognized as prominent members. This divine lineage is contrasted with a golden stela that records the deeds of Artemis and Apollo, following those of Uranus and Zeus. Osiris is understood as a civilizing emanation from God who descended into human history at a late stage of prehistory, arriving on Earth for only a brief duration to reign specifically as the living pharaoh. This presence may represent a brief heroic age. However, despite these descriptions, his exact position within the overall structure remains unclear. Sections 64 through 69 of the text discuss the venue sur la terre, Dicis Osiris. This passage possibly represents an interpretatio Graeca of Bebon, who is known as the Typhonic Obstructor. This mystery deepens as the Kore Kosmou, which is also called SH3, is the most famous of these inscriptions. In its story, specifically in section SH3, 7th, it says that Hermes hid the sacred symbols of the cosmic elements near the secrets of Osiris. This connection to mystery is mirrored by the hidden and unknown god, Amun, who is also known as the Lord of the Silent One. However, a second Hermes shows up later in the story alongside a second Osiris. The epitomes of Manetho provide historical details on Sesostris, describing him as a man of great stature who subdued both Asia and Europe within just 9 years. He left commemorative stelae throughout his conquered lands, and according to the same source, he was honored in rank immediately following Osiris. The natural domain of Osiris encompasses the nocturnal underworld within Egyptian mythology. In this realm, he is identified with the deceased king as the ruler of the dead who represents eternal permanence, known as Dite. While Osiris was already present in the world, perhaps having been incarnated into a physical body, his presence became obscured over time. The sanctuaries of Osiris suffered from neglect and were even profaned by ignorant humans during the Bronze Age. In the Amun theology, spanning the Ramesside age and beyond, this hidden god manifests himself within both the cosmos and the kings. Notably, Osiris eventually left his own kingship to be inherited by his son, Horus. The spiritual geography of this belief system places the abode of the visible gods in the fiery ether, beginning beyond the 60th zone. Meanwhile, Isis remains tight-lipped regarding his origins, refusing to provide any account concerning the birth of Osiris. John of Stobie notably omitted the specific section where Isis explains the hymn from his records. This omission leaves a gap in the narrative regarding her role as she navigates these complex mythological explanations. During the reign of conqueror kings such as Osiris, Sesostris, or Rameses, it was believed that the land of Egypt extended all the way to the Euphrates as its boundary. This expansive view reflects a period of significant territorial reach and geopolitical influence. Osiris is recognized as your father and the king of those souls who have already passed away. Within this spiritual framework, he shares a profound identity with Ptah as well as the Demiurge at the Temple of Esna. The 7 creative utterances of Methia are explicitly linked to the hidden utterances of Kemeth. This connection suggests a deep continuity between different modes of divine speech and creation. An inscription further honors Isis Sononae as the greatest goddess, alongside Harpocrates and Primars, who are hailed as beneficent gods. These figures appear in a landscape of sacred naming where specific titles denote their unique roles. Poramanras dedicated his temple to Deo the Highest, Isis Thermuthis, Anchois the Sun, and the Agatha daemon known as Sokonopis. This specific title for Agatha daemon served as a Greek name for She, the serpentine Egyptian god of fate. The dyad is identified in the same work by several names, including Moon and Nature, alongside Isis. This complex nomenclature highlights how these entities are woven into a single cosmic concept. To these Egyptian perspectives, historical claims regarding astronomy point toward the Babylonian god Bel. He was widely claimed by his followers to be the original inventor of astronomy. A prayer to Isis appears in a cryptographic papyrus dating back to the 1st or 2nd century CE. In this text, she is asked to lift her veil, which is a clear reference to the sacred veil of Neith at Sais. Iconographical material frequently depicts Isis dressed in a black robe embroidered with stars and the moon. This imagery is complemented by historical records where Har-Nufis, who styled himself as sacred scribe, erected a stela to honor her. The tomb of Osiris became a focal point for the Romans, with numerous Roman tombs constructed around it. In Hermetic cosmology, the omegas are identified as deacons, forming an outer layer that represents a hemon between the Hibdamas and the Ogdoas. Some texts within this cosmology identify these layers with the 36 deacons. While Asclepius 33 refers to demons believed to reside with us, the attendant of Aphrodite Aranios is not a daemon, but actually the god Eros. In the 173rd chapter of the HHE, the correction for Mahe changes 2 etas to 4 iotas. This specific detail helps clarify the linguistic structure in these ancient records. The number 42 holds significant weight in this context, corresponding to the total number of gnomes across Upper and Lower Egypt, as well as the limbs of Osiris. Furthermore, Horus, the scarab, and the Ouroboros serve together as primary symbols of the sun and the cosmos. In a different cultural facet, Abrasax provides another point of identification with ocean, because both deities are characterized as Anguippides. Meanwhile, the Egyptians maintained a rigorous focus on the heavens. Diodorus Siculus confirms this celestial interest in Bibliotheca 1.8144, noting that they kept careful observation of the order and movements of the stars. In a different cultural facet, Diodorus also describes Osiris as being fond of music and dancing. The word magic only shows up once in this particular collection, right at the end of the Kore Cosmo in the story of Isis and Osiris. The Coptic Hermetic papyri were hidden in a cave near Nag Hammadi, an area where Diospolis could refer to either Thebes, known as Diospolis Magna, or Hau, also called Diospolis Parva. Both of these locations are situated south of Chenoboskion, the site known today as Nag Hammadi. The importance of written texts in preserving philosophical teachings is highlighted by hieroglyphic inscriptions found in shrines at Sais, specifically within a temple at Diospolis that featured an inscription titled, "The Eighth reveals the Ninth." The sanctuaries of Osiris represent the totality of Egypt, even though his main seat remained in Abydos. This reach is reflected in the tradition that the corpse of Osiris was divided into 42 parts, with each part buried in a separate nome across the land. Shifting attitudes toward cultural identity in late antiquity were evident as Byzantine emperors showed less concern than Romans regarding the distinction between Greeks and Egyptians. This era of religious syncretism also saw the dying bull of Apis become Osiris, resulting in the amalgamated deity known as Osirapis or Serapis. Devotees worshipped this god within the bull cult of the great Serapeon. In contrast, the cult of Mithras appears to have been virtually non-existent in Egypt. In both texts, the divinity is named Aeon. Within this framework, Thoth is positioned halfway between Ammon and Tat. There were those who came to think that thanks to her intervention, the gods had postponed a terrible plague destined to hit the city 10 years later. Our ancestors, Oranos and Kronos, experienced this vision. Furthermore, Lebeo stated that these animal gods are called Penates and Euialis. Isis of the 100 Names was worshipped within the precincts of the Serapeon, a testament to her cult's expansive reach from Egypt across the Mediterranean basin. Nearby, structures were built in Saqqara for Thoth's ibis, identifying it as a lunar bird of the night and highlighting its significance in religious practice. The religious institution faced instability as disorder began to plague the ibis cult shortly before 200 BCE during the late reign of Ptolemy Philopator. Records from this period include an ostracon containing the minutes of a council meeting for the Ibis cult held on June 1, 172. Linguistic and theological bridges between Egyptian and Greek traditions are visible in Hor's title for Thoth. This demotic equivalent of the Greek phrase megisto kai megisto theo megalou hermou was found scratched on an ostracon, while other historical fiction attempted to intertwine these narratives through stories like the romance between Olympias and Nectanebo. Egyptian pagans generally did not attack Christians until the persecution of Decius between 249 and 51, suggesting a period of relative tolerance before intensified imperial campaigns. During this time, sacred texts like the rhapsodic theogony attributed to Orpheus presented a triad of Kronos, Rhea, and Zeus as vehicles for ancient theological lessons. The sprawling shrines of Ammon at Karnak and Luxor still stand today as monuments to a long history. In the time of the pharaohs, Egypt was already an ancient and holy land that had witnessed the emergence of the primeval hill from all-encompassing waters. The inhabitants of Egypt believed that their land would survive only while the gods were still worshipped. Because the land was considered intrinsically holy, it served as a witness to the birth and burial of the very gods themselves. Greek divine names were likely taken to refer to Egyptian gods unless otherwise stated in a text. The durability of Egypt is attributed to the dominance of local gods, including Sobek, also known as Suchos, the crocodile god of the Fayum. The Ogdoad reveals that the Ennead has much more Egyptian color, reflecting a deep-rooted indigenous character. This is especially evident in Upper Egypt, which preserved traditional ways more faithfully than other parts of the country. Thoth was a highly popular deity among the Egyptians, serving as a central figure in their spiritual life. For Greek settlers living within Egypt, identifying Hermes with Thoth felt natural because both figures were recognized for conveying messages from heaven. The exposition states that Thoth was recognized as the acknowledged source of the occult powers latent in all aspects of the cult of the gods. This same text notes that the Egyptians called the fifth Hermes Thane, which is another name for Thoth, linking this deity to both linguistic and mystical traditions. References in CH1 and XM show that the Egyptian Hermes appears in Hermetic literature. According to Kore Cosmo, Hermes hid sacred books containing the mysteries of the heavens on earth for future generations to find, portraying Thoth as a guardian of esoteric knowledge. Artapanus attributed to Thoth the division of Egypt into nomes, each with its own divine patron, emphasizing his role in structuring the religious geography of the region. While the traditional Greek Hermes is known to appear in magical papyri clad in a chlamys and winged hat, the autochthonous Thoth remains more common, highlighting a distinct cultural identity. The Egyptians were accustomed to the idea that gods might be born and then die as part of a perpetual process of regeneration, reflecting a theological framework of cyclical renewal. However, certain passages foretell a time when it seems the Egyptians have honored God in vain with pious hearts and assiduous devotion. These specific prophecies actually predict the doom of Egypt, rather than that of the gods themselves, declaring that the gods will return to earth only after Egypt is purified by flood, fire, or plague, ensuring their eventual re-engagement with the mortal realm. While some Egyptians felt despised and threatened by their foreign rulers, they maintained deep spiritual concerns. For instance, the ritual for the conservation of life found in P. Salt 825.1 represents traditional Egyptian anxieties regarding the stability of the universe. The Egyptian priests lived in the temples and brought them peace, passing their time there out of a profound desire for contemplation. Because of this devotion, they were honored by everyone as if they were sacred animals. After purification, Egypt will still be the true home of the gods. In response to an inquiry from Asclepius, Trismegistus replies that these deities reside within a very great city located in the mountain of Libya. Egyptian ideas acquired new dimensions and lost old ones once they were articulated in Greek. Diodorus refers to a tradition suggesting that certain inscriptions were originally placed on the tomb of Isis at Nysa in Arabia. The Isiaca retologies originating from outside Egypt served to illustrate what was happening within Egypt itself. This highlights the reach of their religious narratives beyond their own borders. Osiris was an Egyptian philosopher who dedicated his writings to exploring the mysteries of the Egyptians. He wrote in a land that served as the mother of magicians, individuals who discovered every kind of witchcraft and passed those secrets on to others. Ancient Egyptian religion was deeply colored by magic, which functioned on the belief that a magician could actually constrain the gods. By using abuse and threats, these practitioners sought to force the divine to do their will. The Thoth literature shows that magic, medicine, and the movements of the stars were major preoccupations for these thinkers. During the time of Akhenaten, divine solar energies that enliven the world were depicted as rays of the sun, ending in outstretched hands, clustering around the person of the pharaoh. In the Egyptian view, the Greco-Egyptian Hermes was regarded as the inventor and leading exponent of all sciences. This was especially true for fields outside the purview of rationalist Greek scholars at the Alexandrian Museum. The Greeks would have experienced significant difficulty understanding the significance and function of the plethora of arcane divinities found in pharaonic texts. Even as eras shifted, hieroglyphs continued to fascinate those in Islamic Egypt. Both lists mentioned in these records occur within the context of an address to Horus himself. In a separate historical account, Tababu had Setni's children killed and their bodies thrown to the dogs and the cats. The Egyptians worship supramundane powers by means of hieratic ritual. Conversely, terrestrial gods provide more immediate benefits such as oracles and the healing of illness. A sequence of animal-faced divinities of a decidedly Egyptian character occurs within these records. This religious mystery might be primarily cultic in nature, much like the mysteries associated with Isis. The oracular Chaldaica may contain elements of Iranian, Babylonian, and Syrian origin. In turn, Iamblichus states that the Egyptians divide the heavens into various portions and assign specific authorities to these sections. Iamblichus further notes that the Egyptians place the one who is over them all at the head of these portions. The Theological Hermetica discusses how names were variously assigned to the gods by both the Egyptians and the Greeks, while Egyptian material can be found in Mist. Papin points out a common observation and complaint about the Egyptians, specifically how they distinguished between the life of the soul, known as you, and that of the intellect, or vots, as opposed to the life of nature. The inner man, defined as the man of spirit, is commonly called Phos. The god Thoth is already attested in the pyramid texts, which are among the oldest religious texts in existence, dating back to between 2353 and 210-0107 BCE. In these records, he appears as an ibis, a man with the head of an ibis, or a baboon, assisting the deceased king in taking his place among the gods in heaven. Thoth remained a significant deity throughout Egypt until the 4th and 5th centuries, when Christian emperors finally closed down the temples. During this era of paganism in Egypt, Hermetism held a high standing. Once these active shrines and temples cease to function, Egypt becomes a land full of tombs and corpses. This transition marks a shift in the landscape from living worship to silent remains. The Theosophia Tubingensis demonstrates an interest in Egyptian names for Helios, while the allegedly Egyptian oracle at section 49 reappears in a different guise within another collection. Furthermore, Apuleius's account of an Isiac initiation provides first-hand acquaintance with the specific rites of the goddess Isis. The pseudepigrapha contain various texts attributed to mythical figures such as Orpheus, Musaeus, Enoch, and Seth. Additionally, treatises attributed to Zoroaster, Zostrianus, Nicotheus, Allogenes, and Messus are known to have circulated among Egyptian Gnostics. In his age of innocence, Phos, who is also identified as Prometheus, was imprisoned by fate. He was confined within the body called Adam, or alternatively Epimetheus. Thoth is frequently referred to with various magnitudes of greatness, described as twice, thrice, or 5 times great, and recognized as the lord of the city of 8, also known as Hermopolis Magna. Some interpretations suggest Thoth may be the 5th deity ruling over the 4 pairs of gods that comprise the Ogdoad. The god might also be considered older than the 5, a reference to the 5 final deities of the Hellepolitan cycle. While the epithet twice greatest may simply link back to the common title of the great god used for all Egyptian deities, other texts offer more extreme scales. In the second tale of Setne Kamwos, the descriptions reach an even higher magnitude. Here, a Thoth is depicted as being between 5 and 9 times greatest. Recent publications have revealed additional inscriptions from the animal necropolis of Saqqara, which are primarily Ptolemaic but include material dating back to at least the 3rd century BCE. Within these records, we find references to a twice great Thoth and a thrice greatest Sekher Thoth, both identified as lords of Hermopolis. Jacques Parlebus reports that Jacques Schwartz observed jars containing mummified ibises located near the tomb of Osiris in the Hermepolitan necropolis. These specific jars bear demotic inscriptions mentioning Thoth as both twice and thrice greatest, establishing a clear link to his traditional titles. Hor served as an official within the Ibis cult of the Saqqara necropolis, a position that granted him a unique connection to Thoth, who was represented in theriomorphic form as the Ibis. Interestingly, Hor only references Hermopolis once in the preserved material, where Thoth is likely designated as the thrice greatest lord. Dorotheus refers to a figure known as Hermes, the king of Egypt, who is described in preserved Arabic parts of Carmen Astrologicum as being honored and praiseworthy by three natures. This identification aligns with broader traditions where Thoth was integrated into the Greek pantheon. Elias Aristides mentions that a follower of Thoth would claim the god's name originates from Naucratis in Egypt. This geographic specificity sits alongside various Greek orthographic variations, where Plato uses thetaut while Aristoxenus employs thot, with other versions including thothos and different diacritics. Herodotus records that ibises were brought to Hermopolis specifically for burial, highlighting the city's sacred connection to these birds. However, it remains uncertain which of the two cities named Hermopolis is more ancient. The delta location sits in the nome of the Ibis, while the upper Egyptian site belongs to the nome of the Hare. The Hellenistic author Artapanus claims that the Egyptian priests referred to Moses as Hermes, a significant cross-cultural synthesis of religious figures. Meanwhile, Seir is identified as being named after a Horite chief, who lived long after the era of Seth. Lepsius suggests that certain classifications refer to 5 distinct classes: gods, demigods, eritai, who are spirits of the dead, mestrioi, and aegyptioi. Additionally, Syncellus likely derived his own list of deities from the records provided by the Egyptian monk Panodorus. Syncellus likely derived his comprehensive list of deities directly from the records provided by Panodorus, an Egyptian monk. This lineage of transmission is further evidenced in the Armenian version of Eusebius's chronicle, which preserves a catalogue of gods, demigods, and spirits of the dead that partly corresponds to those found in Panodorus. The preservation of these divine names has been plagued by significant errors across various historical records. Several lists demonstrate grave confusion concerning the specific names and positions of the gods, while other accounts provide inconsistent identifications such as Cronus or Agathodaimon and Shu. Diodorus Siculus's Bibliotheca places Horus at the very end of his divine list. In contrast, Herodotus' Histories describes 3 distinct dynasties of gods: first Pan, then Heracles, and finally Dionysus, Osiris, and Horus. The Turin canon provides a specific sequence yielding only Horus, Thoth, Mart, and yet another instance of Horus. It is possible that these 2 entries refer to the elder and the younger Horus. The classification of Horus varies significantly depending on the source. In Syncellus's list, he is categorized under the demigods, whereas the Armenian version of Eusebius's chronicle places him firmly among the gods. Scholars have also attempted to link Thoth to other figures, such as the possibility that he corresponds to Thulis in Malalas, though this connection remains far from certain. Additionally, another Horus appears at the end of the Lesser Ennead in the Turin canon. However, due to its fragmentary state, it is impossible to determine if this deity possessed a specific epithet. By Plato's era, significant ambiguity surrounded whether the Egyptian Hermes was a mortal or a divine figure. In contrast, Cicero's catalogue of gods emphasizes Egyptian identities for many deities. Martin van den Bruijn argued that Egyptian mythological influences permeate Cicero's descriptions of gods not explicitly tied to Egypt. For instance, the second Egyptian Hermes, known as the Argus Slayer, was venerated at Phineus in Arcadia. Cicero also reports that the Egyptians identified the third Helios as the ruler of Heliopolis. Additionally, in most accounts, Io is recognized as the daughter of Inachus. The title Lord of the Jubilee Festivals was linked to said festivals and also attributed to the Egyptian phoenix, known as the Bennu of Heliopolis. This relates back to Hesiod's riddle about the phoenix's age, which depends on Babylonian theories regarding the Great Year. A prophetic tradition describes a promised king entering Syria to encounter various Egyptian deities. Meanwhile, other Egyptian sources corroborate reports of the phoenix appearing around the time of Oegetes. These figures are probably identified as demigods and another line of kings within the works of Eusebius. However, St. Kellus's universal chronography does not present this specific list of gods and demigods as preceding the list of Egyptian kings. Diodorus Siculus mentions a tradition claiming that for nearly 18,000 years, the first rulers of Egypt were actually gods and heroes. Some of these figures had even served as kings of Egypt before history shifted toward human leadership. Diodorus notes that Menes was eventually recognized as the first to rule the Egyptians following this long era of divine and heroic sovereignty. After Osiris died and assumed his place among the gods, Isis and Hermes established his mysteries. Within this framework, the Egyptian lawgiver received the laws as divine revelations from these higher powers. This site is compared to the experiences of our ancestors. Uranus and Cronus is regularly identified as the Egyptian earth god Geb. Regarding other deities, the Egyptians called Ta'artos or Thoth by the name Thauth, while Alexandrians refer to him as Thoth and the Greeks translate his identity as Hermes. The power in charge of the spirit is identified as Osiris by some and Serapis by others. Furthermore, Fowden claims that Askell 37 reflects a core Egyptian belief that gods are perpetually regenerated. The most learned Egyptians distinguish between the divine and the mortal, referring to the sky, earth, sun, and moon specifically as gods. In contrast, they consider other humans to be mortal beings whose tombs are held sacred. The Excerpta Latina Barbari provides a window into late antique Egyptian religious thought by listing spirits of the dead alongside fortissimos, suggesting a distinct categorization of supernatural entities. Within this spiritual landscape, Osiris inspects souls and oversees the weighing of the heart in chapter 125 of the Book of the Dead. Egyptian religion during the late period featured a fixture known as the ancestor gods, which were primeval deceased versions of deities like Amun-Kemetef. In this same spiritual framework, Horus is being prepared to once again ascend to heaven, reflecting a narrative of cyclical divine restoration while demons dwell in the air. Horus represents a threshold between the divine and human realms, both ontologically and chronologically. The living king was viewed as Horus in the palace, the son of Re and Osiris, who served as the guarantor of order known as Ma'at, to resolve the dilemma of a human king holding divine status. The Egyptians connected the living ruler with the daily course of the sun to represent cyclical time. This connection is visible in early history, where the falcon of Horus guards kings such as Narmer. In Egyptian memory, Menes stands out as the first Horus king who united the two lands. This act established a foundational mythic narrative that defined the transition of power and sovereignty. The Manethonic king lists describe the position of the king as the least of the gods and the greatest of humans, a role comparable to that held by Horus. However, his status remains subject to shifting interpretations. Some sources name him the last of the god kings, while others identify him as the first of the demigod kings. In pages 67 through 70, Silverman discusses the nature of divinity and deities in ancient Egypt. Within this framework, Geb gives Lower Egypt to Horus while awarding Upper Egypt to Seth. Here, Horus serves as a primary representation of the rule of law. Descriptions of chaos often place the presence of Seth Typhon alongside Isis, Osiris, and Horus. In these accounts, thrones are a common recurring motif used to denote authority. While might was once viewed as something negative during the era of chaos before God's emanation, it is now firmly in the possession of Osiris and Horus. The distinction between earthly power and spiritual dominion defines Egyptian kingship. While rulers of different peoples are merely kings of their bodies, the Egyptian kings connected to Osiris and Horus hold authority over souls as well. This specialized creation is linked to the ram god Khnum, who held the traditional role of artisan for the bodies of humankind. Other Hermetic characters are all Egyptian gods whose names were interpreted or transcribed into Greek, often retaining forms characteristic of direct transcriptions. In the Fayum region, Mares or Myris was a popular name for the people. This area also saw Poramanras portrayed alongside the gods, specifically in connection with Sobek, the crocodile deity known to the Greeks as Suchos. Sobek was regularly worshipped as the chief creator god in his temples. In a related archaeological context at Medinet Mahdi, the fourth hymn of Isidorus was discovered in the southern court of a temple dedicated to Isamuthis and Sokonopis. The motif of a queen impregnated by a god is well known in Egyptian royal propaganda. This aligns with an arithmetic cosmogony where the monad serves as the base for numbers belonging to life and light, while the dyad provides the basis for darkness and death. The Egyptian system likely features a creator who fashions the four elements into a well-ordered cosmos. Meanwhile, Tertullian mentions that the Egyptian Mercury was supposedly a god and revered by Plato. Modern editors have tended to see the royal souls as references to Zoroaster and Belus. In these spiritual structures, God gives dominion of the mysteries to Horus. It remains unclear whether the predecessor who saw God before is actually the 18th dynasty king, whom Manetho calls Horus, or if it refers to the god Horus himself. The invocation of Isis in PGM through 19 suggests that a darkly veiled voice from heaven, which reveals astrological knowledge to Netshepsos and seems to elevate him toward the heavens, is likely Isis Neith. In this context, Horus asks Isis why the people of Egypt are so much wiser than their neighbors. The texts found in the tomb of Osiris urge readers to enter onto the way of God. Within these records, one whore called the Memphite served as the secretary of another whore from Sebennytos in the Delta. The Memphite whore wrote that he acted in the name of the great god Thoth, whose might is known in every matter which concerns the ibis in his heart. He noted that for him who walks upon the path named, it is favorable for his life for a long time, while benefit is performed for the ibis. The whore from Sebennytos wrote of spending his days in the house of Thoth, petitioning upon the things which the great god Thoth has said. He affirmed that he had not abandoned this path. Egypt maintains cosmic order through its temples, where specific roles were defined for maintaining this balance. The sacrifices involved in these rites are likely temple personnel known as calf sealers who were responsible for killing the victuals as representatives of Set. A hallmark of Egyptian religious practice is identifying a deity that appears before the summoner rather than simply hearing a prayer. In the sun cult, this ritual tradition dictates that hymns are directed toward the rising sun itself instead of an uncovered statue. The same ritual continues at sunset, when people offer hymns to the sun god as he goes down. On the other hand, some animals were seen as spiritually dangerous. An Egyptian magical papyrus mentioned by Festugière claims that lizards are cursed by both the gods and the sun. Alien notes that the Egyptians regarded the sow as particularly hateful to both the sun and the moon. Furthermore, fragmentary texts indicate that some worshippers venerated a ram, while others worshipped a goat. Epiphanius in Angkor records that the Egyptians worshipped not only their own passions, but also birds and quadrupeds. These diverse forms of worship suggest a wide spectrum of spiritual focus within the culture. Raffaele Pettazzoni suggested that Noah should be translated as Ion in an Egyptian context. This term is commonly used as an epithet for gods associated with the sun. It is possible that these various representations in Egyptian art and ritual function as actual images of the gods. Such depictions may serve as more than mere symbols, acting as vessels for the divine presence. Eusebius describes the Eleusinian mysteries, where specific figures represent cosmic forces, such as a hierophant, dressed to embody the demiurge, while a torchbearer symbolizes the sun and a priest at the altar represents the moon. In this tradition, the sacred herald embodies Hermes. The 36 decans serve as Egyptian astral deities who each govern a period of 10 days. Within this celestial framework, Pantamorphos is identified as the Ousiarch of the 36 horoscopoi. On 3 specific amulets associated with these figures, we find depictions of the Egyptian god Horus. One such gem features our palindrome on its reverse side, while the obverse displays a nude Horus wearing only an Egyptian loincloth. This figure of Horus possesses a falcon's head and wears a sun disk as his headpiece. He holds a wand topped with a falcon alongside an ankh, the Egyptian symbol of life, while being flanked by 2 specific names. Another gem displays the palindrome on its reverse and features an ithyphallic Horus on the obverse. This version of the deity holds a falcon staff, possesses a scarab body, wears a wig with the Egyptian double crown, and is flanked by both a falcon and an adoring cynocephalus on each shoulder. Large wings extend from his headpiece to envelop the deity in these depictions. In a related form, the leontocephalic Helios Horus is described as an aerial spirit, encircled by an Ouroboros. Regarding the origins of language and knowledge, Patricia Cox-Miller notes that Plato attributed the discovery of vowels to the god Thoth. This connects back to broader Egyptian traditions where certain animals served as divine messengers. Baboons are frequently depicted in Egyptian art arranged in groups of 8. shown in poses of worship toward the rising sun. Because of this behavior, they were considered to be heralds of the sun. The Egyptian god of learning, Thoth, was credited with the discovery of astronomy. According to Egyptian wisdom literature, this same deity also attends to the silent man. The arts of arithmetic, music, and geometry are often grouped together as being attributed to the Egyptians. Both Christian and pagan authors have occasionally linked these sciences to the Egyptian Hermes. By the time the Greeks began to grapple with astronomy, the Egyptians already held advanced claims of being its birthplace. This is reflected in Charamon's Stoic interpretation of Egyptian protology, which identifies different gods with specific planets and stars. Charamon claimed that the Egyptians recognized no other gods except those called planets, including those making up the zodiac and their paranatalonta. Gundel argued that a later compiler replaced these original Egyptian names with more intelligible ones like Sabaoth and Jaus. In this celestial framework, the sense of smell and taste are assigned to Venus. The musicians associated with these spheres were called by the Greeks. The deities invoked in various spells represent a diverse array of origins, including Greek, Jewish, Mesopotamian, and Egyptian sources. Because of Egypt's specific climate, we possess many magical handbooks originating from that region. Diodorus Siculus discusses the practice in which mummies of relatives were kept within the houses of Egyptians. This historical record provides a glimpse into domestic funerary customs. The primordial waters were represented through physical space, where none was symbolized by the artificial temple lake found within Egyptian temple compounds. Beyond these sacred spaces, supernatural threats are also identified in both the Chaldean oracles and various pieces of Egyptian mortuary literature. Assmann also adduces examples from Egyptian texts where the gods alight on their statues as bi-emanations. This spiritual presence was anchored geographically, as each nome of Egypt was organized around a temple in which the deity resided. The main section of this rite is likely to have been adapted from an Egyptian cultic source, revealing a world where demonic people worship the earthly gods. Jan Assmann utilized the PD as an apt explanation for the theology of the cult statue in these contexts. In specific Egyptian rituals where the gods are directly addressed, the ritualist takes on the role of a god, specifically becoming the divine ritualist par excellence known as Thoth. During these ceremonies, the 7 pole lords and 7 fates must be ritually greeted. The Egyptians called these sacred sites sancta animalia and worshipped the souls of those who had been deified while they were still alive. This practice highlights a profound continuity between life, death, and divine status. Several nomina are invoked within these traditions, chief among them Horus and Harpocrates. As night falls, the Egyptians burned Kaifi incense to mark the transition into a different state of being. The temple serves as the symbolic center of each Egyptian city and acts as the seat of its tutelary deity. Because Egypt is viewed as a temple in itself, any threat to the cults within these individual temples has consequences for the entire cosmos. Egypt's cities constantly assail one another in war because what one group worships and honors another group treats differently. This internal strife could be explained by the irascibility of the earthly gods, who were often at odds with each other. When these local cults are threatened, the conveying and descent of heavenly rejuvenating vitality is interrupted. The real problem lies in the fact that the Egyptians are prevented from worshipping in their temples, while the upper echelons of the priesthood tend specifically to the cult of statues. In the nome of Upper Egyptian Hermopolis Magna, known as the Nome of the Hare, Patrotes served as the chief prophet of Heliopolis, who sent dreams to Hadrian. These details are contextualized in Assmann's book The Search for God in Ancient Egypt on page 73. The role of Isis and Osiris in Hermetism, along with the presence of Hermes in Isiac cults, remains a matter of speculation. However, myths regarding the divine souls of Egyptian kings are found within philosophical and astrological hermetica, where they reveal knowledge about nature and the stars. Jan Assmann's analysis in Moses the Egyptian highlights how Egypt's cultural memory continues to persist within Western monotheism. Historically, however, Egypt was often imagined as a sinister occult threat and a dark counterpart to the light of science and reason emanating from Greece. Egypt's divinities are often treated like fables. For instance, the Hermes giving instructions in NH66 is identified as the ancient Egyptian deity Thoth, whom Plato refers to by the name Theuth rather than Thoth, appeared before the god Thamus, who was known as Ammon to the Egyptians. In other sacred texts like the PGM, the 7 vowels of the Greek alphabet, appear in various places as a divine name that could be transformed into a formula. The Greek musical system is composed of 7 different modes or octave species and 3 different genera. In the same vein, Fowden points out that in Egypt, the term mons meant both mountain and desert. Burned offerings may be considered fine for the gods confined within their temples. Meanwhile, a goddess is thanked for her gift of abundant harvests and fertility, which were made possible by the 2 great powers of light and life, the radiance of the sun and the waters of the Nile. By the time of the Middle Platonists, Sallust identifies the chora with matter or hule. Egypt was a rich producer of grapes, olives, dates, and various other foods. With the important exception of Jewish persecutions, the land usually accommodated the beliefs of its alien residents. An inscription from 238 BCE demonstrates how Egyptians responded to new realities while keeping their traditional customs intact. King Ptolemy and Queen Berenike, his sister and wife known as the benefactor gods, constantly conferred many great benefactions on the temples. Egypt's fortunes rose and fell with the rhythms of the Pax Romana for the next 3 centuries. This period saw a complex interplay between enduring local traditions and broader imperial influences. Thoth served as the Egyptian god of the moon, messages and writing, a deity whom the Greeks identified as Hermes. To honor him, thousands of mummies of the sacred ibis were prepared every year as offerings. During each year of the 4 centuries that the Saqqara complex was active, these dead ibises were stacked in long corridors. While still residing in Isiospolis, Horus stirred Thoth's anger through some unnamed complicity in a scandal involving the feeding of these ibises. At an unknown date, Horus traveled south to Memphis and reached the ibis shrine located at Saqqara. The benefit performed for the ibis, considered the soul of Thoth, the 3 times great, was also made for the hawk as the soul of Ptah and the soul of Horus. This specific phrase represents the earliest surviving instance in either Egyptian or Greek records of this triple form of the god's title. Many Egyptian gods possessed bodies in human shape with heads of animals, creating figures that functioned like inverted centaurs or satyrs. These combinations were far more complex and mobile than a few simple pairings would suggest. For instance, sculptors depicted Serapis with the head of Zeus. Temples were decorated with images of Greek or Roman rulers whose appearance was entirely Egyptian, though their identities could only be discerned from the royal cartouche. The survival of these religious forms is particularly striking because they often appeared strange and even repellent to outsiders. Egyptians were well aware of the resurrection myth of Osiris and might have found certain features of Christianity intelligible. In a similar vein, specific myths regarding Orpheus, particularly his journey to the underworld, suited the ecstasies experienced by shamans. Dionysos received the most honor in the cult, a fact evidenced by the 8 hymns dedicated to him. Other portions of the Sibylline oracles can be traced back to Syria and Asia Minor. In another text, entitled Isis the Prophetess to her son Horns, the angel Amnael reveals an alchemical mystery. The message explains that just as wheat engenders wheat or man begets man, so gold breeds gold. Scholars generally agree that the Hermetic texts were composed between the 1st and 3rd centuries CE. There is a broad consensus regarding their close relationship to early Christian Gnosticism, even though Hermeticism remains more philosophical in its core nature. Both Festugière and Fowden agree that Greek philosophy, specifically Platonism and Stoicism, had a major influence on the Hermetica. However, they disagree completely on where those traditions actually came from geographically. Festugière flat out denied that Hermeticism had any Egyptian roots, arguing instead that the works were just written by Greeks trying to sound like philosophers. On the other hand, Fowden and Mahe took the opposite view, claiming that Egypt had a major influence on these texts. The debate also covers who actually wrote the works. While Festugière brushed off the religious and mystical sides of Hermeticism, Fowden and Mahe suggested that Egyptian priests might have been involved in creating these texts. Fowden also pointed out that Hermeticism is syncretic, showing how it blends Greek and Egyptian influences. This is the opposite of Festugière's perspective, where he completely removed all the mystical parts. The human mind or rational soul became ignorant of its divine origin, a state that defines the core struggle within this theological framework. Regarding specific texts like CHXM, there are no references to magic, astrology, or pagan cults included in the work. Jewish liturgical influences detectable, especially in CH1, are unlikely to have been felt after the revolt of AD 1115-17, suggesting a specific chronological boundary for these cultural shifts. Meanwhile, Vandalip's work on Isidorus is considered inaccurate and largely superfluous by modern scholars. Traditional societies may disintegrate culturally or lose faith in their symbolic universe when faced with Western intrusion, though more sophisticated types have experienced lesser trauma during such encounters. The autochthonous tradition would have endured less without compromises with Hellenism, while many do not think Mercury was formerly immortal. Dodd concluded that Poimandres and Gijon exist without substantial borrowing on either side, marking them as distinct entities rather than derivative works. This stands in contrast to earlier scholarship, which interpreted these references merely as literary devices with no basis in actual life. The old priestly culture suffered as its language and literature fell increasingly into desuetude. During this period, neither temple rituals nor magical techniques necessarily implied a comprehensive doctrine regarding the nature of man's place in the universe, because there was no institutional structure to provide formal limits and sanctions. Pre-Iamblichian Theurgy disposed only of a finite religious vocabulary. Zosimus disclaimed any intention to innovate, mirroring the stance held by most late antique intellectuals. Those who thought in this way were little inclined to reflect on what lay beyond death, as the dominion of fate absolved them of all responsibility. This perspective is discussed by Cumont in De Orientalischen Religionen, specifically within pages 165 and 16, especially note 69. The belief persisted that those who lack intellect are like the animals. This intellectual landscape shifted significantly by the 3rd and 4th centuries, where there was little trace left of the stability in place or continuity in time seen in the classical philosophical schools. Isidore was probably not an Egyptian priest, a point supported by evidence from 5th century Demotic graffiti, which contains no Greek names among the priests mentioned. Furthermore, Diospolis Parva is not known to have had any exceptional devotion to Thoth, suggesting that local religious focuses were distinct. Traditional religion started out as a loose collection of cults with no clear beginning. At its heart, it began as a folk religion rather than an organized set of beliefs. Mahe suggests that the pessimistic and dualistic tone found in some initiation texts comes from the Gnostic Poimandres community. The Platonists preferred to lurk in corners rather than face the crowd in the marketplace, maintaining a sense of intellectual seclusion from public life. This atmosphere reflects a broader religious landscape where pagans were generally considered less of a threat to the church than heretics. Within this milieu, figures like Stobaeus appear as mysteries. He was not known to be a theurgist, or if he indeed practiced it, he hid his involvement well. Sterling questions why Manetho omitted both a theogony and a cosmogony from his records. Furthermore, lists of mythic kings are often treated as a source of embarrassment and ignored in scholarly literature because they contain no gods or demigods and fail to order the rulers into 30 dynasties. Ultimately, the paradigmatic activity of instituting order is found in the suppression of human sacrifice. When analyzing these texts, Eco argues for the relative unimportance of the empirical author regarding the ultimate meaning of a work. Consequently, any claim to represent an esoteric tradition is usually discounted by scholars as a mere pseudepigraphic trope in academic literature. The primordial beings described in the Kekhaus Cosmopoia cannot be unambiguously identified with the pre-mortal kings listed by Manetho. Furthermore, it is possible that the philosophical Hermetica did not even exist during the time of Dorotheus. Foundational myths are usually available to novices as well. Regarding Manilius, it is unlikely he intended for royal souls to be taught by a lower divinity than the one who instructed the priests. The reference in Chapter X is probably not directed toward the primordial gods. Although these beings are considered deities from the beginning, they remain initially ignorant of the creator of the universe. They only manage to seek out and eventually find him because he instills his love and light into their thoughts. The demiurgic logos is characterized as unborn and unlimited, having emerged from him only to be placed in authority. A similar structure appears without any philosophical framework in the so-called Leiden Cosmopoia. The difficulties regarding the etymology proposed by Jackson are certainly no greater than those previously listed. In this theological framework, The One is specifically described as being unconnected to intellect. She is not impregnated by the primal human, whose sole role is to supply the image. This distinction aligns with Anna van den Kerkhove's view, which places less emphasis on the reclamation of primordial wisdom. The Refutation of All Heresies reports that certain Valentinians claimed the Father existed alone, without any consort. In contrast, our treatise on the rebirth shows a marked lack of ritual actions or dromina. Furthermore, very little space is devoted to describing the vision of the Ogdoad and the Ennead. The ritual kiss mentioned in these texts was probably not distinct from the standard ritual kiss performed in most early Christian churches. This suggests a shared liturgical atmosphere even as informal schools generally collapsed once their specific teacher became infirm or died. The entity invoked here is Raphael, who has no objective reality but exists as a cultural postulation. Regarding the doctrine of royal souls, it makes little sense to view this passage as Roman imperial propaganda. The exhortation for all bypassers to follow the way suggests that following the path was not synonymous with entering a formal priesthood. Additionally, it makes poor sense to claim that the logikoi are like the alogoi. Those who possess rationality but remain ignorant of their purpose or their creator will not receive mind. In a darker turn, those who die without progeny are said to suffer punishments from demons after death. You can't just assume from the get-go that the mention of the temple in Diospolis is just a common trope. Doing that ignores the specific geographical and theological background of the source. A reconstruction of the Hermetic community suggests it functioned much like a formal philosophical school, rather than as a simple voluntary association. This structure implies that these groups were organized around systematic study and intellectual transmission. For this reason, the community's identity was rooted in shared doctrine rather than just a loose gathering of like-minded individuals. The model mirrors how specialized knowledge was curated and passed down through specific lineages. Consequently, the community operated as a deliberate pedagogical space where students moved toward understanding. 10 treatises are more or less exclusively theoretical in nature. Within this framework, Diotima was not a philosopher as we understand the term today, but rather served a specific role within these texts. Mahet's argument is based on a common misconception that Chapter 1 depicts a disastrous fall or a decline of original humanity. This perspective implies that the human condition needs to be fixed through the kind of regeneration described in Chapter 13, rather than being seen as part of a different theological path. Derrida says that dialectics makes up for the impossibility of pure intuition. Modern linguistics following Saussure and moving into post-structuralism, including Derrida's own work on deconstruction, takes this view as a given. Because these linguistic frameworks are so dominant, expressions of openness, trust, and the search for understanding are dismissed by default. They are often viewed as pious humanistic delusions or manifestations of false consciousness that must be met with eternal suspicion. The term imaginal is used here with the understanding that it has no embedded ontological status. This distinction is crucial for maintaining the specific boundaries of these theological concepts. There was no single Orphic dogma or Orphic cult to speak of in a unified sense. This lack of centralism mirrors the broader reality that if there was no Hermetic doctrine, there could be no Hermetic church. Those who have spoken of a church in this context have only considered a selection of logoi where the mythic aspect predominates. This suggests that any perceived institutional structure is actually an emphasis on specific narrative elements rather than a formal organization. The Leiden Cosmopoeia describes a creator god who laughs 7 times, with each laugh producing a new divine hypostasis. These 7 entities begotten through these laughs include light radiance, primal water, new phrenes, generative power and procreation, fate, time and soul. As part of his cosmological activity, the Demiurge fashions the 7 governors, which are the planets circling the Earth. In contrast to these celestial bodies, the sources explicitly state that the 7 primal humans could not have been born through sexual procreation. Instead of biological birth, these first humans were formed through the intermediary of the Demiurge, who unconsciously blew something of his mother's spirit into their bodies. This distinct origin separates them from other figures like the demigods, who Panodorus actually made into demigods at a whim. The original Greek text indicates that it is the pantomorphic ideas of the 12 Avengers that lead mankind astray. This spiritual conflict occurs within a specific temporal framework where, according to calendrical tradition, The New Year festival was preceded by festivities on the 5 epagomenal days, with an additional 6th day every 4 years. Mahay argues that the prayer of thanksgiving in NHC Vi Cont 7 wasn't taken from the PD, which is a point he's used to counter other interpretations. At the same time, descriptions of the priests suggest they laughed very rarely, and even then, it was nothing more than a smile. Scholarly debate continues regarding whether the passage in chapter 7 is purely allegorical. Furthermore, analysis of scribes and scholars suggests that chapter 1 was miscategorized as a creation myth, when it was actually an account of a visionary revelation. The argument that the Omega series must run from 1 to 7 is considered less than compelling, as the reasoning does not hold under scrutiny. Separately, historical records confirm that Cleopatra VII was dethroned in 49. The Western intellectual tradition has frequently rejected the idea of interdependence between human and divine knowledge, a recurring theme throughout its historical development. In many ancient hierarchies, the emperor and the dead were regarded as having a status somewhat inferior to traditional gods. Furthermore, characterizing philosophy and magic as nourishers of the soul is specifically identified as a late antique concept. The creation myth presented in the book serves as a pagan response to Genesis, an observation supported by the text's explicit comparison of its own narrative to the biblical account. Within this framework, the imperfect being born from Sophia became the Demiurge, who is tasked with creating the material world. Gnostic literature frequently identifies this specific figure as the god of the Old Testament. Porphyry admitted to being caught off guard when Plotinus chose to describe himself in terms of traditional religion. Porphyry noted he was entirely unprepared for this specific aspect of how Plotinus presented his own identity. Regarding local traditions, the Ogdoad of frog and cat-faced divinities is unlikely to be a complete fabrication because specific passages explicitly challenge the notion that these figures are artificial. In terms of historical classification, both Origen and Porphyry categorized Chaeremon as a Stoic based on their scholarly analysis of his philosophical affiliations. Subsequent scholarship has acknowledged that Dieterich misleadingly dubbed a specific section Eine Mithras Liturgie in his book of that name. This mischaracterization sits alongside broader critiques of the mechanistic character of astrology, which is viewed as inimical to the religious spirit due to its perceived hostility toward personal agency in the modern Western mind. Porphyry assumed that the levels of application for conventional religion and philosophy were completely different from one another. However, Iamblichus emphasized his rejection of a specific type of philosophy based on thought alone, known as Evoia, which Porphyry had asserted held primacy in his Epistola ad Annabonum. When describing the ultimate mystical union, the vocabulary of the philosopher was considered less inadequate than that used by the theurgist. This distinction is significant because the rational soul emanates from the demiurge and is specifically associated with providence. Plotinus held a low opinion of Longinus, dismissing him as merely a scholar rather than a true philosopher. This highlights the difficulty within Greco-Roman paganism regarding whether to choose between a primitive theology or a highly developed philosophical doctrine. The dilemma of reconciling primitive theology with philosophical doctrine is well posed by Joule, or X148b. In an attempt to bridge these worlds, someone thought of combining the divine authority of the oracle with the systematic reasoning of the philosopher. Sterling rightly criticizes O. Kimball R. Mayor's argument regarding these developments. Furthermore, Panodorus reduced a massive span of 12,843 years of gods and demigods down to just 1,184 years. The basic system of Neo-Pythagorean protological speculations could be given several more or less mythological formulations. However, the specific name of the demiurge has become lost in these accounts, most likely due to textual corruption within the refutation. In some Neo-Pythagorean systems, the threefold demiurgic mind does not create from nothingness but works with pre-existent matter, a concept that parallels Plato's own conception of the demiurge. While we are not told which specific god derived matter from materiality, it is presumably the role of the demiurge. Moderatus associates the demiurgic mind with the soul, situating it alongside the one above being and the monad who is mind thinking itself into being from the one. This distinction finds a parallel in the Timaeus, where the demiurge provides the immortal soul while lesser creator gods provide only a mortal soul. Philo criticizes more recent writers on religion for inventing allegories and myths, while falsely relating true stories to cosmic events. Similarly, Plutarch calls Euhemerus a quack and remains dismissive of Euhemerism, just as Philo is dismissive of allegorical interpretation. Because of these scholarly disagreements, some people have believed that the bird in this case was a false phoenix. Regarding linguistic analysis, Van den Kerkhove wrongly states that Jackson does not account for the disappearance of the rho from Poré to Poi Mahe, doesn't agree with Festugier's numerological take on sacred structures. To him, the pyramid symbolized the primeval mound rising out of the Nun, the primal waters. The demiurgic mind is an emanation from the threefold pre-essential one at the same time. While traditional temples were in decline during this period, it remains much debated how fast that process actually went. The primal human derives from Nous and assumes the authority of the demiurge. Most commentators have interpreted this incarnation of the primordial human as a fall from grace, though highly elusive myths may have been given differing interpretations at different stages of initiation. The many make philosophy obscure in the multiplicity of their reasoning. Apuleius defended himself against charges of magic, but yet averred that magic was on par with philosophy. Furthermore, Gordon wrote an article titled The Religious Anthropology. Arthur Darby Nock distinguished philosophical groups from religious voluntary associations. He noted that these philosophical groups were characterized by reason rather than emotion, whereas the pure philosophy risked becoming muddled by the futile speculations of the sophists. Dietrich took the position that this liturgy was taken from the cult of Mithras, drawing on historical connections between mystery traditions. This links to figures like Chaeremon, who served as a sacred scribe of Memphis and tutor to Nero, while identifying himself as a Stoic philosopher. Chaeremon's self-representation of priests philosophizing within temples serves as a cautionary note against jumping to quick conclusions about these practices. Such activities were often viewed as an aberration by the traditional priests of the Ram god. The shift toward a more antagonistic cosmology appears in Reitzenstein's work, where he frames the demiurge as a demonic opponent of the human. This introduction of fraternal strife marks a significant departure from earlier views. The text SHI-1 was later quoted by the 10th century philologist Ibn Durayd, preserving these early theological nuances. This historical transmission highlights how ancient concepts persisted through centuries of scholarship. The social intuitionist principle in moral psychology suggests that ethical disagreements regarding right and wrong cannot be resolved by rational debate alone. This is because such judgments rely on pre-rational intuitions rather than pure logic. In a linguistic and historical context, the term Judeo-Christian is recognized as a problematic 19th century neologism. It functions primarily to set Islam apart from the other two great Abrahamic religions. The vision of a golden age of peace, where the lion lies down with the lamb and a divine child inaugurates an era of justice, contains many non-classical elements. These motifs stand in contrast to standard philosophical frameworks. The emperor treated the Sibyl more as a pagan priestess than as a biblical prophet, reflecting the complex overlapping identities of religious figures in antiquity. This distinction underscores how different authorities perceived these spiritual voices. Iamblichus and the Hermetic tradition share a common foundation in their synthesis of diverse cultural streams. Both systems emphasize the integration of Egyptian, Greek, and Chaldean influences into their overarching theological and philosophical frameworks. A shared cosmological vision exists between these two traditions regarding the role of the demiurge. Both Iamblichus and various Hermetic texts describe this figure as shaping matter into celestial bodies, while also forming earthly bodies. In this cosmic hierarchy of substance, the heavenly gods are constructed from the purest form of matter. Conversely, those beings who inhabit the earth are fashioned from the lowest matter. You can see some clear differences in how these traditions approach spiritual truth. Iamblichus focuses heavily on theurgy, using specific rituals as the main way to reach gnosis, while Hermetic texts put more weight on philosophical and mystical knowledge. Hermetic wisdom is often described as a journey towards self-discovery. It's usually presented as anamnesis, which basically means the process of remembering who you truly are. The scope of the Hermetic tradition extends to include practical and esoteric sciences such as astrology and alchemy. In contrast, Iamblichus's focus on theurgy is much narrower, For Iamblichus, the practice of theurgy remains strictly dedicated to two specific ends. These are the purification of the soul and the ultimate divine ascent. The Berlin Papyrus Codex 8502, held within the Berlin State Museums, houses new Gnostic texts that were first discovered at the end of the 19th century. A demotic papyrus from the Ptolemaic period preserves the story of Setni Kamwas, illustrating a linguistic bridge between earlier pharaonic material and later Greek idioms. Many features within these texts align more closely with contemporary Greek expressions than with older Egyptian styles. The well-known Demotic Magical Papyrus, divided between London and Leiden, includes material written in the Greek language. Specifically at XV 24 through 31, a spell appears simultaneously in both Greek and Demotic script. In their analysis of Demotic Magical Papyrus 1.10 through 13, Griffith and Thompson propose that the Demotic text was likely translated from Greek, rather than being a primary source for it. This same earliest surviving magical papyrus also holds the distinction of being the oldest Hermetic text preserved in that medium. Examples of magical papyri include P. Grake, which serves as a primary example of these complex written traditions. The book attributed to Thoth contains 2 spells recorded within its text, while other records like the Armenian definitions are found in multiple manuscripts, with the earliest dating back to 1273. In contrast, the latest Demotic texts exhibit a more aphoristic and staccato stylistic approach. Papyrus Memort contains the Hermetic prayer of thanksgiving and incorporates several spells written in Old Coptic. These documents were produced by bilingual scribes who received their training in Egyptian temple scriptoria, making them equally conversant with both Greek and native scripts. The Egyptian sections of the London Leiden Magical Papyrus utilize Old Coptic and hieratic scripts alongside various ciphers. Scholars have argued that the Demotic used in this specific collection, as well as in P. Lide 1384, belongs to the Theban dialect. A recently published Demotic Apocalypse describes the appearance of a phoenix in relation to a description of chaos. It includes numerical explanations for punishers and powers, while other similar invocations appear in both Demotic and Greek within the bilingual Leiden Papyrus. John D. Ray's 2013 work on Demotic ostraca from the Sacred Animal Necropolis at North Saqqara cites specific inscriptions like Skur Hodi Ka 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 Uren BHMNW. This research references the rubrics of spells 30AB 64 and 137A, as well as sections in PGM 8. Wolja Eriksson provides a specialized glossary for these demotic texts to aid in their interpretation. These linguistic tools help bridge the gap between the complex magical instructions and the various scripts used by ancient scribes. Papyrus Leiden J 395, also known as PGM 13, serves as a significant repository of magical tradition, containing spells written in Greek, Old Coptic, and Demotic scripts. Within this single document, 3 distinct versions of an initiatory spell are preserved. The collection features a diverse array of scripts where some spells are written entirely in Demotic, while others contain Old Coptic or even hieratic elements. Specifically, 4 entries feature Old Coptic alongside the primary text. Old Coptic glosses found in Demotic manuscripts demonstrate how the Greek language was utilized to ensure the correct pronunciations of specific magical names. These papyri exhibit significant variety, differing in format as both scrolls and codices, while their dates range from the 2nd and 3rd centuries to the 4th and 5th centuries CE. The first 2 versions of the initiatory spell in Papyrus Leiden J 395 also incorporate the famous Leiden Cosmopoia. Furthermore, specific instructions found in PGM 13.315 through 31.6 mandate that a hieratic papyrus be written using myrrh ink and baboon's blood. The Demotic spell from the London Leiden collection was reworked into a Demotic version specifically for internal consumption. Additionally, PGM Tai.1 through 64 contains various spells dedicated to cystasis. Jacco Dieleman's article provides a detailed discussion on Demotic spells listed in PDM Supplement 130 through 38. One specific spell, known as the ML spell, includes precise instructions for the ingestion of the Kentritis plant at sunrise. The advertisement for this particular spell notes that many times have I used the spell and have wondered greatly. While our manuscripts for the ML and Disc 8 through 9 date back to the 4th century, The manuscripts of the CO are much later and were culled from a variety of secondary sources. Bilingual priestly scribes utilized both Greek and Demotic for varying purposes, though records written in Egyptian Demotic script became significantly rarer after the 1st century CE. During this same period of transition, the Romans kept the Ptolemaic nomes but deprived the district heads known as strategoi of their military command. Man has drawn myths as a way to interpret and make sense of the chaos inherent in human life. Within this framework, magical texts exhibited such fluid content that they were frequently not ascribed to any single individual author. A large number of papyri exist containing these magical traditions, with the majority dating back to the late antique period. However, one of the earliest surviving examples can be traced as far back as the era of Augustus. These magical papyri represent a mature phase in the development of this tradition, and some possess a decidedly anthological character. Because of this structure, extraneous material might have been introduced into the established traditions over time. Parallels exist between the Hermes found in magical papyri and Demotic Thoth oracles, as well as Demotic letters where people sought redress from Thoth. Furthermore, the public publication of certain texts aroused significant interest among the general population. In a separate historical development, most manuscripts of the Armenian definitions were not produced until they were copied between the 16th and 18th centuries. The collection of hymns dedicated to Hermes, as preserved within the various magical papyri, lacks any evidence suggesting they were authored by anyone other than the practitioners who used them. Consequently, there is no reason why these texts should not have been composed directly by the magicians themselves. Lichtheim's work includes new translations of the Demotic Instructions, where sayings on related themes continue to be grouped together in the latest texts. Within these documents, a more personal relationship with God becomes apparent as the tone remains, for the most part, severely practical. Such texts serve as handy teaching aids because they lend themselves both to reduction into lists of points for memorization and to expansion into full commentaries. By contrast, Hellenistic and Roman magic aimed to make nonsense out of generally accepted theories of causation. Hellenistic and Roman magic bred fears, anxieties, and insecurities in the human mind. Most magical procedures were specifically aimed at success in love or an enemy's ruin. Many magical papyri were preoccupied with the extraction of oracles from the gods. In formulating their incantations, magicians frequently used the vocabulary of the mystery religions and tended to flatter, exploit, or even threaten the deities to get their way. Because of these methods, some refined minds condemned magicians as unspiritual due to their practices. This critique highlights the tension between traditional spiritual life and the pragmatic demands of magical ritual. Pliny the Elder acknowledged that magic held complete sway throughout the world for many ages, exerting a widespread influence across different cultures. To enhance its appeal, it combined seductive promises with the established powers of religion. Because people are inherently eager to learn their destiny, magic incorporated astrology into its various practices. Despite this prevalence, arguments against magic in antiquity had at best patchy success. The injection of more spiritual elements into these traditions is best exemplified by an important early 4th century papyrus, now held in the Paris Bibliothèque Nationale. This document serves as a miscellany, offering a rare synoptic view of the various potentialities within late antique magic. At line 475, the papyrus turns into something unusual for its genre, a rite for obtaining a divine revelation or oracle through spiritual initiation. This mystery is aimed at anyone seeking an answer to a specific question. Practitioners of these arts were notably adept with scissors and paste during their rituals. Ultimately, the elusiveness and ambiguity found throughout the magical material remains its most instructive characteristic. From the 3rd century AD onwards, magical papyri begin to reveal a growing interest in the spiritual relationship between the operative and the god he invokes. During this era, magic exercised a strong influence over the educated levels of Hellenistic and Roman society. The magical texts in their current form are very late and were compiled in an age when the insights of late paganism were being vulgarized. Alterations and additions were made ad libitum to keep pace with changing fashions and preoccupations. It is realistic to allow as much credit to chance as to other factors when echoes of the philosophical Hermetica appear in magical spells. Furthermore, while the literature on occult powers is more systematic than the actual magical texts, these papyri largely ignore fate, Even though their few references to it show that the compilers were well aware of its inexorable force, they often bypassed it. For instance, Osiris was believed to have been able to exercise some control over the workings of necessity. Magicians also believed in the efficacy of purely mechanical formula as a means to achieve their goals. However, one may be forgiven some caution regarding the profundity of the religious experience behind the words found in alchemical texts. The Paris immortalization should be considered the speculation of an educationally above-average magician. In contrast, the ordinary magician adopted a more empirical approach to his craft because he was well aware of his own limitations. Earlier parts of this study discussed the diversity of motive behind late antique magic. Numerous parallels exist between the magical papyri from Egypt and the Theurgical practice, as many specific theurgical techniques are closely paralleled in those same magical papyri. The initiatory texts show traces of impurer modes of approach to the divine world, including magical practices. These ritual actions and magic could be employed as long as the ultimate noetic goal was not forgotten by the practitioner. Astrology required more significant adjustment when placed in a philosophical context compared to ritual actions and magic. In turn, the function of vowel sequences in Buddhist texts originates from an underlying belief in the supernatural powers inherent in certain names and letters of the alphabet. The significance of individual incidents and dramatis personae within these texts is partly to be found in the technical alchemical processes they symbolize. For instance, the title Imoth seems to have been applied to several different alchemical books. Variations in method may be determined by different levels of accomplishment or the complex nature of the goal. Ultimately, these mysteries had their roots in traditional cultic practice. The practice of transcribing oral instructions into written form was primarily motivated by a desire to disseminate knowledge beyond the immediate circles of teachers and students. Because these were originally spoken traditions, the resulting written texts preserved many repetitive structures, contradictions, and other idiosyncrasies inherent to their oral origins. The Paris Magical Papyrus, with its extensive size and anthology-like compilation, resembles a library collection rather than a practical working document. Despite this utility for preservation, magical books were often regarded with suspicion by certain authorities. Names of priestly magicians appear explicitly in the Greek magical papyri, providing a direct link to these authorities. Recent analysis of P. Holm identifies indications that documentary sources were adapted specifically to conform to the conventions of literary papyri. Methods and content within magical instruction demonstrated significant variation across different contexts. For instance, astrological texts were utilized by a broad spectrum of individuals, including prominent intellectuals of the period. Meanwhile, the priesthood maintained its position as the primary authority on magical practices throughout both the Ptolemaic and Roman eras. Comparative analysis of the Greek magical papyri and contemporary Egyptological materials determined how astrology was integrated with other elements. This research highlights that cultural memory is institutionalized through tangible forms such as monuments, established doctrines, and recurring festal occasions. Sites of memory include more than just physical locations. They also involve people, commemorative dates, and specific actions. Together, these elements help maintain a culture's collective identity through both lasting monuments and everyday experiences. The concept of tradition has been the subject of many cultural theories over time. Later theorists have begun to distinguish between mere custom and true tradition, defining the latter as a memory or practice that has become historically self-aware and assigned a normative value. Schills defines a tradition specifically as something possessing exemplars or custodians, which is handed down through generations. For those who accept it, the defining characteristic is that the practice either existed or is believed to have existed in the past. The relationship between literary and oral transmission remains highly significant for ritual traditions. In many of these contexts, a correct understanding of authoritative texts is often secured through specific oral instructions provided during the performance. Not all texts successfully enter into tradition. Some are excluded and thus do not become part of cultural memory. Jan van Sina explores this in his book, Oral Tradition, a study in historical methodology where he discusses oral traditions as any testimonies concerning the past transmitted from one person to another. Paul Valliere further explores these dynamics in his article Tradition, where he distinguishes between oral versus written tradition and the specific nature of esoteric tradition. This distinction is vital for understanding how knowledge moves through different mediums. When a tradition becomes objectified as text, It creates a space where individuals can position themselves outside of that tradition. This same process of textual objectification allows for the introduction of innovations within the framework. Hobsbawm offers a different perspective, seeing tradition not as the tradita, which is that which is transmitted, but rather as a set of practices. These practices seek to inculcate certain values and norms of behavior through constant repetition. Both of these conceptual options involve modifications of great traditions, using the terms established by Redfield. These shifts illustrate how tradition is constantly being reshaped, even as it seeks to preserve its core identity. The Demotic Magical Papyrus of London and Leiden saw its publication in 1921 by Francis L. Griffith and Herbert Thompson. Within these Greco-Egyptian magical papyri, written by Egyptian priests, several texts contain Jewish sacred names, most prominently Iao and Sabaoth. The rubrics of individual spells in the Book of the Dead often claim they were copied from stelae located in prestigious temples. Spells within the Greek magical papyri make similar claims, asserting their origins as copies from those same high-status temple monuments. In the Westcar papyrus, a magician named Jedi is brought before King Khufu to reveal the number of secret chambers in the sanctuary of Thoth. These inscriptions suggest that foreign visitors were often eager to take a peek inside these sacred temples. In a Greek context, Doric inscriptions identify a hierothetytes, which can refer to ritual assistants or the main ritual magistrate. Similarly, an office of prototytes appears in the imperial cult, possibly serving as those who sacrificed on behalf of the emperor. The mantis held a specific role in interpreting signs such as the flight of birds, entrails, stars, omens, or dreams. During the Akitu festival, this ritual atmosphere included the king being ritually humiliated to remind him of catastrophes that would occur if he violated the order created by Marduk. Most proposals for the Egyptian interpretation of Poimandres utilize Coptic rather than Demotic. If there had been a progress with a set curriculum, we should expect to find treatises that would suit the pedagogical needs of each stage. Walter Burkert notes that the terms paradosis and paradidonia can be used in a narrower sense, referring simply to instruction. In a larger context, however, they refer to both instruction plus ritual combined. The same kind of invocations appear across various traditions, including the Greek magical papyri and Hecalot literature. These recurring patterns are found in other magical rituals as well. Festugère noted that the word autoptes and its related terms show up all over the magical papyri. They are especially common in texts where the main goal is to get a personal vision of God. Amina Kropp discusses how magical language works in her article, focusing on the mechanics of these expressions. This includes a second type of illocutionary force involving orders directed at Tat to behold or receive the coming power. A guide is sought to take one by the hand and lead them toward the portals of knowledge. One specific spell likely derives from a hermetic milieu, following directly after a drawing of an ibis. The text is neither a ritual manual like the so-called Mithras liturgy, nor does it pretend to be a realistic description of a performed ritual, such as Book 11 of Apuleius's Metamorphoses. Instead, the Valentinian apollotrosis ritual serves as an example of literature containing self-predications. Some treatises may have been written as exoteric texts intended for spread to a wider audience. Nevertheless, these specific treatises are not protreptic, meaning they were not composed with the aim of convincing outsiders. The distinction between magic spells and religious prayers is not addressed here, because such debates are considered unnecessary for this specific discussion. Instead, both forms fall under the broad definition of religion provided by Melford Spiro, which encompasses a wide range of practices and beliefs. Joachim F. Quack has emphasized that parallels to certain practices should be sought in contemporary demotic materials rather than other sources. Meanwhile, literary denigrations of written tradition are not uncommon, as seen in historical texts that critique various textual forms. Certain illocutionary acts require specific contexts or authorized agents to be performed effectively, reflecting structural constraints on ritual efficacy. To understand the ritual function of hermetic utterances, instructions in the Greek magical papyri serve as relevant comparative material. A recurring structure in ritual invocations appears in demotic papyri with the formula, "Come to me and do for me such and such a thing today because I am calling you with name." In this mechanism, the decans exert their influence on humans through intermediaries known as demons. The confusion between etas and iotas appears repeatedly in the magical papyri as a potentially deliberate or accidental textual feature. Louis Kaiser proposed that these strings in certain texts were intentionally distorted to obscure their meaning from uninitiated readers. The insistence on an esoteric oral tradition may stem from a desire to inspire readers to personally experience the rite rather than merely reading about it. This is supported by evidence showing that a prayer to Thoth was recorded on a papyrus roll alongside scribal and wisdom literature, indicating its integration into broader intellectual contexts. The initiatory spell in Papyrus Leiden J 395, also known as PGM 13, is designed to make a god or an angel appear to the ritualist or enter into them to provide specific revelations. To support these instructions, an accompanying diagram follows directly after the text to serve as a visual aid for the practitioner. The literary trope of writing down a treatise on stelae is also found within these magical papyri. This suggests a conceptual connection between vowels, baboons, and Egyptian mythology as they appear in the texts. Indeed, baboons are depicted throughout contemporary magical papyri, just as they appear in traditional Egyptian temple and tomb decorations. Activities attested in these texts, including instruction, initiation, rites of ascent, hymns, and banquets, correspond more closely to what we normally associate with mystery cults or perhaps Gnosticism than to traditional philosophical schools. Meanwhile, observation in ancient astrology was fundamentally empirical. Firmicus Maternus's Astrological Manual is a prime example. It functions mainly as a tool for making predictions, while also encouraging the practitioner to be pious. Joachim F. Quack suggests an alternative way to identify certain texts, proposing they be called Sh-Rm Nusng, or the Book of Influences, and Sh-Rm Nquinthng, or the Book of Demons. The demons described in CH Sextoins are responsible for causing major events such as storms, thunderstorms, droughts, changes in fire, and earthquakes, along with famine and war. These descriptions could potentially serve as a reference to an iatro-mathematical treatment of the passions. Diodorus Siculus records that the education of priests was comprehensive, consisting of 2 systems of letters, sacred and demotic, alongside geometry and arithmetic. This educational foundation provides context for texts like this treatise, which shares significant commonalities with spells used to attain revelations in the magical papyri. The magical papyri were certainly intended to be performed as active rituals. While they share thematic ground with this treatise, the primary difference lies in the volume of specific instructions for ritual action found within the papyri. Generally, these magical papyri contain more mythological information than the treatise does. From a modern perspective, some of their contents appear quite prosaic, such as the spell designed to keep bugs out of the house found in PGM 7.149 through 154. Other spells within the magical papyri might be viewed as morally reprehensible by contemporary standards, specifically a ritual involving the drowning of a cat in PGM 3.1 through 164. However, there is no aim here to exert normative judgment on these practices. There is nothing inherently more debased about spells intended to attain visions than the visionary practices found in comparable religions. In this context, magic serves as an etic concept defined as ritual acts and objects that manipulate imperceptible powers. This definition of magic aligns closely with the one Apuleius attributes to vulgar opinion in Apol 26. Magic should be considered a subgroup of religion, because it consists of a specific form of interaction with beings that are culturally postulated as existing. Within this framework, the concept of a miracle serves as a potentially useful analytical tool for supernatural events reported to occur without any human agency. However, if there is an identifiable miracle performer involved, the act would analytically be classified as magic. Fritz Graf contributed significantly to this field with his work titled Magic in the Ancient World. In the context of Egyptian tradition, magic specifically served a protective function said to ward off the blows of fate. Interestingly, spells designed to achieve erotic encounters share similar ritual procedures with those intended to contact supernal gods. This suggests a common underlying structure in the mechanics of petitioning different types of entities. Greek and Roman elites generally viewed untraditional magical practices with disdain. Yet despite the Cornelian law, magic was sometimes extolled even among the educated elite. Scholars, such as Quack, wrote La Magie or Temple to explore these dynamics, while Matthew W. Dickey authored Magic and Magicians in the Greco-Roman World. Jonathan Z. Smith authored an article titled The Temple and the Magician in Map is Not Territory, pages 172 through 89. Additionally, Ian S. Moyer contributed an article titled The Initiation of the Magician in that same volume on pages 219 to 338. Bagnall incorrectly asserts that PGM3 and IV contain Coptic spells. In fact, these texts contain Old Coptic rather than the Coptic spells as previously mischaracterized. Edward O.D. Love notes that the original scribes of Demotic spell manuscripts received traditional priestly education, while Jacko Dierleman identifies a rhetorical strategy in Greek advertisements for magical papyri that echoes older Egyptian magical practices. Recent scholarship has clarified that the users of ritual rites in these texts are now better understood, with significant progress made in identifying their specific identities. Because these spells require such specialized knowledge, only individuals who had completed formal scribal training would have been capable of interpreting them. There is no justification for denying that the spells in the papyri reflect a complex mixture of cultural influences. Individual spells and ritual techniques could plausibly have drawn inspiration from traditions beyond their immediate cultural context, with some procedures possibly originating in or being disseminated to magical handbooks across the Roman Empire. Vessel inquiries are frequently documented throughout the corpus of magical papyri, providing further evidence of these ritual acts for empirical effects. The operator of a spell most often makes use of a boy medium who sees the reflection of the gods in a bowl filled with water. A specific spell for direct vision is found in the Great Paris Magical Papyrus, also known as PGM5. Securing this vision requires a period of purification and the use of a lamp. For adults seeking this experience, the spell also works provided they abstain from sex for 3 days before attempting to see. Ritual procedures can sometimes be used for both kinds of divine encounter. The author anticipates that an operator might not achieve the desired effect after the first spells, so a supplementary instruction is provided at the end. Supplementary spells are also included to dismiss the deity and to awaken the medium. These details were discussed in an article by John Gee, published in Acts of the 7th International Conference of Demotic Studies. Kim Reiholt edited this volume, which was published by Museum Tusculanum Press. The publication serves as a key source for these ritual instructions and their historical context. Divinatory magic is classified into 3 distinct categories known as theurgic, magic, and goetic. Within this framework, the category of magic specifically employs physical instruments like lamps and vessels or the use of mediums to achieve its intended effects. Various techniques were utilized to bring about desired effects, including a reference to judgment that directs attention toward spell 125 of the Book of the Dead. If the pipe and disc are interpreted as actual ritual objects, then the disc can be understood as a reflecting surface. The ML spell is structured for a single operator, as its written form was designed for individual performance. At the same time, it includes detailed instructions to allow a co-initiate to witness the vision described within the text. Mediums performing these rituals are required to have attained the status of mystai by the time they begin. For bibliography prior to 1994, researchers can consult William M. Brashear's annotated survey of the Greek magical papyri. The immortalization functions essentially as a ritual handbook, which has led to its secondary adaptation into a divinatory rite. Because of this dual nature, the texts are specifically composed for both internal and external use. Morton Smith argues that the striking similarities between ML and CHX 6:16 and 24 prove that the Hermetic treatises included a ritual element. Based on this geographical context, Laszlo Kakossi suggested that such divination might have taken place specifically at the temple of Ptah in Karnak. David Frankfurter explains the Greek magical papyri as a response from an Egyptian priesthood that was becoming increasingly dispossessed by Roman temple administration. In this environment, the demonic people could represent devout worshippers who participated in festivals, sought out cures and divinations, and provided funding to the temples. Janet H. Johnson has interpreted the Demotic Chronicle as a statement of a theory of kingship. Within this framework, a decree stated that no man should pretend to know things beyond human ken through oracles or by means of the parade of images. It is important for a craftsman to possess some sort of symbol of his authority. This concept aligns with the Daveni Papyrus critique regarding those who turn holy rites into a craft, mirroring the commoditization of temple rituals found in the magical papyri. Reconstructing a lost practice by interpreting textual sources is a common approach for scholars seeking to understand these ancient systems. Plutarch pointed out that in our daily lives as embodied human beings, we are constantly exposed to the seductive power of mental representations or fantasies known as phantasy. Despite this internal reality, a major strategy for scholars has been to reduce apocalyptic texts to mere literary fictions, invented stories that need not reflect any actual lived experiences. Contemporary demotic priestly manuals, such as the so-called Book of Thoth, were written specifically for other Egyptian priests or apprentices. These instructional texts reveal a connection to broader traditions, as the Hermetic rites of rebirth and ascent share strong similarities with the divinatory spells found in these papyri. Furthermore, information about Hermetic practice contains distinct elements of formal ritual or ceremonial acts. Jaco Dieleman has demonstrated that the choice of language in the magical papyri is not accidental, but rather serves a specific need of bilingual scribes, because many of the Greco-Egyptian magical papyri we have preserved today must have been owned and used by Egyptian priests. These texts reflect a complex cultural intersection. This transition from sacred space occurred as certain temple rituals were adapted and commodified for use outside the temple walls. Modern readers find it very hard not to be led astray by 18th and 19th century constructs of mysticism, which often cloud our understanding of the past. To navigate these interpretations, Smith discusses the specific interpretation of demonic power in his work toward interpreting demonic power. Sacred scripture didn't contain signs that could perform miracles or truly represent the transcendental signified, that source beyond human comprehension. Instead, academic writing depends on using words as a tool for enchantment. Once a transformative process has begun, a spiritual master may employ specific formulas and ritual acts prescribed for such circumstances. To maintain consistent contact between meetings and ensure unity in teaching, written treatises were utilized as primary tools. This prayer has caught a lot of scholarly attention because similar versions have been found in both the Nag Hammadi collection and the Greek magical papyri. In these texts, words like Zokathazo and Zozazoth show up as echoes of well-known palindromes from magical amulets of that time. The specific palindrome Thozakazoth, which reads Theta Omega Zeta Alpha Xi Alpha Zeta Omega Theta, can be seen on 4 so-called magical amulets. No one can escape the influence of this powerful pharmacon, a hallucinatory drug known as writing. The sequence of vowels found in these papyri and in the discourse on the 8th and the 9th is linked to an Egyptian concept about the mysterious language of baboons. The Demotic Chronicle provides nostalgic stories reflecting on better days when the pharaohs ruled. These narratives offer a glimpse into a period of perceived stability and historical memory. Doug Parrott read the typescript in whole or in part during his examination. Meanwhile, reforms in Saqqara beginning in 174 ended the long misuse of sacred birds, a practice that may have involved the fraudulent delivery of empty burial jars to those who had paid for mummified contents. The usual advice provided in these contexts was often to build a temple or institute an entirely new rite. However, works such as the Orphica, Hermetica, and Chaldean oracles openly condoned magical practices. Within many of these texts, traces of occult belief are evident, with astrology appearing as a particularly prominent feature. Tracts on astrological medicine, known as Iatro Mathematica, were of broader use in the ancient world. Healing and magic also served as prominent aims for another large body of texts frequently referring to Hermes and his retinue, specifically the Greek and Demotic magical papyri. The contents of these papyri consist mainly of spells with practical intent. They were designed to conjure a god or demon, bring about visions and dreams, foretell the future, attain invisibility, compel a lover, thwart an enemy, catch a thief, ease the pain of gout, or even drive insects from a house. One specific example is Hermes' wondrous victory charm, which you are to keep in your sandals. The instruction commands the user to take a tablet gold like the sun, inscribe on it with a bronze stylus, and put it on whatever you want. Then see what it does on a boat or a horse, for you will be amazed. While some of the papyri are less pedestrian in their ambitions and more imaginative in their decor, they all offered a way to manipulate the divine and natural worlds for concrete and immediate purposes. Interestingly, when Albrecht Dieterich announced his 1905 seminar on these magical papyri, he did not mention the word magic. Comments by Zosimos regarding magic suggest that categories roughly analogous to our modern usage of magic and philosophy already existed. This is further evidenced by the contrary advice found in the Kore Cosmo, highlighting these established distinctions. Special attention is paid to collections such as Betts's Greek magical papyri in translation. Corrections that have appeared after Nock prepared his texts are indicated in the notes. Examples of these can be found in Festugieri's Revelation and Mahet's work on the Coptic Asclepius. Requirements of readability, intelligibility, and accuracy have obviously often prevented these corrections from being made earlier. The present edition corrects some minor errors that survived even after the corrected reprint of 1987, reflecting a long history where many of these texts were repeatedly remodeled over many centuries. For instance, version 1.6 of VHC includes specific references to magic, astrology, and pagan cults. A good example of such inscriptions has recently been published from Karnak. A third papyrus identified as P-Vindob P6321 contains a fragment from the mysterious writings of Theurgy. This specific fragment provides instructions for protecting sacred places by magical rites, including all the protective formulae for your majesty departing your temple for feasts. The second list includes spells specifically designed for averting the evil eye. While Sharamon concerned himself with the hieroglyphic script, two prayers known from the Hermetica have also been preserved in papyri dating to the late 3rd and early 4th centuries. The last lines recall the imprecations heaped by funerary inscriptions on the heads of those guilty of the ultimate violation, that is, violating a grave. In one specific ritual act, Naneferkaptah soaked his papyrus in beer. The papyri have been dated to the 3rd century or earlier half of the 4th century. Local references in the cartonnage fragments used to bind these codices confirm that they were written near where they were eventually buried. Evidence from P. Greek suggests the idea that gods might abrogate the decrees of destiny, specifically in Mag Xmi Thurikon 633-14, 633-5, and 708-14. In some instances, a letter's author or forger may have intentionally wanted readers to believe it was a fabrication to ensure a measure of historical respectability. The letter of Manetho is considered a forgery from the imperial period. Similarly, Panodorus, who served as the source for Syncellus, attempted to align the period of gods, demigods, and spirits of the dead with the rule of fallen angels before the flood described in the Book of Watchers. The phrase "my sanctuary" appears as paup, where up likely derives from Demotic Wolke B. This term is attested on both Greek and Demotic mummy labels. These 8 entities are also described as guards, attending the King of Heaven in 2 different magical papyri. Furthermore, it is noted that the discourse on the 8th and the 9th was supposed to be inscribed. The text titled Art of Eudoxus features specific illustrations depicting a mummified ibis, a baboon and a scarab arranged within a circle. In the Ani Papyrus, spell 44, a dialogue occurs where the god re-speaks, declaring himself as one who protects himself while stating he does not know the listener. The deceased responds by identifying as the eldest son who sees your secrets. In PGM 3, 541 through 544, a plea is made for the Ennead to be done for the fatherless child of an honored widow named. This request serves as a desperate appeal lest they take away from the speaker the Lord's fatherland. Such self-predications are frequently found throughout various pieces of mortuary literature. The stylistic arrangement of vowels can be observed within the magical papyri, a subject further explored in Franz Dornseif's work regarding vowels in mysticism and magic. Additionally, the motif of a written revelation recurs notably in section 15. Imperatives directed at superhuman beings could be considered declaratives rather than commands. While such imperatives are very rare, appearing only once in 3 Baruch and once in Ephraim the Syrian, they occur several times within the magical papyri. A text like Chapter 7 could serve as a literary introduction to guide the reader through its contents. In terms of linguistic equivalence, Mahet notes that Shprinth is the demotic equivalent for Heroes Grammazin in the Canopus Decree. Valentassis presumes a much larger degree of intentionality on the part of the scribe than is warranted by the evidence. This perspective stands in contrast to other analyses of how these texts were constructed and preserved. Hans G. Gundel explores the relationship between vowels and planets within Greek magical papyri. This focus on celestial bodies is complemented by the study of Papyrus Leiden J 395, also known as PGM 13, which was part of a collection discovered in Thebes during the early 19th century. The initiatory spell found within Papyrus Leiden J 395 is known by several titles, including the Monas or the 8th Hidden Book of Moses. Within this specific text, 8 guardian statues are explicitly invoked to serve as guards for the sun god. The demons identified in SHV function as forces of the decans. These practices existed even as Roman law began to categorize magia as vinificium, a forbidden practice regulated under Sulla's Lex Cornelia de Sicaris et Vinificis. Since there aren't many records about who bought these papyri, we can't be sure about where they came from. For instance, Dem, B, Gay, K-I-Y is just a transliteration of a demotic text. The Demotic Chronicle, the Oracle of the Potter, and the Prophecy of the Lamb were all written during times of foreign domination. Meanwhile, a Coptic text mentions a new law being established that will put people in grave danger for their life. The protective curse on the votive stelae is included specifically to prevent those who are uninitiated from transgressing against fate. Within these traditions, using a name in practices such as divination or protective curses remains strictly reserved for the initiated. A supplementary spell of compulsion is added to the ritual in case the god tarries and does not duly appear after the previous spells have been cast. In his work, Betz treats Kaifi as a vox magica. Thoth instructed that writing should be engraved on stone tablets to preserve it for the test of time. Against this preservation, Ammon or Ammon objects by claiming that writing is actually a harmful poison. What we finally end up with is a record of dead letters written in stone. Derrida exposes Thoth's vote of confidence in written discourse as a mask for a patricidal strategy. Tony Grafton read the typescript in whole or in part, while Brian Murphy also read the typescript in whole or in part. When some public catastrophe or weird phenomenon warned that the gods were unhappy, the Senate directed the guardians of the books to consult them. The magical papyri promised their readers an occult technology. The Hermetic tradition centers on the liberation of the soul from its material constraints to achieve union with God. This ultimate goal is reached through a process defined by rebirth or initiation. This spiritual ascent is characterized as a journey through the planetary spheres, where each sphere represents both a specific vice and its corresponding virtue. Throughout this progression, the relationship between teacher and disciple remains a fundamental theme. In these teachings, disciples receive gnosis directly from their teachers before eventually becoming teachers themselves. However, the sources diverge regarding when exactly this rebirth ritual occurs. While some accounts describe the rebirth as a post-mortem ascent, others emphasize that it happens during life as a sudden transformation. These differences reflect varying perspectives on whether the practice is primarily ritualistic or magical in nature. Within this process, the role Hermes plays in this rebirth process is subject to different interpretations. While some sources portray him as a facilitator or midwife, assisting the soul through its transition, other perspectives emphasize him as a spiritual instructor or a mediator. These varying roles highlight the diverse ways in which his presence is understood within the tradition. Other traditions within the same framework focus more heavily on the philosophical and spiritual dimensions of the path. These perspectives often contrast with those that prioritize the operative, magical components of Hermetic practice. Egypt became the possession of Ptolemy IV, a period that eventually saw its conclusion with the death of Queen Cleopatra, marking the final end of the Ptolemaic dynasty. During this era, Egypt was renowned for its magic, and in a country so famous for such practices, it was only to be expected. Plato spoke of the translation of Greek records into Egyptian after the deluge. This historical connection is supported by P. Ryle 63, a 3rd century AD fragment containing an astrological dialogue between Plato and some Egyptian priests. The Kore Cosmo shows how Egyptian materials may have played an important role in the evolution of a Hermetic text, and even suggests they might have been even more central to that development than previously thought. For further context on these spiritual dynamics, the thought-provoking article by B. Courroyer, titled Le Dieu des Sages en Égypte, provides significant insight into the subject. The Hermetic prophecy begins by asserting an uncompromisingly Egyptocentric view of the world, containing clear expressions of the ethnic Egyptian point of view. Within these texts, Hermes claims that translating the Egyptian language into Greek will result in a complete distortion and obfuscation of the original meaning. Because of this risk, Hermes advises preserving the discourse untranslated to keep its mysteries hidden from the Greeks. He dismisses Greek speech as being empty and useful only for showing off, a sentiment that underscores his desire to protect sacred knowledge. These heretic texts emerged in Roman Egypt during a time of major cultural and political change. They include the Perfect Discourse, which contains specific prophecies about the fall of Egypt. Specifically, paragraphs 7 through 24 tell a story foretelling the end of both the land and its gods. In this work, Hermes predicts the end times, openly mourning the decline of temple cults and the threat of foreign invasion. Mahe has pointed out how important these apocalyptic visions are for expressing themes of the end of days. He poignantly describes the destruction of Egyptian temples in such severe terms that it might be seen as a threat to the entire 1,700-page work, La Révélation d'Hermes Trismegistus. The presence of this passage indicates a strain of passionate Egyptianism in the milieu that produced and preserved it. However, the durability of Egypt was not always expressed as hostility or defiance. For instance, Naneferkaptah slew the endless serpent that guarded the casket where the book was deposited. The Theurgy contains important Egyptian doctrinal and stylistic elements throughout its structure. The precision of the information regarding Egyptian religion in this specific passage is further discussed by Manetho in 2395, note 324. Pharaonic temple texts were carefully transmitted through generations in their traditional language and format. The most telling sign of the shifting native Egyptian mind during this period can be seen in the evolving condition of the hieroglyphic script. There is little or no sign of Egyptian influence to be found in the oracular Chaldaica. In contrast, the theurgical Hermetica include astrological kairos and self-consciously Egyptian scenery. A particularly notable feature of pharaonic magic is its rich mythological content. Dieterich's commentary further discusses the presence of pronounced magical and Egyptian elements within the text. Most of the surviving portion of the final quittance is devoted to remarks regarding the history of alchemical techniques in Egypt. In this work, Theosebia serves as the addressee and recipient of spiritual advice. Naneferkaptah took out the book and recited the formulae, subsequently experiencing every phenomenon that the priest had predicted would occur. Following this experience, he wrote down every single word contained in the book onto a papyrus. The prophet Pacras of Heliopolis made a lasting impression during Emperor Hadrian's visit to Egypt. He was described as a tall man with a flat nose, protruding lips, and thin legs. He usually wore white linen and kept himself clean-shaven. Though his Greek was imperfect, he always appeared to be lost in deep thought. Magical discourse attributed to Osiris is found within Heliodorus's Aethiopica. In the Egyptian context, Hermetism leaned toward a doctrine that fused traditional Egyptian beliefs with the magical and astrological interests of temple dwellers, all while aligning with the fashionable Platonism of the era. Egyptian Hermetism deliberately misinterpreted the discourses to Asclepius as containing oracles that foretold the Christian revelation. Coptic translations confirm that various oracle collections circulated throughout Egypt, with some of these specifically composed there using recondite Egyptian materials. Because Hermetism in Egypt faced constant threats, the tradition adopted an increasingly conservative outlook. This connection to Hermetic thought is also visible in texts within the Nag Hammadi codices. Bardizan was familiar with books of the Egyptians that described all the different things that may befall people. However, a completely different version of the mission to Egypt is found in the Turfan texts. Lactantius drew heavily upon the prophecy contained in the Perfect Discourse to construct his own vision of the apocalypse. Jan Assmann explored divine speech in ancient Egyptian funerary liturgies within his article regarding MDWNTR, as published in Images et Rites de la Mort dans Ancienne. This exploration highlights how the Hermetica claimed a status as primordial Egyptian wisdom, positioning itself firmly within an established tradition of sacred knowledge. Mahe's comparative analysis clearly shows that the Egyptian origins of the Twilight of the Gods prediction in the Perfect Discourse are well established. He also demonstrated how Egyptian influences shaped the structure and themes of both the 8th and 9th discourses. A century later, the priest Hor continued the tradition of royal advisory texts by offering prognostications in his letters to the Ptolemaic kings. Furthermore, during Dynasty 24, which consisted only of Bokharis, the number 990 years appears following a mention of the famous prophesying lamb. The author of the Epinomis describes how Egypt and Syria experience a marvelously beautiful summer season. In other historical records, the Shabaka stone composed under the Ethiopian king Shabaka includes a Memphite cosmogony. The Moses discourse is closely related to the Hermes discourse, suggesting a thematic or structural continuity between these two works. This connection mirrors the narrative framework of a vizier speaking in front of his king, a motif documented across multiple Egyptian textual traditions. The Perfect Discourse refers specifically to temples dedicated to the deified ancestors of Hermes and Asclepius, where their bodies are said to dwell. Within this text, Hermes speaks of a homonymous ancestor who founded a city bearing his name. This figure could be the Demiurge of the Perfect Discourse, whom the Coptic version identifies as Zeus, who is life. Additionally, Mahay consistently links this system of emanation to various theories about Adam. The source of the Egyptian system found in the Refutation was likely a Hermetic text containing a numerological protology. This connection underscores how these complex systems were woven into broader religious and cosmological frameworks. The concluding words of the prophecy of the Lamb mention a curse made by Pre against Egypt, beginning from the 6th regnal year of Pharaoh Bacon-Renef. Conen suggests that the number 990 mentioned in these texts should have originally been 900, as it was considered an ideal number within Egyptian beliefs. These details help clarify why Manetho claimed to foretell the future in his letter to Ptolemy II Philadelphus. Such a vaticinium ex eventu was actually standard practice for Egyptian oracular predications, where the narrative framework of a prophecy is intentionally placed in the reign immediately preceding a pharaoh rather than in the distant past. The Greeks also held Sesostris in high regard as an ideal pharaoh, a sentiment recorded by Herodotus, Hecataeus of Abdera, and Aristotle. In contrast to these historical figures, the ancient chronicle describes the revolution of the zodiac as a fabrication created by both the Egyptians and the Greeks. The Perfect Discourse characterizes Egypt as the temple of the world and the school of reverence, a description that mirrors broader symbolic associations found throughout ancient texts. This status is rooted in how Egypt has conquered the world through its mastery over nutrition, religion, and learning. Egyptians are described as being naturally blessed in these fields, possessing exceptional brightness alongside many other qualities. Notably, Egypt has chosen not to compete through warfare. Instead, it behaves like a good satrap by offering the vanquished their portion of the victory. There are various theories about what perfect black point means in relation to Egypt as the Black Lands and its connection to alchemy. Besides these symbols, J.P. Mahay has shown that collections of sayings played a key role in how Hermetic treatises were developed. These collections of sayings were so influential they are seen as foundational to many Hermetic works. Quispel concluded that the Hermetic saying must have been known in Edessa at an early date, while the speaker announces their arrival in the City of Eternity. The underlying fear mentioned here must relate to the specific punishments meted out by demons as described within the Perfect Discourse. These entities represent a significant and formidable presence in the text's cosmological framework. Sharamon relates that Egyptian priests prepared for important rituals through rigorous periods of fasting, abstinence, and lustrations lasting between 7 to 42 days. This spiritual preparation occurred within a culture where the script itself did not utilize vowels. Spiritual context. The first sentence of chapter 16, section 2, discusses semantics by claiming that Egyptian is the perfect language because it has direct meaning. This is immediately followed by a second sentence about the inherent power of the language itself. This view suggests that the sound and the names in the Egyptian language actually hold the energy of what they represent, meaning the words themselves contain the power of their meanings. This idea, where language carries its own power, matches what Moya writes about Egypt in sections 103 and 113. The Egyptian Hermes writes in his book called The Perfect Discourse that punishing demons are present in matter itself, meting out punishment to humankind according to what they deserve. A related text found in Alan H. Gardner's Late Egyptian Miscellanies describes a man thirsting in the desert who finds words sealed while it is open to the silent. The Perfect Discourse identifies the moon as the place of rebirth, a concept supported by both this text and the dialogues between Isis and Horus regarding royal souls. Later, during the Enlightenment, Romantics connected the saying that all things are one to Egyptian Prisca Theologia. Berger A. Pearson provided a translation of the untitled treatise. The author of The Perfect Discourse asserts that Egypt serves as an image of heaven, a terrestrial reflection where everything governed and moved in the celestial realm descended to be transferred there. This profound connection is rooted in original Egyptian contributions to astronomy, specifically the establishment of the solar year consisting of 365 days divided into 24 hours. Because of these foundational contributions, early Hermetic astrological treatises are primarily preoccupied with the teaching of the decans. This focus on Egyptian astronomical systems is further reflected in the scientific works of Ptolemy, which also incorporate prognostic speculations. The Hermetica were universally accepted as primeval wisdom originating from Egypt and conveyed by the priesthood. The treatise itself purports to have been originally deposited within an Egyptian temple, though it differs from the Perfect Discourse in that fate is also depicted as a servant of necessity. The cosmology presented in the Hermetic dialogues of Isis mirrors the specific ascent described in ML. This structural similarity highlights how these texts share a common framework for understanding spiritual progression and celestial order. Egyptian wisdom literature was a key foundation for these traditions, and Mahé shows how Hermetic sayings rely specifically on that body of work. Because it was so accessible, those core cultural insights were able to spread through and shape later religious ideas. In analyzing historical and religious contexts, Conen has written about the prophecies of Apota within these prophetic frameworks. It is specified that the cult of the statues will be the one forbidden by divine judgment. Legal and religious conflicts surfaced when the decree of Q. Aemilius Saturninus outlawed all divination throughout Egypt. Any Egyptian priest who happened to read this decree would have interpreted it as a severe affront against local cult practices, underscoring the friction between Roman authority and indigenous religion. Cleopatra VII was notable as the first member of her line who spoke Egyptian. Although she served as the last Ptolemy, she would make prophecy out of current events or recent history, while authenticating her predictions by claiming to be 1,000 years old. The Hermetica emerged and evolved over time, until they reached the state now visible in individual treatises within ancient Egypt. These texts were frequently quoted during complex discussions regarding fate and divine providence, with certain spiritual elements eventually being disseminated through Persian, Syriac, and Arabic translations. Despite these linguistic reaches, there is no evidence for a distinct Hermetic tradition within the specific Arabic context. Meanwhile, his prophecy appeared to have come true with the assertion that every divine logos will be forced to fall silent. Christian Egypt faced a major catastrophe in 642 when the final troops of Byzantium abandoned the country to the new armies of Islam. During this era, Egyptians could only begrudge his immunity from taxation. Her style of prophecy appeared in northwestern Asia Minor toward the end of the 7th century BCE. Thabit ibn Qurra was recognized as the greatest scholar among the Hermetic during the 9th century. Notably, Mahé argued that Hermetic sentences derived from similar elements in ancient Egyptian wisdom. The Perfect Discourse survives intact only in a Latin translation, while its presence elsewhere is felt through derivative works. Two other known texts are actually translations from this original source, recognized today under their Latin titles as the Asclepius. The Coptic text is indisputably derived from the Perfect Discourse because it retains portions of that treatise's specific narrative framework. Similarly, NHC v1.8 serves as another extract from this work, though the original sequence of these two extracts was eventually inverted. While some components, like the Greek text of the Prayer of Thanksgiving, acquired a separate identity over time, the Perfect Discourse remained one of the most frequently quoted Hermetic texts. Its prophecy held a perennial fascination for many, offering a moving account of God's desertion of Egypt and its desolation during the senescence of the world. This influence is evident in Book 7 of Lactantius's Divinae Institutiones, where his eschatological prophecy draws directly from the Perfect Discourse. This same prophecy caught the eye of an anonymous Coptic compiler, a fact whose accompanying note provides important implications regarding the compiler's attitude toward the text. Notably, despite its popularity, the Corpus Hermeticum does not include this specific discourse. The Perfect Discourse was clearly a long and composite work, though its internal incoherences were only unsuccessfully camouflaged by a feeble editor. Scholars believe it was composed during the 2nd or 3rd century. The author of the Perfect Discourse was clearly skilled in how to invoke these specific associations to support his cause. By weaving together these diverse elements, he constructed a narrative that resonated across different traditions. This book tells a moving story about how cultural oppression can completely overwhelm a traditional society. It's so filled with Hermetic concepts that some people think it might be a rewritten version of an even older text, like the myth of Isis and Osiris, found in the Kare Cosmou. The text Ch1x claims to be a sequel to the Perfect Discourse, while the Armenian definitions offer an interesting parallel to how the original work was dismembered. From those sentences in the Armenian definitions and SHX1, one can derive all other varieties of philosophical Hermetic text. The Coptic version was extracted and translated directly from its Greek original, known as the Asclepius. Notably, a central section of this work is translated into Coptic at the very end of the same Nag Hammadi Codex, where our prayer appears. The general discourses were presumably the most numerous and commonly read of the philosophical Hermetica. Most surviving pieces, excluding specifically initiatory treatises, would fit quite happily under this general heading. The general discourses are frequently alluded to in the surviving philosophical Hermetica, serving as a primary means to provide a general grounding in the Hermetic worldview. Cyril quotes word for word from CHX1 and Zerov, as well as the Perfect Discourse and SH1 in CHRX. Hermes begins by stating that he previously expounded the Perfect Discourse. This highlights a shift in focus because the author of the Perfect Discourse rejected the high estimation traditional philosophers held for natural sciences, mathematics, astronomy, and music. It is impossible to be certain that the Greek text of the Prayer of Thanksgiving preserved in P. Louvre 2391 was extracted directly from the Perfect Discourse. The prayer may not even have originated in the Perfect Discourse itself. In contrast, other works like Isis, the prophetess to her son Horus, utilize a distinct vocabulary of mystery and revelation. The concluding prayer of the Perfect Discourse stands as a pure expression of Hermetic Gnosticism. Similarly, the Psalmachiniaca are recognized as Hermetic texts that are fully congruent with the rest of the Hermetica. This environment allowed for a completely new literature to be produced and presented as a revelation of indisputable truth. Some specific Hermetic treatises facilitate this through the use of revelatory dialogues. The disappearance of Hermes's Perfect Discourse from the Greek tradition serves as mute testimony to the success of the assault on the old gods. Despite this fading presence in its original tongue, the work remained popular enough to be translated into both Coptic and Latin. Stobaeus quoted from 3 treatises in the Corpus Hermeticum, specifically volumes 1, 4, and 10, as well as from the Perfect Discourse. The latter was apparently translated into Latin during the 4th century. Lactantius quotes the Perfect Discourse in a way that identifies its subject as Christ, the Son of God. In doing so, he draws from both the Greek text of the Perfect Discourse and Corpus Hermeticum 1x. The Perfect Discourse offered a profound assurance of the gods' ultimate return during their apparent twilight. Because of this, many pagans interpreted specific passages from the text as direct references to contemporary events. Chronologically, these collections of sayings must therefore be prior to the formal treatises. This sequence suggests a development from early aphorisms toward more structured philosophical works. Pierre Hadot noted that all written dialogues are parienetic and protreptic, a characteristic that applies directly to the Perfect Discourse. The text describes a hushed atmosphere in the sanctuary, filled with reverence and divine presence as the souls and minds of those present wait respectfully for Hermes' words. The Perfect Discourse attributes to Hermes a discussion of the intelligible divine powers that underlie sensible gods such as heaven, the sun, the fixed stars, the planets, and the air. In addition to these underlying forces, the text deals extensively with the divinity of the celestial bodies themselves. The term pantomorphos appears in both Corpus Hermeticum chapter 16 and the Perfect Discourse. This shared terminology suggests a clear thematic continuity between these two specific texts. In the text adduced by Hylan, Kneph gives the perfect black to Isis, a gesture that underscores significant ritual importance. According to the Perfect Discourse in Asclepius 37, representations receive demonic emanations from above, reflecting the noetic world described in Corpus Hermeticum chapter 17. The fullest account of the great demon is found within this work, where he is depicted as an overseer and a judge over the souls of man. He serves as a terrible judge of the dead, maintaining his role in the spiritual hierarchy. You promised me to explain the 36 decans in the earlier general discourses, a commitment that links these teachings to later textual developments. The Coptic fragment of Codex Chakos may indicate that the reference to the discourse on the mountain was present at this stage of transmission, a point discussed by Jean-Pierre Mahe. The title identifies this work as the Perfect Discourse, signaling its nature as a compendious text. It stands unique among these writings as the only treatise providing a dialogue structured within a somewhat developed narrative framework. The text functions by placing two distinct kinds of philosophy in direct opposition to each other. Notably, it contains specific mentions of the Osiarchs, who are attested nowhere else except within this particular discourse. Curiously, the saving demons near the moon cannot be found in any of the extant manuscripts of the Perfect Discourse. However, all these rhetorical devices are also present in the Hermetica, making this work the only treatise that contains every one of these elements simultaneously. While this specific narrative structure has been universally discounted by scholars as a pseudepigraphal trope, an alternative possibility remains. It is equally possible that Iamblichus quoted the Perfect Discourse in a lost work, which would align with the standard hallmark of the Revelation dialogue. An excerpt from a treatise of Hermes to Tat presents itself as the crowning discourse of the Genikoi. Within this context, the median human class described in the Perfect Discourse must be understood as regular lay worshippers. The original version of this treatise used to have a full prayer in it, but a scribe skipped over it when copying the text. Also, Hamilton and Huntington Cairns point out that only legitimate speech is considered to be associated with episteme. While some editions of these texts are more complete than others, many Hermetic statements eventually fell under the sway of dominant discursive powers. These new textual universes reshaped how the original content was perceived and preserved. The Perfect Discourse rejects the notion that humans possess earthly duties which disciples of Hermes must be warned against neglecting. Instead, it presents a different priority entirely. This is because its oft-cited apocalypse demonstrates how cultic activity remains inextricably connected with both social and cosmic order. Sharamon, a priest active in the 1st century CE, aligns closely with the portrait of true philosophers and divine people described within the Hermetic Perfect Discourse. His role highlights how temple service functions to maintain that very cosmic order. There's simply no room for noesis in a text. It's exactly what Derrida calls dissemination. The way words in writing just keep spreading out like seeds, moving further and further away from any single meaning. Some astrological hermetica are now thought to have been in circulation as early as the 2nd and 1st centuries BCE. This was a period when astrology held such a prominent place in the Hellenistic and Roman worldview that it generated an extensive body of Hermetic literature. A significant number of these philosophical hermetica are presented in epistolary or dialogue forms. Despite their Greek presentation, the Hermetists insisted that their original compositions were written in Egyptian and inscribed on stelae using hieroglyphic characters. In the Ogdode, the Ennead is revealed, where Hermes specifically tells Tat to write out the entire dialogue in hieroglyphs on turquoise stelae for his temple in Diospolis, located in Upper Egypt. In a similar way, the Kore Kosmou etymology is built as a series of short statements that look like the Memphite text. The main point of this text is its insistence that astrology serves as an introduction to deeper knowledge of God. To make sure this wisdom is kept safe, Hermes commands Tat to write the treatise on these stelae using hieroglyphs, and he mentions a specific oath to be placed on the stone as a safeguard to protect the sacred contents from anyone who isn't initiated. The Esna texts, which experienced an abrupt decline in the later 2nd century, confirm that Clement was well informed regarding these traditions. Meanwhile, the hieroglyphic text at Philae is so corrupt that parts of it would be incomprehensible were it not for a related Demotic inscription nearby. The Dialogue of the Philosophers and Cleopatra further utilizes specific vocabulary associated with mystery and revelation. This linguistic choice underscores the esoteric nature of these interactions within the broader Hermetic corpus. The astrological treatises represent some of the oldest attested writings in this tradition. While many philosophical hermetica are composed in a sophisticated language, several general discourses specifically addressed astronomical and astrological doctrine. Astrological texts, whether they are hermetic or from other traditions, frequently contain references to priests and temples. This connection to sacred spaces is further evidenced by the historical figure of Zoroaster, who was recognized as an ancient Oriental sage. Seth and his descendants inscribed their specific astrological knowledge onto two distinct stelae, one constructed from brick and the other from stone. One such artifact is the famine stela, which provides a detailed description of a 7-year drought during the reign of Khufu. Because some texts mention hidden stelae, editors have concluded that those specific letters are probably fake. On the other hand, Mahe pointed out how important a newer work called the Discourse on the 8th and the 9th is for understanding Hermetic rituals and communities. A 3rd century CE papyrus preserves an astrological dialogue between Plato and Ptes, a prophet of Heliopolis. This highlights the enduring nature of such dialogues throughout history. The flood of Noah would then have destroyed the stela of brick. Ancient astrology was defined by 2 distinct pillars: observation and prognostication. This dual nature of the craft has been highlighted by scholar Roger Beck, who notes how these practices functioned together in antiquity. The theoretical Hermetica dealing with astrology are also deeply preoccupied with the decans. Additionally, other astrological treatises were categorized as part of the Genikoi, reflecting a broader system where events caused by demons could be predicted by a skilled Hermetic astrologer. Because of these complex systems, the Hermetists were expected to possess the technical ability to perform such intricate astrological calculations. This mastery allowed them to interpret celestial movements as meaningful indicators of divine and demonic activity. Specialists across the field concur on the significance of one particular treatise, which has been substantial enough to inspire multiple book-length analyses. Among other specific works, text Shiib is explicitly devoted entirely to the concept of Eusebia. Lactantius records that Hermetic texts were cited in discussions regarding Eusebia and as warnings against demons. Meanwhile, the monk Syncellus reports that Manetho was familiar with stelae located in the land of Syria. Syncellus further states that these stelae originated from a sacred tongue and were translated into Greek after the flood. In another tradition, the Chaldean oracles are explicitly described as being composed in hexameter verse. The Perfect Discourse identifies 36 horoscopes associated with an Osiarch named Pantomorphos or Omniform. This figure is distinct from the Osiarch of the 7 planets, who is identified as Fate, known by names such as Hymarmene or Fortuna. For those possessing astronomical knowledge, performing astrological calculations would be straightforward tasks, particularly when utilizing Ptolemy's handy tables to simplify the process. There is a specific Hermetic claim that says all intuition depends on sensory perception, and that the reverse is also true. This philosophical view matches what Aristotle wrote in De Anima, which is mentioned in several passages referring to that background. The Hermetic tradition evolved over time, steadily incorporating both philosophical and mystical elements. This progression shows how the body of knowledge was shaped by various intellectual currents throughout its history. The timeline of these writings remains a subject of scholarly disagreement. Some sources suggest that the texts were composed in the 1st century BCE or later, while others reference works dating as far back as the 4th century BCE. Scholars diverge on whether Hermes Trismegistus ever existed in a physical sense. Augustine suggests he was an actual historical figure, while Fowden emphasizes his mythological and symbolic nature. The Hermetic texts were attributed to this figure, either directly or through his disciples such as Tat and Asclepius. These authorial attributions served a specific purpose by providing legitimacy to the teachings contained within the works. Interpretations of the text's roles in late antiquity also vary significantly between researchers. Bull highlights their deep connection to religious tradition and the Egyptian priesthood, whereas Hanegraaff focuses on their paradoxical and mystical nature. Moshe Idol notes that Hermetic influence has been detected in the 13th century texts of the Zohar. Regarding the core Hermetic aim, the most relevant works are Poimandres from chapter 1, On Rebirth from chapter 13, and Discourse on the Ogdoad and the Ennead from Nag Hammadi VI. The experiences described in On Rebirth represent 2 quite different forms of Hermetic initiation compared to those found in Poimandres and the Discourse on the Ogdoad and the Ennead. However, it has been argued that these distinct experiences are actually successive stages of one and the same initiatory process. S.H. quote, seems to be relatively late in the chronology, while Cyril 14 specifically refers to Epuis 6 Tpiopeiotos beds. In contrast, SHV1 is an example of a text given to neophytes at a very early stage. In the instructions, silence is not practiced as a means to secure one's own wants. Other references include Askell, 13 to 14 pointing toward NF, discusses the principle of not resisting fate. The chapter contains 5 loosely connected sections that explore these themes. Additionally, Aristoxenus in fragment 23 Verli postulated a full stop after the name Thoth. Manetho provides no evidence of a Sothic cycle connecting the 12th dynasty to Old Kingdom kings. In contrast, the text SH23 line 65 records that certain individuals completed life and ceased the savage act of mutual slaughter. Reference is made to NFCCXX in connection with SH23 line 69. This specific text also contains a prologue located in lines 1 through 2. The textual corpus notes several specific references to chapter 9.5, chapter 12.14, chapter 13.1 and SH8.5. A more technical use of the term we appears in Discourses 8 and 9. These follow CH13 on the rebirth which precedes them in the cursus. The description of layer 13 to 28 characterizes it as fine and pure air. Furthermore, the transliteration of Piashmin demonstrates a specific suppression of rho in Egyptian Greek writing. Inscrusculation of inscription 116 lines 3 through 6 is cited with a modified translation from Lichtime. Additionally, Richard Jasno published Conversations in the House of Life in 2014. Regarding the scope of human capability, there is not much focus on human potential in SH2A. This observation aligns with a reference by Scott at 3.313 to Psalm 113 verse 13. The episodes of conversion detailed in chapter 1 verses 26 through 29 and chapter 4 verses 4 through 6 specify that only a few worthy souls were capable of receiving the message. This stands in contrast to other sections where themes like curses or demons are absent. Specifically, there is no mention of any curse, nor of demons or metempsomatosis as seen in chapters 2 and 10. While those specific supernatural elements are missing from some chapters, the concept of post-mortem revenge appears in several places, including chapter 1 verse 24, chapter 10 verse 16, Asphalt 28 within Nag Hammadi VI, 76 verses 22 and 23, SH7 lines 1 through 3, and 23 lines 62. The specific sentence regarding this process is clearly expounded upon across several other points, specifically in chapters 10, 12, 14, 22, and 25. However, the author does not consider both discourses 8 through 9 and chapter 13 to be reflective of the Hermetic rebirth. In chapter 13, truth is described as unpredicated in much the same terms as the incorporeal. Because of these shared characteristics, SH Lecken could consequently be viewed as the sequel to SH2 A through B. The sentences found in SH Leffen are not to be seen as mere school texts. This is reinforced by the description of truth in chapter 13, which remains unpredicated. The general scheme of chapter 13 opens with a didactic foundation, where the first 7 chapters provide a preparatory explanation of the procedure and doctrine regarding rebirth. These initial sections serve as an instructional summary before moving into more active phases. Moving into section 8, Tat is instructed to maintain a reverent silence. This marks the beginning of the liminal phase, where rebirth is effectuated, spanning roughly from sections 8 through 10. The narrative then shifts as Tat receives the vision of rebirth in section 13. Following this experience, he requests the secret hymn of the rebirth during sections 15 and 16. A formal oath of silence is established later in section 22 of chapter 13. Throughout this text, the initiation proper is interspersed with didactic passages, a structure that has already been addressed in a commentary by William Grace. A fresh look at chapter 13 is therefore warranted. The analysis here remains mostly limited to the points pertinent to the ritual nature of the rebirth. In chapter 13:3, it is written, "Do not be jealous of me, Father. I am a legitimate son. Show me plainly the method of rebirth." This specific passage has seen various scholarly interpretations, with Flussus suggesting one translation and Reitzenstein offering a tempting emendation. The opening of SHV one resembles CH30 one quite a bit. In chapter 13, however, the seed is defined as the true good rather than mere words of wisdom, while noetic wisdom in silence serves as the womb. In chapter 13, the divine enters only after the rebirth is complete. Regarding specific terminology, Gries avoids using the term race in his translation of the text from CH 13:9. Gries argues that chapter 13 denies both nous and psyche to the unregenerate. This contrasts with the primal human, who is only granted multiple parts once they are embodied, as described in chapter 1, verses 12 through 17. Chapter 13:5 contains a striking declaration. "Now, Father, you have brought me into a state of oblivion. Having removed the former delusions, I see your own size." Father with a character. In chapter 13:6, The text states that the senses of the mind are affected when one believes they have become wise. Notably, Gries does not comment upon the use of "in connection with the senses" here. The exhortation to still the bodily senses does not fit chapter 13, since this is specifically the function of the rebirth. Instead, in chapter 13, the atmosphere becomes charged by the anticipation of what is to come. The term euphemio is specifically used in chapter X21. Silence serves as a state that is conducive to achieving the shutting down of the bodily senses in chapter 13, even if it is not strictly necessary. The silence, which is commanded in chapter 13:8, is thus qualified. Paolo Scarpi discusses the eloquence of silence as a power without words, while the Hermetic text uses the term euphemio in several places, including chapters 1 through 18. The taboo of speaking of the mysteries, found in chapter 13:22 and Asclepius 32-193, underscores the ritual significance of silence. However, in chapter 13:8, this ritual silence is conceived of neither as a prayer nor as the withholding of a secret, but rather as a passive receptive state. Despite these descriptions of receptive states, specific references to silent contemplation cannot be found there. This distinction highlights the unique nature of the silence required during this phase. The author assumes that by this stage, the candidate has already completed their reading of the Poimandres. Consequently, no longer does any torment of darkness make its attack upon the seeker, as they enter a newfound noetic state. In this advanced state, the text employs the expression "eye of mind" to describe the initian's perception. While some related Hermetic texts utilize an Aristotelian ousia-dynamis-inergeia scheme, chapter 13 focuses on these specific internal shifts. In chapter 13, verse 19, the seeker is told to accept the all within everyone as a logike theisia, a logical sacrifice. This mirrors themes found in Asclepius 32 and chapter 13, verse 21. Tertullian reports a profound metaphysical truth where silence conceives and becomes pregnant to give birth once more in silence. This process of internal gestation culminates as the combination of the 10 powers constitutes the noeric birth described in chapter 13, verse 10. The final passage of this section includes a strict oath of secrecy, not to disclose the tradition of rebirth to anyone. Although Gries argues that the initiation in chapter 13 is not complete at this point, his objection against this parallel remains invalid. While much of the progression is clear, it must be noted that the final sentence of paragraph 13 is unfortunately corrupt. Despite this textual damage, the core requirements for secrecy and rebirth remain central to the narrative. The womb of silence, described in chapter 13, verse 2, should be understood as the feminine aspect of Hermes's mind. This specific silence in verse 8 signals a transition where Tat has left his body behind and is now situated within the womb of rebirth. Chapter 13, verse 15, places the rebirth within the Ogdode. Notably, there is no mention of a promise or any proviso requiring the seeker to remember each individual step throughout this chapter. There is no mention of an ascent through the spheres in chapter 13. Instead, the Greek version of the Perfect Discourse that Lidus read is linked with this chapter, which also discusses the dark avengers of matter, including 7 omegas at the end of the series, reaches a total of 28 vowels. Gries points out a parallel between PGM 3, 570 to 571, and chapter 13, verse 19. Nothing suggests the level of organization we see in Mithraic groups at this stage. However, the closest parallel to the triad is found in chapter X, verse 14. For further reference, compare PDM-XIV 93 to 114, 117 to 149, 169 to 176, and 232 to 238. Additionally, see PDM Supple 130 to 138 and 149 to 162. The operator is imagined to be entering an altered state of consciousness after fasting for 3 days. To facilitate this, the medium will take 3 deep breaths, probably inhaling the fumes of Kaifi. Hermetic psychology provides a framework for understanding this process using the concepts of nous, logos, psyche, and pneuma. In this system, chapter 13, the key text on rebirth, is a strong candidate for being placed near the center. Chapter 13 explains the concept of rebirth, but you should read it alongside the theory of the Aeon and noetic vision in chapter 11. If you don't engage directly with the text, you won't learn anything. Nock and Festugier's proposed division of chapter 1 has been almost universally accepted. In this layout, the third part covering verses 8 through 26, is by far the longest section. An extreme statement in chapter 7 requires careful attention during this analysis. In contrast, the opening and closing sections of chapter 1 are effectively reduced to a status of marginal importance. No narrative setting is indicated in Discourse 8 through 9 regarding external scholarship. The tone of John Gee's review was later softened. The process of separation follows a similar pattern in chapter 3 verse 2, as the evidence indicates. However, Wildberg views the parallel passage found in chapter 3 verse 3 specifically as a scribal gloss. The sentences in chapter 1 verse 14 are pretty unclear. To make the structure easier to follow, Mahay suggests moving some of the content from chapter 1 verse 3 into the sentence in chapter 1 verse 16. Hanegraaff notes that the term deisiddaimon in chapter 11 verse 15 can signify an attitude of awed respect. This state is equivalent to veneration or a profound fear regarding death and dissolution. Reverence serves as a necessary condition for receiving news. Furthermore, the statement concerning the incorporeal imagination holds key importance not only for chapter 11 as a whole, but also specifically for chapter 13. Chapter 11 presents a third kind of imaginal awareness which, unlike the other two types mentioned in the text, is not an inherently limited perspective. This distinction provides a unique layer to the understanding of noetic vision.
Think. The discussion references chapter 16 verse 15 as indicated by specific citations pointing toward page 90 and 91 in chapter 4. Additionally, the text draws a comparison between chapter 5 verse 10 and chapter 2 verse 16. The reference to chapter 5 verse 10 as being comparable to chapter 2 verse 16 is reinforced by the fact that this same point was previously made in chapter 1 verse 7.
Chapter 1 verses 19 through 29 discuss the concept of surrendering oneself to death. In this context, he describes his new state of expanded perceptual consciousness in terms that refer explicitly back to chapter 11. A version of chapter 13 verses 1 through 2 and 4 preserved in a Syriac manuscript suggests that certain lines may be misplaced within this specific sequence. Furthermore, the radical non-duality found in chapter 5 verses 10 and 11 is not evident here, though a similar direction is mentioned later in chapter 13 verse 16. Experts who study the Nag Hammadi Hermetica have found some striking similarities between chapter 13 and NH-Fix 6. Specifically, Mahay pointed out that combining the themes of Anados, Boucher's, and Palingenesia is a unique feature shared by both texts. The versions found in NH-Fix 6 are not palindromes, an observation unlikely to be the result of transcription errors. This pneuma would seem to be closely equivalent to or identical with the Atmos mentioned in SH-X 13. The palindrome, Zothaxathos, shows up in PMG 13, specifically in what's known as the Leiden Cosmopoia, found on Papyrus Leiden J 395. Written texts remain after human voices fall silent, preserving the tradition even when oral transmission ceases. However, 15 of the manuscripts used by A.D. Nock contain only the first 14 treatises, or in some cases, even fewer. Each line of vocalizations takes considerably more time than the previous one as the process unfolds. The text of NH-Fis6 actually conveys more information than its author originally intended. The final section of NH-Fis6 serves a specific purpose by showing practitioners what they could expect to experience during the ritual. This concluding portion is taken as a subtle hint regarding the internal journey. Maria G. Ciani's book Regions of Silence, Studies on the Difficulty of Communicating, discusses silence as a primary state. This internal stillness can be called deep silence. Alterations of consciousness under the heading of ecstasy occur most easily under conditions of silence, solitude, physical immobility, and darkness. To achieve noetic vision, the bodily faculties must be switched off. Sensory perception stops when the pneuma can no longer circulate through the body. Consequently, the emphasis moves from noetic vision beyond vision to noetic sound beyond sound. The Isiac Atratology from Muronea represents a further stage in the evolution away from translation towards a more interpretative approach. In this next phase of the evolutionary process, remnants of the original maxims are reduced to thematic markers within a continuous explanatory text. CHRX is structurally and stylistically similar to SHV1, but it prepares for a more subtle level of instruction. Notably, the adjective theoptikos only appears in the Theoptike Dynamis of SHOA 6 and SH7 3.
The first series has an extra omega following the iotas. likely a correction to reach 36. Korshidosou argues for a more conservative list of texts, including PGM-II Vipihom plus PGM var, PDM XII or PGM Detsar-I, PGM Det of the 13 tot Karnek mediam insolving.
The history of cultural impact shows that pre-Columbian civilizations of Central and Southern America were anything but primitive, yet they remained entirely unprepared for the eruption of the Spanish. In a similar vein, we see evidence from a 2nd century AD, Demotic Invocation of Isis. Chaeraman stands out as an Egyptian who consciously adopts the interpretative approach, characterized by his deliberate self-distancing from the source material. During a vision, he reaches out to caress her and suddenly awakes to find himself lying naked on the ground in an embarrassingly aroused state. In chapter 1, verses 25 and 26, the heavenly ascent is depicted as a post-mortem event. This progression continues into NHC's V6, where a pupil undergoes a preparatory initiation of 7 grades before arriving at the vision of the divine powers in the Ogdoad. The narrative framework of this prayer differs from that found in the Perfect Discourse, as we know it from its Latin translation, the Asclepius. Scholars have noted considerable disagreement regarding whether a specific note refers to the preceding text, the following text, or perhaps even to numbers 6 and 7 together. This scholarly debate is further documented by Assmann in Apocalypticism at pages 345 through 77, specifically spanning the sections on page 351, 357, and 373. Even though Mahet's plan doesn't officially rule out any of these influences, we shouldn't just ignore them. They give us the necessary background to understand the underlying spiritual dynamics. The rite presupposes a period of asceticism and abstinence as fundamental requirements for progress. These practices were preceded by ex-diacoid discourses, which served as preliminary steps to the initiation itself. While some aspects of Hermetic instruction might be embarked on alone during its earlier stages, they eventually give way to more complex structures. The didacticism and awkwardness of the treatise's first stages are evident here, where Tat is thrown into confusion and despair by his inability to grasp the reality behind the images of Hermes's exposition. This struggle contrasts sharply with the illuminative climax that follows. Meslin references this progression in the context of the Isiac initiation, specifically describing an approach to the border of death. CHV shows a gradual shift from episteme to gnosis. In this context, the prayer takes on a noticeably different tone, and some scholars suggest that the version of the prayer of thanksgiving in the PD may have been the most influential version. The text also refers to CHX1 for more discussion on these points. While most of the surviving alchemical literature dates from later periods, Puech explores earlier dynamics in Enquête de la Gnose, pages 117 through 1018. Zosimus provides a specific instruction for Theosibia, exhorting her not to roam about searching for God. Instead, she is told to sit calmly at home and await God's arrival. The Hermetic Paideia proceeds by distinct stages toward the final initiation, a progression that necessitates certain unavoidable discussions. While Cyril was not content with merely cerebral repression, other scholars have noted specific academic histories, such as Jacco Dielman admitting to being an anonymous peer reviewer for Brill. In 1974, Louis S. Kaiser published an English edition of Discourse 8 through 9, titled The Eighth Reveals the Ninth, a New Hermetic Initiation, Discourse MS1. This work highlights a proper mode to receive the Hermetic message, characterized by expectant contemplation and unquestioning trust, mirroring how the disciples of Hermes are described behaving in the treatises. Sharing secret information is a key way that closed communities form their identities. This is shown in several scholarly works, such as Robert K. Rittner's article, The Breathing Permit of Her Among the Joseph Smith Papyri, published in JNES Volume 62, 2003, page 172, which discusses Papyrus Joseph Smith IV 5 through 6. Historical truth is probably preempted by the Sothic scheme in this specific context. This suggests that within these records, the symbolic or mythological framework of the Sothic scheme may take precedence over literal historical accuracy. Pre-Iamblican Theurgy operates within an inevitably finite range of visual and verbal formulae, defining the boundaries of its ritual expression. Within these constraints, Iamblichus provides significantly less detail regarding the role of ritual acts in describing the culmination of the soul's ascent than he does when discussing the earlier stages. Not every treatise we are in possession of need have belonged to a specific pedagogical stage. For instance, CHI and IV give a mythical account of the call for conversion in a distant past, specifically through episodes of conversion in CHI 26 through 29 and CH5 4 through 6, which both serve as myths of foundation. Sections 22 through 63 of the text discuss the revolt and punishment of souls. During the late period, this spiritual landscape coincided with cultural practices where the birth of a divine child was celebrated in special buildings called mammacy. The SH25 introduces another fourfold division of the world's soul into 60 zones. Within this framework, CHIVAR 8 asks the child how many bodies and choruses of demons and constellations must be traversed to reach the one and only. The demons in CH6D are arrayed under the sun. This specific arrangement underscores the cosmological hierarchy present within these complex esoteric writings. The teaching from the Genikoi on the soul is inserted into CHX mainly to demonstrate the importance of a Gnostic lifestyle. In this chapter, however, there is no distinction made between two kinds, except for stating that the demonic represents a stage in the chain of rebirths leading to the divine. Hermes provides deeper interpretations of these same topics at more advanced levels of initiation in CH 14.1. Meanwhile, the text, the mixing bowl, or the monad from CH5, is concerned with self-knowledge. The sixth Hermetic excerpt of Stobaeus gives us some clues about which stage astrological law should be placed at. We are thus approaching the completion of the genre of Genikoi treatises. Walter Scott has demonstrated verbal dependencies of CHX on CH2 and FIS, which support the hypothesis that these treatises represent an earlier stage in the teaching process. At the same time, scholars tend to see CHX as especially enigmatic due to apparent internal contradictions in the text. Another Stobaeic treatise, SHX is also likely to belong to this stage of teaching. The opening words of SHX certainly seem to mark a transition rather than the start of a treatise. This commentary is more concerned with comparing CH13 with early Christian literature than with placing it within the Hermetic tradition. Furthermore, the traditum should be guarded from profane people with reverent silence. Gries considers the Oath of Silence to reserve esoteric teachings for initiates in Corpus Hermeticum 13, page 195. However, this misses the point regarding the deeper nature of that silence. To truly understand divine beauty, you have to be silent and set aside your physical senses. As Mahe pointed out, there's a much clearer sense of initiation in dots 8 through 9 of the disc. The process of separation following conversion is described as a protracted affair comprising several distinct stages. Within an extensive program of initiation, this journey begins with the entrance into the catechumenate, while baptism serves as the liminal phase of that broader progression. Moving into the specific initiation rite proper, immersion marks the liminal phase. This is followed by an aggregation phase consisting of anointing and redressing. These preparatory stages in Hermetic spiritual transformation are structurally parallel to the Christian catechumenate. The purpose of these preparatory stages is to gradually strip away the old person and inculcate a new way of life, essentially establishing a new habitus. In the Leiden Cosmopoeia, this requirement for purity manifests as the ritualist staying pure and sleeping on a mat on the ground for several days before the rite begins. In Corpus Hermeticum chapter 1, it is asserted that there is already a divine spark in man which needs only to be realized. To achieve the generation of divinity described in chapter 13, section 7.1 must draw themselves inward and still the bodily senses. This phase represents the culmination of a protracted period of separation where Tat systematically removed himself from the world while learning the Genikoi teachings. To receive compassionate care from God, it is necessary for him to observe reverential silence. The use of the adverbial term loipon clarifies that this silence is maintained for quite some time. Even though the written text continues immediately, it signifies a prolonged duration of stillness. Through his period of reverential silence, Tat transforms himself into a womb, as described in section 2, preparing his being to receive the divine seminal effluence. The texts describe an inarticulate cry uttered from the dark nature in chapter 1.4, while the hypercosmic light nous of the Poimandres is presumably silent. This silence serves as a foundational state where the first principle places the beginning as if within the genital parts of the womb. From this profound stillness, silence gives birth to Nous, who resembles and equals the Father in every respect. Furthermore, silence serves as a name for baptism according to the tripartite tractate, marking it as a recurring element of introverted mystical experience where the advent of the powers follows immediately after. Silence is constitutive for a candidate's further progress within the Hermetic path. Specifically, in the rite of rebirth, Tat is conceived to be drawn out from his body during this period of stillness, mirroring a vision that draws the soul upwards as seen in chapter 411. Suchowicz discusses how silence functions within ritual communication in his work on these traditions. This concept is reinforced by the term euphemeo, which appears alongside instructions to contemplate across multiple chapters of the Hermetica, including chapters 122 and 110. The divine powers of chapter 13 effectuate an initiatory rebirth, a process where Hermes declares that the first two powers have arrived following the pregnant silence. This specific passage, where Tat fell silent, is designated as the actual commencement of the rebirth. There is a hitherto unnoticed parallel to this passage in chapter 10. The text of NHC 6552, 6-8, provides the specific Coptic phrasing regarding Tat's silence and his transition into the divine. To receive God, the human mind must first make itself empty. This requirement for internal vacancy is a shared theme between both Discourse on the 8th and 9th and on the rebirth, specifically in their respective calls for silence. The ascent itself is only performed at a still higher stage of the way to immortality, specifically that reflected in the Discourse on the 8th and the 9th. This highlights how the ability to behold different layers of the divine economy comes in stages. The importance of Discourse on the 8th and 9th for Hermetic studies can hardly be overstated. A revised version of this chapter was published in 2017 as Monkey Business, Magical Vowels and Cosmic Levels in the Discourse on the 8th and the 9th. Garth Fowden claims that the cultic stage was one to be superseded in the further process of initiation. This means the cultic stage is not defunct, but rather intended to be moved beyond as the seeker progresses. The transformation of this sacred region of silence is typical of how religious practices shifted during the Hellenistic and Roman periods. Within these texts, for instance, the demons in chapter 16 are depicted as causing various disturbances and turmoil. The historical situation of the author had not yet reached the full stage of chaos predicted in these writings. To prepare for initiation, a boy must not yet have had any sexual experience, while researchers like Bull have explored this through an article titled Visionary Experience. During the ritual process, a judgment takes place as part of the preliminary initiation. To facilitate this state, the exhalations of Kaifi are used to relax the body and bring on sleep. Peter W. van der Horst points out that the impulse towards viewing silent prayers as more elevated is connected to the negative theology of later Platonism. This shift moves the region of silence from its original location in an earthly temple to the supramundane realm of the Ogdoad. Nock and Festugier suggest that chapter 1 starts with a brief introduction meant to set the text up as a typical revelation narrative. However, even with that framing, there's a clear shift in focus when you look at the first two texts, the Ogdoad, the Ennead, and chapter 13, which lean heavily into lived experience and practice instead of just theoretical reflection. The author of chapter 1 likely experienced a temporary alteration of consciousness through spiritual practices. This suggests that a latent or dormant noetic capacity must be present in all human beings, providing the underlying framework for them to experience the impact of noetic realities. The first step toward listening requires opening our hearts and making ourselves receptive to the impact of the divine. This mirrors a structure seen in Plato's dialogues, where every philosophic speech is bounded at both its beginning and end by a noetic vision. While theoretical discussions in chapter 2 or 5 were studied very seriously by aspiring pupils, I provisorily place it between chapter 16 and 5. Furthermore, Hermetic groups could potentially have been found within larger centers of priestly learning. The path of reverence holds significant weight in the context of the final sentences discussed. Because of this connection, these concluding remarks carry a particular level of significance. Kevin Van Bladel has called attention to a previously neglected dimension of Hermetic reception history, providing new context for how these texts were engaged with over time. The experiential part of NH66 begins with a prayer, signaling a transition into deeper practice, where parts of the meetings were devoted to group meditation under the guidance of a leader. Within this framework, Chapter 30 introduces the theme of the infinite creative fecundity of the androgynous divine source. From the perspective of the source, the noetic god is immobile. Physical procedures for inducing visionary trance require an active director and a passive recipient to facilitate a conversation that is supposed to occur right after the Ogdoadic or Enneadic ascent. The cosmos must open itself to receiving its message, a concept that finds potential parallels in SH Alive and the points discussed in Chapter 13-14. In CH Alive 12, the speaker stops just short of making the sacrilegious statement that God would be dead. Nothing suggests that the expanded perception of rebirth would be preceded by an intermediary period of blindness. Furthermore, Christian Bull's argument regarding an out-of-body experience during this rebirth process is not considered convincing. Fowden observes that various preparatory treatises describe the lower stages an initiate must navigate on the progress toward wisdom. These specific works serve as necessary acquisitions for a student to complete before they can enjoy the rebirth offered in Chapter 13 or NHCV 6. The discourse on the 8th and 9th describes those final steps an initiate takes to recognize his true nature. This progression highlights how much of the experience depends on whether the transcendental signified is framed as a passive object or the active subject of signification. The death of Scott in 1925 caused a significant delay, pushing the publication of the 4th volume of Testimonia and Indices until 1936. Any conscious departures from this specific edition are clearly indicated within the notes. The influence of Hermetic texts reached far beyond a single faith, impacting both pagan and Christian thought. This cross-pollination became especially prominent during the period of late antiquity. Christian authors actively engaged with this figure to bolster their own religious framework. They utilized Hermes Trismegistus specifically to support complex theological arguments and to provide a sense of legitimacy for Christian doctrines. Despite these commonalities, sources diverge sharply regarding the historical authenticity of the Hermetic texts. One perspective argues that the works were actually forgeries produced by a Christian author. To the forgery theory, other scholars suggest these writings were rooted in genuine antiquity. They argue that the texts were based on much older Egyptian and Greek traditions. The historical narrative of Hermeticism also faces different emphasis regarding its impact during the Renaissance. Some highlights focus on its foundational role in the development of alchemy and esoteric thought. Other perspectives shift the focus toward a narrative of decline for these traditions. This includes the eventual rejection of their antiquity by scholars like Casaubon, who moved to dismiss the ancient origins of the texts. Ptolemy inaugurated the cult of Serapis with a specific political intent: to unify the Egyptians and Greeks within his kingdom. This cultural synthesis was mirrored in local legends, such as stories claiming that the renowned Greek poet Homer was actually an Egyptian who was even a son of Hermes. The writer affirms that Asclepius and Mercury are two gods who were originally men. This perspective on the nature of these deities is shared by both the Greeks and the Latins. The Asclepius text describes human existence with reverence, stating that man is a great wonder and a living being to be worshipped and honored. Within the paraphrasis of Seem in NHC 7:1, it is actually a figure named Dedichius who fills the role of the savior. Augustine presents a critical view of this syncretism, asserting that Hermes is under the influence of a demon while he treasures various Egyptian cults. This demonic association stands in contrast to the high regard for humanity found in other texts. Recent scholarship has provided Seymour Ishini with the opportunity to publish a new critical edition of the Asclepius. However, despite these textual developments, it is within the astrological literature that we find the most frequent attributions to Hermes. These texts reflect the cultural and intellectual priorities of their era, specifically as part of the Hellenizing school's attempt to create a learned Armenian literature. Within this broader context of healing and divinity, section CHXV1 is explicitly attributed to Asclepius, reflecting the text's deep association with the god of medicine. The Armenian version of the Armenian definitions is entitled Hermes Trismegistus to Asclepius, Definitions with Scholarly Consensus, placing its composition in the second half of the 6th century. These records suggest that the Armenian definitions were probably translated from a Greek original, aligning with broader patterns of textual transmissions seen throughout the ancient world. Only a few fragments of the Greek text of Asclepius survive today, primarily preserved through citations by Lactantius. However, NHCV preserves one large and one small fragment in a Coptic version, offering additional evidence of how the work was transmitted across different languages. The Latin version of Asclepius is decidedly paraphrastic, suggesting a deliberate adaptation rather than a direct translation. This work contains several openly pagan passages that would have been perceived as shockingly un-Christian by medieval readers. Doctrinally, the Asclepius is almost encyclopedic in scope, encompassing a broad range of philosophical and theological ideas. It even contains a prophecy by Hermes regarding the demise of Egypt, an inclusion that underscores the text's engagement with eschatological themes. The Asclepius describes Egypt as the image of heaven and the temple of the whole world, a metaphor that elevates the region to cosmic significance. This cross-cultural exchange is further illustrated in Porphyry's Abstraction 1v.10, which quotes a translation of an Egyptian prayer made by Euphantus. Serapis was worshipped in rituals that drew on both Egyptian and Greek practices. In Alexandria, this cult treated Serapis as a Greek god, featuring a statue by Bryaxis housed within a temple built by Ptolemy III inside a mainly Greek structure. Evidence from P. Oxy 3471.89 mentions priests of a Greek temple dedicated to Zeus and Hera, which sheds light on the religious landscape of the Hellenistic period. In this same context, Hermes is actually referred to as Pikpeas or Tipkutiotos in the Greek magical papyri. Starting from the 3rd century BC, titles like Kai Peiotos Beds Heias were added to the name of Hermes. An anonymous Athenian hermetist portrays Hermes in clearly Egyptian terms, much like Artapanus did when he imagined Moses. The two Hermeses found in the Asclepius now stand revealed as separate embodiments of the divine Egyptian and more human Greek dimensions of the composite deity Hermes Trismegistus. The translated texts were deposited in books within the sanctuaries of Egyptian temples by the second Hermes, who is identified as the son of Agathos Daimon and father of Tat. Such a translation would have required more than just linguistic skill. It would have necessitated, at the very least, the active assistance of the priestly guardians who held the original texts. In a specific assertion from Pan, fragment 230.237, it is claimed that Asenas, the high priest of Jerusalem, sent Hermes to one of the Ptolemies with instructions to translate Hebrew texts into Greek and Egyptian. Within these same passages, there is a clear distinction between two Asclepi, one representing the Greek god and the other identified as the Egyptian Imhotep. The writer of the Aretalogy of Immouthes, Asclepius himself, had been starting and then repeatedly putting off a translation into Greek. This work was intended to describe the god's miraculous manifestations. The treatise CHXV is specifically attributed to Asclepius, though the broader work of the Asclepius functions as a compilation of materials from various sources loosely linked together. Modern scholarship has analyzed this narrative as a compound of apocalyptic topoi and allusions to the persecution of paganism by 4th century Christianity. The narrative within the Asclepius shares connections with other literary prophecies, most notably Egyptian ones, such as the Oracle of the Potter. The Hermetist also demonstrates an awareness that the temple of Asclepius enshrined the tomb of a deified man, Imhotep. The Hermetica explicitly identifies Asclepius with the Egyptian figure Imhotep, or Immouthes. Interestingly, the term Hermetica itself began as a Greek misspelling of Thoth, but eventually developed its own distinct identity as Thoth, the son of Hermes, in both bodily and spiritual terms. The arrangement of the two Hermeses in the Asclepius provides a mythological explanation for why Hermetic literature exists in Greek. This is because the Greek Hermes was flexible enough to serve as an intermediary between God and men, according to Zosimos. The writer of the Aretalogy of Immouthes reports that Asclepius appeared to him in a dream during a moment when divinity shows itself more effectively. In this vision, Asclepius was depicted as a figure of superhuman height, clothed in shining raiment and carrying a book in his left hand. During these appearances, Asclepius demanded the fulfillment of his patient's long-standing undertaking through the priest who serves him in the ceremonies. The writer also asserts that to gods alone, not to mortals, is it permitted to describe the mighty deeds of the gods. Apollonides served as the arch-prophet Oropis of Memphis and wrote in Greek on the subject of Egyptian religion. His work contributes to a broader scholarly discourse regarding whether the books of Hermes can be regarded as translations or interpretations of the books of Thoth. The Greek translation by Hermapion simplified distinctively Egyptian elements and titles, a process noted in the inscriptions on a Heliopolitan obelisk. This occurred during an era when Ptolemy II Philadelphus ordered the translation of Chaldean, Egyptian, and Roman books into Greek. Magical books from Egypt were systematically translated for the benefit of Greek settlers who moved into the region. This process involved a significant amount of Egyptian magic being translated, or adapted directly into the Greek language. The broader practice of translation and interpretation is well attested in Hellenistic Babylonia during this era. Native clergy who were proficient in Greek likely found a great deal of interest in the technical books attributed to Hermes. Some magicians possessed the skill to write grammatical Greek and even quote Homer in their works. The repeated ascription of various texts to figures such as Orpheus or Hermes created a cumulative effect on how these traditions were perceived. Technical texts associated with Hermes drew influence from the wider Hellenistic world, particularly in the field of astrology. In this same broader historical context, Zosimus of Panopolis stands out as one of the earliest known figures in the development of alchemy. An aphoristic style is shared by SHX1 and the Armenian definitions of Hermes Trismegistus to Asclepius. Meanwhile, the fullest accounts of cosmic sympathy within the philosophical Hermetica are found in CHZVI and the treatise known as the Asclepius. The Hermetic version of this text exists in both an expanded Latin version of the Asclepius and a Coptic translation found among the Nag Hammadi Codex VI. This specific Coptic version preserves parts of the narrative framework from the original Asclepius. Zosimus of Panopolis maintained a deep preoccupation with spiritual matters that occasionally invaded his sleeping hours, giving rise to vivid dreams and visions. These experiences are documented in fragments 87.10 7-13 and 115-18 of the Zosimus of Panopolis. Zosimus emphasizes the significant role played by Hermes in the formulation of alchemical techniques within Egypt, as seen in fragments 216, 259, and 308. He fully absorbed what these figures said into his own understanding of the alchemical art. The figure Seleucus, who is probably the same as Seleucus the theologian, appears in this context alongside allusions made to prayers to the rising sun. The Asclepius also makes a similar allusion to these prayers to the rising sun. The text serves as one of the best examples of this genre and is closely related to the Hermetica. This reflects a broader acceptance that these two aspects of religious culture were interdependent. Carl Jung later interpreted these specific dreams and visions within his broader alchemical studies. Meanwhile, Berthelot noted that the Book of Zosimus is actually a translation of Galen. The term one of the temple dwellers in Egypt is employed by Hermes or Cyril in a more general sense to describe these figures. Clerics of a learned bent found it natural to frequent the schools of the Greeks, leading priest Aurelius Petiarbacinus and his family to embrace a combination of local god Pan-Min worship and thoroughly Hellenized letters. The broader landscape of occult knowledge shows that Harpocration's treatise on occult properties shared significant commonalities with the book used by Pamphilus. In this same sphere, Thrasyllus served as a prominent Alexandrian astrologer and friend to Tiberius, while Pancrates was recognized for his extraordinary learning and deep immersion in Egyptian culture. Paul of Alexandria stood as a colleague or contemporary of Theon, sharing his specific interest in Trismegistus. Similarly, the scholar Thessalus completed the grammatical stage of his education while passing through Asia. The Memphite priests of Asclepius were far famed specifically for their skill in magic and alchemy. Within this tradition, the treatise proper functions as an exposition by Asclepius regarding the curative powers inherent in different types of plants. Several even of the Hermetic group of manuscripts, specifically within the exposition found in Nag Hammadi Codex 11, describe a text addressed by Hermes directly to his pupil Asclepius. This relationship is underscored by the frequency of references to and plagiarism of Hermes throughout astrological literature, which serves as eloquent evidence of his fundamental and pervasive influence. Asclepiades' son, Horapollo, was identified as the grandson of Horapollo the Elder. Asclepiades himself was nourished by Egyptian writings and became much versed in native theology, eventually writing hymns to the Egyptian gods that he described as a harmony of all theologies alongside a work on ancient Egyptian history. Despite his focus on Egypt, Asclepiades derived what he knew from Greek sources, including technical, theological, and philosophical works, such as the Hermetica. Similarly, Isidore acquired his own profound knowledge of Egyptian philosophy from the brothers. In this same intellectual climate, Zosimus of Panopolis claims that many people attempted to claim authorship for alchemical books, which everyone knew had been written by Hermes. The passage concerning Antoninus's prophecy bears a striking resemblance to the prophecies of Hermes found in the Asclepius. In other centers of learning, Rufinus describes Canopus as functioning as a public school of magic, operating under the guise of priestly instruction. Nearby, Epiphanius established himself as a well-known interpreter for the rites associated with Osiris and Ion. Olympiodorus, or someone very close to him, definitely taught astrology during this period. This celestial focus is mirrored in the reports of Eunapius of Sardis, who claims that Antoninus prophesied the collapse of the Serapis cult throughout Egypt. That prophecy was fulfilled in 391, specifically regarding the Alexandrian Serapeum, a fulfillment which Eunapius identifies as his greatest claim to fame. The research presented here follows in part the translations provided by Brian P. Copenhaver for both the Corpus Hermeticum and the Asclepius. Additionally, I benefited from a collaboration with Professor Jens Bravig, who taught me Armenian. The prophecy of Asclepius reappears within the Nag Hammadi collection, further cementing its presence in late antique thought. During this same era, Apuleius emerged as an enthusiastic devotee of Asclepius. His own work, the Apologia, reveals a sincere attachment to Hermes Mercury, viewing him not simply as a patron of magic and learning, but as the ruler of the entire universe under the name Hermes Trismegistus. The technical literature attributed to Hermes was widely read throughout the Greco-Roman world, reaching as far as the Christian era. In Book 7 of De Civitate Dei, Augustine quoted a specific passage from Askell, 23:4-37. He placed significant emphasis on the assertion made in the Asclepius that daemons are actually the work of human hands. The space Augustine devoted to Hermes suggests his writings maintained a level of popularity in Africa as late as the early 5th century. Furthermore, Marcellus asserted that Eusebius owed the concept of the divine Logos as a second god specifically to Hermes. This reflects how the antiquity of Egyptian civilization was utilized to appropriate Greek philosophical teachings for an Egyptian tutelary deity of wisdom. Mahe published a specific edition focusing on an Armenian translation of a Hermetic collection called the Definitions of Hermes Trismegistus to Asclepius, which is filled with various aphorisms. This same text produced Greek fragments that were later found in the Bodleian Library, along with other miscellaneous Hermetic excerpts. The cultural memory of Egypt was heavily influenced by concerns under Roman imperial rule, which dictated how traditions were handed over and mediated. Within this context, pro-Egyptian versions of the Moses Discourse often depict Moses as a pupil or master of Hermes, sometimes identifying him directly with the god. Traditions about divine lineage also show up in other ways, like reports that Pythagoras claimed to be the reincarnation of Aethalides, who was known as the son of Hermes. Also, scholars Boke and Lepsius identified a second Hermes figure as being the son of Agathodaimon. The narrative of these sacred books suggests they were translated from a sacred language into the Greek tongue using hieroglyphic characters following the flood. In other historical records, an epitome of Eusebius survives in an Armenian translation of his chronicle, while the title Sebastos served as the specific Greek translation for Augustus. The preservation of these ancient ideas is further evidenced by a fragment of Aristoxenus on arithmetic found within Stobaeus's anthology. Throughout these various records, our ancestors consistently dedicated the discoveries of their wisdom to Hermes. The first Egyptian Hermes is identified as the son of the Nile. This connection to the river continues in Cicero's writings, where he says that the third Helios is a son of Vulcan, who is also a son of the Nile. Artapanus claims that Moses taught the Egyptian priests their letters and the worship of their gods, a narrative furthered by Eusebius, who writes that Moses was called Hermes by those same priests because of his interpretation of the sacred letters. This complex web of identification is also seen in how Josephus appropriated the motif of the stelae of Thoth for Seth and his progeny. In the Discourse on the 8th and the 9th, an apparently human Hermes describes having a temple in Diospolis while identifying himself with his celestial counterpart, the planet Mercury. Meanwhile, other traditions suggest that certain demonic figures may be derived from the figure of Mithras, as noted in NF 2385. In the Perfect Discourse, Hermes tells Asclepius that they both have eponymous ancestors who founded cities in their names and are worshipped as gods. This shared divinity is reinforced in Ascol 37, which states that Hermes, whose name is ancestral to me, helps and preserves all mortals who come from everywhere. Syncellus records a reference to a season in the times of the demigods, while other traditions link Hermes to specific medicinal practices through the Cyrenides, a medico-magical manual also attributed to him. Historically, Manilius Antiochus arrived in Rome as a slave sometime before 82 BCE. Osiris gave birth to a legitimate heir, establishing a lineage within this mythological framework. In the Perfect Discourse, it is said that the ancestors of Hermes and Asclepius were responsible for inventing the discovery of divine nature. These same ancestors in the Perfect Discourse began as ignorant of divinity before they eventually discovered it. This progression is mirrored elsewhere, such as in Askel 37, which states that the speaker's ancestors discovered an art through which they made gods. The figure of Anchos serves as another form of Horus the child, also known as Harpocrates. Furthermore, John Lydus mentions that disciples of Epimenides interpret the Dioscuri as representing male Ion and female nature. A temple was dedicated to Asclepius on a Libyan mountain near the shore of the crocodiles. In this tradition, he is recognized as the king of medicine and the son of Hephaestus. Wilhelm Spiegelberg's Demiurgische Studien I, published in 1901, reads a specific name as the Greek rendering of Ha-en-bis-hum. Another school of interpretation suggests this is a Greek derivation from poimen and ana, which means a shepherd of men. Amenhotep III reached out to Amenophis, the son of Paapis, who was said by ancient people to have a divine nature. This period is important because the historical Amenhotep, son of Hapu, lived during the reign of Amenhotep III, the same king shown in the Memnon statue. The Papyrus Louvre 2342 bis records that ancient traditions, as transmitted by the Chaldeans, Petosiris and King Nitius, were informed by counsel from Hermes and Asclepius. In this specific record, Asclepius is identified as Imhotep's son of Hephaestus. The identification of Asclepius with the Egyptian figure Imhotep is uncontroversial and finds further attestation within Hermetic sources. Clement of Alexandria similarly refers to two deified mortals known as the Memphitic Asclepius and the Theban Hermes. These two figures share a shrine in Thebes, where Hermes is described as having found Asclepius to serve as a counselor of prudent wisdom. Beyond mere guidance, Hermes passed on to both Asclepius and Anubis, the Thema Mundi. In the writings of Nechepsos and Petosiris, Hermes is clearly positioned as superior to Asclepius and precedes him in the Traditio Mystica. This hierarchy is reflected in archaeological evidence, such as the label on the text titled Art of Eudoxus, which demonstrates that astrology fell under the auspices of Hermes in 2nd century BCE Egypt. Cicero might have based the central motif of his dream of Scipio on the Hermetic doctrine that those who perform admirable deeds for their country are elevated to heaven. This concept connects back to how the Roman emperor eventually assumed the symbolic space occupied by the pharaoh in the iconography and rituals of Egyptian temples. The Ptolemies played a significant role in this landscape, acting as the primary benefactors of the temples. Within these sacred spaces, one finds references to the root cutter, described as the one who cuts the plants, though most such terms could independently refer to various Greek or Roman occupations. A teaching regarding royal souls appeared in both a Hermetic dialogue between Isis and Horus and the works of the early 1st century CE Roman astrologer Manilius. This connection highlights how specific esoteric concepts moved across cultural boundaries. Chapter 16 contains doctrines detailing what Asclepius learned from Hermes, who was himself identified with the hierocryx of Eleusis. This lineage suggests a structured transmission of knowledge where it is considered necessary to imitate God by begetting children. The sixth Hermetic excerpt of Stobaeus provides important evidence that astrological lore was an integral part of the way of Hermes. Consequently, treatises addressed to both Asclepius and Tat can be counted among those propedeutic to the rebirth. Hermes has already been born again as a son of God, much like how Chryses appears in the Iliad. In those verses, Chryses acts as a priest who calls upon Apollo to perform his duties. A prose hymn dedicated to Asclepius Imuths has been discovered on the verso of P. Oxy, 1381. In this text, Hermes approves of his son's contribution but insists on a specific ritual detail. Hermes instructs his son by saying that while he correctly sent an acceptable sacrifice to the Father of everyone, God, he must also add the phrase through the Logos. This divine instruction mirrors temple reliefs showing Thoth and Horus performing ablutions for a king. Specific examples of this ritual behavior include an instance where Horus and Thoth sprinkle Ptolemy 11, Neos Dionysos. Similarly, the text regarding the ablution of Sethos declares that he is purified with life and dominion, so that he may grow young like his father Re and perform a said festival like Atum. A related relief depicts Philip Aridaios as an infant suckling at the breast of Isis. This imagery connects to broader Egyptian funerary texts, such as the Book of the Dead of Nefer-Uben F. In that same work, the two sons of the sky, known as Hepi and Hep, are shown granting mastery over water. The text describes them as being mighty in splendor while they grant this power to the deceased. Clement of Alexandria informs us that there are 36 books of Hermes, a vast collection of wisdom and instruction. Within these texts, Asclepius provides a specific qualification regarding the famous critique by Plato on writing, stating that such limitations apply only to Greek writing. Asclepius further distinguishes between sounds and names, a distinction which may correspond respectively to the use of voces magicae and nomina barbara. This linguistic nuance sits alongside teachings on the decans, which originated from the belief that Egyptian deities presided over individual days of the year. The Holy Book of Hermes to Asclepius provides specific recipes for amulets designed to protect different parts of the body against decanic influences. In a related vein, Zosimus of Panopolis quotes an unknown work where Hermes himself attacks magic. Research into the Indian iconography of the decans and Horus by Pingree provides further context for these celestial figures. Additionally, Betts translated a text from PGM 4558 to 560 as part of what is known as the Mithras liturgy. Chapter 125 of the Book of the Dead remained known as late as Roman times. This specific chapter bears striking similarities with a priestly oath found on a 2nd century Greek papyrus fragment from Oxyrhynchus. The structure of transmission suggests that a successor would likely be able to assume the mantle of father at the death of the previous master. This mirrors the situation described in 2 initiatory Hermetica, where a priest induces visions into a boy who may be his own son. Even into the Roman period, passages from the pyramid texts continued to be copied. During this era, one of the primary duties of the upper echelons of the Egyptian clergy was to uphold and maintain the cult of the statues. The Temple of Hermes in Diospolis is invoked in an epilogue specifically to lend its authority to a treatise. This occurs alongside references where the ancestor of Asclepius had his material person, his physical body, lying in a temple on the Libyan mountain near the shore of the crocodiles. The wholeness of Asclepius, specifically his nous, has returned to heaven. This is because an earthly god like Asclepius consists of 3 distinct parts: a corpse, a statue, and a soul called down from above. Athenodorus claims that in the 2nd century, after he entered a sanctuary to pray to Asclepius alongside Amenhotep and Hygiea, he received a nocturnal vision of the god. This deity likely appeared as Asclepius himself, performing the act of opening the inner sanctuary for him. Assmann emphasizes a specific passage describing Egypt as a temple of the world. This underscores the vast cosmological scale assigned to the land in these traditions. The symbol in question is indeed associated with Harpocrates, as noted in PGMT 49N 83. Regarding the Mithras liturgy, Reinhold Merkelbach perceived it to be a liturgy not of Mithras, but rather one belonging to Serapis Ion and Spshai Agathodaimon. All domains of the Roman Empire had their temples and their gods, creating a diverse religious landscape where local traditions coexisted with imperial ones. The educated elite throughout this vast territory would have been intimately familiar with the Egyptian Hermes through the writings of influential figures such as Herodotus, Plato, and Cicero. Historical records give us a look into these diverse worship practices. Servius mentions a lost work by Marcus Antistius Labeo called De Deis Animalibus, while the priest of Suchos in Arsinoe warmly welcomed Strabo and showed him the sacred crocodile. An association from the end of the Ptolemaic period was devoted to Zeus Hypsistos, likely based in Philadelphia in the Fayum, where they gathered in a common room within the Temple of Zeus. A decree regarding these activities was issued during the 7th year of Septimius Severus. The passage quoted in this context serves as a direct parallel to Askell 26 and its Coptic equivalent, an observation explored by Bernard van Rinsveld in his article regarding the Coptic version of the Asclepius. In Askell 22, which corresponds to Nag Hammadi Z 68, 10-12, the Latin version includes a phrase meaning, "He is venerated with religion and a holy mind that is absent from the Coptic text." This term religio mentis is actually just an embellishment by the Latin translator for the reverence of the soul. Identifying specific figures in these traditions remains a complex task. For instance, Pancrates Epicus was probably the same person as Patrates, who appears in the magical papyri. Plutarch, who served as a priest in the nearby sanctuary of Apollo at Delphi, eventually settled down to reflect deeply on his observations regarding human nature. These reflections were compiled into a long series of writings known as Moralia, following what he described as being baptized in the mixing bowl of nous. The discussion surrounding temple images within the Asclepius invites further consideration into how visual and ritual elements were conceptualized specifically within healing contexts. Within this framework, Hermes identifies as Asclepius to state that the standard for a human being is first of all reverence, followed by goodness. Hermes explains in the text that we perceive the world as visible because species forms appear to be imprinted upon her as images, much like a painting. This perspective leads Asclepius to consider addressing the divine source as if it were merely another local deity, seeking sacrifices within his own temple. The text being read is a Coptic version on papyrus, which was translated from an original Greek source. This lineage connects back to Imhotep, or Imhotep, who served as a god of healing and was worshipped by the Greeks under the name Asklepios. The Serapeion stood as the temple that dominated the landscape of Ptolemaic Memphis. From this region, both the Ptolemies and their Roman successors drank from the Holy River. Naming conventions during this era were strict, as all of Ptolemy's ruling male heirs were called Ptolemy. However, external pressures mounted when Antiochus IV Epiphanes invaded Egypt in 100 Sefti. In 49 BC, Pompey became the guardian of Ptolemy XIII. As for how these ideas were passed down, Ibn al-Kifti noted that parts of the dialogue between Hermes and his student Tat had been translated into Arabic. Back in the Middle Ages, Western scholars were only familiar with Asclepius. This is a big shift from earlier times like in the 9th century, when Al-Kindi read an Arabic translation of Hermes teaching his son about the oneness of God. The broader Hellenization of language and literature is clearly visible from the adoption of Greek script across these regions. The cult of Serapis was manufactured under Ptolemy or I to serve the kingdom. The widespread popularity of this deity serves as a clear sign that Ptolemy's new god struck the right chord with the population. Alexandrian Jews were well prepared by the Septuagint to read the Gospels and Epistles in Greek. Meanwhile, a diverse body of Orphic literature existed, consisting of many texts fathered on the mythic figure Orpheus. Authors of the classical period, including Euripides and Plato, were well acquainted with Orpheus. Jewish students of this tradition exploited his association with Moses, claiming that he was really Moses and served as Orpheus's teacher rather than the reverse. A pious philosophy blending theology, cosmogony, anthropogony, ethics, soteriology, and eschatology characterizes the Latin Asclepius. This includes the same prayer that concludes the original text. Ritual instructions command to write a spell on hieratic papyrus or on a goose's windpipe and insert it into the figure for inspiration, known as entomatosis. The practitioner must put the spell at the feet of Hermes and recite while burning incense upon the altar. Much like Celis, Cyril disapproved of Hermes as a magus and idolater. However, he remained fascinated by biblical and other resonances within the works. noting their significant weight. This Latin work originated from the Greek Perfect Discourse, also known as Logos Teleos. Consequently, it appears to have been written during the latter part of the period in which scholars generally locate the theoretical Hermetica. The PGM-3 contains a prayer that is also utilized in both the Asclepius and NHC 4.7. Our Latin version of the Asclepius first emerges within Augustine's City of God, though it is clear that this text existed before the early 5th century. Muslim authors frequently sought cover under his authority for their research into astrology, alchemy, and talismanic magic. Furthermore, the Book of Hermes on the 6 Principles of Nature shows a distinct resemblance to the Asclepius. The influence extended into the 13th century with figures like Vincent of Beauvais and William of Auvergne. The 7 manuscripts used in the Bude edition date from the 11th through the 13th centuries, indicating a period of considerable popularity for this long Hermetic text written in Western Europe. Thomas Bradwardine was an avid medieval student of the Asclepius until his death in 1349. During that same 14th century, Petrarch also emerged as a notable reader of the text. Pythagoras was initiated into the rites of Orpheus, marking a significant connection between early Greek philosophy and mystical traditions. In 1505, Lefebvre added the Asclepius to his edition of the texts. This occurred during a period when Isaac Casaubon emerged as Hermes' ablest enemy, actively targeting Hermes in his writings. While these scholars debated the nature of Hermetic wisdom, their work shaped how later generations would interpret and preserve the lineage of healing gods and sacred mysteries. The houses of life served as temple scriptorza or libraries, functioning subordinately to their primary cultic purposes. A fine example of a room in which sacred books were stored survives intact today in the Temple of Horus at Edfu. This specific library dates from 140 to 124 BC, even though the Serapeum itself remained as Egyptian as ever in its priesthood and ritual. The tradition that Plato studied in Egyptian temples was perpetuated by the Romans. This occurred because men of less ancient nations often admired the temples and rituals of the Egyptians uncritically. However, Greek immigrants tended to read their own literature while sticking closely to the company and customs of their own kith and kin. Egyptian elements in both the personnel and the cult of the temple multiplied significantly during the Roman period. For instance, the Roman successor of the temple in Alexandria was constructed in the Corinthian style, while its processional way may have been adorned with statues fashioned in the Greek style. A 2nd century AD Oxyrhynchus papyrus contains Greek versions of Egyptian priestly writings, illustrating how these traditions merged over time. The Astrology is a straightforward product of what one might call the syncretism between Egyptian and Greek religious traditions. Strabo lamented the evaporation of the learned tradition from the temples of Heliopolis, noting a perceived decline in scholarly activity within these religious centers. Even so, the native tradition of sacred learning was already suffering from sclerosis by the time the books of Hermes were composed. Despite this decline, access to these traditions was not yet impossible at that time. The tradition enshrined specific types of knowledge and skills that remained in high demand among both the natives and Greek Egyptians alike, reflecting its enduring cross-cultural relevance. The smooth functioning of these temples required some form of timekeeping as an essential component. The Hellenophone writer Dam v. Istid 12 EPH provides a non-native perspective on the continuity of this specific aspect of Egyptian tradition. These writings belong to at least the same genre as the Book of the Plan of the Temple found in the Ivdifu library catalogue. This indicates a formal classification that aligns with administrative or ritual documentation specifically related to temple life. The second list includes the Book of the Temple Inventory, which is explicitly identified by a reference to caskets containing excellent mysteries. The titles within these texts present notable parallels with inscriptions found on the walls of the Edfu temple, suggesting they share a common lexical or thematic framework. The author of the Asclepius sets his discourse within a temple, a choice that aligns with a broader literary strategy of situating philosophical dialogue inside sacred spaces. One can at least say that the author chose this setting not inappropriately. Inscriptions on temples from the Ptolemaic period clearly state that no Phoenicians, Greeks, or Bedouins are allowed to approach or enter the temple. Surawadi claims his tradition started with Hermes among the Egyptians and identifies Asclepius as a key figure. This lineage of knowledge is traced back to stelae found in the land of Serira, which were recorded into books by Agathodaimon's son, the second Hermes and father of Tat, who then placed these works inside the inner sanctuaries of Egyptian temples. The second Egyptian Hermes is credited with introducing letters and laws to the Egyptians, having inscribed a golden stela in a temple featuring what resembled Egyptian hieroglyphs. While Egypt did not possess a college of augurs in the Roman sense, birds were especially prevalent among their sacred animals. Alchemy and astrology were commonly associated with the temples, where Zosimus reports that priests preserve copies of alchemical books within their sacred walls. In a similar vein, the Asclepius states that Trismegistus himself alludes to traditions regarding Hermes being born and buried in Hermopolis, even referring these records back to his grandfather. Antoninus settled in a temple in Canopus, dedicating himself entirely to divine ritual and ascetic practices. Eunapius of Sardis notes that Antoninus prophesied the eventual transformation of the temples of Serapis into tombs. The latter list of occupations does not make sense in the context of a Greek or Roman temple. This suggests that while the temple and priesthood may provide oracles from the deity in return for offerings, certain cultural distinctions remained. The Wobet, a specialized chapel present in late period and Roman temples, is notably absent from the Deir el-Bahari sanctuary. Philip Coppin's 2007 study, The Wobet, examines the evolution of temple architecture during the Ptolemaic and Roman periods. The teaching takes place in the adytum of a temple, where scriptoria produced classical Egyptian, Demotic, and Greek texts, some even inscribed on stelae. This production was supported by an administrative structure that underwent significant changes under Roman rule. The Roman administration under Septimius Severus restructured nomes according to bullae, which were town councils that oversaw temple operations. Ultimately, the temple in Greco-Roman Egypt functioned as a microcosmos, ritually recreating the world anew each day through its ceremonies. The carriers of the great tradition of Egyptian temples were expected to adapt to the Roman Empire's administrative framework, reflecting broader cultural syncretism. For instance, a list of books in the Ptolemaic Temple of Horus in Edfu contains subject matter paralleled in other temple literary traditions. Joachim F. Quack analyzed how the temple book was transmitted in his article published in Tebtinis und Soknopaiounesos, Leben in Römerzeitlichen Fayum. He explains that within these spaces, the sacred fire used in temple rituals served as the altar flame for burning kaifi incense. The statuary motif of a scribal priest crouched over a scroll under Thoth as a baboon appears frequently in temple contexts. This visual tradition aligns with literary connections, such as those shared between the Liber Hermetis and the Holy Book of Hermes to Asclepius, as both texts engage with similar cosmological and ritual themes. During the second half of the 5th century, Proclus headed the Athenian Academy while other significant works shaped antiquity. The drama of Aeneas at Cumae left a substantial mark on the broader world of letters during this era. Similarly, until 83 BCE, when their housing temple perished, the Sibylline books provided repeated instruction to the Romans. The priest at the temple in Akhmim taught Du Lun how to read hieroglyphics, acting as a bridge for sacred symbols. Works by Orpheus or Musaeus are well-known examples of these kinds of symbolic traditions. These priesthoods were mostly passed down through families, mainly from father to son. The communal closing prayer in the Asclepius is preceded by specific details referring to actual ritual practice. However, these treatises were certainly not meant to circulate exclusively within temple scriptoria. The cult of Serapis did not stir much interest among native Egyptians before the Roman period began. Within the Hermetic milieu, treatises circulating in these circles were often ascribed to Agathos Daimon as their author. The author of the Eretalogies of Isis and Asclepius was likely a priest of Isis at either Oxyrhynchus or Memphis. The original form of the Eretalogy of Emuths, Asclepius, was probably not much earlier than P. Oxyr 381 ASKL. 37 states that the Asclepium was situated circa Litus Crocodilorum, near the crocodile shore. The Eretalogies of Isis and Asclepius begin with a comprehensive list of Isiac cult sites ranging from Rome to India. The Anthropos doctrine found in CH1 appears to have been paralleled in the Pinax of Hermes or Bitis. At the same time, some Hellenized Oriental intellectuals harbored a suspicion regarding the debilitating effect that translation might have on their tradition. The alchemist Zosimus of Panopolis provided specific guidance for his pupil Theurgy, exhorting her to hasten towards Poimenandres. In turn, he remarked on the relations between the Pinax of Hermes or Bitis and Jewish teachings. The Asclepius Aretalogy brings our discussion into immediate proximity with the Hermetic milieu, having already served as a significant point of contact between these traditions. Beyond this connection, other areas of Egyptian literature warrant investigation through the lens of Hermetic hindsight, specifically the so-called wisdom or instruction genre. A second list identifies specific works such as the Book of the Threatening, which is described as containing all writings regarding the struggle between Horus and Seth. Additionally, medical books comprised 6 volumes, one of which was dedicated specifically to diseases of the eyes. Clement of Alexandria must have been aware of works extending beyond the 36 non-medical volumes, as his assertion implies that if those were merely the fundamental books, others certainly existed. By the 2nd century AD, the ability to read hieroglyphic or hieratic script remained a sine qua non for priestly status. Dio Chrysostom offered a sharp critique of the ignorance and negligence shown by contemporary custodians regarding Egyptian temple records. Regarding specific figures, Zosimus of Panopolis was likely born at Panopolis in Achaemenum. Magnus of Ephesus and Marcellinus were both affiliated with the Pneumatist school. This aligns with a broader late antique religious and philosophical landscape where the relationship between spiritual father and spiritual son was well documented across multiple sources. The text references Askell 41, featuring a translation by Dirksay and Braschler with specific adjustments made by those scholars. Meanwhile, historical doubt regarding Hermes and his books is viewed as an affliction reserved specifically for the heirs of Isaac Casaubon. Zosimus of Panopolis once had occasion to visit Memphis and inspect an ancient furnace kept within a temple there. In another context, the so-called Book of Zosimus, found in an unpublished manuscript in Cambridge, is identified as a translation of Galen. While falling asleep, Zosimus experienced a vision of 15 steps leading up to a bowl-shaped altar, though in other instances he describes seeing only 7. Syriac fragments further clarify his perspective on alchemy, specifically regarding its role in the life of both the intellect and the spirit. A horoscope dated AD 137 perhaps refers to consultations held by Chaldeans with Hermes and Asclepius. Additionally, a papyrus provides significant evidence for the contents of the theological Hermetica, provided one accepts Adler's supplements. A Greek astrological papyrus from Oxyrhynchus resembles the Salmeshiniaca, as described by Porphyry. Within this same tradition, Asclepius suggests that a prayer should be accompanied with an offering of incense during temple rituals. Thessalus discovered one of Nechepso's treatises on astrological medicine while searching a library. This find connects back to the broader integration of celestial observation and medical theory. Thessalus sought an interview with Asclepius primarily to solicit a book review regarding Nechepso. He operated under the assumption that somewhere within Egypt, likely inside a temple setting, he would eventually discover a cure for his personal woes. The author of this account may or may not have believed that Asclepius imparted some of these materials directly to him, a process likely occurring during a dream. Regardless of the specific transmission method, priority and authorship should be assigned to Asclepius. Questions remain regarding the role played by the temple milieu in the evolution of Hermetic literature. For instance, P. Louvre 2391 contains a prayer also found at the end of the Asclepius and within NHC Vi. This shared prayer perhaps constitutes a claim that what follows was written by Hermes, especially since the Theophanes are also part of P. Herm Nos 26. An Oxyrhynchus papyrus from the 1st century contains a letter written by a student to his father, providing further context for these interactions. Similarly, Proclus remembered a dream in which Athena directed him to study in Athens. Proclus did not find an Ammonius Saccas to redeem the inadequacy of his teachers in Alexandria. In a different tradition, Jerome told the story of a young man from Gaza who called upon the priests of Asclepius at Memphis for help with seducing a girl. Notes taken at lectures given by Olympiodorus have survived from the year 564. During a similar era of intellectual pursuit in the 390s, Synesius studied science and philosophy under Hypatia, who was the daughter of Theon. Apuleius also enjoyed a wide acquaintance with mystery religions and magic. Looking further back, Mani began to teach in the year 240, While it is possible that the name Hermes was fashioned as suitable to Egypt, the Asclepius prophecy found some resonance among Gnostics. While Stobaeus is the only non-Egyptian source who suggests that the Hermetica should be used as a means of education, Apuleius's philosophical culture was not so profound that it would have hindered him from taking the Hermetica seriously. Sosipatra emerged as a brilliant theurgical philosopher in her own right. Additionally, Damascius provided significant information regarding Herauscus and Asclepiades. The second and third generations of Horapollo's family immersed themselves in the lore of the Egyptians and the erudition of the Greeks, specifically for the sake of spiritual teachings. However, it was Horapollo the Younger who wrote the highly misleading treatise on hieroglyphs known as Hieroglyphica. Chronological theories regarding the patriarchs suggest Joseph was 40 years old and 10 years into his rule when Jacob came to Egypt. Alternatively, if Syrtis ruled for 44 years, Moses would have been born in the 17th year of Amosis. Diogenes Laertius plausibly informs us that Eudoxus spent time in Egypt studying under the Heliopolitan priest Chonouphis. During this era, the Septuagint was started under the auspices of Philadelphus. The sons of Seth are connected to the land of Seir in Numbers 24:17-18, a connection Stromser suggests Josephus referred to. These descendants also attained astrological knowledge, a theory later accepted by Egyptian priests as reported by Diodorus Siculus. In a striking display of ritual symbolism, the phoenix is said to arrive at the Temple of the Sun in Heliopolis. There, it serves to cremate its father upon the altar. Anna van den Kerchover's book, La Voix d'Hermès, Pratique Rituels et Traités Hermétiques, is an adaptation of her doctoral dissertation of the same name. This scholarly work builds on research such as that by Martin Krause, who explored Egyptian thought within the Apocalypse of Asclepius. You can see how Jewish influence has been exaggerated in Filonenko's claim that a reference to a bloodless meal in the prayer of thanksgiving must come from the therapeutae described by Philo. This literary motif is also discussed in Wolfgang Speyer's work, Bücherfunde in der Glaubenswerbung der Antike. Asclepius was recognized as the first to discover medicine, a claim that positions his ancestor as the very originator of medical practice. Sources tracing their lineage back to primordial figures mention the anonymous ancestors of both Hermes and Asclepius. In these sacred spaces, accounts describe a physical presence where the material body of the primordial Asclepius remains within his temple. The genealogical framework of certain myths becomes complicated by details such as Thermuthis, potentially having another father. Furthermore, a text titled Art of Eudoxus was discovered in the archive of Ptolemaeus, the recluse of the Memphite Serapeum. That same text bore the label within Concerns of Hermes, indicating a clear intersection between astronomy and Hermetic teachings. Following these associations, Asclepius then goes on to lament the future. The translation of the teachings of Hermes into Greek introduced significant interpretive challenges, often causing confusion due to the shift in language. To counter this, or perhaps expand his reach, another treatise was produced specifically aimed at outsiders to convert them to the way of Hermes. A quite similar teaching is attributed to Marcus Messala, who served as a consul in 53 BCE and acted as an augur. His appearances in Macrobius's Saturnalia reflect these shared traditional beliefs. Those who seek a livelihood from temple duties occupy diverse roles, serving as priests, diviners, haruspices, astrologers, augurs, magicians, or those tasked with explaining omens. These positions reflect the wide variety of functions within sacred institutions. When analyzing these religious narratives, it is relevant to ask whose interests a particular myth or mythological complex serves. This highlights the potential agendas embedded within such stories. A gnomic parallel regarding the soul leaving the body appears within the definitions of Hermes to Asclepius. This echoes themes found in Egyptian funerary literature, such as spell 138 of the Theban recension of the Book of the Dead, which states, "I am the son of Osiris, my father is in his own place." The pyramid texts further reinforce these familial and transitional dynamics. Spell 135 contains a passage describing the transition into an Ak among the gods, noting how content that situation is for Eunice, while contrasting it with the one whom his child tended. We see similar linguistic patterns in Edfu Zura 138:3, where a figure identifies as a bull and the son of a bull, or more specifically, an heir and the son of an heir. These recurring motifs about lineage and status are explored by Peter Schaeffer in his book, The Jewish Jesus, how Judaism and Christianity shaped each other. Evidence suggests that Lidus must have read a version of the Papyrus Demoteri containing a Greek parallel to the final passage of the Coptic fragment. This conclusion is drawn because he possesses specific knowledge regarding tormenting demons. The only way for a reader can identify the specific son addressed by Hermes is if they have access to a preceding text such as SH2AB. The genre of treatises known as genikoi logoi appears particularly relevant to these early stages of development. These parallels demand serious consideration because Egyptian religious practices remained active well into the Roman period. Astri Anon 379, Frag Apot CCAG 5.1, 290 contains a passage referring to the Book of Hermes where both medical and mathematical topics are discussed. Stephen Gersh further contributed to this field with an article titled Theological Doctrines of the Latin Asclepius. Another 6 books of Hermes were added regarding medicine, bringing the total to 42. This division into a larger library for Egyptian philosophy and rituals, alongside a smaller one for medicine, brings to mind the Egyptian prophet in Kore Kosmu, who is given philosophy to nourish the soul and medicine to heal ailing bodies. Asclepius told Thessalos about the astrologically correct time to gather medicinal plants. This interaction highlights a specific intersection between celestial observation and practical herbal medicine. Such texts would likely provide specific information on how knowledge regarding astral demons could be utilized to counter their negative effects on bodily functions. Julius L. Idler edited a text in Physici et Medici Graeci Minores, which was published in 2 volumes by Reimer in Berlin in 1841. Joachim F. Quack wrote an article about the official lineage and ancestry rules for priests based on the Book of the Temple in Genealogie Realität und Fiktion von Identität. Even so, some scholars still argue that many of the spells have Greek origins. The Great Plague hit Athens in 430 BCE, a period of profound upheaval that shaped early perceptions of healing. During this era, tension arose between deities as Asclepius clashed with Hermes over the specific question of statues. In a move toward ritual complexity, Asclepius suggested adding frankincense and perfumes to their prayers. However, Hermes promptly reprimanded him for this suggestion, maintaining a strict boundary on the liturgical elements of their worship. Hermes issued a firm directive telling Asclepius not to include anyone else in the teaching. This instruction ensured that the transmission of knowledge remained restricted to their specific lineage. The text concludes with a communal closing prayer at its end. This follows an interaction where Thessalos replied that he wanted to meet Asclepius face to face, seeking a direct encounter with the source of healing. Pancrates supposedly spent 23 years in an underground chamber within an Egyptian temple, learning magic directly from Isis. This long period of seclusion stands in contrast to the life of Plutarch, who instead spent years as a teacher of philosophy in Rome. Jaime Alvar Ezquerra suggested that the main part of the ML was taken from the Chaldean oracles. This connection to earlier traditions is further explored in Smith's article titled The Temple and the Magician. Scipio Aemilianus once asked his father why he should linger on earth after being told that birth is a kind of death. This philosophical inquiry into mortality reflects the broader themes found in religious literature. In Western Asia Minor during the 2nd or 3rd century CE, a group lived that revered Orpheus. This period also saw Theophilus attempt to convert a temple into a church 6 years later. Porphyry sent an individual to Delphi to question Apollo regarding the fate of his master's soul. Meanwhile, Cleopatra named her infant Ptolemy Caesarion, and later engaged in a long liaison with Mark Antony 6 years after that naming. Those who failed to meet the standards of Eusebia were considered to be inflicting harm on other living beings. Furthermore, 2 of the 3 texts found in the Nag Hammadi library show parallels to portions of both the Asclepius and the Papyrus Memot. Scholarly writing is described as a pharmacon of enchantment. Within this context, Hermes informs an individual that they are indeed a legitimate son. Ibn Ali Bri remarked that the manuscript containing the dialogue between Hermes and his pupil Tati exists in Syriac. This tradition of study aligns with figures like Suhrawardi, who explored peripatetic philosophy and theology within the lineage of Ibn Sina. The research was supported by the helpful librarians and other staff at Oakland University. The 6th book of the Ennead records Virgil's hero, seeking Apollo's temple in Cumae to consult the Sibyl. From early times, this tradition was mirrored by the Romans, who maintained a set of Greek verse oracles on the Capitoline Hill. Certain traditions must have existed by the middle of the 4th century. a period during which over 40 pseudo-Aristotelian texts on talismans and cosmology attributed Hermes as the source of esoteric knowledge. In this theological succession, Aglaophemus was succeeded by Pythagoras. Clement's account aligns with fragmentary evidence showing that Greco-Egyptian astrology emerged as early as the 3rd century BCE. This chronological development is further seen in the first Koranis, which organizes its chapters according to Greek alphabet letters used to initiate names of plants, birds, fish, and stones. Astrology and magic references in the theoretical Hermetica 1 through 14 appear less frequently than in the later Hermetica 16 through 18 and the Asclepius. Cyril of Alexandria, who died around the middle of the 5th century, was familiar with ch 11 and 14, as well as other treatises that are now lost. No English translation of the entire corpus and the Asclepius has appeared since the Budid edition. This leaves a significant gap in accessible primary source material for modern scholars. Lactantius and Augustine both regarded Hermes as a real historical figure in their respective writings. While they shared this foundational premise of historicity, the two thinkers differed significantly in how they interpreted who he was and what his role signified. Both Lactantius and Augustine integrated Hermetic texts into their apologetic works to bolster Christian doctrine. Crucially, they both acknowledged the presence of monotheistic elements within these writings, viewing such features as aligning with core Christian teachings. Lactantius displayed a much higher degree of sympathy toward Hermes than Augustine did. For Lactantius, Hermes was viewed as a prophet of Christianity and served as an incredibly valuable source of theological insight. Augustine maintained a far more critical stance toward the figure. He perceived Hermes not as a prophet, but as a complex character torn between truth and idolatry. The way these two authors utilized Hermetic texts varied in purpose. Lactantius employed them to support Christian apologetics by demonstrating a clear continuity between pagan and Christian thought. Augustine used the texts more selectively throughout his work. He frequently leaned on them to refute specific pagan errors rather than using them to affirm any inherent value of the Hermetic tradition. Lactantius held a firm conviction that Hermes was an actual historical person who lived before the Greeks and directly influenced their wisdom. He saw him as a precursor to the Hellenic world. Augustine remained much more ambiguous regarding these historical claims, questioning whether Hermes was one individual or two. He expressed significantly less certainty about the actual historical authenticity of the figure compared to Lactantius. To have understood is to have believed. This core principle exists alongside the term evapen, which eventually became a catch-all expression covering definitions, aphorisms, and all other brief declarative statements. The second spell allows the reciter to see Pre appearing in the sky, with his Ennead and the moon in its form of rising. The Aritalogy asserts that written records of gifts are undying meeds of gratitude that renew their youth in memory. The hieratic sign of the succeeding dynasty remains unclear. It could be read as a reference to the Northlands or simply as this. The Ogdoad reveals the Ennead was included in this mini-anthology because it is strikingly typical of the more initiatory type of philosophical Hermetica, revealing a whole tradition of spiritual teaching from its very first lines. The passage provides a sketch map for the aspiring traveller along the way of Hermes, where both CHXM section 8 and the Ogdoad reveals the Ennead identifies spiritual illumination as a key component of this path. In the Hermetica, the ideal of silence is conveyed in Hermes's description of the divine vision found within the Ogdoad, reveals the Ennead. However, these obscurities are lessened when compared with the opening passage of CHG, specifically the dialogue on rebirth. The monad is described as being both self-begotten and unbegotten. This foundational concept exists alongside the possibility of a mantis entering an ecstatic state. According to CH13:14, the individual who knows himself is already Enus. This internal recognition suggests that the expression eyes of the heart serves as a synonym for the eyes of the mind found in other texts. Sayings 18 through 21 of SHLA indicate that this state is a matter of choice. Consequently, the one who is not ignorant of these things possesses the power to understand God accurately. Understanding, the state of ignorance must be defeated, specifically regarding astral phenomena. The scholar Knock suggests that a specific verb in these texts means was hallowed rather than was blinded. The function of the noema in SHS0, etheneithi etheo, is to harmonize the lower senses and passions with the higher noetic faculty. This specific role serves as a bridge between physical experience and spiritual intellect. In his work Altered States, Hanegraaff notes that this passage is also considered ecstatic. However, he comes to this conclusion without mentioning Troga. J.P. Mahay identifies three upper levels of being: the Decad, the Ennead, and the Ogdoad. These correspond to the unborn God, the self-born nous of light and life, and the born Logos, which also functions as the demiurgic nous. The Decad represents the completion of the monadic system. However, these Egyptians also utilized a dyadic system, which includes the Dodecad as part of its structure. The 10 powers can eject 12 punishers because they are in fact one, known as a Henad. This unitary Decad is specifically described as soul-begetting. The Ennead serves as the noetic realm where the powers of the Enneadic mind dwell in the Ogdoad. This structure suggests that the addressee is actually one, the self-begotten mind of the Ennead. In the Hermetica, life and light are used to describe both the monadic nous of the Ennead and the demiurgic nous of the Ogdoad. This creates a shared vocabulary for two distinct spheres of existence. This unity between the subject and object of the Hermetic hymn functions as a unio-hymnica. It represents a profound collapse of distinction within the sacred song. Camplini suggested that the imprint of the fullness might be found in the vowels. These could function as a sort of mystic token to gain access to both the Ogdoad and Ennead. Visual or auditory hallucinations occur remarkably often among healthy individuals. In modern terms, Nicholas Banner notes that levels of being can be equated with specific states of consciousness. In this framework, the person perceiving is one and the same as both the object being perceived and the ability to perceive it. This inner world can be thrown off balance by enthusiastic disturbances in the delicate flow of our internal images and imagination. When someone who truly loves wisdom enters a prophetic trance, they become aware of a realm beyond the heavens. In this sense, Nua Sai is best understood as gazing with awe at something beautiful. The concept that the one is figurable, imaginable, and representable, the unthinkable condition of all thought given only as figuring figure, was known to Plato and confirmed by Aristotle's doctrine of the first imagination. He who has once come to this knowledge can know nothing else. He cannot hear of anything else or move his body at all. Bull decides to go with Knock's correction for the word epitasthè, translating it as, "My mind's eye was almost hallowed by such a vision." In the end, all 7 of these powers or energies should be seen as attributes of the divine state of consciousness. The source, also known as the One, produces another unity called the Monas. This entity is considered to be the same as the Ennead mentioned in NH6 This. Noetic realm is described as a boundless expanse of light that exists beyond individuality. It functions as both life and light, acting as the producer of the Logos to bring forth immortal, eternal, and immutable words. The hymn emphasizes 2 primary forces that dominated a country like Egypt, the water of the Nile and the energy of the sun. These elements serve as symbols for life and light, which are central to identifying the Ennead as the nous. In this framework, a human's nous is linked directly to the Ennead, while their life force connects to the Ogdoad. Together, these concepts describe something new and different, a direct experience of supracosmic realities. The speaker perceives the nous because of an altered state described by a Coptic term that ranges from ecstasy to sleep or forgetfulness. This experience was likely enhanced by the inhalation of Kufi incense. Within this state, death is understood as true life in the Ennead 9, representing the ultimate noetic reality of eternal light. The good itself is characterized here as peaceful, benevolent, tranquil, and sovereign. Fleischer observes that the Kitab fi Zager and Nafs places heavy emphasis on images and visions that reflect eternal noetic ideas. These concepts are linked to phantasia, which encompasses everything appearing as present within consciousness. The ecstatic death state of noetic illumination allows a speaker to completely forget his embodied existence and its clouded consciousness. Within this framework, Tat is instructed to return specifically to the Enneadic state of perfect noetic consciousness. This blessed condition represents where souls who have attained salvation will reside after the dissolution of their bodies. Most specialists interpret this description as a direct reference to both the Ogdoad and the Ennead itself. Ordinary people could visit the temples only when in a state of purity. They were not seen by anyone who was not observing the necessary purifications, and even the priests practiced neither walking nor swinging exercises. In the Hermetica, silence is offered as a sacrifice of praise during the divine vision. During these experiences, the voice of the gods will be silenced and dumb. You will discover what all the birds of the sky and all the reptiles are saying. The hostile heavenly powers are neutralized by making hissing and popping sounds and uttering certain magical incantations. The concluding sentence of the treatise in the Coptic version reads that when they had said these things in prayer, they embraced each other and went to eat their holy food which has no blood in it. Within the Ogdoad reveals the Ennead. Hermes describes the entire Ogdoad along with its souls and depicts angels singing a hymn in silence. The Emperor Julian once stated that during clear nights he would set aside all other concerns to focus exclusively on the celestial beauties. This devotion mirrors a broader spiritual landscape where the entire Ogdoad, along with its constituent souls and the angels, engages in a hymn sung in silence. In a related vein, Orphics are defined by their reverence for texts attributed to Orpheus, regardless of specific practices. This focus on sacred sound is also seen in the euphonious sounds of the 7 vowels employed by Egyptian priests, which were considered worthy of attentive listening. Similar techniques appear in Buddhist texts where repeated vowel sequences serve as tools for detaching from the material world and fostering meditative focus on the divine. Iamblichus explains that properly executed unspeakable acts aim to summon divine aid for the soul's liberation from the body and its ties to the material realm. These same Hermetists viewed the offering of hymns as a form of mental sacrifice directed toward the divine. Their educational tradition was comprehensive, encompassing study, dialogue, prayer, hymn singing, and fellowship among students and teachers. At the core of this experience is the realization expressed as I, mind, understand. While some might see these traditions as purely internal, the Hermetists did not reject the use of hymns in their communal gatherings. Porphyry argues that the highest form of worship involves the silent, pure contemplation of the sage, directed toward the One. This culminates in the understanding, expressed by the Greek phrase, through dignity and nature, they suffer nothing like others who are embodied. The listeners are described as earth-born men who have surrendered themselves to drunkenness, sleep, and ignorance of God. In contrast, Diogenes Laertius reports that Pythagoras recommended honoring the gods with reverent silence. The theme of reverent silence was already seen as a prerequisite for making an effectual prayer to Zeus in the Iliad. Another type of sacred expression is the oath, which served distinct social and spiritual functions. A priestly oath precluded a priest from sleeping with boys. Through these practices my silence became pregnant with good things. The voice comes from heaven down to the air, but this message is only for those who have strength of heart. A soul that is overly sluggish should not be called human. After becoming stable, the heavens remain similarly present for those who seek them. The Creator tells the still unembodied souls that if they remain tranquil, heaven awaits them again. In an obscure passage, the Spirit appears alongside life and light. The hymn that Tat is about to hear is distinct from the hymn of the Ogdoad, because that specific hymn is only ever sung in silence. Functions here as a feminine noun, serving as the female partner to the masculine nous. Within this framework, the womb is described as noeric wisdom found in silence. This silence acts as a divine womb where the powers of God are able to descend. A hermetic melothesia is outlined in this context, illustrating how astral influences operate from top down. Moving from theory to practice, the ritual instructions for the Hermetic hymn of rebirth specify that it must be performed in an open space under open skies, oriented toward the south at sunset and the east at sunrise. While Greek hymns are normally musical performances composed in specific meters that primarily express the gratitude of the singers, this particular hymn is intended to be kept secret from others. These traditional hymns usually don't have very specific requests. In particular, Gunther Zuntz's analysis only covers one part of the hymn. In 1944, Richard Harder conducted a study focusing on 4 prose hymns dedicated to Isis. These contrast with the Isiac hymns of Isidorus, which are primarily metrical and rely heavily on epic poetic formula. A silent worshipper will find the well open, whereas the intemperate and loquacious man will find himself unable to drink from it. The text provides a description of a place with no fogs or clouds, which could easily be interpreted as suiting the moon. In the manuscript, the vowels are given continuously rather than being divided into separate lines. It is likely that their original arrangement followed a specific sequence where they were considered unspeakable. According to the Pythagorean numerology of Nicomachus of Gerasa, these vowels are related to the consonants just as the soul is related to the body. The total number of vowels in the simple form adds up to 28. The 7 sounds utter their voices according to the 28 forms of the moon, while the hymns of Ch30 and Askell, 41, are specifically designated to be sung at sunset. Hermes reports that a hymnist should face southward during these specific sunset performances in a context where vowels serve as an intermediary between discursive language and the profound silence that reigns in both the Ogdoad and the Ennead. Hermes informs Tat that the souls in the Ogdoad sing hymns specifically in silence. Responding to this, Tat declares he is silent and expresses his desire to sing a hymn to his father in that same stillness. He is then instructed to resume his silent hymnody, which is distinguished from the silence of rebirth. Instead, it represents an active silence where the visionary seeks to harmonize with the silent hymnody of the Ogdoad. The spiritual ascent reverses the process of creation, requiring the visionary to leave behind words entirely. By means of vowels alone, they reach a state of silent hymnody. This spiritual ideal eventually, during the New Kingdom, the silent man became a religious ideal known as the truly silent man, a concept reflected in the instructions of Amenemope from the 21st dynasty. These texts describe silent praise within the divine realm, stating that all the silent ones in the temple say, Re is great of grace. The instructions further advise to fill oneself with silence to find life and health on earth, highlighting the practice of silent prayer to God within the temple. Diodorus Siculus notes in Bibliotheca 1.817 that music is viewed as harmful because it empties the souls of those who hear it. In contrast, God is described as nameless, or rather all-named, since he is one and all. Tat is told not to speak of the Ennead, but must instead join the souls and angels in singing silent hymns together within the Ogdoad. This practice avoids traditional music, which was considered harmful because it makes the soul of the listener effeminate. Hermes instructs Tat to remain silent and sing a hymn to the Father until the day he finally quits the body. While this vision focuses on the Ogdoad, hymns are still sung within that space specifically to the Ennead. The operator stands for a long time chanting with his eyes closed. After the password of silence is uttered along with hissing and popping, he sees a multitude of 5-pronged stars proceeding from the sun disk and filling all the air. The visionary is then instructed to close his eyes and utter a specific phrase. However, there is no indication that any visionary rituals or actual rituals of rebirth were performed in these chapels. When the interlocutors gather in the adytum, they fall silent so that divine Eros fills the room. At the beginning of the Asclepius, this same silence falls as 4 men feel a divine presence taking possession of the space. In this state there shines a bright light that is free of darkness. The hymn of rebirth itself is not taught directly but remains hidden within the silence. The hymn follows a specific structure divided into 4 sections. It begins with a call for openness and silence, followed by an announcement of the Song of the Powers, then an invitation to those powers to start singing, and finally Hermes describing the hymn of the powers. To sing this hymn at sunset, one must stand up under the open sky and face south. The prayer begins with fairly conventional expressions of gratitude before revealing that the soul can fly to heaven without needing wings. The sounds in the text are described as full of power, standing superior to what were considered the empty words of the Greeks. These specific sounds are transmitted today in a Coptic translation from an original Greek source. Each planet rotating through the ether was continually producing a specific tonal pitch. These melodies should not be seen as attempts to make music in any traditional sense, but rather as a translation of cosmic powers into audible sounds. Wells discusses how the 7 vowels were linked to musical scales or modes. These same vowels could also be mapped onto one of those specific musical scales. Historically, Egyptian priests used to sing successions of these 7 vowels within their hymns of praise to the gods. Tat expresses a wish to join in this silent hymn singing. Hermes responds by saying, "Yes, sing to me then, for I am Nous." In this moment, the vowels sung from down below no longer receive a lengthier and more powerful echo from the superior noetic powers up above. The omegas are not sung by the brethren this second time. The ceremony is over, and the hymns have fallen silent as the prayers are completed. The candles have been extinguished, and the incense has wafted away. One member of the sect may have written the 87 Orphic hymns that survive today. These hymns vary in length from 30 lines to as few as 6, with most of them devoted specifically to a god's names and attributes. Certain terminology within these hymns indicates that their author was well versed in the language of the mysteries. This tradition is further reflected in the Sibylline oracles, which are presented in a poetic form consisting of hexameter verse. The written words serve as empty signifiers in the most radical sense, highlighting a limitation where textual hermeneutics will never allow us to hear the silent hymns of the Ennead or see the fountain bubbling with life. Instead, these structures culminate in a silent noetic communion with the source. Thoth served as a heavenly scribe, tasked with recording divine messages across the cosmos. While its final hymn is preserved in a Greek magical papyrus, Coptic translations of chapters 21 through 29 and that same final hymn have been discovered within Nag Hammadi Codex Cervix. In these texts, God is described as being completely filled with the fecundity of both sexes. Within Nag Hammadi Codex Cervix, 6th chapter 6, the pupil witnesses God himself within the Ennead and observes angels singing a hymn to its powers. The figure of Seth was clothed with the living Jesus, as noted in Nag Hammadi Codex 3 and Theurgy. This context makes a prayer of thanksgiving suitable for his requirements, appearing naturally after the Ogdoad reveals the Ennead. The compiler or scribe was aware that this specific prayer of thanksgiving circulated as a separate unit, and recognized many other similar Hermetic prayers. Nevertheless, the scribe implied that including this particular prayer was worth having anyway. The bilinguality of an increasingly numerous class of men and women fulfilled the sine qua non for a genuine cultural fusion. This linguistic bridge allowed for the blending of traditions into a unified spiritual expression. What the gods gave, they will also take in the time of the world's senescence, or senectus munt. This cycle is reflected even today by groups like the Unumbal tribe who use Pidgin English within their cults. While Bollock argues for a dating of these hymns to the late 3rd century BC, Isidor's works consistently emphasize the universal authority of Isis. A text with similar intentions is also found on the verso of the Oxyrhynchus Eretology. The hymn itself is presented as a cooperative effort between the mind of divinity and human hands. This collaboration is seen in the 4 hymns written by Isidore, which date to the 1st century BC and address the goddess in the second person. Hermes warns that evil angels will use main force to drive poor wretches into all manner of reckless crime. Yet, he suggests a wholly new god might be created through a more subtle process, one where interest may fluctuate widely among different categories of worshippers. These individuals spent their lives in good health and possessed enough energy for all normal activities. They divided their existence between 2 primary duties, using the night for the observation of the heavens and the daytime for the adoration of the gods, to whom they addressed hymns 3 or 4 times a day. Their whole lives were devoted to scholarly investigation. They burned the candle at both ends for the love of letters, maintaining a state of rigorous intellectual engagement. The priests walked in an orderly way, their gaze fixed on a singular purpose. Each member wore a specific symbol that indicated his precise rank within the religious hierarchy. Hieroglyphs served as symbols of arcane and divine truths. These markings functioned as conduits for esoteric knowledge within their sacred practice. In this cosmology, the heavens are described as immovable for all time and transcending human understanding. Such vastness stands in contrast to how a poem becomes Orphic simply by being ascribed to Orpheus. Ch. Expo 7 describes 2 distinct choirs of gods, distinguishing between those associated with the wandering stars and those belonging to the fixed ones. Within this celestial framework, the initiate pronounces himself to be already a star. Those who advance by stages will enter into the understanding of the Ogdoad that reveals the Ennead. Ultimately, ending with a note of piety and praise of God is a characteristic Hermetic trait. The Cyrenides provide exhaustive detail regarding the sympathies, antipathies, and other occult properties of birds, fishes, plants, and stones. This meticulous categorization complements a worldview where God declared that the soul would rule over mortal bodies and bear with the sinful. The preceding tirade ends by merging into a prayer that is quite different in tone. This specific prayer appears to have been borrowed from elsewhere and incorporated into its present context, regardless of any stylistic considerations. The compiler of NHC v1 appended this prayer to NHC v1.6 as part of a broader tradition where prayers and hymns circulated freely. Because they were reused many times, these texts often lost most of their original associations. He who is thankful will be a pious man. The race of perfected souls is identified in ch 1v.4 as an address directed specifically toward the hearts of men. Within this spiritual framework, the perfected individual becomes entirely absorbed in a profound contemplation of the One. To entice the celestial element into the image, practitioners performed frequent sacrifices, hymns, songs of praise, and a concord of sweet sounds. Iamblichus reports that when a man becomes wholly soul and consorts with the gods, he renders them an absolutely incorporeal cult. A simile regarding the procession is found within ch 1v.7, reflecting broader ritual movements. In practical devotion, daily or frequent prayers to the sun served as a popular form of worship across all levels of society. The prayer follows a clear structure used by several worshippers in unison. According to Hermes, Kneph is known as the leader of the heavenly gods. The hymn found in CHXM was extracted from an earlier collection of such texts. These hymns of praise and thanksgiving functioned as evidence of the initiate's encounter with and inspiration by the divine. Beyond serving as proof of a divine encounter, these hymns also served as a meditation on the experience of the divine. When 2 or 3 sages are gathered together, they find nothing more natural than to offer up a prayer or hymn in praise and thanksgiving. Gnostic ceremonies included specific rites such as baptisms, anointings, and Eucharists. Some Gnostic sects even organized themselves into regular churches, a notable example of which was the Manichees. Those who participated in these encounters instinctively expressed their solidarity and joy through prayer and hymnody, alongside comradely gestures such as embraces and the sharing of food. These Gnostic hymns, prayers, and sermons serve as direct evidence for historical worship practices. Many of the listeners for both Gnostic and Manichaean movements came from the trading and artisan classes. Synesius's hymns, meanwhile, represent an amalgam of Christian and pagan strands within his thought. The existence of this translation could be argued to imply a receptive audience, or even a specific circle of adepts. Because the traditional religion had to make do with the utterances of the poets, the superiority of mnemonic storage and oral transmission remained intact, even if the uninitiated read the sacred works. Ultimately, it is understood that the higher soul enters the one that sees God. While ignorance prevails among mankind, leading them to wage war and desecrate sacred sanctuaries, a different reality exists within the individual. Another being of divine lineage resides inside you, acting as a holy observer of all actions and an unswerving judge of the living. In this cosmology, souls cooperate directly with God to create the cosmos. For those who are less blameworthy at the time of their death, there is a promise of progressive improvement in subsequent incarnations until they eventually re-enter heaven as gods. 4 specific places in the All fall, under an inviolable law and governorship. These domains are heaven, ether, the air, and the most holy earth, where the gods dwell up in heaven. This status mirrors that of the animals kept within sacred enclosures, just as Antoninus Pius celebrated the commencement of a new Sothic period in 138 or 139 CE. The letters serve as a profound elixir of memory and wisdom for those who seek them. 19th century scholars have identified these specific texts alongside various lists of gods and kings as the pseudo-Manethonic Book of Sothis through an artificial unification. The last and upmost part consists of 32 zones filled with the finest and clearest air. Directly beneath this, another section contains 16 zones full of fine and pure air. These 2 upper parts are reserved specifically for gods and stars, representing the noetic and visible deities. Heaven itself is ruled by these noetic gods. The souls are currently arrayed underneath the pedestal of God within the air, yet they are promised the ability to rise above that pedestal into heaven. The Creator informs these still unembodied souls that heaven awaits them once more, along with the specific constellation assigned to each one. The Creator further tells the unembodied souls that thrones filled with excellence await them. These thrones are necessarily associated with their royal status, for every soul is somehow royal as a handiwork of God, and will be prepared for ruling. The first 4 numbers make up the perfect number 10, reflecting a mathematical harmony where the monad is subtle and soars to the most subtle region of the ether. During the Golden Age, the human lived as a disembodied and divine being in heaven, Presumably that former group ascended to heaven. Meanwhile, the narrator admonishes his listeners to make themselves sober and end their drunken sickness before they can reach such heights. Divine people attach themselves to heavenly gods in Ascol 5, but at that point, they have already become holy mind and ascended to divinity. This transition is secured by priests who all their lives offered sacrifice in temples. These specific individuals were chosen to voice the people's prayer. Through this dedicated service, they secured by their devotion the sympathy of God. Within that same hymn, an identification between Amun and Sobekshé could be alluded to. In this sacred hierarchy, the demiurgic logos is recognized as the firstborn of the completely perfect. The insertion of the voiced dental stop in 2 was inevitable due to the impossibility of the consonant combination in Greek. This linguistic necessity sits alongside historical records such as the 4th hymn of Isidorus, which was inscribed between 96 and 80 BCE. Manilius says he intends to sing of nature's true form, aiming to describe the entire universe exactly as it is. This reflects the mystery found at Sais in the Delta, where the goddess Neith is quoted as saying, "I am all that has been, all that is, and all that will be. No mortal has yet lifted my veil." The very presence of a powerful deity served to kindle the pure minds of those standing nearby. Through this divine proximity, the God of heaven brought his servants into a profound knowledge of the heavens and disclosed their deepest secrets. Royal souls maintain a direct connection with divine entities, remaining in constant touch with heavenly gods. In this spiritual landscape, humans residing specifically in the Holy Land were singled out from everyone else as being more understanding and temperate. An incantation directed at the moon refers to Isis as being permitted to rule in the perfect black. Within this same religious framework, the Ptolemies received worship inside temples under the designation of temple-sharing gods. During the Akitu festival, one first recites the epic of the creation of the world known as the Enuma Elish. When certain beings turn into humans, they become genuine root cutters and are identified as the best prophets of the gods. Upon turning into humans, these figures also become skillful musicians. Consequently, at the evening, the community of people who follow the way of immortality gather to sing prayers of thanksgiving together. In SHV 3, the psychopomp is identified as both the messenger and commander of embodied souls. Meanwhile, a priest stands at the altar associated with the moon while all participants remain sober, directing their hearts upward toward the one who desires to be seen. The herald of CHI was designated as a guide specifically for the worthy ones, leading them towards spiritual completion. According to CHI 22, the mind arrives with these holy ones, granting them an immediate and total knowledge of all things. The salvific sequence begins by heeding the proclamation and immersing oneself into the mixing bowl to receive mind, a process echoed for all who obey, as they too receive the gift of Nous to achieve human perfection. This transformation into a perfect human is what ultimately grants that perfection. A herald sent down with this mixing bowl proclaimed directly to the hearts of men that any capable heart must immerse itself into the vessel filled with Nous in order to become divine. Following a state of dissociation, the candidate's reintegration with the world occurs during the closing hymn of the rebirth. In this passage, Van den Kerkhove highlights the significance of hearts as the primary listeners of the message. The journey metaphor persists even into the concluding prayer of thanksgiving, where the speaker perceives the overarching plan of God. By filling their heart with God's way, they prepare for a transformation that mirrors an internal pilgrimage. The perfection of the soul is defined as the knowledge of the beings. When this vision occurs, it illuminates the entire mind and makes the whole soul shine, bringing a blessing to the one who has seen God. Metonyk 103 contains the specific line, "Greetings to you, heir, son of an heir, bull, son of a bull." Additionally, Gries claims that the statement in CH 13, 1 functions as a sacred law existing alongside passages from the New Testament. Aetius used to talk about worshipping God in Plaque, Phil 324, and the second chapter of the Christiana Homilia ends with a homily. You could see singing the hymn of rebirth as a way of reintegrating. The heart sings hymns of praise throughout various texts, including CHI 31, 13, 21, and discourses 8 through 9 in the Nag Hammadi library. Within these passages, the speaker expresses a specific desire to hear the blessing spoken by the Father regarding the octad. The word euphemia means praise, and can be used for anyone, including gods, kings, or other people. In this sacred setting, it's said that combining the 10 powers creates the Noeric birth during the silence. The first 2 divine powers manifest as knowledge of God and knowledge of joy. Once this knowledge of God is realized, a ritual acclamation of joy occurs to celebrate it. In the prayer of thanksgiving, encomiasts rejoice over receiving gnosis and becoming divine, specifically declaring they have known you, O noetic light, O life of human life. Here, the number 6 is identified as soul begetting. The perfect harmony is defined by 3 concords: 4-3, 3-2, and 2-1. Furthermore, the decad carries the epithet ion because it encompasses everything and brings all things to fulfillment. The hymn of rebirth is described as a praise that is in tune. Its performance instructions mirror those found preceding the prayer of thanksgiving in Askell 40, while its title suggests it was part of a larger Hermetic hymnal. It is more plausible that these hymns were composed with group performance in view. In the Greek tradition, such hymns aimed to extol superhuman forces and functioned as prayers performed musically. Both hymns and prayers share the common goal of invoking divinities and seeking their favor. In Greek religion, these musical expressions could even be performed in competitive choral contests. The powers residing in Hermes are the ones who sing the hymn of the Ogdoad. This collection might be an allusion to the musical octave, specifically representing a 2-to-1 ratio. Tat requests to hear the hymn sung by the powers of the Ogdoad because Hermes had previously heard Poimandres make predictions regarding such sacred music. However, Hermes claims that he managed to see the Ogdoad and hear its specific hymn on his own terms, having received personal authorization from Poimandres. Research into where these texts came from shows that Richard Harder concluded all 4 prose hymns to Isis were based on a single original version. Additionally, A.D. Nock and A.J. Festugière argued that this particular hymn was originally written in Greek. Joachim F. Quack provided a demotic retroversion of the Chaim hymn to further trace these linguistic roots. In the Hermetic hymn of rebirth, the first 2 stanzas address cosmic forces directly, bidding them to attend and listen to the song. The speaker declares that my spirit was heard by all gods and demons. Central to this understanding is the appellation of the All-in-One, which serves as a key to grasping the deity's universal nature. In these sacred verses, it is revealed that the powers in the hymn actually sing hymns to themselves. Günther Zuntz analyzed the meter of the hymn in chapter 13, which helps clarify its structural rhythm. The text clearly states exactly what the hymnists are asking God for, suggesting that these hymns might have been performed as an essential part of a sacrificial ritual. The expression within the hymn serves to underline the essential identity shared between Hermes and God. By stating that your Logos sings hymns to you through me, the text obliterates any remaining distinction between the hymnist and the deity. This spiritual practice is further defined by the expression logike theisia, which compares singing hymns to a form of animal sacrifice. Within this framework, we give thanks with all our soul and heart reaching out toward you, as recorded in verses 34 through 35. The hymnist has been reborn as the divine human despite remaining earthbound. This rebirth is a necessary prerequisite for taking part in the hymn of rebirth itself, which winds down with a thanksgiving that resembles an argument or a pars epica. This final thanksgiving summarizes the various benefactions of God. It includes the phrase, "By your decision, I have found rest. By your will, I have seen," emphasizing a total dependency on divine providence to achieve true rest and obtain visions. Those who are pure and reverent immediately realize everything. They give thanks to the Father by regularly blessing him and singing hymns with affection, while placing the hymn in the noetic cosmos signifies storing it within one's memory. The Book of the Dead of Nefer Uben F records a declaration where the speaker opens the doors of heaven, while Thoth is described as a well that is sweet. In these texts, justified serves as the standard epithet for the blessed dead. The journey of the soul involves a complex spiritual geography where cleansing demons purge spirits in zones of air consisting of fire and hail. Conversely, saving demons are arrayed close to the space of the moon to save the souls. The divine powers capable of singing hymns to both the Creator and themselves are acquired specifically during the process of rebirth. Within this sacred framework, the hymn itself serves as the definitive seal of that rebirth. Once these powers are attained through rebirth, they become active during the performance of the hymn. As it is sung, these powers reach back up toward their noetic prototypes. This sacred hymn can only be revealed at the completion of the all. During a visionary experience, Tat sings hymns to Hermes, who represents the mind of the Ennead. The hymnic prayer begins with an invocation featuring a specific string of magical vowels and names. Within this structure, there are 3 distinct petitions, the first 2 of which are accompanied by supporting arguments. The very first petition asks for the wisdom to proclaim the vision of both the Ogdoad and the Ennead. Concerning these figures, J.P. Mahay originally suggested that the text was referring to the souls of the 8 along with the angels who occupy their places. Mahay eventually changed his mind and suggested that the text actually refers specifically to the souls of the Ogdoad. In a similar passage in Asclepius 33, heroes are described as being in the purest part of the air above us. The text further mentions the demiurgic will and nature of the Enneadic nous to praise their originator. The following stanza credits God with moving both the souls and the angels in the Ogdoad, showing how God is praised by all his instruments of creation. Several commentators have different takes on the final embrace in the hymn's prayer. Most notably, Mahay saw it as a symbolic kiss, representing a major moment of spiritual unity. Lines of Voces Magicae also appear at the end of the visionary ascent in chapter 61. In this sequence, each vowel is followed by a string of omegas. Van den Kerkhove suggests that the passage from 7 to 9 represents a formal entry into the Ennead. This symbolism is particularly apt for describing the transition through the heavenly vault and into the realms of both the Ogdoad and the Ennead. Positioned above the wings is a head that may represent Nut, the goddess of heaven. It is through the pneumatic spirit of light that they will be enabled to see both the Ogdoad and the Ennead. A 7-lettered name is established for the harmony of the 7 sounds, specifically identifying Abrasax in an ever-flowing processional way. This sentence demonstrates a musical and hymnic use of a series of vowels. The sound produced by these 7 vowels is so beautiful that people prefer listening to it over the flute or the lyre. The text provides a specific musical hymn of holy power, which says, "I hymn your holy power in a musical hymn, A-E-I-O-O-O." Regarding the afterlife, one specific idea held that the blessed deceased should join the baboons in perpetual worship of the sun. This concept suggests a state where the departed participate in eternal solar devotion. The word phone has a strong musical feel to it, which makes it a perfect fit for a hymn meant to give power to an ascent ritual. Jürgen Podeman Sørensen points out that heavenly baboons and sometimes the gods of Pi and Nekkan act as angelic choirs worshipping the sun god. This suggests that the vowels and magical names in the text are clearly intended for actual ritual use, specifically for singing hymns. Parallels with the Leiden Cosmopoia make it likely that the notion of a baboonic heavenly choir also underlies the vowels found in our text. The narrative then shifts to an address where the speakers declare they have already reached the hebdomad because they are reverent and govern themselves according to divine law. They claim to always fulfill your will, having walked in your way and renounced their bodies so that your vision may come. One possible interpretation is that the hebdomad was traversed by means of chanting the vowels and nomina barbara, which brought the visionaries to the cusp of the Ogdoad. However, chanting alone is not sufficient. It remains necessary to be reverent and strictly adhere to the law and will of God. The Orants now ask to see the image of truth, requesting that in return, God receive the imprint of the fullness by means of a hymn of praise. The plenitude must be taken to refer to the cosmos as the one and all. The God of gods and Lord of the world exists within the holy circuit of his Holy Spirit, setting in motion a complex series of reciprocities and identifications. Ultimately, breaking down the barrier separating the Orants from the Ogdoad and Ennead serves as the primary goal of the hymn. The hymnist is identified as one of the blessed souls in the Ogdoad who sing these hymns to the Ennead. During rebirth, it is revealed that powers existing beyond the Ogdoadic region also hymn God with a sweet voice. The remainder of the hymn focuses on praising the unbegotten God, calling him the end of the universe and the beginning of the beginnings. He is described as the immortal discovery of human seeking, the begetter of light and truth, a sower of logos, and the love of immortal life. The Orants present themselves as images of the All, which serves as a direct image of God. In this sacred geometry of being, the Spirit acts as a kind of outpouring that connects these figures below with the divine source above. A series of exclamations follows, describing the vivid contents of a vision where the perfect conceive and give birth through kisses. In this process, the female soul of the candidate receives her male counterpart, an angel, finally becoming a perfect human. The Askell 9 states, that the Muses were sent so that the world could celebrate the praises of the one who is the Father of all things. This fragment refers to an unspeakable divine triad, a concept echoed by Gregory of Nyssa in C-Un. 2.3 regarding the name of the indescribable Holy Triad. The discourse on the 8th and the 9th describes a visionary ascent in which the initiate reaches the Ogdoad and joins the powers there that sing silent hymns to the Ennead. These two inner grades consist of those who have become reborn and those who have ascended specifically to the Ogdoad. Once this state is achieved, the initiate has become a spiritual master capable of joining the brothers in their hymns. Preserved records point toward communal singing as a primary practice, while both hymns and communal banquets suggest these were forms of voluntary associations. A specific hymn is to be sung at the sunrise, where the god being summoned is called a serpent and a lion. This mirrors historical accounts like those of Diodorus Siculus, who mentions 9 virgins trained specifically to sing and perform. The text refers to an unnamed or all-named god who is one and encompasses everything. Consequently, the closing hymn serves as a final hymn of praise to Hermes. In spell 125 of the Book of the Dead, the deceased must protest his innocence before divine judges. The prayer mentions that today they are going to envision with immortal eyes, referring to being a mortal born from a mortal womb but improved, only after being let past the gods who rush at him there, and pronouncing new prayers, does he advance to the ether of the visible gods. This movement toward divinity is mirrored in an open-air chapel where statues of the gods were taken at the beginning of the new year to unite with the sun god for rejuvenation. The hymn may serve as a reference to the Decan Chnufis. Within this ritual context, a specific hymn is intended to be repeated inside before the lamp. The scholar would later embrace the seminal work of Albrecht Dieterich, Eine Mithras-Liturgie. This connects to broader traditions where the notes of the lyre were used by the Pythagoreans before sleep to charm and heal the emotive and irrational part of the soul. Plutarch describes the visionary and receptive part of dreams as a mirror that purifies and makes things cleaner than the lyre's strikes. More specifically, Plutarch states that the Pythagoreans used these strikes before sleep to expel the impassioned and irrational part of the soul in order to heal it. The temple serves as the sacred space where priests earn their holy status through continuous proximity to divinity. Within this setting, an essential part is provided specifically so that it may contemplate the heavens. The heavenly gods are set in their eternal fixed course, maintaining a cosmic order where they know the affairs of humans and humans, in turn, know the affairs of the gods. Because of this shared awareness, divine people worship these heavenly deities. Divine people also create and propitiate earthly gods with hymns and offerings as part of their sacred duty. These mortals are expected to participate in the cult of these earthly deities, who must be gratified with constant worship to ensure their continued connection to heaven. While humans give the greatest thanks and praise to God, certain individuals with a pure mind are granted the venerable care of contemplating the heavens. These divine people ensure that lay worshippers receive earthly benefits such as divination and healing. The sanctity of the temples is rooted in the belief that divine presence dwells directly within the statues housed there. This concept is reinforced by Astrological 37, which mentions that these figures are filled with soul, a sentiment echoed in NHCV 69:32-34. After death, certain beings were provided with their own statues and sanctuaries where their souls were called down from heaven. While their nous remained in the higher realms above, these earthly abodes required constant appeasement through hymns and sacrifices to ensure the divine souls remained present. These divine souls are often utterly dominated by mere physical sensations, emotional states, and interior images. By contrast, the fully initiated Hermetist transcends these limitations to become one of the powers who sing hymns directly to God. The Apocalypse presents the priests as purveyors of oracles and healing, though their role extends beyond these practical functions. Fowden refers to a specific phrase regarding this practice as a happy formula that could serve to designate all Hermetic piety. The embodied condition of human beings makes them a happy mixture of noetic essence and terrestrial matter. Humans exist surrounded by beauty, endowed with a specific noetic capacity to perceive it clearly. Contemplating the beauty of a baby leads to deep admiration and a sense of being blessed with knowledge of divinity. This union of nature and the human results in what is described as a most wondrous wonder or a most miraculous miracle. Those who make the right choice will ascend through the 7 cosmic levels to reach the 8th and the 9th, known as the Ogdoad and the Ennead. Notably, embodiment enables souls to make active contributions to the divine work of creative manifestation. The soul enters the Ogdoad, where it is joyfully welcomed by other ascended souls. From there they hear certain powers above the Ogdoad singing praises to the divine. The ascended souls make a further ascent together and attain the Ennead. In this realm they abandon themselves to its powers and become powers themselves, thus entering into God. The text concludes with a hymn of praise to the supreme divinity. Hermes then promises to join in the work of sanctification and enlightenment for all those still living in the death and darkness of ignorance. Everything in the cosmos is full of soul and exists in a state of never-ending harmonious movement. In this framework, the world is described as a bodily temple that should be filled with God's life and light. The chief elements of communal practice suggested by the sources are prayers or hymns. These sacred songs often question where one's gaze should be directed while praising a deity who is not in space, and when praise should be done since that same deity is not bound by time. Hermes interprets Tat's request to hear the hymn as a specific wish to leave his physical body and enter the Ogdoad. Consequently, Tat receives ritual instructions about exactly how the hymn is to be sung. The 2 groups of healing energies work together perfectly and are essentially one. These groups include a supreme divine triad, where becoming divine means fully participating in God's own spiritual imagination, a realm filled with the thoughts and essences of everything that exists. The chora doesn't show up on its own. Instead, it makes everything else visible, acting as a way to reveal things rather than being something you can see directly. When someone reaches a state of pure intellectual vision, they see nothing but the single, unspeakable image of the monad. The first section of the hymn opens with a call that may all that exists in the cosmos listen to this hymn, initiating a new invocation of the 10 powers. This sacred song praises the divine source for creating the cosmos and establishing it as an excellent place for human habitation. These prayers also seek the opportunity to pass such blessings on from one generation to the next. Ultimately, a happy end is available for all humans who choose to live their lives in the way they should be lived. The source provides form to essence, a process that results in the creation of living souls and angels within the Ogdoad. This sacred space is associated with a divine force specifically referred to in the text as the gift of the Ogdoad. The community of living souls that make up the Ogdoad are defined as genetos, which means begotten. In a sequence that mirrors CH 13, Tat reminds Hermes of an earlier promise in which he would lead his nous into the Ogdoad and eventually take him to the Ennead, following the established order of the tradition. The prayer incorporates a series of vowels and nomina barbara intended to address an invisible god. While Bull claims that the actual addressee is the Ennead, Reitzenstein discusses how these 7 vowels function as a divine name that can be transformed into a specific formula. In the manuscript of NHV 6, these vowels are presented in a continuous sequence. The glory of this sound is sent up again to the forefather, creating an echo where the chant from down below receives a response from up above. The authors believed that these specific sounds would unleash real and supremely sacred energetic power. Mathematically, there were in fact 21 possible combinations of the 7 vowels and 3 genera. The Mithras liturgy associates the singing of vowel incantations with the use of Kufi incense as a ritual practice. Within this mystical framework, NHV 657 and 13 identify the unbegotten as the specific addressee of a particular prayer. The formulation in question refers to a vowel sequence that symbolizes the plenitude of the 7 cosmic spheres. However, for the noetic potential of the pneuma elevated by this chanting to be realized, it requires activation through the superior divine pneuma. The vowel song induces a hypnotic altered state where spiritual father and son achieve an intimate energetic rapport. This connection may initiate the entire visionary process, allowing Tat's soul to perform a noetic hymn directed at the Ennead alongside other souls in the Ogdoad. Tat redirects his consciousness toward the Ennead, rejoining the noetic singing of both souls and angels. He confirms that he internally sings a hymn at that moment, though he questions whether it is appropriate to sing praises when his heart is filled with such intense emotion. Despite these feelings, Tat states that his nous desires to hymn the generative source of life on a daily basis. This is because vocal music, according to the claim, ascends far beyond the level of spoken words. Hermetic texts were frequently quoted to praise the supreme majesty of the unspeakable and incorporeal God. In one instance, the number of birds buried implies that perhaps 10,000 attendants were involved in their care. The priests in all temples should also be called priests of the benefactor gods. Even a simple cultic act without theological embroidery would require the worshipper to address the god, necessitating knowledge of the correct divine names and titles. One response to the crisis of identity was syncretism, which involved blending several gods into one. Upon their return, a delegation carved an inscription on an altar stating that God is self-born, untaught, motherless, and unshakable. The second series of vowels serves as a link to the 7 cosmic spheres and is intoned audibly by the human voice. Yet, even with this sonic connection, the experience of the supreme vision involving both the Ogdoad and the Ennead remains entirely beyond words. A reflection or imprint, known as tupos, represents the cosmic plenitude sent up toward the noetic world. The text describes seeking to behold the supreme beauty of the Pengige through the eye of the nous, while in a state of ecstasis. In the final section of the Ogdoad and the Ennead, Thoth provides specific instructions regarding the act of writing everything down. This stands in contrast to the understanding that speech itself is a subtle enchantment of the soul which merely takes the place of true noesis. By torchlight, members of the cult sang hymns dedicated to a variety of gods, primarily those familiar Homeric figures. These worshippers offered fumigations and libations during their rites. The body of hymns appears to be a coherent collection, with the majority of them focused on describing specific divine names and attributes. The prayers expressed within these hymns sought tangible blessings such as good health, economic success, and peace. During the second ritual passage, an initiate explicitly declares their gratitude by saying they give thanks by singing a hymn to you. Hymns and the practice of silent singing are foundational elements within the Hermetic tradition. These practices are specifically tied to the mysteries of both the Ogdoad and the Ennead. The Ennead serves as a primary marker for reaching a state of perfect noetic consciousness. In this heightened condition, the soul joins in the silent hymns performed by angels and other souls. The vision of these two divine groups is described as a transformative experience for the seeker. This process involves an ascent where the soul moves toward a higher state of being, occurring either during one's life or after death. Roelof Broek makes a specific distinction between two forms of initiation in his work Hermetism and Gnosticism. He identifies one as occurring post-mortem, while the other takes place during life. Other sources do not draw such a clear line between these two types of initiation. Instead, they tend to focus more broadly on the immediate experience of the vision itself. Anna's archive highlights a particular emphasis on the silence surrounding the Ennead, noting that it cannot be described in words. Conversely, Wouter J. Hanegraaff suggests that the Ennead is actually a manifestation of the One and the Good. The discussion surrounding NHC 59 from 1979. In a separate effort to unify these ideas, J. Kroll attempted to construct a single Hermetic synthesis in his book Die Lehren des Hermes Trismegistus, published in 1914. Babylonian culture also played a key role in shaping the intellectual foundations of the other technical Hermetica. As for specific dates, Grandjean summarizes the evidence regarding when the Isiac Aretalogies were dated in his work, Nouvelle Aretalogie 8-11. Recent scholarship by Garth Fowden has unearthed evidence suggesting that Jewish influences permeated various other philosophical Hermetica. Similarly, Keikosh Shork provides significant evidence from Syria showing the survival of Valentinian Gnosis. Mystical rabbinic commentaries and works of Kabbalah demonstrate signs of what is probably inadvertent Hermetic influence. Despite these connections, the roles of Panopolis and Iamblichus of Apamea have not been fully appreciated for their importance in the study of Hermetism. Recent scholarship suggests that Iamblican theurgy was more of a development than a contradiction of 3rd century Platonism. Plotinus would have agreed wholeheartedly with many of these views, even though Iamblichus ultimately differed from his predecessors in the specific route he took. Iamblichus of Apamea drew clear parallels with passages from the De Mysteris, a work where he identified philosophy as mere logic and explicitly distinguished it from theurgy. While Iamblichus expounds his complex synthesis within this text, he also regarded the Hermetica as genuine translations originating from Egypt, while drawing on Greek Hermetica to bolster his framework. Furthermore, by contrasting philosophy with what he calls wrangling in Mysticism, chapter 11, Iamblichus confirms an essentially positive attitude toward philosophical study. Iamblichus specifically claims to have discovered the method for liberating the soul from the bonds of fate, as described in Hermetic books. While he conceded that the descent of the gods might form a part of this process, it is likely that belief in Egyptian roots for theurgy existed long before his own synthesis. In his descriptions of theurgical experience, Iamblichus employs a specific noetic vocabulary to frame these spiritual practices. He asserts that the doctrines governing theurgy are derived from Egyptian, Chaldean, and Greek sources. Iamblichus's view that Hermetism and theurgy are compatible is not tendentious to quarrel with. Ultimately, he was mainly influenced by this treatise to use the books of Hermes in his primary exposition of theurgical doctrine. The philosopher refers specifically to theurgical Hermetica, yet he maintains a critical eye toward their composition. He ascribes whatever elements are obviously Greek to either interpretation or interpolation by the translators. In constructing his synthesis, Iamblichus relied on Chaeremon and Porphyry as secondary sources. He also made specific allusions to the translations from the Hermetic books attributed to Bitiz. Regarding the Salmachiniaca, Iamblichus implies that its importance should not be overemphasized. Furthermore, nothing necessitates that he or Porphyry had actually read this text, even though Iamblichus gives the distinct impression of being personally familiar with it. The iatro-mathematical exposition was intended to complete the recipes of Nechepsos, a fact supported by similar vocabulary found in Diod, Sic, Bib, 19177. Iamblichus was well familiar with the books of Hermes Trismegistus, exploiting them extensively in the development and explanation of his theurgical doctrines. He treated the Hermetica as important not so much for their own sake, as because they were part of the Egyptian foundations of theurgy, having shown that the doctrines of theurgy reposed on the wisdom of the Egyptian priests. Zosimus later confirmed and elaborated this interdependence between technical and philosophical Hermetism. Passages in Iamblichus, such as those regarding the purification of matter by fire in Mysteriorum chapter 11 and 12, are very close to alchemical thought. Consequently, these specific elements were neglected by his successors, even by noted theurgists like Julian and Proclus. Stobaeus included generous extracts from the Hermetica, Porphyry, and Iamblichus in his anthology. In selecting this material, Stobaeus made some use of florilegia. Anatolius was a prominent member of the Hermopolitan priesthood, where he served as an archiprefate. Additionally, Parasoglo's work is cited in Collectanea Papyrologica 1.261-74, while Cameron's work appears in II Kel. Iamblichus of Chalcis is a prominent Neoplatonic philosopher who possessed access to a wide range of texts covering most of the Hermetic genres. For thinkers like Iamblichus, Hermetism held an undeniable attractiveness as it offered a means to rally the ranks against those who opposed Christianity. The authorship of Iamblichus is vouchsafed by Proclus, who provides a reliable link to his identity. In his writings, Iamblichus explains that the use of Greek philosophical terms in these works is due to the priestly translators being well acquainted with Greek philosophy. Iamblichus' Mystical Theology 1.1 has been translated by Clark, Dillon, and Hirschbell with slight modifications to the text. He argues that the genius of Pythagoras and Plato was explained specifically by their access to the authoritative teachings of the ancients. Scholars like W.M. Flinders Petrie have dated the Hermetica to between 500 and 200 BCE, while Boano has drawn attention to parallels between Rutilius Nematianus and these same texts. Furthermore, there is nothing that prevents the assumption that Iamblichus may have been familiar with the Theban theogony. Umberto Eco's literary theory regarding the model author, as opposed to the empirical author, could help elucidate Iamblichus's specific distinction in these matters. Ultimately, Iamblichus partakes in the Hermetic discourse by using the books of Hermes to validate theurgy within the Neoplatonic school. Iamblichus is not inherently unlikely to have had a foot in many different cults and philosophical circles, a position supported by the diversity of his intellectual engagement. He outlined two systems of Hermes, a categorization that reflects his structured approach to Hermetic teachings. Iamblichus follows Moderatus of Gades's Neo-Pythagorean scheme of three, ones in decreasing order of transcendence, aligning his framework with earlier Neo-Pythagorean thought. Proclus repeats the teaching that Iamblichus ascribed the doctrine of matter to Hermes, a claim that situates Iamblichus within the Hermetic tradition. Gregory Shaw credits Iamblichus with introducing the pro-Eos god into Neoplatonism. This addition marks a significant development in how divine presence was conceptualized within the school. Iamblichus's system posits that actual matter is derived from and participates in materiality, even though materiality itself was cut off from essentiality within his Hermetic framework. If one views materiality as the dyad in this Hermetic protology, then the third hypostasis, known as the triad, corresponds to the threefold demiurge of Amun, Ptah, Osiris. Within this system, the demiurge is responsible for crafting both the heavenly spheres and lower bodies out of matter. Iamblichus explains the vast variety of Hermetic doctrines by pointing to a multitude of first principles handed down through tradition. In Mysteriorum chapter 8, Iamblichus notes that ancient hieroglyphic scribes held various opinions regarding these matters. However, he asserts that Hermes fully revealed all of these doctrines within his own books. The pyramid is placed under the authority of the demiurgic logos of the ruler of everything, a detail supported by further information provided by John Lydus. Furthermore, Iamblichus describes how sacrificial fire purifies matter to allow it to reach the gods. If our password stems from such a background, it likely affirms the utterer's status as a legitimate son of the paternal lineage. Some of these specific elements were familiar to Iamblichus during his synthesis. Iamblichus is primarily focused on refuting the Stoic interpretation of Egyptian protology offered by Charamon. He maintains that documents circulating under the name of Hermes contain authentically Egyptian doctrines, even though they frequently utilize the terminology common to philosophers. In his Hermetic Theogony, Iamblichus emphasizes that the first noetic principle is worshipped by means of silence alone. This suggests that ritualism, such as that found in ML, only came into vogue during the era of Iamblichus Neoplatonism. However, current evidence makes this specific conclusion conjectural. Scholar Scott suggests that our Hermetic author and Iamblichus could have shared the same source for their information. Meanwhile, David Klotz has demonstrated that temple building continued in Thebes during the Roman period. In the collection Neoplatonism and Gnosticism, edited by Richard T. Wallace, an article by Stephen Gersh was published to further these discussions. Jan Assmann has demonstrated that the Ramesside solar theology can be seen as a precursor to Hermetic, Gnostic, and Neoplatonic speculation on the hidden God, who is defined as the one who is all. There is no reason to assume that the priests were duping their credulous clients during these rituals, especially since such practices were already encountered in Iamblichus's own system of theurgy. In his analysis, Bull draws the same conclusion that the genus Yorgos must be Hermes himself. Furthermore, the soul mentioned in Iamblichus's first system derives from Moderatus, of Gades's identification of the demiurgic mind with the soul. Zosimos and Iamblichus are the most significant non-Christian sources regarding Hermetic texts. Ibn al-Kifti confirmed the tradition linking Dual Nun to the Temple of Ancient Wisdom, while Abu Abd Allah b. al-Ghala stated that Dual Nun practiced the alchemy of S. Ubay al-Aswad. Surawadi claimed that he learned about an illuminative tradition with Hermetic roots from Sufi alchemists connected to Panopolis. This historical account is backed up by details concerning the practices and associations of Dual Nun. Nicomachus's work makes it possible to see how specific vowels could be linked to tonal pitches. Meanwhile, the term pharmakon remains central to Jacques Derrida's analysis of Plato's text. The Romans considered no one Greek who could not prove Greek parentage on both sides. Paternal promises of hard-won glory for Aeneas and Rome reinforce the Sibyl's predictions. In addition to these historical perspectives, I have also tried to include references to newer work. Ptolemy I proclaimed himself pharaoh in 305 BCE, initiating a period where the synthesis of other gods during the Ptolemaic dynasty proved equally durable. Naturally, this syncretic process had some effect on the native milieu as well, creating a fertile ground for religious blending. The adepts of religious philosophical Hermetism had no objections to making use of magical practices and astrological calculations. In fact, Pier Franco Beatrice argues that the Nicene Creed's use of the philosophical word homoousios was drawn from Hermeticism. Much more complex pleromatic systems were propagated by some Gnostics who were active in the school of Plotinus around 250 CE. Plotinus sharply criticized them just because they introduced such a great number of levels of being. In these systems, Sophia disturbed the tranquility and peace of the pleroma by a reckless act against the will of the Father. Regarding historical records, the purpose of Porphyry's Vita Plotini is therefore to sell Plotinus's books. The biography contains an interpolation in its last section from Nemesius of Emesa. This distinction remains important for understanding the preservation of Plotinian thought through later commentaries. None of the other texts from the Nag Hammadi collection claim to be Hermetic or make use of the Hermetic dramatis personae. However, Christian Gnostic sources explained the plural in Genesis by connecting it to the archons. Isidore appended his own name to each of the inscriptions he composed, yet these compositions could not have been placed in such conspicuous positions without the formal sanction of temple authorities. At other times, however, the priests mixed more easily with men of their own order. The Oracle of the Potter mentions Agathos Daimon and Mephis, who is equated with Nippis as specific entities within its text. In his analysis of related material, Filonenko references ASKL, NF 2.28990 to support these connections. Charimon, the Egyptian Stoic, is open to similar suspicions as the Hermetica. This is because later references by Porphyry and Iamblichus place him in a distinctly Hermetic context. The cults of the Anambal tribe are known to infect their worshippers with disease. In contrast, the Atratology of Harpocrates from Chalkis in Euboea claims the god as a native of that city. Notably, he himself eventually went to Rome to tutor the young Nero. Naneferkaptah received a sheet of new papyrus which he proceeded to dissolve in water. As he sailed from Coptus towards Memphis, a series of tragedies struck his household. First, his son fell overboard and drowned, followed by his wife, until finally Naneferkaptah himself was lost to the sea. In a separate narrative involving Setne, Naneferkaptah induced him to experience a vivid hallucination. This sequence saw Tabubu inviting Setne to her house and taking him to her bed, where he reached out to caress her only to be startled awake as the pharaoh passed by. The pharaoh assumed that Setne had been drinking during this encounter. Meanwhile, certain sanctuaries were considered autochthonous because of their deep links with the Nubians and the Blemmies. Magicians claimed that any spell they composed had been discovered in a specific temple, graven in hieroglyphs on a stele by Hermes himself. Similarly, Diotima's speech in the Symposium and the Timaeus generally strike a didactic and almost revelatory note that is highly congenial to the adepts of Hermes. The idea that all phenomena are linked together by sympathetic powers or energies into one pleroma can be found in theological and philosophical systems both primitive and sophisticated. Within these frameworks, magicians might claim to effect some sort of personal union with the gods they invoked. Most people back then would have agreed with Lucian's Deinonychus when he said that not believing in magic was basically the same as being an atheist. While Plotinus criticized magicians for being naive, some were starting to believe that having a close connection with the gods could be a goal in its own right. Plotinus, in his attack on the Gnostics, asked about the nature of magic chants addressed to divine powers. He suggested that addressing these magic chants was equivalent to saying spells to conjure and persuade them. Plotinus questioned how incorporeal beings are affected by magical practices, yet historians should not condemn magic solely because it fails to meet the standards of Plotinus. For many practitioners, personal and ethical purity was deemed irrelevant to a magician's success. The apathanatismos is designed for the temporary purpose of receiving an oracle. In certain matters, Plato seemed to say the same as Hermes because he had copied Hermes. Apuleius describes a ritual where the initiate approaches the border of death during the Isiac initiation. In contrast to such extreme measures, Plotinus attacked the notion that suicide could serve as a shortcut towards spiritual perfection. Plotinus asserted that it is the gods who should come to him rather than him seeking them out. He held a view of his own intellectual standing that surpassed even the deities, viewing Hermetists as less learned and lacking his level of power in expression. Magicians frequently employed the concept of necessity known as ave exen, which they often framed as an ally to compel the gods into submission. Yet Plotinus argued that while a divine man can indeed attain a state resembling the divine, he maintained his own superiority over everything existing below the one. Zosimus refers several times to Nicotheus, who is also mentioned by Porphyry alongside Zoroaster. In his own accounts, Zosimus describes seeing a priest at an altar who spoke of having bones mingled with pieces of flesh, suggesting that spiritual experiences might be explained through material metaphor. Iamblichus addresses how the double nature of humanity, simultaneously spiritual and corporeal, shapes a person's relationship with the divine. This duality meant that late antique Platonists were often prepared to manifest their internal spiritual powers through outward magic, cultic practices, and philosophy. Among these thinkers, Plotinus is generally regarded as the most intellectual and the least conventionally religious of all late antique Platonists. Despite this reputation, an Alexandrian named Olympius once attempted to harm him by invoking malign astral energies through a magical spell. Plotinus's soul proved so great that the spells cast by Olympius actually rebounded upon the attacker himself. Later, an Egyptian priest traveled to Rome and persuaded Plotinus to cooperate in a different kind of ritual, the invocation of his own personal daemon. The experiment occurred within the Temple of Isis, which the priest claimed was the only sufficiently pure location in the entire city. While Porphyry worked to dispel any impression that Plotinus himself was a magician, Plotinus maintained his stance by refusing to attend sacred feasts. It was eventually left to Iamblichus of Apamea to find a way out of the impasse created by Porphyry's concerns. However, critics viewed Iamblichus's teachings as nothing but magic or sorcery, intended primarily to evoke apparitions of the gods. In the writings of Damascus, Iamblichus is referred to by the name Iapatixot. In this same work, the term is used specifically to describe both Plotinus and Porphyry. He directed his critique of Theurgy toward an Egyptian priest named Anebo, while Iamblichus himself relied on secondary sources like Manetho's sacred book. He also noted that Porphyry had faced significant difficulties while perusing certain specific writings. To simplify these practices, Iamblichus wanted to turn the first steps of the soul's journey into rituals, making these complicated spiritual movements easier for people to follow by pretending to be an Egyptian prophet named Abamon. He eventually chose to pose as a prophetess specifically so he could write De Mysteriis, showing how strategically he combined sacred knowledge, even though Nilsson's Geschichte notes that Plotinus also made occasional references to cults. Eunapius asserted that Iamblichus did indeed perform miracles on occasion. However, the philosopher made it clear that his method of the Theurgical invocation was not intended to draw down impassible and pure gods into a realm subject to passions or impurity. Zosimus of Panopolis and Iamblichus preserve almost all that remains to show how philosophical Hermetica actually condemned magic. Despite this, Plato followed the teachings of Hermes and Bytis in maintaining that man possesses two distinct souls, one rational and one irrational. Zosimus and Iamblichus also described the Hermetic doctrine regarding how to supersede fate. Meanwhile, Heremon, a compatriot and approximate contemporary of Pamphilus, may have been familiar with Hermetic astrology during his time as the tutor of Nero. The influence of astrological Hermetism on the Gnostic Perete is also documented by Hippolytus. These connections highlight how these esoteric traditions moved through various religious and philosophical groups. The New Philosophical Hermeticum from Nag Hammadi reveals a distinct interest in magical procedures. Furthermore, a 6th century source mentions a sect called the Hermioi, which was associated with Valentinus. Zosimus visited a Memphite temple specifically to see a special furnace. This period was marked by intense scrutiny, as Ammianus records how owners of books throughout the Oriental provinces burned their entire libraries during the magic trials under Valens due to widespread terror. At 28 years old, Plotinus was eager for wisdom and sought out the most reputable teachers in Alexandria. However, he left their lectures feeling dejected and full of sadness. A friend eventually introduced Plotinus to Ammonius Saccas, who completely captivated him. Plotinus exclaimed that he had finally found the man he was searching for and remained constantly at his side for the next 11 years. Didymus the Blind co-opted Hermes as an ally, while Cyril demonstrated an impressive command of Hermetic and other pagan material. In late antique Alexandria, fraudulent oracles were used to convince pagans of the incarnation, with these deceptive messages attributed to both ancient and modern pagan figures. During this era, it was considered necessary to have alchemical books gathered together and burned. Meanwhile, Anatolius promised to pray for Serapion during the rites in which he was about to participate. Within the inner circle of Plotinus, discussions reached such extremes that it was considered worthy to debate whether a pupil should submit himself to carnal intercourse with his teacher if the teacher desired it in the pursuit of virtue. Beyond these esoteric debates, Plotinus served as an educator for young wards from leading families and acted as a trusted figure who might be called upon even to identify a thieving servant. Plotinus involved himself deeply in the personal problems of his followers, providing guidance that was often necessitated by external pressure from the church, forcing pagan intellectuals to hang together for safety. In this environment of shared survival and study, Proclus confessed that the Egyptian was wiser than himself. Other religious and philosophical movements during this era were completely dependent on the powerful personalities of individual holy men for their very existence, validation and coherence. Even Iamblichus conceded that Hermes had not fulfilled his authorial responsibilities entirely without some benefit of human assistance. Pagans in Alexandria viewed the transformation of Hermes as a cynical manipulation rather than a purely divine evolution. Amidst this atmosphere, Antoninus emerged as an early representative of a phenomenon previously considered uncharacteristic for the city, the Iamblican holy man. This figure was shaped by his education under Odysseus, who had been a direct pupil of Iamblichus. Zosimus of Panopolis appears to have had in mind the specific circles of alchemists gathered around Theurgy. These connections illustrate how individual personalities and private networks anchored the survival of these traditions. Plotinus's circle was defined by a distinctly religious atmosphere, where mounting pressures on paganism encouraged an ingrown mentality among its members. This spiritual inwardness coincided with broader movements. For instance, Theophanes of Hermopolis maintained travels and contacts with adepts of Hermes Trismegistus. Porphyry provides evidence that a group of Gnostics numbered themselves among Plotinus's disciples, highlighting the diversity of his followers. Regarding Hermeticism specifically, Proclus offers only one reference to philosophical Hermetism in a brief quotation from Iamblichus, which may reflect Ammianus's own acquaintance with the tradition. Didymus made a point of deploying Trismegistus in the anti-Arian polemic of the De Trinitate to bolster his arguments. Meanwhile, Augustine claims that Hermes bewailed the prospect of the extirpation of demons. Apuleius fancied himself a Platonist philosopher, yet he faced severe consequences for his beliefs. While on his way to Egypt, he was accused of being a magician because he possessed a wooden image of the god, which became one of the principal counts against him during the famous magic trial, where the Apologia was delivered. Iamblichus's work, The Response of Abammon, is most commonly known by its title De Mysteriis. In a specific passage from this text, Iamblichus refers only to men who are already well versed in philosophy. These mystical visits were occasionally reciprocated by those identified as Chaldeans or Magi. While not everyone was able to follow Lucian's Menippus down into Hades, the later followers of Pythagoras and Plato adopted a different approach, declaring that a dead philosopher taught with divine authority. In another account, Philo-Byblos records that Cronus utilized Hermes Trismegistus as a helper and advisor. Complementing these traditions, Plato provides the specific detail that the sacred bird associated with Hermes was the ibis. There is also evidence suggesting that Philo may have been acquainted with theological Hermetica. However, Filonenko overlooks the fact that Chaeremon, an Egyptian priest active around the same time as Philo, described his own group as vegetarian ascetics who strictly abstained from blood. Most people claim that the phoenix arrived every 500 years, a belief also shared by Herodotus in his writings. Regarding Egyptian history, the name Amasis must refer to the pharaoh of the 18th dynasty rather than the 26th. The author of the Sothic scheme probably wanted to fit a specific Sothic cycle between Sesostris and Amasis. This chronological placement remains a key detail in understanding these ancient astronomical reconstructions. The famine stela claims that the god Khnum of Elephantine was the one to appease. This action served to demonstrate that the accession of Ptolemy III initiated a new Sothic cycle. In his work Plato at Heliopolis, Gödel suggests that Plato had a personal mishap regarding that specific passage about being expelled from sacrifices. During the Roman era, a demotic tale tells of a priest named Petes who discovers an astrological book belonging to Imhotep, son of Ptah. Diogenes Laertius cites Eratosthenes as having composed dialogues with Bato and Kynon. Meanwhile, in the Laws 12953 DE of Plato, it is stated that all foreigners and uninitiated people are expelled from sacrifices. Some scholars have suggested that Plato actually invented the oracle of Ammon as a form of parody. John Gwynne Griffiths has proposed an alternative, suggesting this tale might instead resemble what is found in Papyrus Jumilhak. Diodorus reports that Cronus ruled and notes that some myth-tellers say he begot Osiris and Isis with Rhea. In this context, Agathodaimon represents Shu from the Heliopolitan theogony, leading to the possibility that Diodorus imposed euhemerism on his sources. Philo of Byblos doesn't say that Cronus or Uranus fall asleep in a beatific vision, even though he goes into great detail describing his judgment of the dead later in the treatise. Jean-Pierre Mahet has noted that the so-called Apocalypse in the PD also uses this same genre. Manilius the Senator wrote that the phoenix had last appeared in 312 BCE. This specific year marked a significant shift in power as Ptolemy I Sota defeated Demetrius, which allowed Seleucus to return to his kingdom. Syncellus mentions both the Genica of Hermes and the Kyranides within a passage discussing the great year. Christian Wildberg has suggested that Syncellus may have actually taken his reference to the Genica from the Kyranides. Jackson therefore proposes to identify Poimandres with the deified pharaoh Amenemhat III of the 12th dynasty. This figure was worshipped in his mortuary temple, which featured a famous labyrinth near the Hawara Channel. Iamblichus began his response under the alias Abamon, opening with the claim that there exists a great diversity of answers to these questions. He may have adapted the conclusion of this specific description from a Hermetic excerpt preserved in the writings of Stobaeus. In these texts, Hycton is referred to as the pre-essential one. Within Iamblichus's specific Hermetic source, Chemeph serves as the monad and the self-begotten nous. The identification of deities continues with Ammon being linked to the couple Shea-Renenutet. Furthermore, Agathodaimon is identified once again with Chemeph, while Sobek can also be identified directly with Chemeph. The cult of Amenemhet III gained significant new impetus throughout the Fayum, following similar projects initiated by Ptolemy II, Philadelphus. This worship is attested in Crocodilopolis, Philadelphia, and Soknopio Nesos. As a creator figure, Neith was tightly connected with Nun, representing the primeval water. She is credited with making the primeval hill known as Tannan, and even the existence of Nun itself. Serge Sorneron has demonstrated a specific connection between the 7 laughs found in the Leiden Cosmopoia and the 7 creative utterances of Methia, which appear in inscriptions from the Temple of Esna. Within chapter 11 of CH11, Ion is explicitly identified with the Demiurge. In this Theban formulation, the local deity Chemeph takes the place of Poimandres. During the Ptolemaic period, we also recognize lay associations and certain connections to the temples in the Fayum. The mention of a satrap allowed W. Flinders Petrie to argue that the KK dates back to the 5th century BCE. Furthermore, in the conclusion to Part 1 by Iamblichus, it is shown that the same basic emanatory scheme was formulated in Thebes. Iamblichus notes that Hermes postulates 2 distinct souls. This leads to his report on the descent of these 2 types of souls, providing a framework for understanding their spiritual movement. The most significant indication that the Proemium of Manilius utilized a Hermetic source is found in its underlying structure. This connection is further reinforced as Philo of Byblos identifies the latter with Neph. In Mysterium 9.3, Iamblichus mentions a guide leading someone toward release from fate. Writing in the guise of Abamon, he further claims that the state between sleep and wakefulness is most fit for the reception of the gods. Strabo reports that priests were eager to lead visitors up to the temples, where written dialogues served as paranetic and protreptic tools in contemporary philosophical schools. Specifically, Chapter 7 may have been used as a protreptic tool intended to convince outsiders to join the group. The text references Plato's Theaetetus 176e, which suggests that having come into his presence, one is able to see him with his own eyes. Hermes exclaims in his hymn to the Creator that he has found the eulogy from the Ion of the Creator. Plotinus's interpretation of Plato's Symposium and Phaedrus, likely contemporary to the Perfect Discourse, identifies Eros with the personal daimon of each soul in the cosmos. Within Iamblichus's Hermetic system, there is a 3-fold pre-essential one who generates himself as mind. Later, Neo-Pythagoreans would claim that number derived from the monad and dyad, while the point was derived from the number. The result of this progression is that the monad becomes even more transcendent. The practitioner in the London Leiden Papyrus identifies himself as the Opener of Earth, a title that suggests a specific role within a ritual framework. Richard Valentassis has attempted to reconstruct the exact sequence of this ritual reflected in the treatise, working under the presupposition that the scribe himself actually partook in hermetic activities. In Philo of Alexandria's Legumina 2.24, the concept of evasthesis is created from Adamnus during his sleep, illustrating how these ideas were shaped by native traditions that had mutually influenced each other over centuries. This lineage of thought continues in the Timaeus, where the world's soul was made in a mixing bowl. Plato follows this tradition in Timaeus 40e by making Oceanus and Tethys the children of Ge and Uranus, while also establishing them as parents of Cronus, Rhea, and the rest of the Titans. Regarding other figures, Iamblichus nowhere mentions Pluto as the greatest demon. Symbolic connections to the landscape are also evident, as the dome palm was closely connected to the desert. Its fruit served a practical and ritualistic purpose, often being used as funeral possessions. The term Platonic underworld is particularly apt, because the Hermetica frequently utilize various Platonic motifs throughout their structure, as noted by John Dillon. This connection to broader philosophical traditions is further evidenced by Plotinus, who reportedly lived with Ammonius Saccas during his formative years. Porphyry states that while living in this environment, Plotinus achieved union with God on 4 distinct occasions. These spiritual experiences occur within a broader landscape, where Hermetism shares the necessity of initiatory rituals with Valentinianism and the Chaldean oracles. All these apocalyptic bedfellows of Nicotius are represented in the Nag Hammadi library, showcasing a shared spiritual geography. Within this complex system, Dieterich interprets Genna as Aphrodite Genatrix in Abraxas 72, linking her to the Stoic concept of panspermia. Ritual specifics emerge where a falcon is said to drop a stone to the practitioner during one specific spell, while the baboon served as an ideal form for priests. In another context, each kiss in the tripartite tractate begets new eons. Cheremon claims that the Salmoshweniaka contains the names of the mighty rulers, further detailing the specific nomenclature found in these esoteric traditions. Plato attributes the discovery of vowels to the god Thoth. It is suggested that a sapphire stone tablet likely contains the vocalic name listed right above this attribution. The text cites Iamblichus Mysterion 8.4 as a foundational reference for these practices. During the 3rd century CE, Pancharius utilized hermetic planetary melothesia, while Plutarch recounts receiving a specific recipe for incense from none other than Manetho. A demotic tale of Patis describes how Kyphe was thrown into fire, causing the sun god Re to appear immediately. Building on this connection between ritual and revelation, Dielerman argues that the demotic spell London-Leiden originates from Greek prototypes. Dielerman further identifies Egyptian priests as the authors of the demotic spell London-Leiden. In this ritual framework, the operator is required to first prepare a phylactery, made from a piece of linen cloth taken from a temple statue of Harpocrates. The priest involved in these proceedings presented himself as an expert of lecanomancy. To proceed, the operator must anoint the face of the medium with a mystery ointment, while Betz follows Dieterich in amending the duration to 7 days. As the state reclaimed various temples, the priesthood became increasingly dependent on government subsidies to maintain their operations. This shift occurred alongside religious friction in Elephantine, where a Jewish garrison clashed with the Temple of Khnum. One unnamed priest secured a wealthy Greek benefactor by demonstrating his ritual competence. This dynamic suggests a new relationship between the temple and an interested laity, evidenced by clergy participating in lay associations devoted to the god Sushos in the Fayum during the late Ptolemaic period. These types of religious associations are documented throughout both the Ptolemaic and Roman eras. However, Lucian's satire mocks those who sought to gain power over ghosts, demons, and gods by seeking out Egyptian priests. The figure Arignotus claims to have acquired specific Egyptian books that granted him authority over murderous ghosts. Meanwhile, an Egyptian priest seeking to arrange an invocation of the tutelary spirit of Plotinus likely had access to the temple of Isis, possibly the Campensis Iseum. Just as with Plotinus himself, these practitioners might have faced significant difficulties in finding a suitable guide for their spiritual undertakings. The refutation reveals that Egyptian priests were capable of using special effects to induce visions for their initiates. This ritual expertise was complemented by the use of Hermetic astrology within the broader collection of Hermetica. In the most peaceful and prosperous years of the Roman Empire, between 46 and 119 CE, the philosopher Plutarch retired to his small country home in Boeotia. There he devoted himself entirely to writing during this period of stability. Ahriman was a priest of the 1st century CE, existing within a landscape where Hermetic groups could easily have arranged for rooms adjoining the sanctuaries of Isis. These practitioners were not limited by gender, as both men and women engaged in these traditions. During her stay in Athens, she is said to have engaged in conversation with a young man. Meanwhile, Mantinea remained one of the last bastions of the ancient musical tradition favored by Plato. It looks like Plato viewed Aeon as a living being. The standard reference for the 4 types of Aeon can be found in Plato's Phaedrus, specifically in sections 244 through 245c and 249d. Both the Greeks and the Egyptians recognized Agathos Daimoon as a prophet. However, the commentator swapped these technical terms to match Plato's description in the Republic. She can afford to spit on matter and hasten up to her own spiritual tribe. This suggests a deliberate movement towards specific esoteric communities. Like all writers, including Plato himself and the authors of the Hermetica, I have been putting a spell on you and on myself as well. This acknowledges the inherent power of language in these texts. The broader historical landscape saw major shifts during the Diocletian persecution, which took place from 303 to 305 CE. During this period of upheaval, Surawadi claimed spiritual authority for his exercises by invoking Hermes, Agathodaimon, Pythagoras, Empedocles, Socrates, and Plato. In the philosophical framework provided by Plato and analyzed by Derrida, immediate noesis is represented by Ammon. This concept connects to a lineage of intellectual history involving Porphyry of Tyre, who was both a pupil of Plotinus and a conversation partner with Iamblichus. At the temple in Akhmim, a priest showed Diu Lun the sacrifice, the incense, and the specific name of the spiritual power. This ritual tradition exists alongside historical accounts like Nectanebo II, fleeing from the Persian armies of Artaxerxes III. In 305, Ptolemy styled himself Ptolemy Sota, meaning savior. This dynastic legacy continued until Cleopatra VII killed herself in 30 BCE, following a lineage where the Ptolemaic family produced 6 queens named either Cleopatra or Berenike. Mark Antony fathered 3 of Cleopatra's children, cementing the personal and political ties within that famous historical union. The name of Orpheus served chiefly to identify shamanic ideas. When those practitioners entered Ionia during the 7th or 6th century BCE, linking early shamanic traditions to later mythological figures. Practitioners of Bacchic cults also claimed Orpheus for their own purposes, demonstrating how religious movements appropriated mythic narratives. The Sibyl authenticated her predictions by claiming to be 1,000 years old, utilizing age as a credential for prophetic authority. Meanwhile, Plutarch of Charonea believed for a time that the old oracles had waned, indicating a temporary decline in their perceived influence. In 74 CE, a celebrated incident occurred in the Danube region related to the Chaldean oracles, conveying the religious commotion of that era and offering insight into another set of sacred texts. The triadic godhead found within these oracles foreshadowed both the hypostases described by Plotinus and the Trinity later articulated by Augustine. Plotinus stood alone in his school for ignoring these texts, a distinction that set him apart from contemporaries who actively engaged with them. Yet, the reply of Apollo demonstrated a sophisticated grasp of Plotinian terminology, reflecting how Neoplatonic concepts were being integrated into existing oracular traditions. Syncretism frequently served as a political tool for the aliens, evidenced by strategic religious alliances. For instance, priests resolved to increase honors for King Ptolemy and Queen Berenike, while dedicating their parents to the brother-sister gods and their grandparents to the savior gods. In 385, a visiting Byzantine official issued a prohibition marking an instance of institutional resistance to religious practices. The Byzantine epitomizer later claimed that it was his own god who heard the pleas of Christian soldiers in the 12th Legion, asserting a deeply personal divine connection. Following Pythagoras was Philolaus, who served as a teacher to Plato. Centuries later, hermelatry reached its apex in the extravagant productions of Robert Flood and Michael Mayer during the early 17th century. Isaac Newton utilized ancient theology motifs within his Principia while simultaneously working on Hermetic alchemy. By 1750 to 1752, P.E. Jablonski appealed not to the actual corpus, but rather to his own reconstructions of books written by priests of Hermes. The name Pseudo-Belinus is actually a corruption of Apollonius, the fabled magician of Tyana. Scholars suggest that this figure may have written as late as the 9th century. Clement of Alexandria viewed the Sibyls as useful pagans within a broader religious landscape. This tradition may have influenced Virgil, who potentially drew from a Jewish Sibyl in his 4th Eclogue. Modern archaeology has even suggested that her cave might be located in an eerie place of power near Naples. Plato himself is said to have studied in Egyptian temples, a connection that prefigures much of the later religious syncretism found in antiquity. This blending of traditions presupposes an interaction between at least two distinct religious cultures. During the Ptolemaic dynasty, this process became formalized when Ptolemy empowered a mixture of Greek and Egyptian gods. The specific teachings within this synthesis could be identified as no other than the doctrines of Plato, according to his later followers in the Alexandrian school. In a related vein, Gnostic works such as Zostrianos and Allogenes have been rediscovered in the Nag Hammadi library. Evidence for the existence of the Cyrenides first appears shortly after the 1st century AD, while formal collections of technical Hermetica were not encountered until later in Byzantium. These doctrines of Hermetism played a significant part in the emergence of the intellectual synthesis fostered by Iamblichus. The alchemist Zosimus was arguably able to demonstrate how these diverse elements could be brought into synthesis with one another. This reflects the broader movement of merging disparate philosophical and mystical traditions into a unified system. Scholars suggest that while ancient religious texts often show signs of blending different beliefs, as Filonenko points out in Syncretismes dans les religions de l'Antiquité, the Egyptian elements in the New Coptic Hermetica seem to be accidental. This connection is further supported by the Isiac eratology found at Maronia on the coast of Thrace in 1969. Since that find comes from the Memphite eratology, it confirms a shared origin with the Isiac texts mentioned by Merkelbach. Within this reimagined Hermetic tradition, Plato took on the role of an Atticizing Moses. Analysis by Dieterich indicates that certain rites associated with these ideas may have been composed during the 2nd century. Furthermore, a textual continuity is suggested between the Exdiakoi discourses and the Devexodikor logot of Hermes to Tat mentioned by Cyril of Alexandria. Comparative studies indicate that the spiritual experiences of Hermetists were not necessarily less intense than those experienced by Plotinus or Ammonius Saccas. In a related historical note, the Suda reports that the late antique scholar Zosimus composed a life of Plato. Iamblichus was convinced he had discovered a supreme authority and universal way by synthesizing Chaldean, Egyptian, and Greek doctrines. He devoted significant portions of De Mysteris Egyptiorum to exposing general Egyptian beliefs concerning the gods to emphasize their importance. Ultimately, Iamblichus of Apamea pointed toward these ancient roots as the explicit origin of Hermetism. Iamblichus extracted his information about the doctrines of the Egyptian priesthood from obvious secondary sources written in Greek. Despite this indirect route, he remained convinced that his primary sources originated directly within the temples of ancient Egypt. It is possible that Iamblichus was mistaken in his belief that the Hermetica had been written by ancient Egyptian priests. Nevertheless, he continued to emphasize the Hermetic character of these doctrines, using the term as a synonym for Egyptian. According to Iamblichus, the Egyptians assigned authority over all elements of the created world and over the powers to the sun. He further stated that they granted sovereignty over the entirety of mortal nature to the moon. In De Mysteriis, Iamblichus provides a detailed description of what he calls the hieratic ascent according to the Egyptians. This work serves as part of a broader movement where Bittis and Iamblichus provided a vital link between Hermetism and late Platonism. The specific view of Hermetism found in the writings of Zosimus and Iamblichus reflected a broader consensus of the era. This intellectual environment was bolstered by a recently discovered papyrus archive from Panopolis, which provided fertile soil for such syncretic thought. Proclus eventually met with Plutarch and Syrianus in Athens. These figures initiated him into the specific brand of Theurgic Platonism championed by Iamblichus. The more adventurous doctrines associated with Iamblichus were not isolated to one region, as they also maintained a presence in Alexandria. In Byzantium, scholars such as Synesius, Olympiodorus, and Stephanus received credit for producing various treatises on both alchemy and astrology. Eunapius of Sardis reports that Antoninus spoke with great enthusiasm about the philosophy of Plato when addressing his disciples and visitors. Similarly, Plotinus held regular gatherings where he explained the writings of both ancient and modern philosophers to his pupils. Plotinus's circle stands as the closest example we have of a religious community among Platonists in late antiquity. Within these spiritual landscapes, women played an active and significant part among Gnostics, Platonists, and Manichees. The mid-2nd century Platonist Albinus treated the doctrine of metempsychosis as divine, a concept perhaps attributable to the Egyptian Mercury. Porphyry reports that this same period saw Gnostics producing revelations attributed to Zoroaster, Zostrianus, Nicotheus, Allergenes, and Messus. Ephraim the Syrian asserted that neither Hermetism, Platonism, nor Christianity had any connection to Manichaeism. This stands in contrast to Mani, who claimed that Hermes of Egypt, Plato the Greek, and Jesus from Judea were all heralds of his own message. Hippolytus remained a particularly consistent exponent of the view that there was a direct connection between pagan philosophers and heresy. His perspective highlights the ongoing debate regarding how these diverse philosophical systems intersected with burgeoning religious movements. These connections were not isolated incidents, as Plato also claimed elsewhere to have had access to ancient Egyptian teachings. Such contacts naturally multiplied over time and might be appreciated outside of Egypt by figures like Iamblichus. Even though people still argue about who Abaddon actually was, Michel Brose and Karin van Lieferinge explain why both Porphyry and Iamblichus used the Egyptian names Anebo and Abaddon in their private letters. Additionally, Iamblichus claimed that all ancient Egyptian priests dedicated every discovery they made to Abaddon, giving credit for all of their writings to him. Iamblichus authored a response under the nom de plume Abaddon, identifying him as an Egyptian prophet and high priest. However, scholars Philippe Durchain and David Klotz argue that Abaddon was likely a real Egyptian priest rather than a pseudonym used by Iamblichus. Because these links were so well established, it was not implausible to brand an Alexandrian heresy as crypto-hermetist. It is possible that Didymus himself believed such a heresy was indeed a hidden form of Hermeticism. I met some of my best friends and colleagues through this network. I also wish to acknowledge and thank Professor John D. Turner and his family for hosting the marvelous semi-annual Coptic camp at his home in Lincoln, Nebraska. I also thank the participants of the PHA in this network, which I co-founded with Arvo Berntsen in 2009. Under the Empire, some scholars observe that Greek philosophy was increasingly co-opted by these traditions. This influence is visible in how Neoplatonists, after Plotinus, embraced both the Hermetica and the Chaldean oracles. The appeal to ancient Egyptian tradition within these treatises served a specific purpose. It was used to imbue the texts with the weight of antiquity and established authority. Iamblichus speaks specifically of ancient Egyptian books, distinguishing them from the Greek Hermetica. He later claims that Hermes is responsible for these Egyptian works, even when they are written in the idiom of Greek philosophy. It is possible that Iamblichus was initiated into Hermetism during a personal trip to Egypt. He must have had access to Greek literature regarding the doctrines of Egyptian priesthoods, as discussed in Fowden's The Egyptian Hermes on page 136. Hermodorus, who succeeded Plato as a teacher, attributes a specific trip to Egypt to his predecessor's biography. This historical connection is further supported by Strabo, who was reportedly shown the very cell in Heliopolis, where both Plato and Eudoxus were said to have stayed. If Plato did indeed travel to Egypt, his account of the experience suggests a complex perspective. While he expressed some disapproval of certain aspects in the laws, he simultaneously praised the Egyptians for their strict adherence to tradition. The intersection of these cultures is visible through shared cosmological concerns between Ionic natural philosophy and Near Eastern priestly teachings. Furthermore, Plato's interest in Egyptian astrology may have been inferred from the pseudo-Platonic Epinomis. Matthew connects a tradition involving Plato bringing oil to sell in Egypt with his own descriptions of Egyptians as being stingy. This highlights the specific cultural interactions recorded in both Plutarch and Gregory Nazianzen. It is likely that Egyptian priests took an active part in the rituals of various groups during this era. In distinguishing these geographical locations, it must be noted that Naucratis and Hermopolis are not the same. Gödel and Matthew point out that Diogenes Laertius first relates the testimony of Hermodorus, who claimed that Plato traveled to Egypt. While some other accounts suggest that Euripides accompanied him on this journey, both Tertullian and Iamblichus remained convinced that Plato learned his core teachings from the Egyptian Hermes. Because of these accounts, the historical Plato serves as a significant witness to the early existence of Greek traditions concerning the Egyptian Hermes. The Hermetic teachings themselves profess to offer the ipsissima verba, or the very words of this specific Egyptian source that inspired him. Tertullian further claimed that Plato adduced to the Egyptian Hermes, a connection supported by an authoritative source between Plato and Aristoxenus, who provided the latter spelling of the Egyptian name. Additionally, both Josephus and Manetho probably drew upon the Egyptian tale reported by Solon in Plato's Timaeus. Bidis might be the same person as the prophet Bitis mentioned by Iamblichus, who supposedly presented the Hermetic system to Ammon using stelae found in Sais. In this context, the different seasons of each cycle were always linked to cosmic catastrophes, floods, and fires, just as the Egyptian priest described in Plato's Timaeus. Plutarch was correct in identifying Manetho as one of the counselors to Ptolemy I or II regarding the creation of the Serapis cult. However, while some records suggest a different figure for these cycles, others, almost certainly the Egyptians themselves, claimed that specific number was 1461. In a different geographical context, Amenemhet III became a popular pharaoh in the Fayum region during the 9th century BCE, primarily due to his extensive projects involving irrigation and land reclamation. This period of development, preceded by centuries, was eventually followed by Octavian dating Egypt's official absorption into the Roman Empire from the year 30. Jasno and Zosich placed these groups in Dyme and Tebtunis within the Fayum. Jonathan Peste further explored these connections in his article titled Zosimos from Panopolis, a micro-level study of syncretism. While there is insufficient evidence to confirm whether similar groups existed in Hermopolis, a document exists titled The Minutes of a Session of the Council of the Ibis Cult. This council was held in the Temple of Ptah at Memphis on June 1st, 172 BC. Kim Ryholt relies on Clement of Alexandria for identifying Hermes with Amenhotep, son of Hapu. This period also saw Neith commonly identified with Isis during the late period, while Albinus claimed that Plato likely derived his doctrine of the soul from the Egyptian Hermes.
The Egyptian tradition maintained a fixed Sothic cycle spanning the era between Amosis and Ptolemy III. During this same period of cultural exchange, Pliny the Elder reported that a phoenix appeared in 36 CE, an event leading to its display by Claudius in 47 CE. For a broader perspective on the discourse, James Brashler, Peter A. Dirksey, and Douglas M. Parrott provided an English translation of The Discourse of the 8th and 9th. This work appears in Nag Hammadi Codices, Volume 5 and 6, with Papyrus Berlinensis 8502,1 and 4.
There is little reason to doubt that a relationship existed between the philosophical Hermetica, the technical Hermetica, and Egyptian temples even before this period. This connection aligns with Robert K. Rittner's observation that placing magic within the temple is fully consistent with Egyptian conceptions. In his work, The Mechanics of Ancient Egyptian Magical Practice, Rittner demonstrated a clear continuum between the spells in our collection and traditional Egyptian magical practice. Because these rituals were so specific, it is highly probable that the individuals who possessed the actual papyri were Egyptian priests. David Klotz recently proposed a more likely hypothesis for these activities, suggesting they took place in the sanctuary at Deir el-Bahari, associated with both Imhotep and Amenhotep, son of Hapu. This location serves as a significant site for understanding these ancient interactions. Merkelbach adduces testimony from the Refutation of All Heresies, which indicates that Egyptian priests were known to produce illusions using apparatuses similar to those described by Heron. Furthermore, Merkelbach refers to Hippolytus, who states these priests could create special effects like perceived earthquakes, shooting stars, and thunder. These technical capabilities provide a framework for understanding the physical manifestations of magic in antiquity. This evidence was used to bolster his newfound belief that Iranian sources were behind the Hermetica. Historical records show an earlier law against traditional cult practices in Egyptian temples known as the Decree of Q. Aemilius Saturninus. Despite such restrictions, G.R. Boystones has shown that by the 2nd century CE, Plato was widely seen to encapsulate the wisdom of the Golden Age. The symposium took place in 416 BCE, a work where Hyland discusses the importance of Skeden. These details are noted specifically in Plato and the question of beauty on pages 57 through 59. We can draw some insights into these spiritual dynamics from anthropologist Matthijs van der Poort's study of Brazilian candomblé, specifically his work on what followers call deep knowledge. This perspective helps us understand the historical interactions between Diotima and Socrates around 440 BCE. One possibility is that the meetings between seekers and priests took place in voluntary associations connected to the Egyptian temples. In these settings, the priests gathered individuals into groups likely similar to those found within temple structures, communicating with a Grecophone clientele using a Greek idiom. Neoplatonic texts explicitly identify themselves as being derived from Egyptian sources. This connection is visible in the structural similarities between the Pritology of the Poimandres and the Hermetic system reported by Iamblichus, suggesting that these systems could take various forms depending on local Egyptian theology. Around 300 CE, Iamblichus authored a long treatise on the mysteries of Egypt. In his writings, he noted that the opinions found in the works of ancient scribes are many and diverse. Between the 12th and 14th centuries, writers in North Africa and Egypt attributed poems and treatises on alchemy to Dulun. Additionally, the remains of the Egyptiaca made a deep impression on several ancient scholars, such as Josephus, Eusebius, and Julius Africanus. It seems that Dul-Nun al-Misri was part of a Hermetic tradition that lasted for a very long time after it started. Starting in the 14th century, people outside of Sufism in North Africa and Egypt began making claims about him as well. In his work on pages 46 through 47, Dillon discusses the Middle Platonists. In a different theological context, another line of patriarchs supported the views approved at Chalcedon. The revolutionary takeover described in Plato's Pharmacy can be seen as a mythical blueprint for the spectacular career of radical deconstruction, critical theories, and the hermeneutics of suspicion as it would unfold in the humanities. The Neoplatonists regarded Orpheus as their supreme theologian, a status derived primarily from theogonical literature. Specifically, it was the rhapsodic theogony that inspired their metaphysics and theology, circulating in its known form as early as the 1st century BCE. From a Neoplatonic perspective, the universe of Phanes corresponded directly to Plato's intelligible world of ideas, because they returned to the Orphic theogony repeatedly for inspiration. Proclus eventually became known as the most prolific interpreter of Orpheus among all Neoplatonists. Porphyry and later pagan Neoplatonists placed their highest value on the Chaldean oracles, even as these pagans shared similar impulses with heathens who argued against polytheism. Within these sacred texts, the triadic godhead reflected the specific metaphysics found in Plato's Philebus. The Sibylline oracles were composed over a long span between the 2nd century BCE and the 7th century CE, eventually being assembled by a Byzantine editor toward the end of that period. In a separate historical development, Onias Aphiath of the great family of Jewish high priests built a temple in Leontopolis under Ptolemy VI Philometor. Iamblichus asserted that Egyptian theology was not merely a matter of speculation regarding these divine mysteries. This perspective aligns with the historical movements involving sacred texts, such as one of the Nag Hammadi codices, which arrived at the Coptic Museum in Cairo in 1946. The composite 4th book of the Sibylline oracles may have originated from Syria, providing a geographical link to broader mystical traditions. In the realm of transformative practices, Jabir ibn Hayyan is frequently recognized as a foundational figure in Arabic alchemy. His influence is further evidenced by the appearance of the Emerald Table within his various Arabic works. The Hermetic tradition stands as a synthesis of Greek and Egyptian cultural traditions, blending distinct intellectual lineages into a unified body of thought. At the heart of this movement is Hermes Trismegistus, who serves as the central figure for these combined teachings. The extent of Jewish influence on Hermetic texts remains a subject of ongoing debate. Some sources suggest a close relationship between the tradition and Hellenistic Judaism, while others caution against overemphasizing such influences in favor of broader Hellenistic ones. Hermetic thought exerted a significant influence on early Christian literature, most notably appearing within the Gospel of John. However, while this connection is noted by multiple sources, direct borrowing between Hermeticism and the Gospel of John has not been firmly established. In Gnostic cosmology, there is a shared understanding that the Demiurge functions as a flawed creator. This figure stands in sharp contrast to a higher transcendent God who exists beyond the material realm. Despite these shared elements, sources diverge on how to interpret the relationship between Hermeticism and Gnosticism. While some scholars emphasize their deep philosophical similarities, others highlight distinct theological differences, particularly regarding the specific role of the Demiurge in each tradition. Compounding this complexity there's still a disagreement over how to interpret certain Hermetic terms, specifically nous and gnosis. While some scholars argue for looking at these words strictly within their original context, other sources interpret them through the lens of Christian theology. This highlights a fundamental split in how these core concepts are mapped onto different religious frameworks.